Chapter 1, The Miserable Sheep. Ruwashi, I have liked you for a long time, can you be my girlfriend? Li Yang held flowers in his hands and looked sincerely at the girl in front of him whom he had been dreaming about. Lin Ruwashi looked embarrassed and subconsciously took a step back. Li Yang had an ordinary appearance, an ordinary family background, and was not even very tall. She, as the most beautiful girl in the class, felt embarrassed to be confessed to by such a boy. Her best friend was right next to her and was looking at Li Yang with disgust. It was just after class and there were many students coming and going. When they saw someone confessing, they stopped and watched. I think you may have misunderstood. We have always been just friends. I don't have any thoughts about you in that way at all. Lin Ruwashi didn't want to be seen by other classmates being confessed to by such an ordinary boy, so after she finished speaking, she hurriedly pulled her best friend away. Li Yang held her hand and said, Ruwashi, are you embarrassed because there are too many people here? It's okay, we can talk about this in private. More and more classmates gathered around, and Lin Ruwashi felt that she was about to lose all her face because of this boy. No, it's impossible between us. Don't be so self-indulgent. I have never liked you. Then why do you accept my usual concern for you, my being there whenever you call, and the bags I bought for you while working part-time for 3 months? I thought you were accepting me by doing this. Lin Ruwashi's face changed. She didn't want him to talk nonsense anymore and just wanted to end this farce quickly. What nonsense are you talking about? You forced me to accept all that. I don't want to do that. Please don't pester me anymore. It makes me very distressed. Lin Ruwashi looked at him with disdain, without any shyness when asking for his help or accepting his gift. Before he could react, Lin Ruwashi took her best friend and left angrily. Li Yang didn't understand why his goddess attitude had changed so much. She was obviously not like this before, otherwise he wouldn't have done it for 2 years without any regrets. Not only did he work part-time to buy her various gifts, he also helped her with various homework. Li Yang is such a fool. Everyone knows that Lin Ruwashi has very high requirements for her future boyfriend. She needs a perfect lover who can provide her with financial support, tall and handsome, and versatile. He doesn't even look at which of these he meets. Is he related to the term perfect lover? He dared to confess his love to Lin Ruwashi in public. He is really not afraid of being embarrassed. Li Yang was listening to his classmates' discussion about him and suddenly felt dizzy. He had clearly asked Lin Ruwashi what kind of boy she liked, and she said that as long as he treated her well with all his heart, that would be enough. But why do others say that her standard for choosing a partner is a perfect lover? Li Yang walked in the direction where Lin Ruwashi left. He wanted to know what kind of person she was. Even if he was rejected, he still wanted to find out. Not long after he walked, he saw Lin Ruwashi and her best friend sitting on a bench discussing something. Li Yang was standing not far away, listening quietly. I was so embarrassed today. I was confessed to by good for nothing Li Yang. I don't know where he got the courage from. He didn't even take a piss and look in the mirror to see if he's worthy enough. Lin Ruwashi's eyes were wide open, and she seemed to be very angry. Ruwashi, don't be angry. Only Haning Jie is worthy of you. Others are just toads wanting to eat swan meat. Why do you care about them? After hearing what her best friend said, Lin Ruwashi smiled happily. Haning Jie was the idol in her heart, and also the idol of many girls in the school. He is tall, handsome, and fashionably dressed. More importantly, his family is financially strong and he is a wealthy second generation. He often drives a Rolls-Royce Phantom around the campus. You're right. This kind of perfect lover is what I need. Lin Ruwashi lowered her head shyly, a smile spreading across her face. Li Yang clenched his fists tightly and didn't even have the strength to go up and argue. It was okay if she didn't like him, but why did she play with his feelings? This was obviously not the case when she usually accepted gifts or asked him for help, so he had the illusion that Lin Ruwashi also liked him. Perfect lover. If he were a perfect lover, many girls would like him, and he would no longer be used and played around by Lin Ruwashi. Ding! The perfect lover system has been activated. After the host completes the system tasks, he will continue to advance and eventually become a perfect lover. Perfect lover system? Stop joking. To become the perfect lover, you must first be tall, handsome, and rich. He is already an adult, and his height and appearance are fixed. How can he make a comeback? He shook his head and prepared to go back to the dormitory when the system voice sounded again. After obtaining this system, the host will receive an initial fund of 10 million Chinese currency. This fund can be used to spend on good-looking people of the opposite sex, but cannot be used for the host's personal consumption. Li Yang was stunned for a moment. 10 million. This was just the initial capital. His monthly living expenses were only 1,000. He didn't know how beautiful the girls he could pick up would be if he used this money. He didn't want to be a silly boy anymore. It was a pity that he couldn't spend the 10 million on himself. Li Yang was ecstatic, but he was not sure whether the system voice in his mind was real. He still had to give it a try to see if he could spend money on a good-looking member of the opposite sex. On the way back to the dormitory, his classmates looked at him strangely, but he didn't care about that anymore. If the system was real, he would definitely be able to avenge his previous shame and would never be looked down upon by girls again, or treated as a bootlicker. Lying on his bed in the dormitory, Li Yang turned on Douyin, and the system recommended his favorite female anchor. Welcome Yang Yang to Xiaolu's live broadcast room. When Li Yang heard the sweet voice of the little deer, he felt much better. Ding! A good-looking person of the opposite sex is detected. Name, Lu Ling. Age, 19. Body shape, 8.9 points. Appearance, 8.3 points. Favorability, 20 points. Li Yang was delighted when he saw the girl with long legs, thin waist, big breasts and sweet looks on the phone screen. Whenever he is bored, he will come to watch her live broadcast and give her some small gifts to show his support. Xiaolu is a new anchor and she especially cherishes everyone who gives her gifts. Unexpectedly, this girl still had a 20-point favorability towards him. He had only comforted her and given her gifts worth dozens of dollars. Brothers, try your best. Xiaolu knows that he can't beat the other anchor, so he just wants to avoid losing too badly. Li Yang looked at the girl on the screen. She leaned forward slightly and looked at the phone screen. Her eyes were anxious and helpless. When she spoke, her pink tongue protruded slightly, and the scenery of her neckline was vaguely visible. Because Xiaolu was a little nervous, Li Yang could even hear her breathing. He was filled with a nameless rage. He bound his bank card as prompted by the system and decided to win the PK for Xiaolu. In order to reassure the little deer, he slowly sent out a line of words. Xiaolu, I will help you win this live broadcast. When Xiaolu saw this comment, he read it out in a sweet voice, his eyes sparkling and full of surprise. She felt that Yang Yang was not the kind of person who would brag, and that if he said something, he would really do it. Chapter 2, Carnival. Brother Yang Yang, just do your best. Xiaolu has far fewer fans than the other team, and is used to losing in PK. The little deer looked at the screen pitifully, his eyes full of sincerity. As he was talking, Li Yang had repeated the operation to recharge 5 million renminbi in Douyin. This was all real money. He no longer doubted whether the system could charge money. Of course you have to fulfill your promises. If you can't do it, it's just empty talk. Everyone can talk big. The opponent is over level 70. Brother, you should consider the opponent's strength before you brag. It's no wonder that everyone looks down on you. You can fool your buddies, but don't fool yourself. Let's go. This person's account level is so low, he might just be a kid bragging. Many people in the live broadcast room coveted Xiaolu's beauty and hoped to perform in front of Xiaolu, but their wallets did not allow it, so they could only remain silent in the PK. But seeing Li Yang bragging in the live broadcast room to win favor, they were naturally very unhappy, and they just wanted to see him embarrass himself. When Li Yang returned to the live broadcast room, he saw these replies. He was too lazy to explain anything and just started watching the carnival. Time is running out now, so of course you have to give the most expensive gifts to quickly turn the tables. Yang Yang sends Carnival X1. Yang Yang sends Carnival X2. Yang Yang sends Carnival X3. Yang Yang sends out Carnival X4. Yang Yang sends Carnival 88. Gorgeous special effects flashed on the screen, as if a grand celebration was unfolding. The deer's eyes were wide open and its mouth was slightly open. Even though the PK was over and Li Yang had helped her win the game without a doubt, she was still staring at the screen blankly. After a few more seconds, the deer began to cheer and jump for joy, her chest heaving violently with her movements. Thanks to my brother Yang Yang, Xiaolu defeated the opposing anchor for the first time. Xiaolu's voice came out sweetly, and the people in the live broadcast room gradually recovered from their disbelief. Comments in the live broadcast room appeared one by one. Wow, this is so generous. Boss, please hug me. 666, this is the most generous gift giving I have ever seen. Brother Yang is so majestic and domineering. This is the first time I've seen someone treat Carnival as little hearts. What a rich guy. Xiaolu, now you have a big brother, and you won't lose to others anymore. Looking at the entire Douyin, there are not many people who can beat them, and many of the people who can brush them are guild accounts. Looking at the comments in the live broadcast room, Xiaolu had a feeling that all the hard work had paid off. Wasn't she waiting for this day after all the live broadcasting? She would feel sad every time she lost to others. She was not worse looking than others, and she worked just as hard as others in live streaming. She even doubted at one point that she was not cut out for live streaming. And all this was brought to her by Yang. Ding! Lu Ling's favorability is 20. Li Yang watched everything in the live broadcast room and finally believed the authenticity of the system. Next, he will conquer the opposite sex with high appearance value and obtain system upgrades. Xiaolu, from now on I will always protect you and will never let you lose again. Li Yang slowly sent out a comment. Now is the critical moment for him to improve his favorability. Ding! Lu Ling's favorability is 10. The current favorability of the deer spirit is 50. When the favorability reaches 60 or 80, the host will receive a random reward from the system. The little deer smiled brightly and sweetly, looking at the camera with tears in his eyes, full of emotion. For her, Li Yang is the life-saving straw in her live streaming career. She must hold on to this big brother tightly, this is God's gift to her. Li Yang was puzzled as to why he did not get any cash back for the money he spent. It was different from other systems and did not follow the same rules. If I continue like this, the 10 million will be gone in no time, and I will become a poor student looked down upon by others again. Since the system just prompted that there would be random rewards when the favorability reached 60 and 80, he decided to cast a wide net and get the goddess's favorability towards him to above 60 as soon as possible to see what the system's random rewards were. After exiting Xiaolu's live broadcast room, he randomly browsed the female anchors with different styles. When he met the system requirements, he would stop and give gifts. When he saw a female anchor nicknamed Schwer, his eyes lit up. In the live broadcast room, lights flickered and music was full of movement. The hot female anchor stood in front of the camera, wearing a tight skirt, showing her perfect curves. Her long hair fluttered with the rhythm of the music, her eyes were full of confidence and charm, her dance was passionate and unrestrained, and every move was full of power and rhythm. Her waist twisted like a snake, and her hips swayed, attracting the attention of countless viewers. Her arms waved in the air, as if she was dancing to the music. The audience in the live broadcast room was attracted by her dance, leaving comments and likes, and gifts kept flooding the screen. Her smile became brighter and her dance became more energetic. Welcome Yang Yang to Schwer's live broadcast room. As soon as Li Yang entered the live broadcast room, he felt the enthusiasm of the room. Isn't this Brother Yang? He just played 88 carnivals in a row on another anchor's site. I've never seen such a generous person in all the years I've been watching live broadcasts. Brother Yang, what business are you in? Take me with you. Schwer, the big brother is here, it depends on whether you can grasp it. Everyone in the live broadcast room seemed to know about his recent performance, because his post became a hot topic and Xiaolu was placed on the hourly list. Li Yang saw Schwer pull her collar down, her chest was white and sweaty. She continued to dance, and occasionally flirted with the screen. This woman is really alluring, with a natural charm that makes people think of that kind of thing. Ding! A good-looking person of the opposite sex is detected. Name, Lin Schwer. Age, 26. Body shape, 8.6 points. Appearance, 8.0 points. Favorability, 30 points. In fact, Lin Schwer saw everyone discussing Yang Yang in the live broadcast room, but she didn't expect him to come to her live broadcast room so soon. The more she faced a big brother of this level, the more reserved she had to be, so that the big brother would like her longer. So she just danced harder and was not particularly proactive in words. Li Yang started to browse the carnival without saying a word. This woman's initial favorability was quite high, and she must have heard about his performance in the live broadcast room. This makes it easy. She likes older brothers who can make money, and he happens to be rich, so it will be much faster to conquer him. Yang Yang sends Carnival X1. Yang Yang sends Carnival X2. Yang Yang sends Carnival X3. Yang Yang sends out Carnival X4. Yang Yang sends Carnival 99. After delivering the carnival, Li Yang delivered all the other gifts one by one. Schwer didn't know how many words of thanks she said. Looking at these luxurious and romantic special effects, she actually felt a little moved. Some of the gift special effects were ones she had never seen in the 2 years of live streaming, but she didn't expect Li Yang to let her have them. She felt that she was different with Li Yang. Not only did he attend so many carnivals, but he also gave her so many beautiful gifts. This was also a reflection of his thoughtfulness. Thank you, Brother Yang Yang. My family members in the live broadcast room, please pay attention to Brother Yang Yang. Brother Yang Yang, you must come and watch Schwer dance more often. Schwer knows a lot of dances and wants to dance for Brother Yang Yang. I don't know if she was tired from dancing or what, but her cheeks, which were always sexy and cool, had a blush on them, very much like the shyness of a young girl. Many old fans in the live broadcast room have never seen this kind of expression on her face. She has a unique charm like this, and she seems to be ready to be plucked. Oh, our Schwer has fallen in love with you, let's all go our separate ways. Brother Yang 666. So heroic. Chapter 3 Explicit Private Messages. This is Douyin's new super rich guy. You can tell at a glance that he is really powerful, and this isn't just a guild account. I've never seen anyone give gifts this way in real life. I've only seen this kind of gift giving in novels. It really shocks me. Ding. Lin Schwer's favorability plus 20. Currently, Lin Schwer's favorability is 50. When the favorability reaches 60 or 80, the host will receive a random reward from the system. There are still 10 points left to get the random reward from the system. Li Yang feels that he still needs to improve his favorability. When the favorability of the beauties towards him exceeds 61 after another, he will be able to receive random rewards frequently. The initial capital provided by the system is 10 million, so the rewards will naturally not be bad. Thinking of this, Li Yang couldn't wait to select a live broadcast room that met the conditions for giving gifts. The system has a very sharp eye and can discover real high-scoring beauties through the thick beauty filters. By the time your strategy is successful, it won't fail because of meeting in person, so just enjoy it. I have tried 30 or 40 female anchors in succession, but none of them met the system requirements. Some of them looked very kind and pretty in front of the camera. I don't know how many big brothers have been cheated by these female anchors. I swiped 2 more pages carelessly before receiving a system prompt. Ding. A good-looking person of the opposite sex is detected. Name, Ruan Mengqi. Age, 18. Body shape, 7.6 points. Appearance, 7.8 points. Favorability, 0 points. A beautiful girl was dancing shyly in front of the camera. She was wearing a cute short skirt, revealing her long legs. The black stockings on her legs added a touch of charm to her. She was wearing a tight navel-bearing top, showing off her slender waist and charming curves. With a sweet smile on her face, she began to dance to the rhythm of the music, her posture light and her movements smooth, each movement full of vitality and rhythm. Her twin ponytails flew as she danced, as if drawing beautiful arcs in the air. Her singing voice is equally moving, clear and pleasant, like the sound of nature. Li Yang looked at the girl on the screen and mechanically scrolled through the carnival. The current situation is that the high-value anchors are very enthusiastic about him, but they can only see but not eat. He has been hungry for a long time, and Lin Ruoshi has broken his mentality, so he is a little anxious. Yang Yang gives away Carnival X1. Yang Yang gives away Carnival X2. Yang Yang sends Carnival X3. Yang Yang gave away Carnival X4. Yang Yang sends Carnival X66. Li Yang's casual operation shocked everyone. How could this guy brush so many carnivals without saying a word? He didn't even pay attention to the anchor. This is just crazy. I've never seen so many donations. These wealthy people are so rich. I couldn't believe my eyes. The anchor is so lucky. He saved himself several years of hard work. Fuck. I just gave away 5 or 6 years' income like that. Brother, you are so stuck on gender, do you think I can do it? The little lowly Chi-Chi can't wake up also stared at the gorgeous special effects on the screen with wide eyes and almost lost the ability to express herself in words. She had envied other people's gifts countless times, and finally she received one, and 66 of them at once. Brother Yang Yang, the gifts are enough. Chi-Chi doesn't know how to thank you. Brother is so nice to Chi-Chi. Kiki on the screen was obviously excited and flustered. She looked confused. She was very happy but afraid of missing out on the sponsor. She picked up her phone and operated it for a while, then said sweetly, Brother Yang Yang, I sent you a private message. Can you send me your green bubble number? I will tell you everything about the live broadcast in the future. She stuttered throughout the sentence, full of girlish shyness. Li Yang raised the corners of his mouth, thinking that if he didn't know how to thank her, he might as well give himself to her. He opened the Douyin message page and sure enough, he received a private message from Kiki, as well as from Xiaolu and Shuer. There are also some private messages from strangers, mainly young girls, which can be seen from their avatars and wording. Li Yang randomly clicked on a few dialogue boxes and saw some very explosive photos and a lot of bold and explicit remarks. Money and generosity are truly aphrodisiacs for women. He first replied to Kiki's private message and sent her his green bubble number. Then a line of words was typed in the live broadcast room, sent to you. Chi-Chi was obviously very happy to see the private messages and comments. She picked up her phone contentedly and operated it. In less than half a minute, Li Yang received her green bubble friend request. After clicking yes, Kiki jumped up and down excitedly, her exquisite figure swaying rhythmically with her movements. Brother Yang, you are so nice to Chi-Chi. You can chat with Chi-Chi more when you have time. Ding. Lu Ling's favorability plus 30. Chi-Chi's current favorability is 30. When the favorability reaches 60 or 80, the host will receive a random reward from the system. This little Lolita named Chi-Chi didn't seem to know his record with other anchors and had never heard of Yang, so her initial favorability was 0. Even if the favorability is increased by 30, it is still a long way from 60. After all, the higher the score, the more difficult it is to improve. Li Yang typed OK in the live broadcast room. Fuck, my Chi-Chi is going to be fucked by a wild boar. Li Yang suddenly heard his roommate screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Could the Kiki that my roommate was talking about be the one I just added on WeChat? Is he a fan of Chi-Chi Can't Sleep? Just as I was thinking about it, my roommate came over with his phone. We are in the same boat. You were rejected by your goddess in public, and it seems my goddess also has someone she likes. Woo woo. Li Yang looked at his roommate Chen Jie's expression. He felt lost and frustrated, almost like himself when he was rejected. I looked at the screen of Chen Jie's mobile phone again, and it was indeed the live broadcast room of Chi-Chi Doesn't Sleep. The wild boar Chen Jie was talking about turned out to be himself. From a certain perspective, Chen Jie's sadness was also caused by Li Yang, and Li Yang felt somewhat guilty. He quickly locked his phone, reached out and patted Chen Jie on the shoulder. There are beautiful women everywhere in the world. Besides, if you really like her, just try hard. Aren't they just showing some signs of romance? Chen Jie's expression became even uglier. What a bullshit. I'm the new rich guy on TikTok. I watch the carnival like it's a game. How could Chi-Chi choose me? Originally I still had hope. Chi-Chi was a small streamer and didn't have a big brother. Every time I gave her some gifts, I could chat with her. It's all because of that bastard who took my Chi-Chi away. The more Chen Jie spoke, the more excited he became. He seemed ready to crush the other person to ashes, and his expression was extremely angry and exaggerated. Li Yang looked a little unnatural, and quickly changed the subject. Son, your mentality is not good. Learn from your dad, who acted like nothing happened when he was rejected. Call me dad, and I'll treat you to a big meal. Chapter 4, Invitation from the Dance Department Beauty. Chen Jie felt something was wrong when looking at Li Yang. He usually valued Lin Ruoxi more than his life, but now he was rejected in public and acted as if nothing had happened. He didn't show any sadness or depression at all. Something is wrong. Could it be that this kid has been stimulated too much and has become mentally ill? It's really pitiful. Now almost everyone in the school knows about this. When we walk on the campus later, they will talk about him again. If he hears it again, wouldn't it be a secondary injury? Chen Jie looked at Li Yang sympathetically. Dad, don't be so stubborn. If you want to cry, just cry. I won't laugh at you. Li Yang was too lazy to argue with Chen Jie, so he just pulled him out. Now that he has the system, he won't have to worry about money anymore, nor will he be looked down upon because of Lin Ruoxi's contempt. He will get everything he never got before. He will slap back those who looked down on him in the past. Li Yang took Chen Jie to a steak restaurant near the school. The steaks here were not cheap, and it was their first time there. You are sick. You have spent half a month's living expenses on just one meal here. You are really badly hurt. When Chen Jie arrived at the store door, he planned to take Li Yang away. Li Yang didn't move, showing no sign of backing down. I have money, I'll treat you, just enjoy the meal. Chen Jie also wanted to try the steak at this restaurant, so he didn't refuse. His family was very ordinary, and the steaks at this restaurant were prepared for the rich second generation in the school. Most of his classmates simply couldn't afford it. The two were led to their seats by the waiter, and after asking the waiter to serve all the restaurant's special dishes, they began to wait for their meals. The moment he raised his eyes, Li Yang saw the most beautiful girl in the dance academy. She sat at the dining table, her posture upright, like an elegant swan. Her breasts were full and upright, showing her feminine charm and sexiness. Her slender waist was as light as a willow, not even a hand's length, as if a slight twist could reveal endless charm. Under the soft lights of the restaurant, she was like a shining star, attracting everyone's attention. Ding! A good-looking person of the opposite sex is detected. Name, Su Qianin. Age, 19. Body shape, 9.0 points. Appearance, 8.5 points. Favorability, 20 points. As expected of the school belle of the dance school, her figure is so amazing. This visual impact makes Li Yang and Chen Jie excited. His eyes uncontrollably stared at Su Qianin, and she noticed it soon after. Su Qianin looked at them with some disgust and continued eating steak. Li Yang was a little amused. Su Qianin's favorability towards him was actually negative. No wonder she looked at him with disgust when he just looked at her. He also knew something about Su Qianin. She was a famous high-class gold digger in the school. But she packaged herself very well. If the people in her dormitory hadn't revealed it to others, no one would have known that she was a gold digger. To treat this kind of woman, just throw money at her. She will have a good impression of whoever spends money on her. About 20 minutes later, the dishes arrived one after another, and in the end the table was full of food. French baked snails, Wellington steak, Italian lobster and abalone noodles, Spanish paella, German roast pork elbow, Japanese Kobe beef, Russian caviar, Italian tarami, French foie gras, American roast turkey. Every dish was delicious and Li Yang and Chen Jie devoured them with relish. Su Qianin, who was not far away, looked at Li Yang and his friend ordering a large table of dishes with some confusion. In her impression, both of them were from ordinary families, otherwise Lin Ruoxi would not have rejected Li Yang. But their table costs more than 10,000 yuan. Is there some misunderstanding here? Su Qianin dreams of meeting a wealthy and powerful man. It would be even better if she met him when he was pretending to be down and out. In this way, the rich men would think she was sincere and she could get more money. That stupid woman Lin Ruoxi refused so hastily. She was not as pretty as me, but I didn't expect that she was not so smart either. She had to find out the truth. Even if he wasn't a rich second generation, she could still get some benefits. Which man would go shopping with her without giving her anything? After eating the steak, she didn't leave in a hurry, but sat in her seat and looked in Li Yang's direction from time to time. She had almost spent all the money she got from the man, using it all to buy bags, clothes, and other things to dress herself up. It is quite stressful for her to come here to spend money, but it is a necessary expense for her. Otherwise, how can she discover the rich and take the initiative to approach them? After Li Yang and Chen Jie finished their meal, they took the initiative to go to the front desk to pay the bill. Su Qianin saw Li Yang paying casually and walked up to him to chat. Li Yang, do you want to go shopping together? We are alumni and I want to get to know you. While Su Qianin was speaking, her slender arm had already been around Li Yang's arm. To others, the two of them seemed very intimate. At this time, the two of them had already left the steak restaurant and were walking on the street. It was just after school, and many classmates passing by looked at them. Su Qianin is so eye-catching. Her figure is 1 in a million and it is hard to ignore her. The male students were even more furious when they saw this scene. The goddess they had always wanted to get close to now had her arm around Li Yang. Ding! Su Qianin's favorability plus 40. The current favorability of Su Qianin is 20. When the favorability reaches 60 or 80, the host will receive a random reward from the system. Li Yang was a little puzzled. The favorability was negative just now, but how come it suddenly increased to 40? But looking at the girl in front of him, the fragrance from her body lingered at his nose, and she was looking at him expectantly. Li Yang agreed without thinking. Anyway, he was looking for strategies to make money with good-looking people of the opposite sex, hoping to receive the system reward as soon as possible. The money you spend on her is deducted from the initial funds given by the system, and you don't have to spend your own money. He took the opportunity to pull Su Qianin closer to him, his body pressed against her, and the two of them got closer. Let's go to the newly opened shopping mall. Su Qianyin was shy and lovely. She was very happy when she heard that she was going to a newly opened shopping mall. Almost all the businesses there were luxury goods, and the only ones that could be considered affordable were a few restaurants. It seems that Li Yang is really a low-key rich man. Those who dare to take girls there are almost all powerful. Chen Jie looked at the two people who were quickly becoming familiar with each other with a confused look on his face, feeling a little puzzled. Although he didn't know what happened, the school beauty asked Li Yang out, and he didn't want to spoil his good time, so he tactfully said that he had something else to do and left first. After Chen Jie left, the two took a taxi and soon arrived at the mall. Su Qianyin dragged Li Yang straight to Chanel. As soon as they entered the door, they heard Han Jie impatiently say, "Now it's you who wants me to go out and play. I'm not your boyfriend. I can't buy you a bag." Han Jie's voice was loud, and both Li Yang and Su Qianyin heard it. Chapter 510000X Cashback Card. Li Yang looked in their direction and saw Lin Ruoshi lowering her head pitifully. Su Qianyin held Li Yang's hand even tighter and even pressed her body against Li Yang. She didn't want Li Yang to go back to look for Lin Ruoshi again. When the two men passed by Lin Ruoshi stared at them in disbelief. Did she see it right? Su Qianyin, the school beauty of the dance academy, is so close to Li Yang. She is much prettier than me. Lin Ruoshi felt a little uncomfortable. Although she didn't like Li Yang, when she saw that there were some women around Li Yang who were more beautiful than herself, she inexplicably felt competitive. No matter how beautiful you, Su Qianyin, are, the man you find is still not as good as me. The person who went shopping with me was Han Jie. Thinking of this, she ignored Han Jie's already impatient attitude and continued to act coquettishly towards him and ask for the bag. She deliberately raised her voice sweet and artificial. "Brother Jie, you like Ruoshi the most. It's just buying her a bag, you shouldn't refuse, right?" Su Qianyin ignored Lin Ruoshi's ridiculous behavior and happily picked out the bag she liked. After a while, she had seen 5 or 6 that she liked. During the selection process, he asked Li Yang's opinion from time to time, asking him if he was willing to buy so much, and Li Yang agreed generously. Ding! Su Qianyin's favorability increased by 20. The current favorability of Su Qianyin is 40. When the favorability reaches 60 or 80, the host will receive a random reward from the system. Li Yang instantly felt that it was easy to capture such a woman, and the experience was good. She was obedient and sensible, and provided corresponding value after receiving the money. Looking at her exquisite figure, Li Yang couldn't wait to get her. Lin Ruoshi over there was trying to persuade Han Jie and whispering something to him. The impatience on Han Jie's face was very obvious, as if he was about to explode in the next second. But Lin Ruoshi was only concerned with showing off in front of Su Qianyin and Li Yang how good her excellent male partner was to her, and continued to coax them. Han Jie completely exploded, and shook off Lin Ruoshi's hand with all his strength, almost roaring, "Lin Ruoshi, if you want me to buy you a bag, you have to consider whether you are worthy of it. If you were as beautiful as her, I would buy it for you, but you are only slightly pretty." Han Jie pointed at Su Qianyin. Lin Ruoshi felt that she had completely lost, and the unwillingness in her heart spread wildly. But Han Jie continued, "If you weren't so proactive, I wouldn't even bother to talk to you. Please put yourself in the right place. There are so many beautiful women around me. If you don't understand, get out of here." After Han Jie finished speaking, he slammed the door and left, leaving Lin Ruoshi standing there at a loss. She was also the center of attention, but how come she was nothing in front of Han Jie? At this time, Su Qianyin asked the service staff to pack up the dozen or so bags she had picked out, and went to check out with the bags of varying sizes. When she passed by Lin Ruoshi, she accidentally bumped into her. Li Yang also followed behind with a few bags. Lin Ruoshi looked at Li Yang with expectation, thinking that he would comfort her as before, and even try every possible means to buy her bags. But no, Li Yang didn't even look at her and just walked straight past her. What shocked her even more was that Li Yang could actually afford so many bags. She wanted to see who paid for it. Li Yang calmly paid the bill, took Su Qianyin's hand and walked out of the store. Lin Ruoshi felt dizzy watching this scene. Was Li Yang testing her? She is very knowledgeable about Chanel bags, and those bags are estimated to be worth about 500,000 yuan. Li Yang paid for them so casually, which is much richer and more generous than Han Jie. It's a pity that she didn't go through the test, otherwise these bags should belong to her. No. She got much more than this. Li Yang loved her so much, he must have given her more than Su Qianyin. Lin Ruoshi looked at the backs of the two men and felt suffocated. At this time, Su Qianyin gently kissed Li Yang on the face, and they both smiled happily. Bitch! She was just a seductress who only knew how to seduce men. She would not let such a bitch take Li Yang away. The one Li Yang loved was her, Lin Ruoshi, and other women were just for fun. Lin Ruoshi felt that Li Yang ignored her because he was angry at the moment. As long as she was willing to admit her mistake, Li Yang would treat her the same way as before. Thinking of this, she took out her cell phone and sent a message to Li Yang. Li Yang, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have rejected you in public yesterday. I think I can still give you a chance. Don't be discouraged, there is still hope. On the other side, Li Yang heard the notification tone of his cell phone and picked up the phone to take a look. He was so angry at the woman's self-righteousness that he laughed. He pursued her for 2 years, and devoted almost all his money and energy to her during these 2 years, but all he got was an opportunity. If she hadn't seen that he had spent a lot of money generously on Su Qianyin, he wouldn't even have a chance. Li Yang would not be teased by this kind of woman anymore. He used to think that she was gentle and kind, and had a good impression of him. She was always showing weakness, which aroused his affection and desire to protect her. Now that he knew her true face, Li Yang felt that he had fallen in love with the wrong person and didn't want to dwell on it anymore. Thinking about how miserable his life was in the past because of her, Li Yang felt it was really not worth it. Before confessing his love, he ate instant noodles for a long time and used all his free time to work part-time, saving more than 20,000 yuan. He thought that if Lin Ruoshi agreed to his confession, he would buy her a bag because she said she liked luxury bags the most. He took out more than 10,000 out of the 20,000 and spent a meal to hook up Su Qianyin. It's really ridiculous. He paid more than 10 or 20,000 yuan for Lin Ruoshi, but it was worthless to her. What are you doing? Su Qianyin hugged Li Yang, her voice shy and charming. In her eyes, Li Yang had passed the test of being a rich man, and she already regarded him as her financial sponsor. Such a generous sponsor is rare. Many wealthy people are like Haningjia, a miser who never spends a penny. She doesn't even want to pay attention to that kind of man. When Li Yang came to his senses, Su Qianyin's face was already close to him. 2 hours later. Ding! Su Qianyin's favorability increased by 20. Su Qianyin's favorability is currently 60, and you can draw a random reward. It was time to draw the system prize, and Li Yang quickly pushed her away. The system interface appeared in front of Li Yang, and the big green lottery button changed rapidly under Li Yang's mental control. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 10,000-fold cashback card. If you spend money on good-looking people of the opposite sex, you can get 10,000 times the cashback to the host's personal account. The validity period is 24 hours. Chapter 6 Appearance Bonus Card. The system's random rewards are pretty good. If you spend 10,000 yuan on the opposite sex, you can get a reward of 100 million yuan. If you use this card well, you can basically achieve financial freedom. Li Yang transferred 10,000 yuan to Su Qianyin with her green bubble, wanting to see the effect of the 10,000-fold cashback card. After Su Qianyin received the payment, Li Yang received a text message notification that 1 billion yuan had been deposited into his bank card account. He was very excited to receive so much cash back. Su Qianyin said hoarsely, "Li Yang, I can't go to class tomorrow. Please ask for leave for me." After saying that, she leaned lightly on his shoulder, with a unique charm. Su Qianyin's figure was indeed as good as her reputation said, and he was very satisfied. When Li Yang opened Douyin, he saw Shelu was live streaming again and had sent him a message on Green Bubble. "Lu Ling, brother Yang Yang, I'm sorry for making you spend so much money yesterday. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you can buy something you like. Lu Ling transfers 52,000 yuan to you. Brother, why haven't you come back to me for so long? Xiaolu misses you. Brother, will you come to the live broadcast later? If you don't come, Xiaolu will be bullied by the opponent. Whoa whoa. This little girl is quite sensible and knows how to leave a good impression through reciprocity." Li Yang didn't bother to be polite with her. He took the money and went to the live broadcast room to give gifts. Just in time for the critical moment of the PK, Li Yang's arrival became the key to turning the defeat around. Yang Yang gives away Carnival X1. Yang Yang gives away Carnival X2. Yang Yang sends Carnival X3. Yang Yang gave away Carnival X4. Yang Yang sends Carnival X52. When the 52nd one was brushed, the PK ended. There was no doubt that Xiaolu won the PK, and Li Yang did not continue to brush. The comment section of the live broadcast room was filled with applause. Brother Yang knows whether there is any right or wrong as soon as he makes a move. Is there anyone on Douyin who is more talented than Brother Yang? Anyway, I haven't seen anyone. Xiaolu, you will be a top female anchor on the platform in the future. It will be hard for you not to be popular if you have a big brother supporting you. The 52 carnivals directly put Xiaolu on the hourly charts. There are so many people watching the live broadcast, over 30,000. Xiaolu also stood up and bowed deeply. Thank you, Brother Yang. The little deer dances for you. As she spoke, she began to dance. Her figure was light and agile, and every movement was full of charm and temptation. Her outfit was also very sexy, tightly wrapped around her body, highlighting her curves. Her long hair fluttered with the rhythm of the dance, like a black waterfall, adding a mysterious and charming atmosphere. While Li Yang was watching the deer dancing, he received a text message from the bank. Your bank card has received 156 million yuan. When I looked at the screen again, the female anchor on the opposite side also started dancing enthusiastically, calling Yang Yan's name from time to time. Brother Yang, I can dance too. Welcome to my live studio. As she spoke, she winked at the screen. The female anchor on the opposite side looks as good-looking as Xiaolu, but she is more charming and seductive. Logically speaking, her appearance can meet the system standards, but Li Yang did not receive any consumption prompt from the system. It seems that the female anchor's makeup and beauty filters have improved her appearance in front of the camera. Her appearance is really not even 7 points. Anyone who is at the top of her list will be in trouble. He will spend so much money and then find out the product is not what he ordered. Xiaolu was a little angry when she saw the female anchor on the opposite side openly snatching the top spot on the list, but she couldn't show it in the live broadcast room. She was also worried that such an excellent brother like Li Yang would be snatched away by someone else, not to mention that she had invested a lot of affection in him. Unexpectedly, Li Yang was unmoved and ignored the female anchor on the opposite side. She was surprised and happy, and felt that Li Yang treated her differently after all. Ding! Lu Ling's favorability increased by 15. The current favorability of Lu Ling is 65, and you can draw a random reward. Li Yang controlled the lottery page with his mind, and the various prizes rotated quickly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the appearance bonus card. Each time an appearance bonus card is used, the host's appearance will increase by 1 point. Do you want to use it now? Li Yang silently said use in his heart. Already used. The host's original beauty score was 5.5 points. After use, the beauty score is 6.5 points. After using it, he clearly felt a comfortable warmth on his body and face. After his appearance improves, people of the opposite sex will be more likely to like him, making it faster to capture him, and it will also be easier to get system reward cards. He closed his eyes and felt the changes in his body. Overall, he felt comfortable and even refreshed. The system reward card is a better and gentler way to improve appearance, unlike real-life plastic surgery which often requires surgery and can easily leave sequelae. About 10 minutes later, the warm feeling in his body gradually disappeared and he slowly opened his eyes. Su Qianin was holding his mobile phone and watching Xiaolu live. This was the interface the phone stopped on before he closed his eyes. Seeing Li Yang open his eyes, she quickly explained, "Don't worry, I won't interfere with your preferences and private life. As long as you are not with me, your time is your own. I know my place and will try my best to coexist peacefully with other girls." Li Yang didn't expect that she not only didn't cry or make a fuss, but was also so sensible, so he decisively transferred another 52,000 to her. Su Qianin happily accepted it and looked at Li Yang with even more admiration. Ding! Su Qianin's favorability increased by 10. The current favorability of Su Qianin is 70. When the favorability reaches 80, the host will receive a random reward from the system. Li Yang didn't expect that the money transfer would increase Su Qianin's favorability so much. He liked girls like this, who were gentle, sensible, and pretty, and he didn't need to spend too much energy taking care of her emotions. Your bank account has received 520 million yuan. At the same time, the money transferred to Su Qianin was returned. Su Qianin looked at him seriously. Li Yang, I suddenly think you are quite handsome. Why didn't I think you were handsome before? Nonsense, he must have become more handsome after using the appearance bonus card. 5.5 means average looks, while 6.5 means you're a handsome boy on campus. Chapter 7 Can I be your woman forever? I thought so in my heart, but I didn't say much to her. He just said jokingly, because you are a money grubber, you think whoever spends money on you is handsome. As he said that, he took out his mobile phone, still on Xiaolu's live broadcast page. Brother Yang, are you still in the live broadcast room? Xiaolu was getting ready to go offline. Yang, okay, let us get off the air. Xiaolu was obviously very happy after receiving the reply. With Yang protecting her, she would never lose to others again, and she wouldn't have to broadcast for so long as before, because Yang had given her enough gifts. Li Yang exited Douyin and clicked on the green bubble to find that Lin Ruoshi had sent him another message. Li Yang, I know you still like me the most, so you pretend to be poor to test me, right? Don't be angry with me. If you go shopping with me tomorrow, I will consider being with you. Li Yang didn't know where her confidence came from. He felt that even though she fooled others, they still continued to like her. Such stupid women will never understand the situation. There are many women who are willing to be his women now, and every one of them is prettier and has a better figure than her, and every one of them does not love her for being gentle and sensible. He said Lin Ruoshi's message do not disturb function and continued to be affectionate with Su Qianyin, not being affected by Lin Ruoshi's mood at all. On the other side, Lin Ruoshi was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Yusin, is it true that Li Yang and that bitch stayed out all night at the same time? Lin Ruoshi excitedly grabbed her best friend Ning Yusin's hand, completely disregarding her image. Yes, and they were seen entering the hotel together. Ning Yusin didn't know that Lin Ruoshi's attitude towards Li Yang had undergone a drastic change, so she answered her questions truthfully. After hearing this, Lin Ruoshi felt both excited and disappointed, and burst into tears while hugging her best friend. It's over, it's all over. Li Yang may really not accept me anymore. He hasn't replied to my messages for 2 days. This has never happened before. Li Yang is not worthy of you at all, why do you care who he sleeps with? You can't force yourself to be with someone like Li Yang just because you are not making any progress with Haningjie. Ning Yusin's face was full of disgust when she mentioned Li Yang. You don't know, Li Yang is much richer than Haningjie, and he's also very generous. The other day I went out with Haningjie, and he begged me to buy me a bag, but Li Yang bought Su Qianyin more than a dozen Chanel bags without even blinking an eye. How rich must he be? Lin Ruoshi was filled with remorse. Why didn't she pretend again? If she had saved Li Yang's face on the day she confessed her love, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Ning Yusin had seen how Li Yang licked Lin Ruoshi's boots, and she felt that as long as Lin Ruoshi waved, Li Yang would definitely come back and continue to lick her. But she didn't sympathize with Lin Ruoshi at all. She felt that she deserved it. Such a rich man didn't cherish her and might as well give her to herself. If she was really sure that Li Yang would no longer accept Lin Ruoshi, she would still give it a try. She felt that her figure and appearance were no worse than Lin Ruoshi's, and she would definitely be liked by Li Yang. She patted Lin Ruoshi on the back and comforted her, no matter how rich he has been your lapdog for so long. He is sincere to you. Now he should be playing hard to get to let you know how good he is. Lin Ruoshi thought about it and it made sense. Li Yang was so rich, yet he was willing to spend so much time and energy on her, doing the most ordinary things to impress her. It was not until I rejected him that he went to find another woman. Isn't this obviously making me angry? Even if they went to the hotel, Li Yang probably wouldn't touch that woman. He was just pretending that he only loved her in his heart. Thinking of this, Lin Ruoshi felt much more at ease. Next, she had to be more proactive to calm Li Yang down and let him know that she still cared about him. What would Su Qianyin be by then? She would ask Li Yang to cut off contact with that bitch, and Li Yang would definitely agree. Yusin, you're right. Li Yang can't let me go so quickly. He will continue to love me. Lin Ruoshi wiped away her tears, full of confidence that she would be able to make Li Yang change his mind. When Ning Yusin saw her like this, a trace of unwillingness flashed in her eyes. She usually follows Lin Ruoshi as a supporting role. Now that she has finally been able to come into contact with a rich man, she will of course fight for herself. This is related to the quality of her life in the second half of her life, so she will not show mercy. Ah, it's already past 12 o'clock, I skipped class. Su Qianyin sat up suddenly and saw Li Yang still sleeping soundly. He was unable to ask for leave for her. But when she thought about what happened last night, she felt it was understandable. What's more, Li Yang was her sponsor now. How could she be angry with her sponsor? Li Yang was also woken up by her. He looked at the time and realized he had missed the class. Now that things have come to this, he can go to the counselor to make excuses later. Su Qianyin was not a studious person, so she quickly accepted the fact. She looked at Li Yang, who had just woken up. He was becoming more and more handsome. How come she hadn't noticed it before? It must be because his hairstyle and clothing are too rustic. Since I am his woman, I must teach him how to dress and play my role well. Li Yang is also in good shape, as he has been exercising all the time. His broad shoulders are strong and firm, his abdomen is flat and tight, and his muscle lines are faintly visible. Let's go. I'll take you to a Michelin restaurant for dinner, and then we can go shopping for a while. This coincided with Su Qianyin's idea. She also wanted Li Yang to take her out to eat delicious food, buy some clothes, and match a set of clothes for Li Yang. She happily hummed a song while getting dressed, and soon they arrived at the Michelin restaurant. After the two of them sat down, a waiter came over and asked what they wanted to order. Li Yang glanced at the menu casually and thought that the portions of dishes in this restaurant were very small, so he said to the waiter, "Please serve all the dishes on the menu." Su Qianyin's eyes were instantly full of stars when she looked at Li Yang. How could she be so lucky that not only did she meet such a rich and generous sponsor, but he was also quite handsome? Ding! Su Qianyin's favorability increased by 5. The current favorability of Su Qianyin is 75. When the favorability reaches 80, the host will receive a random reward from the system. More favorability. A woman like Su Qianyin is really simple to deal with. If you show your financial strength in front of her and spend money generously on her, she will continue to favor you. Li Yang, can I be your woman forever? As long as you don't drive me away, I can accept anything. Su Qianyin looked at Li Yang with a hint of pleading. She didn't want to look for a sponsor anymore. Even if she found one, would he be as rich as Li Yang? Would he be as generous as Li Yang? Would he be as handsome as Li Yang? Obviously, it is very difficult, almost impossible to find such a high-quality sponsor again, and she also likes that aspect. Chapter 8: Lin Ruoshi's Entanglement. Li Yang patted her head and said, "Silly girl, your request is not high. You just want to stay with me. Of course you can." Su Qianyin's physical advantage is also difficult to replace, and the two of them are quite compatible in that aspect. As long as she is obedient and sensible, there is no harm in her staying by his side, and it won't hinder him from looking for new prey. Su Qianyin smiled with satisfaction. At this time, the dishes have been served one after another. Beef stew and red wine, French baked snails, foie gras, jipin honey barbecued pork, abalone crisps. Each dish was carefully cooked and had great color, aroma, and taste. The two of them ate with satisfaction. The dishes were served one after another, and the two felt like they were having a buffet at a Michelin restaurant. Su Qianyin's vanity was greatly satisfied, and she finally felt the world of the rich. She never wanted to leave Li Yang again. After paying the bill, Li Yang found that the system gave him a 10,000-fold cashback, so it was okay for him to have dinner with good-looking people of the opposite sex, so that he could use the initial funds given by the system. He should ask more goddesses out for dinner in the future. After the two finished their meal, they went to the mall to buy clothes. Su Qianyin pulled Li Yang into Hermes. She was very knowledgeable about how to dress and quickly picked out a suitable set of clothes and matched the shoes for Li Yang. With the addition of clothes, Li Yang looks fashionable and handsome, and he also looks a lot richer. Su Qianyin took him to get a suitable hairstyle, and Li Yang's image changed a lot. Although his appearance was only 6.5 points, after this transformation, he looked at least 7 points, which was the kind of appearance that could be spotted at a glance and be stunning among a group of people. Li Yang looked at himself in the mirror and felt his eyes brighten. This woman has a very good aesthetic taste. He could let her buy his clothes in the future. In fact, it was Su Qianyin who paid for Li Yang's transformation out of her own pocket. After the renovation was completed, it was almost time for class. Walking on the campus, Li Yang clearly felt that the girls passing by were looking at him intentionally or unintentionally, and were even discussing something. Su Qianyin also felt it and secretly regretted dressing Li Yang so handsomely. What should she do if there are more and more women around him in the future? When he was almost at the teaching building, Li Yang heard a girl calling him hurriedly from behind. "Classmate. Classmate, wait a minute." Li Yang stopped after confirming that the female classmate was calling him. "What's wrong?" The female classmate pointed to a very quiet girl in the distance and said, "My friend really wants to meet you and wants your contact information. She hesitated for a long time and still didn't want to miss the opportunity to meet you, so I came to help her get it." Li Yang looked at Su Qianin's murderous eyes, then looked at the girl in the distance, and decided to refuse. Although the girl had regular features and was considered a pretty girl, her figure was too plain. If it were in the past, he might have liked her, but now that he has tasted the sweetness of a beauty like Su Qianin, he will definitely not like a girl who is obviously not as good as her. "Excuse me, I have a girlfriend." As he said that, Li Yang pulled Su Qianin into his arms. Su Qianin buried her head in his arms and smiled with satisfaction. The girl who came to ask for contact information had to walk away disappointedly. Her friend had never wanted to get to know a boy so much in all these years, but she didn't expect to be rejected from the first step. Lin Ruoshi and Ning Yusin stood aside and witnessed everything. At first, they looked at a very handsome boy for a few seconds, and then a girl came up and asked for his WeChat. How come Li Yang suddenly became so handsome after changing his clothes and hairstyle? Although she knew that Li Yang and Su Qianin went to the hotel together yesterday, Lin Ruoshi was still furious when she saw them hugging each other with her own eyes. There was no way she would give such a handsome and wealthy man to anyone else. Before Ning Yusin could react, Lin Ruoshi rushed forward. She pushed Su Qianin away and was about to hold Li Yang's hand when she was slapped by Su Qianin and stood there in a daze. "You pushed me away and tried to hold my boyfriend's hand. Are you trying to be a mistress openly?" Su Qianin looked down at her, and because she was much taller than Lin Ruoshi, she had a stronger aura. Lin Ruoshi didn't expect to be treated like this, and Li Yang had no intention of helping her. Her tears flowed uncontrollably. "Li Yang, don't you like me the most? Are you just going to watch this bitch beat me?" Lin Ruoshi questioned Li Yang unwillingly, like an abandoned woman. If you don't know, you would think that Li Yang was sorry for her. Li Yang was calm and even wanted to laugh. "I pursued you openly before, but you rejected me. There was no relationship between us. I can pursue you or give up on you. It's normal. Now I have a girlfriend. Please don't bother me anymore." Su Qianin was speechless about this woman. She was openly with Li Yang, so how could she be considered a bitch? Since Li Yang has also talked about her and I just slapped her, let's just forget about it. Lin Ruoshi obviously didn't believe what Li Yang said. She had spent a lot of time and effort to keep Li Yang hanging. How could she let him go so quickly? Impossible. Everything he did was just to make her angry. As long as Lin Ruoshi was willing to come back, Li Yang would still love her as before. She is Li Yang's only white moonlight, and no one can replace her. Thinking of this, she didn't care about maintaining her persona and took the opportunity to throw herself into Li Yang's arms, but was pushed away by Su Qianin's quick eyes and hands. Is this kind of woman worthy of touching her man? The most important thing is that Li Yang doesn't want to touch her. They were currently located near the stairs, and Su Qianin's push caused Lin Ruoshi to fall down the stairs in a miserable state. Ning Yusin stood there and watched the show. As a bystander, after what happened just now, she had basically judged that Li Yang had probably given up on Lin Ruoshi. The more Lin Ruoshi pestered him at this time, the more disgusted Li Yang would be, so she had to wait until Lin Ruoshi pestered him to the point of being annoying before pulling her away to completely cut off Li Yang's thoughts about her. After seeing Su Qianin up close, Ning Yusin gradually lost confidence in her strategy to win over Li Yang. She was too kind. After Li Yang slept with such a beautiful girl, it would be difficult for him to be attracted to ordinary girls again. In contrast, she is not very confident about her looks, but she is very confident in her skills in courting people. Ning Yusin saw Lin Ruoshi fall down the stairs, so she quickly helped her up and whispered to her, "Ruoshi, Li Yang is obviously still angry. Let's go first. Don't lower your status." Lin Ruoshi looked around and saw that many classmates had stopped to watch the show, while others were discussing their own affairs. Is that Li Yang? How come he suddenly becomes so handsome and charming? Two girls are fighting over him out of jealousy. Fuck, that's Su Qianin. He actually chased after Su Qianin. Although this guy is pretty, she's Su Qianin. He got such a good deal. What do you know? Not only is she pretty, she's also rich. She took her school girlfriend shopping and bought a dozen Chanel bags at once. Now I know why Su Qianin likes him. I didn't expect this guy to be so rich. It turns out he was pretending to be a grandson here. That's not right. Didn't Lin Ruoshi look down on him? Why is she throwing herself into his arms now? At that time, Li Yang pretended to be poor and her clothes were rustic. She looked down on him, but now that he is rich, she starts to pester him. That's how reality is. This is just giving her a useless opportunity. Although the voices of everyone's discussions were not loud, they were heard by the parties involved because the distance was very close. Chapter 9: Get System Cashback by Playing Carnival. When Lin Ruoshi heard everyone's discussions, her face turned very ugly and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Although she was willing to give him a chance because she discovered Li Yang, how can she say it was for money? I hope the other bootlickers don't think so, otherwise there won't be so many ATMs in labor. Li Yang didn't want to be bothered by Lin Ruoshi anymore, so he pulled Su Qianyin into the teaching building, and the two went to their respective classrooms for class. After arriving at the classroom, Li Yang found a seat, sat down and continued to use the 10000X cashback card to get cash back. When he opened Douyin, he saw Lu Ling's live broadcast room. Li Yang scrolled down without thinking. Now Lu Ling's favorability has exceeded 60. The increase in favorability will be very slow if you continue to increase it. It is better to increase it with other anchors so that you can get random rewards from the system faster. Moreover, he has spent a lot of money on Lu Ling. If Lu Ling is sensible and comes to him, he will continue to spend money on her. If Lu Ling doesn't have this realization, then let us stop here. Li Yang doesn't want to spend too much energy on someone who can see but can't eat. Li Yang was scrolling through the live broadcast rooms out of boredom. He didn't know how many live broadcast rooms he had passed before the system prompt finally rang. Ding! A good-looking person of the opposite sex is detected. Name: Lin Xian. Age: 28. Body shape: 8.5 points. Appearance: 8.1 points. Favorability: 20 points. Seeing Li Yang enter the live broadcast room, Lin Xian welcomed him as usual. Welcome brother Yang to my live broadcast room. Lin Xian is tall, with long, white and straight legs and a well-proportioned figure. This woman had the most outrageous chest-to-waist ratio Li Yang had ever seen. Her long wavy hair was lazily draped over her shoulders. Her facial features were three-dimensional and beautiful, and she looked aloof and unapproachable. It's quite interesting. Wearing a white shirt gives off an ascetic temperament, and the contrast will be very fascinating. Now she wanted to see if this woman would remain calm when she received the carnival special effects rain. Li Yang entered the live broadcast room and started watching the carnival without saying a word. Yang gives away Carnival X1. Yang gives away Carnival X2. Yang sends Carnival X3. Yang gave away Carnival X4. Yang sends Carnival X101. At first, Lin Xian's expression was relatively calm, and she thanked Yang in a flat tone. When she had swiped through more than 50 carnivals, Lin Xian's eyes and body movements showed that she was very happy and excited. When thanking Yang, her tone was relaxed and her voice was upbeat, her eyes and mouth were slightly curved, making her look particularly charming and attractive. The number of comments in the live broadcast room gradually increased, and many people knew Yang, the rich man. Brother Yang is out again. He is a real rich man. I don't know if it hurts to say that someone borrowed money to pretend a few days ago. He is so talented and still needs to pretend. It's obviously very smooth. Brother, do you like little brother? I also want to get rich overnight. The host has a good mental state. If it were me, I would have gone crazy with excitement, but she has remained expressionless. Xian, take advantage of this opportunity. There are many people who want to conquer Yang. The more carnivals Yang watched, the more heated the discussions in the live broadcast room became, and the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was very active. Thank you brother Yang for the carnival. As she scrolled through the pages, Lin Xian's way of addressing Li Yang changed. Recently, Yang's crazy gift-giving at the carnival has become a hot topic on the platform. Lin Xian has also seen the live broadcast recording of Li Yang giving gifts, but when it happened to her, she still found it incredible. It was an unexpected surprise in her life. After giving these gifts, Li Yang found that it was a bit difficult to increase the favorability of this woman. In the past, when giving these gifts to other anchors, he could at least increase it by 10 to 20 points. I have completed 101 carnivals with Zhang Xian, but my favorability hasn't increased at all. The favorability level has not increased, but the system rebate has been received, so this wave of work has not been in vain. Li Yang continued to scroll down, and it took more than 10 minutes before he received a system prompt. Ding! A good-looking person of the opposite sex is detected. Name: Su Xiaoming. Age: 23. Body shape: 7.9 points. Appearance: 8.1 points. Favorability: 0 points. The girl in the camera is singing. Her sweet voice and appearance are very healing to those who listen to her. She has a bob haircut, big eyes and soft facial features, and wears a cute Lolita dress. She is truly a goddess for otakus. Welcome Yang Yang to Xiaoming's live broadcast room. It would be nice to have a girl like this around in the future, so Li Yang started the carnival without saying a word. Yang Yang gave away Carnival X1. Yang Yang gives away Carnival X2. Yang Yang sends Carnival X3. Yang Yang gave away Carnival X4. Yang Yang sends Carnival X66. At first, Su Xiaoming danced happily, singing and dancing to thank Yang Yang. But as the number of Li Yang carnivals increased, Su Xiaoming became uneasy. She was worried that the person who was buying the carnival was actually a weird uncle in real life, and that the money was used to buy her body, and if he didn't agree, he would have to return it intact. Seeing the smile on her face gradually disappear, Li Yang guessed what she was thinking. Li Yang wrote a line in the comment area, "Don't worry, these are still for you, no other conditions attached." Su Xiaoming was obviously relieved after seeing this, and her favorability towards the person who gave her gifts soared. She has been an anchor for some time and knows something about the unspoken rules of this industry. Giving away large gifts like this is usually some kind of transaction, and it is rarely a pure gift. She thinks people like Yang Yang are rare and they respect herself very much. Ding! Su Xiaoming's favorability increased by 35. Su Xiaoming's favorability is currently 35. When the favorability reaches 60 or 80, the host will receive a random reward from the system. Su Xiaoming stood up and made a big heart shape towards the screen. "Yang Yang, thank you. Love you." Without the psychological burden, Su Xiaoming returned to her usual lively and lovely self. At the same time, Li Yang also received cash back from the system. 198 million yuan has been credited to your bank card account. Li Yang was also infected by the lively and cheerful girl while looking at the screen. He couldn't help but smile and didn't notice that a teacher had just passed by. It was the system's consumption reminder that reminded him. Ding! A good-looking person of the opposite sex is detected. Name, Zhao Shirhan. Age, 28. Body, 8.4 points. Appearance, 7.9 points. Favorability, 35 points. Li Yang was confused. He was in class. How could a good-looking person of the opposite sex suddenly appear? If so, how could he not know about it? Just kidding, he can tell whether the opposite sex has a good figure and delicate facial features in just 1 second. He looked left and right, and the person closest to him was his professional teacher, Mr. Zhao. Could it be that Teacher Zhao is called Zhao Shirhan, right? It seems that this is her real name. Although he didn't like studying, he was still deeply impressed by this female teacher. Not only him, but all the boys in the class were deeply impressed by her, and they would even reminisce about her on some lonely nights. This teacher is much more beautiful than most of the students. She is very recognizable and feminine. The charm and intelligence emanating from her inside out made people blush. For a long time, Li Yang deliberately avoided looking at her for fear that he would have some terrible thoughts. She actually has a 35% favorability towards me. When did this happen? They rarely communicate with each other. Zhao Shirhan, who was standing not far away, secretly glanced at Li Yang again. She had also heard about the recent gossip in the class. She also knew that 2 women were fighting for 1 man and that Li Yang bought a bag for Su Qianin. The Li Yang in the gossip was somewhat different from the Li Yang in her impression. Out of curiosity, she paid more attention to Li Yang today. Unexpectedly, he changed his style. He looked particularly handsome in this way and she couldn't help but feel a little amorous. When I passed by his seat, I saw him casually browsing Carnival. It seems that he has been pretending to be an ordinary person, but now he doesn't want to pretend anymore. If it weren't for the limitations of their respective identities, she would also want to actively pursue a boy like this. What a pity, she doesn't even have the qualifications. Li Yang was filled with emotion as he looked at Zhao Shirhan's perky butt and slender waist. This woman was more complicated to approach, so he decided to just wait and see. He exited the Douyin live broadcast room and casually looked at the private messages. Since there were too many private messages, he only looked at those from the hosts to whom he had given gifts. Lin Shuer, Brother Yang, please add a green bubble. You can see the real me there. Brother Yang, you are so kind to Shuer. Picture. Books. Both pictures show off the body, making Li Yang blush. Because it was class time, he took a quick look at it and closed it, leaving it to read slowly in the evening. Li Yang sent the green bubble number to Lin Shuer and continued to read private messages. Lin Xian, thank you very much, brother Yang. Can I have your contact information? Li Yang didn't expect that an icy beauty like Lin Xian would take the initiative to ask for his contact information. He felt a little secretly delighted in his heart. Is this the power of money? He copied his green bubble number and sent it. Then he clicked on Su Xiaomeng as private message. Su Xiaomeng, brother, you should come and watch my live broadcast more often. Add your contact information so that when someone gets bullied during a PK, they can call you. Will you protect others? Unexpectedly, this little girl's private message was also so playful and cute, so Li Yang copied the green bubble number and sent it to her. There were still hundreds of private messages left. He clicked on a few of them at random. Most of them were sent by little fairies. I'm an 8 for looks and a 9 for body. I like baking and traveling. I see you're financially sound. If you're also good looking, you can contact me and I'll consider it. Li Yang clicked on this person's homepage and did not receive any system notification at all. It was obvious that the score she said was just her own guess. Chapter 10, Female Lawyers from Peking University and Tsinghua University. My best friend said that with my looks, figure, and inner qualities, I need to marry a man with assets of at least 100 million to be worthy of me. If you meet the conditions, you can reply to me. If not, forget it. Li Yang clicked on this person's homepage and also did not receive any system prompt. He shook his head helplessly, wondering how a person could be so ignorant of himself. He randomly clicked on a few private messages and saw that some people had sent him very revealing full-body selfies. Most of them were women, and a few were men. Li Yang felt a little uncomfortable after reading it, so he stopped watching. There were still more than 20 minutes before the end of Get Out of Class, and Li Yang opened Douyin again to watch the live broadcast, looking for a female anchor who met the system threshold. When I saw a female anchor popularizing legal knowledge, the system prompt sounded. Ding! A good-looking person of the opposite sex is detected. Name, Xu Yuran. Age, 25. Body shape, 7.6 points. Appearance, 7.9 points. Favorability, 0 points. Xu Yuran sat upright at the desk, wearing a professional suit, her hair neatly tied up, her facial features bright and elegant. Due to her hot body, the buttons of her professional suit were about to burst open, and Li Yang was worried for her. What kind of person is this anchor? Is he promoting legal knowledge or is he an entertainment anchor? Li Yang looked at the comments section. Most of them were asking about legal knowledge. Xu Yuran answered them very seriously and looked very professional. He clicked on the host's homepage introduction and learned that she graduated with a master's degree from Peking University and Tsinghua University. The key information of her relevant academic certificates was censored on the homepage. All this information made Li Yang very interested in this woman. Coincidentally, she also met the system's reward requirements, so let's start rewarding her. Yang Yang gives away Carnival X1. Yang Yang gives away Carnival X2. Yang Yang sends Carnival X3. Yang Yang gave away Carnival X4. Yang Yang sends Carnival X69. When Xu Yuran saw the uninterrupted Carnival special effects, she was surprised at first, and then she seemed to cry with joy. Li Yang even suspected that he had seen it wrong. Normally speaking, with her education and ability, she should not be short of money. Thank you Yang Yang for the carnival. If you need to consult legal questions, you can leave comments and ask questions in the live broadcast room. Xu Yuran behaved relatively naturally, but her need for gifts was obviously stronger than that of other anchors. The people in the live broadcast room became nervous when they saw so many carnivals, and made many comments that made Li Yang laugh and cry. Brother, what kind of crime did you commit to deserve so many gifts? Turn yourself in as soon as possible. You killed someone? It's useless to kill as many people as you can. Just wait to die. Did the kid steal his parents' phone? What a naughty kid, wasting his parents' hard work. This guy is quite aggressive. He entered the live broadcast room and started to swipe without saying a word. He is really rich. If I were really rich, I wouldn't have to come here for consultation. Xu Yuran looked at the comments section and was worried that it was really like what everyone said. Yang Yang had committed a serious crime by giving gifts, and if the problem could not be solved, he would definitely have to return them. I am also worried that naughty children have used their parents' phones to browse around. In this case, even if the parents ask for it back, they have to return it. She really needs the money now. Yang, I just wanted to give her a gift because she's so beautiful and professional. Stop making random guesses. After reading Yang's comments, Xu Yuran finally felt relieved. Yang's remarks not only affirmed her own value, but also showed that she did not ask for anything in return. She was very grateful and couldn't help but feel curious about Yang. Ding! Xu Yuran's favorability increased by 10. Currently, Xu Yuran's favorability is 10. When the favorability reaches 60 or 80, the host will receive a random reward from the system. The comments section was even more excited when they saw Li Yang's reply. What? I just wanted to give you a reward. If you want to give me a reward, you will spend several years' salary of an ordinary person in one go. Will I die if there is one more rich person like me in this world? So he is Yang. He really lives up to his reputation. He is truly a rich man. Aw, brother, look at me. I know a lot of special skills. Please favor me. The comments section popped up so quickly that it was dizzying, and Li Yang was too lazy to read it anymore. Your bank card account has received 207,000,000. Seeing that the system cashback had already arrived in his account, he continued to swipe. Improving Xu Yuran's favorability is not something that can be done overnight, it requires accumulation over time. At this time, Zhao Shurhan came to his side. Seeing that he was always looking at the beautiful female anchor, she felt jealous. She also broadcast live in her spare time, so why didn't she meet someone like Li Yang who would watch the carnival at the slightest disagreement? And she is no worse than these female anchors, so why doesn't Li Yang like her? Since she already had some feelings for Li Yang, coupled with the competitive spirit among women, her desire to get closer to Li Yang reached its peak. If she can get this man, she is willing to resign. Isn't the money Li Yang gives her much more than what she earns at work? Li Yang also felt Zhao Shurhan's gaze. This time he did not avoid or restrain himself, but boldly expressed his desire for her. Zhao Shurhan seemed to feel his lustful and burning gaze, her face turned red instantly, and she quickly looked away. Ding! Zhao Shurhan's favorability increased by 10. Currently, Zhao Shurhan's favorability is 45. When the favorability reaches 60 or 80, the host will receive a random reward from the system. Li Yang smiled secretly in his heart. Just a glance at her could increase her favorability by 10 points. This woman was totally unable to resist his charm. At this time, he saw the private message sent by Xu Yuran. Xu Yuran, Yang, thank you for your gift. Please send me the green bubble number. I will thank you very much when I get out of the trough. Less than 2 minutes after Li Yang sent the green bubble number, he received a friend request from Xu Yuran, in which she noted her own name. Low point? No wonder she was more excited than other female anchors when people gave her gifts, and this excitement didn't seem to be because of love for money. After meeting her through his friend, Li Yang wanted to know more about this girl. Li Yang, you don't have to pay too much attention to the gift I gave you. It was just a gift from me. I didn't intend to exchange it for anything. You just said you were in a low period? What happened? Tell me and I may be able to help you. Xu Yuran, I started my business at the end of last year during a special period and lost more than 2 million yuan. Now I still have more than 1 million yuan to pay back. I shouldn't have told you this. I've been feeling very depressed lately, and it might make me feel better if I talk to you. No matter what, your gift really helped me when I was in trouble, and I will always remember it in my heart. It turned out that he was in debt due to the failure of his business venture, so he was so excited to receive the money. But think about it, she is a top student and very beautiful, otherwise she wouldn't work so hard on live streaming. Chapter 11 Teleport Card. Li Yang, you are so capable, you will definitely be able to pay it back. I believe in you. I will go to the live broadcast room to support you when the time comes. The get out of class was over by then. When Li Yang saw that Xu Yuran did not reply in time, he put the phone in his pocket and returned to the dormitory. Although they were just 2 simple sentences, Xu Yuran burst into tears after reading them. Ever since her business failed, none of her relatives and friends cared about her as much as before. They all stayed away from her, fearing that she would borrow money from them. She had no intention of dragging them down, she just wanted to be comforted. She couldn't bear it alone, and had no one to talk to about her countless night breakdowns. If it weren't for this, she might not have told her situation to an online friend she had just met. Just now she received 2 debt collection calls. The other party said that if she couldn't pay back the money, they would send text messages to everyone she knew and would sue her later. She had already used the money Li Yang had spent on gifts to pay back, and she had no more money to pay. She looked at her slender, white legs and curvy figure. If Yang liked her, could he help her pay off her debt? This can also be considered an equal exchange. Of course, the premise is that he is willing. She has remained a virgin for so many years and has never even had a relationship. She has spent most of her time studying and taking exams. She originally wanted to leave the most important thing to her future husband, but she didn't expect to give it to someone she had never met. But her intuition told her that Yang was good in every aspect. At least he respected her, did not ask for anything in return, and did not take advantage of her. On the other side, Yang received a system prompt. Ding! Chu Yuran's favorability increased by 20. Currently, Chu Yuran's favorability is 30. When the favorability reaches 60 or 80, the host will receive a random reward from the system. What is going on? 2 minutes have passed since he sent the message and Chu Yuran hasn't replied yet, but his favorability towards her has suddenly increased. Could it be that these 2 sentences particularly touched her? Before he had time to think about it, Chu Yuran's video call popped up and he subconsciously clicked to answer it. The next scene made him drool. Chu Yuran appeared naked in the video, with her hair casually draped over her shoulders, looking charming and seductive. Her neck is slender and elegant, with smooth lines, as noble as a swan. Her skin is white and delicate, and her clavicle lines are clear and slightly raised, which perfectly shows her skinny beauty. When she turned her head slightly, the skin on her neck trembled slightly, exuding a charming charm. The collarbone appeared and disappeared with her movements, adding a mysterious attraction. The moment Chu Yuran saw Li Yang, she was stunned. She didn't expect that the person who gave her gifts without saying anything was almost her age. And he is very handsome. His comfort, his help, and his selflessness suddenly add a lot of points. At this moment, she looked at the man and felt her heart pounding for the first time. She hurriedly tried to move the camera away. However, when moving the camera, he ended up allowing Li Yang to see more of the scenery, as well as that slender beautiful leg. Ding! Chu Yuran's favorability increased by 30. Chu Yuran's current favorability is 60. The favorability has reached 60. The host will receive a random reward from the system. The favorability level increased again, and it increased by 30 points at once. It seems that this woman is a bit obsessed with looks. I've attended so many carnivals, but my favorability hasn't increased much. Now, just one eye contact is enough to make up for it. Chu Yuran also realized that her operational mistake had caused her to be seen naked by Li Yang, so she simply stopped struggling. She just wanted to see what he looked like and decide whether to make a deal with him. Now he looks much better than she imagined, and they are of similar age. Even if he was not in debt, she would consider whether to let this man be her boyfriend. What's more, she needs a large sum of money now. Li Yang looked at Chu Yuran, who seemed to be deep in thought in the video, and his eyes looked uncontrollably at a certain part of his body. Chu Yuran seemed to muster up her courage and straightened her body, revealing her good figure. Let me be frank. I have a loan of over 1 million and it's going to be overdue soon. I'm at my wit's end. If you can help me pay it back, you can do anything you want to me. She hid shyly, and when she looked up again her face was flushed. Afraid that Li Yang would not agree, she added, I'm still a virgin. Also, I don't think this is a pure transaction. I have feelings for you, too. If possible, I want to be your woman, and we can get along like normal boyfriends and girlfriends. After Chu Yuran finished speaking, she looked at Li Yang with pleading eyes. She had mustered all her courage and made the most radical decision in her life. After saying this, he seemed to have used up all his strength and resigned himself to waiting for Li Yang's reply. I do. Li Yang swallowed hard, his voice becoming hoarse. More than 1 million deducted from the system's original fund was nothing to him. Chu Yuran sat up happily, her face surging. Okay, it's a deal. As it was her first time doing such a thing and she was too shy, she hung up the video in a panic after she finished speaking. After hanging up the video, Li Yang drew a random reward from the system. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a teleportation card, valid for 48 hours. Teleport card? You can't get cash back for this. He read the instructions carefully, tried it, and instantly arrived at the school cafeteria. Looking at the busy cafeteria, he was in a trance for a moment. After confirming that the teleportation card was genuine and valid, Li Yang found it very novel and much more interesting than cashback. Who hasn't he fantasized about having all kinds of superpowers? Besides, he now has the system and will have many opportunities to make money in the future. Since I can teleport from the dormitory to the cafeteria 500 meters away, can I teleport to Chu Yuren's home? Thinking of this, he quickly teleported back to the dormitory, asked for Chu Yuren's address, and said he wanted to go find her. Then he changed into a handsome set of clothes, fixed his hair, and teleported to the door of Chu Yuren's house. When Chu Yuren saw her, her eyes widened in surprise. How come she was there right after she typed the address? How come it's so fast? It's been less than 2 minutes since I sent the address? Li Yang looked at Chu Yuren, who was even more beautiful and graceful than in the video. She was wearing a thin white nightgown, which was very short. Chapter 12, Alone with Chu Yuren. He picked up Chu Yuren, closed the door, and went straight to the bedroom. Ah! The moment Chu Yuren saw Li Yang, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Although she didn't know this man well enough, she knew that he would do what he said and would not hurt her. This may be because she has had no one to rely on for a long time, or it may be because of the attraction between men and women. Many questions sank before they were even asked. More than 2 hours later, Li Yang looked at the woman on the bed. There was a thin layer of sweat on her fair skin, a few strands of hair stuck to her face, and her face was full of satisfaction. The drops of blood on the sheets bloomed like red roses. Chu Yuren raised her eyes and looked at him. Why did you come so soon? I'm not fast at all, you know. If you hadn't begged for mercy. Chu Yuren couldn't listen any longer and interrupted him. Okay, I admit that you are amazing. Li Yang smiled proudly. He had been exercising for a long time and his advantages finally showed up. He casually touched her long white legs and explained, actually, this is a coincidence. My friend and I came here to play and happened to eat at the restaurant downstairs from your house. When I saw the address, I was stunned. Of course Li Yang would not tell her about teleportation. Even if he did, she probably wouldn't believe it. Besides, he didn't want to tell anyone about the system. What if others find out and the system disappears? Besides, if I explain this to Chu Yuren, she will feel that their fate is wonderful, which will be conducive to subsequent developments. Chu Yuren looked at Li Yang lovingly, so that's how it is. From the time we met until now, it's like a dream. Everything is so incredible. She found someone she loved and was able to pay off the debt that had been tormenting her for so long. Li Yang picked up his phone and transferred 1.5 million to her as agreed. You don't have to work so hard in the future. I've transferred the money to you. Use it to pay off your debts. Li Yang spoke casually. Chu Yuren looked at the transfer record excitedly, then turned around, hugged Li Yang and kissed him. Yang, thank you so much. I will be debt-free from now on. Chu Yuren's smile was brighter than ever before. Don't call me Yang anymore, my name is Li Yang, you can also call me husband. Chu Yuren's face turned red and she raised her fist and punched Li Yang in the chest. I'm going back first. I have classes tomorrow. You don't have to live stream anymore, and you can stay at my school. I'll send you the address then. Chu Yuren didn't expect that such a young and promising man was still a student, and her admiration for Li Yang increased a little more. After teleporting back to the dormitory, he heard his roommates discussing him. Li Yang is quite handsome in taking photos. He can handle such tricky angles. Otherwise, why would those girls like him? He's exaggerating. He posted on the confession wall more than 10 times in one day. Is he trying to turn the tables on the school hunk? Li Yang, stop pretending, just laugh if you want to. Li Yang probably understood the content of his roommate's conversation, but he was also a little confused. Is he really that popular now? He opened the confession wall and took a look, only to find that he had been secretly photographed many times outside, and some of the angles were particularly tricky. It feels good to be noticed and secretly loved by others. Hearing his roommate still calling him, Li Yang quickly replied, I specially put on this outfit and even got my hair done, how can I not look handsome? Shen Jie and several other roommates always felt that Li Yang had changed a lot during this period of time, and guessed that his change was because he was rejected by Lin Ruoshi in public. After all, he had invested so much love and money, and had done almost everything he had to be good to her. It was really a blow to her that it had turned out like this. Li Yang, some things can't be forced. We are happy for you to get better, but you have to do it within your ability. They also heard about Li Yang buying a bag for Su Qianin. They knew that Li Yang came from an ordinary family and that he must have borrowed a lot of money from online loan platforms to be able to come up with so much money. This is all Lin Ruoshi's fault. Li Yang spent money to bribe Su Qianyin in order to save face. He must have been greatly stimulated to do this. Lin Ruoshi is really not a human being, she is a green tea bitch. Yes, Li Yang. We have been worried about you these past few days, and we don't know how to comfort you. Lin Ruoshi is not worthy of your love at all. It is better to let her go as soon as possible. You become handsome now, and there are many girls who like you. Don't be sad for Lin Ruoshi anymore, and don't take out a loan just to piss her off. Li Yang was confused by his roommate's chatter, but he could tell that everyone was doing it for his own good, and he felt touched. I don't have any loans, and I've let go of Lin Ruoshi a long time ago. This kind of green tea is not worthy of my love. I just didn't know the person well and was deceived before. Li Yang explained patiently. Then where did you get so much money? Is it true that you have been hiding your identity as a rich second generation as the rumors say? Rumored? It seems that his changes have attracted a lot of people's attention. Is everyone discussing him in private? It doesn't matter, as long as it's not a negative discussion. He didn't want to hear people calling him a toad wanting to eat swan flesh or a dog licker anymore. These words were the evidence that he was deceived and played by Lin Ruoshi. Hearing them reminded him of the times when he was sad and upset for Lin Ruoshi. If it weren't for the system, he might have to bear this humiliation throughout his college career, and all of this was caused by Lin Ruoshi. My family made some money from business, and we were indeed an ordinary family before. Li Yang found a legitimate reason to tell his roommates that it was too bizarre to have obtained the system. The roommates were relieved when they heard this. It seemed that Li Yang really intended to let go of Lin Ruoshi and start a new life. They had been trying to persuade him for so long, but he still didn't let it go. Only when Lin Ruoshi refused did he let it go. It turned out that the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. Li Yang, sure, you're a second-generation rich man now, don't forget to treat us to a meal. Then Su Qianyin isn't the actress you paid for. Is what's going on between you two real? Did you really do it to her? Li Yang scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, I'll treat everyone to dinner in 2 days. Su Qianyin and I are exactly as you see us. We are not acting. As soon as he said this, his roommates looked at him with envy. 2 years had passed since they started college, and he was still single. Not to mention a beauty like Su Qianyin, he couldn't even chase after a girl who was decent enough. Chapter 13, Stamina Bonus Card. You are so lucky, Su Qianyin is one of the top 4 beauties in our school. Li Yang is awesome. Han Ningjia has always coveted Su Qianyin, but she doesn't care whether she pays attention to him or not. Compared to you, Han Ningjia is nothing. Be careful that Han Ningjia will take revenge on you. You stole the woman he liked. He is notoriously stingy and might plot against you. Li Yang also noticed the hostility in Han Ningjia's eyes, but he was not worried about his revenge. After all, he could not compete with him in terms of financial strength. The Han family had a net worth of over 100 million at most, so he would only have a few cents left. The money Li Yang received back from the system today is more than enough to buy out the entire Han family. As for why he failed to get Su Qianyin, it was also this reason. He didn't have much money in his pocket, and he usually drove a Rolls-Royce around to sleep with women. The little money he had was all spent on packaging himself. Su Qianyin is a smart woman and very realistic. She will only consider a man who can spend real money on her. She doesn't want to bother with a man who only makes empty promises. I'll be careful of Han Ningjia. After Li Yang finished speaking, he remembered that his 10,000-fold cashback card was about to expire, so he quickly started working on rewarding and cashing back. He feels that it is more efficient to give gifts to anchors online, and he is too lazy to look for one in school. Chatting up people requires skills and time, and if he starts spending money right away, he might scare people away. It is more reasonable to give gifts to anchors online. As soon as he opened the Douyin system, Lin Shuer's live broadcast room was recommended to him. She was wearing a tight short skirt, the material of the skirt was thin and close-fitting, perfectly outlining her curves. The neckline design was extremely bold, and the low-cut style made her cleavage looming, exuding a fatal temptation. Her skin is as white as snow, emitting a charming luster under the light. Her makeup is delicate and gorgeous, her eyes are deep and charming, and her lips are painted with bright lipstick. Her hair is casually draped over her shoulders, and the slightly curly hair adds a sense of laziness and sexiness. Lin Shuer jumped up excitedly when she saw Yang Yang finally came to her live broadcast room again. Without Yang Yang's support these days, her income was very low. She was used to the low income, but Li Yang had participated in so many carnivals before that she felt the pleasure of making a lot of money. Faced with such a gap, she was very painful and found it difficult to accept. That's why she dressed so boldly today, hoping to attract Li Yang. She knew that a man like Li Yang would never lack for beautiful women to court him, so she had to be more attentive. Welcome brother Yang Yang to the live broadcast room. Brother Yang Yang, Shuer misses you so much. Shuer looks forward to you coming to the live studio every day, but you never come. Lin Shuer looked at the camera pitifully, her cleavage was faintly visible, and she looked like she was underweight. Li Yang could feel Lin Shuer's desire for him, or to be more precise, her desire for his money. If he was next to Lin Shuer at this moment, she would definitely sit on it without hesitation. Li Yang has been having sex these past 2 days and his sexual desires are very strong. Today he just happened to have a teleportation card. Then, start brushing. Yang Yang gives away Carnival X1. Yang Yang gives away Carnival X2. Yang Yang sends Carnival X3. Yang Yang gave away Carnival X4. Yang Yang sends Carnival X666. Li Yang's hands are sore from playing the carnival, the number 666 is very auspicious, so let's stop here. During the brushing process, Lin Shuer kept saying thank you, and the joy in her eyes was very obvious. Ding! Lin Shuer's favorability increased by 20. The current favorability of Lin Shuer is 70. The favorability has reached 70. The host will receive a random reward from the system. Li Yang controls the lottery with his mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the physical strength bonus card. This card will be effective permanently after the bonus is added. After seeing the reward, Li Yang was a little disappointed. It seemed to be of no use. He doesn't use much physical energy in his daily life, and that's when he would use it. Thinking of this, Li Yang was delighted. In this case, this card is still useful. Your bank card account has received 1,998,000,000 yuan. The system cashback has arrived again. Brother Yang Yang, can Shuer add your green bubble? Shuer couldn't contact you these past few days. I sent you a private message but you didn't reply. Woo woo woo. I thought you ignored Shuer. Li Yang clicked on the private message and actually saw the private message sent by Lin Shuer. He didn't mean to not reply, he just received too many private messages and he didn't see them. It is still necessary to add the green bubble. He wants to ask Lin Shuer for the address. He will go to find her tonight. Li Yang, there are too many messages, I didn't see it. The green bubble number has been sent to you. Lin Shuer was so happy to see Li Yang's message that she couldn't wait to pick up her phone and add him. She knew that there would be many people sending private messages to Yang Yang to seduce him, but she didn't expect it to be true. Then she has to be more proactive and build a closer relationship with Yang Yang so that she can always get his support. Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned. They were treated as invisible people. Lin Shuer only had Yang Yang in her eyes. What is their support for so long? Many people who secretly like Lin Shuer were hurt and left the live broadcast room. Li Yang received Lin Shuer's message through WeChat. Lin Shuer, picture. Picture. Does your brother like Shuer? Shuer is willing to give you the most precious thing. Which hot-blooded man can withstand such temptation? In the photo, Lin Shuer's curvy figure is faintly visible, and she even posed specially. Such a beauty actually has the most precious thing? System, tell me, is this true? A mechanical voice sounded in Li Yang's mind, yes, host. The system actually answered him. The system can speak and you can ask it questions. Why didn't you say so earlier? Li Yang felt helpless. Has this system been pretending to be mute? System, you can communicate, why don't you talk to me normally? Host, I will only answer you if you have questions or needs. Is that so? Li Yang always felt that he was too lazy to talk. Li Yang felt that he had acquired a new skill and could ask the system any questions he had in the future. Li Yang edited the message and sent it to Lin Shuer. Li Yang, of course I like you. Send me your address and I'll come find you tonight. Lin Shuer was excited and shy after reading Li Yang's message. She also had a good impression of Yang Yang, and after tonight Yang Yang would continue to support him. This is simply the best of both worlds. Chapter 14. Su Yao takes the initiative to add WeChat. In less than a minute, Li Yang received the address sent by Lin Shuer. His clothes were soiled when he was having sex with Chu Yuran, so he changed into clean clothes and teleported to Lin Shuer's residence. Lin Shuer was very excited. Although she didn't know when Li Yang would come, she still changed her clothes in advance and got ready. In just 20 minutes, Li Yang knocked on the door. After opening the door, Lin Shuer was wearing a simple nightgown and standing at the door to welcome Li Yang. The neckline of the nightgown was very low, boldly showing off her advantages, and the short hem allowed her to show off her long and beautiful legs. She had light makeup on her face, and her eyes revealed a hint of expectation and shyness. Li Yang's heartbeat quickened when he saw Lin Shuer's appearance. He walked up to her and hugged her gently, feeling her soft body and warm breath. Lin Shuer also responded to his hug and rested her head on his shoulder. "You look so beautiful today," Li Yang said. "You're more handsome than I thought," Lin Shuer said, a blush on her face. I don't know how long it took, but a satisfied expression appeared on Li Yang's face. She leaned on Li Yang's chest, full of dependence. Li Yang also tasted the sweetness of the physical strength bonus card. This card is really good and makes him more confident in himself. He held Lin Shuer in his arms and slept all night. The next day, he washed up and teleported back to school. Of course, he didn't let Lin Shuer see him doing this, otherwise he wouldn't be able to explain it to her. After arriving at the lecture hall, his roommates waved to Li Yang, and Li Yang walked over and walked down. Fortunately, he came back in time, otherwise the teleportation card would have disappeared. As I sat down, I heard my roommates discussing something. Fuck, where do all these super rich people get their money? It's enough for ordinary people to work for 500 years. Are you talking about the wealthy guy named Yang Yang? Of course. He has been very popular on Douyin these past 2 days. I heard that his followers increased by more than 100,000 in an instant. They don't care whether they have fans or not. Don't ordinary people want fans just to monetize their traffic and make money? They don't lack money at all. Maybe they even think that fans pay too much attention to their news. That's true. Anyone who bought 666 carnivals at once must be rich. Hey! My living expenses for 2 months are only 3,000 yuan. He bought 666 carnivals worth 3,000 yuan. I can't even imagine how much money that must have cost. I'm so envious. The female anchors he spends money on are all super beauties. They are all top-notch in looks among many internet celebrities. He can definitely pick any of these women. It's nice to have money. It seems he had brushed Chi-Chi before. My Chi-Chi, is Chi-Chi going to be fucked by that wild boar too? Don't even think about it. There are so many beautiful girls to choose from. Maybe it's not your Chi-Chi's turn yet? Go away, you bitch. Li Yang sat nearby and listened quietly. Some of what he said was correct. For example, he really doesn't like receiving too many private messages, nor does he like being noticed, and he doesn't want to monetize his traffic. These things are useless and will only slow down the speed at which he sends gifts. For example, he had almost no impression of the anchor named Chi-Chi. He only remembered giving her a gift once, and it was indeed not her turn yet. Li Yang discovered that not only his roommates were discussing him, but other classmates seemed to be discussing him as well. The name Yang Yang suddenly became popular. Hearing everyone praising him as a god, Li Yang felt secretly happy. It felt good to be envied by others. Li Yang was bored and looked around. This time, several majors were taking classes together, and it was a lecture organized by the school. When she looked up, she saw the class beauty of the broadcasting major walking towards her with a smile in her eyes. She was tall and graceful, and was recognized as one of the beauties in the school. She wore a white dress, and the hem fluttered in the wind, like a fairy descending to earth. At this time, Su Yao had a faint smile on her face, and her eyes revealed a hint of mystery and tenderness. Her eyes fell on Li Yang, as if she had a special concern for him. Ding! A good-looking person of the opposite sex is detected. Name, Su Yao. Age, 20. Body shape, 7.6 points. Appearance, 8.2 points. Favorability, 30 points. Li Yang didn't expect that Su Yao actually had a 30% favorability towards him. He had noticed this girl before, and his roommates had discussed and fantasized about her in the dormitory. After all, there were not many girls as beautiful as her in the school. But they have never communicated with each other, so where does this good impression come from? After Su Yao walked into the classroom, the sound of classmates chatting suddenly stopped. The boys glanced at her secretly and then continued chatting as if nothing had happened. Li Yang knew that there were many people who had a crush on Su Yao, but almost no one pursued her openly. This is not only because she is proficient in various musical instruments and is too dazzling to scare boys away. There is also a most fatal reason. Her father is the dean, and no one dares to act rashly. Li Yang felt unsatisfied after the eye contact just now. Since she was also interested, it was only a matter of time before he conquered her. By then, he would have the four most beautiful girls in the school and make those idiots envy him to death. Especially a stingy and self-righteous person like Haningjie. He always looks at Li Yang with contempt. Let's see how arrogant he can be when the time comes. When Su Yao was about to reach Li Yang, Haningjie ran over and blocked her way. Classmate, I'm very interested in your major. I want to add your contact information to get the class schedule so I can attend your class. He looked at Su Yao's chest with an obscene expression, and Su Yao looked at Haningjie with disgust. Haningjie was well known for being stingy and caring about face, and everyone knew it except the girls who were always fooled by him. Su Yao didn't know what to do for a moment and looked at Li Yang for help. Li Yang stood up without saying a word and stood in front of Su Yao. I have their class schedule. Add me and I'll send it to you. He neither exposed Haningjie's real purpose of wanting to seduce Su Yao, nor did he find reasonable reasons to refuse. Haningjie was extremely upset, but he couldn't find a reason to get angry, so he could only swallow his anger. And Su Yao obviously likes Li Yang more. It's really weird. Why do these women all like Li Yang? No. After Haningjie finished speaking, he left in despair. Su Yao looked at Li Yang with more appreciation. Thank you, Li Yang. Can I add your contact information? Everyone looked at them at once. Su Yao actually took the initiative to ask Li Yang for his contact information? It's like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Li Yang took out the QR code and asked Su Yao to scan it. After adding the contact information, Su Yao sat next to Li Yang, which attracted the envy of many boys. Only then did Li Yang realize that Lin Ruoshi was looking at him sadly. She had seen his interaction with Su Yao just now. It's better to see that this is what she deserves. She should never raise her own value by insulting herself again. She thought that the perfect man was just someone who looked good on the outside, which was why a stupid woman like her would think he was so good. A beautiful woman like Su Yao didn't even want to look at Haningjie, but took the initiative to add Li Yang's contact information. Doesn't this make the point clear? Chapter 15 Infinite Card. Fortunately, Lin Ruoshi was tactful and didn't make a scene, otherwise Li Yang would have been annoyed to death. 2 minutes later, I received Lin Ruoshi's message. Lin Ruoshi, brother Li Yang, I know I was wrong before, can you please forgive me this time? I know you are with them just to piss me off, you only love me. Can you please stop doing this? Do you mind if Haningjie and I go shopping? We both have nothing, and he won't even buy me a bag. There's no way we can get any further. I think you are better now. Haningjie is both philandering and stingy. In the past, he always waited foolishly for Lin Ruoshi to reply, but all he got were simple replies like and ah. She rarely sent him so many messages. But now Li Yang just feels annoyed when he sees these messages. I am with a beautiful woman just to irritate you, a common woman with a little bit of beauty. Are you okay? I am not blind. He could have just sent her a message to shatter her fantasy, but that would have been too easy for her. He had been kept in suspense by this woman for a long time, and he wandered between hope and disappointment for hundreds of times before finally letting go. So he also wanted to kill her in this way, leaving her a little hope, and finally watching her despair. The roommates next to me are still discussing Yang Yang. The rich man Yang Yang has become a trending topic on TikTok. I guess the whole internet knows about it. How did he get this name? He doesn't look very old, maybe around the same age as us. It's the same WeChat name as Li Yang's. Even their avatars are from the same series. What a coincidence. Oh my god, could it be Li Yang? He was very calm when we were talking, and didn't say a word. If he saw a wealthy man of this level normally, he would be very excited too. Damn, it's possible. Doesn't his family make money? His spending has been very high recently. So many beauties are attracted to him because he must be rich. Li Yang is conflicted. He wants to reveal his identity, but he doesn't want to attract too much attention. He just wants to give gifts to the goddesses and complete his counterattack. If too many people pay attention to him, he may be restricted. Su Yao was also listening to their discussion carefully. She also saw this trending search when she was browsing Douyin today. At that time, she was a little envious of Lin Shuer and thought that it would be great if someone could give her so much money. Although her father is the dean and her financial situation is good since she was a child, there is still a huge gap between good and rich. She still envied the woman who was supported by the rich man. But she never expected that this rich man named Yang Yang might be Li Yang. She had a slight crush on Li Yang, but it was only because she noticed him in a situation where two women were competing for one man, and she thought he was handsome and charming. There are really not many men who can make her have a little bit of affection over the years, so she still wants to create some opportunities to contact Li Yang. Now was a perfect opportunity to attend a lecture together, and she didn't want to miss it. She and Su Qianyin have always disliked each other, but she is no worse than Su Qianyin, and she is confident that she can make Li Yang fall in love with her. If Li Yang is really that rich man, she should fight for herself. Such men are too popular, and she must seize the opportunity. At this time, Chen Jia finally couldn't help asking, Li Yang, is that you, the rich guy called Yang Yang on the internet? Li Yang nodded. It's me. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. After all, I'm not used to this kind of life. Li Yang, you are awesome. Your gift giving has become a hot topic on the internet. You must be very wealthy. We only knew that your family made money, but we didn't expect it to be so much. Show us your Douyin account level, so we can see the world. Li Yang took out his fully leveled Douyin account and showed it to them. The account level, avatar, and nickname were undoubtedly Yang Yang. It's really you, sir, take my knee. Boss Yang, please take me with you. I also want to experience the feeling of being exhausted from playing at the carnival. Li Yang felt a little embarrassed by what they said, so he responded quietly, okay, I'll go back and brush it for you. Just let our dormitory know about this, don't tell anyone else yet. Su Yao witnessed the whole process and was completely unable to react. The super rich boss is actually by my side, of course I have to curry favor with him. Moreover, Li Yang seems to be very low-key and humble, which is so rare. With such financial resources, how many people can remain low-key? Su Yao felt that she had met the Prince Charming of her life. Isn't this the kind of man she wanted? Ding! Su Yao's favorability increased by 30. Su Yao's current favorability is 60. The favorability has reached 60, and the host will receive a random reward from the system. The money ability is really useful. When Su Yao just heard that she was a Douyin rich man, her favorability increased by 30, and she succeeded in the conquest directly. He controlled his mind to draw the lottery, watching the turntable spin rapidly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the initial funds unlimited card. The card is valid forever. After using this card, there will be no upper limit on the amount the host can spend on people of the opposite sex with high appearance value. Li Yang was overjoyed, as the initial capital of 10 million given by the system was about to be spent, and this card was exactly what he needed. This way he can cast a wider net, capture more goddesses, and not have to worry about not having enough funds. The cards that Su Yao brought were pretty good, and Li Yang liked Su Yao more and more. Li Yang suddenly felt his body warm. Su Yao's long legs had inadvertently touched his own. He felt his heart pounding. Of course, this is just a natural reaction when facing a super beautiful woman, it doesn't mean that he will be moved. After being fooled by Lin Ruoshi, he will never give his trust and sincerity easily again. Moreover, his sincerity can be given to many people and he will not be restricted to one person. When he looked at Su Yao was lowering her head and reading a book seriously, but the neckline of her skirt had slipped down at some point, revealing a large area of scenery. Li Yang was glad that he had obtained the stamina bonus card given by the system, otherwise he would have been drained dry by these small beakers. After using the stamina bonus card, he will be invincible, and the only possibility is that the opponent can't stand it and begs for mercy. Su Yao touched some sensitive parts of Li Yang from time to time, making Li Yang more and more hot. After 2 classes were finally over, Su Yao took Li Yang's hand and moved closer to him. Brother Li Yang, I also want to go shopping with you, is that okay? Su Yao's voice made people feel numb all over, and Li Yang naturally had no reason to refuse. The roommate next to me exchanged glances and consciously found an excuse to leave. Li Yang took the opportunity to hug her waist and said, okay, I just happened to be bored this afternoon since I don't have any classes. Hanning Jia was already feeling angry because his WeChat message was rejected, and now seeing the two of them being so close, he couldn't bear it any longer. Li Yang, are you fucking sick? You didn't let Su Yao give me her contact information because you want to pick her up yourself, right? He felt that Su Yao would never accept Li Yang's pursuit, and at best she would just treat him as a bootlicker. If he directly points out Li Yang's intention, Su Yao will definitely keep her distance from him. I want to seduce her, so what? You asked for her contact information, but she refused. You are not charming enough, can you blame me for that? Li Yang looked at Han Ningjie with contempt, and every cell in his body was laughing at his uselessness. Chapter 16 I am the first generation of rich people. Han Ningjie had never been challenged in public before, so who was Li Yang? What qualifications did he have to compete with him? Li Yang has been very arrogant recently and even dared to openly snatch a woman from him. He asked someone to check Li Yang's family background. His parents are just ordinary people in the countryside and are not a wealthy family at all. He recently installed it. I don't know where he borrowed the money from. Can he pay it back? I just don't like him, so today I'm going to strip him down to his underwear in front of everyone. Let's see how he can still be in the spotlight in the future. Su Yao looked at the tense situation between the two and felt a little worried about Li Yang. If it weren't for her, Li Yang would not have offended Han Ningjie. My disgust towards Han Ningjie increased a little bit. How dare you say I'm not charming? How many days have you been pretending to be a rich second-generation kid? How dare you compare with me? Are you worthy? Han Ningjie looked at Li Yang with contempt. He patted Li Yang on the shoulder and continued, we all know what's going on with you. If you know what's good for you, apologize to me now. I will be magnanimous and not expose you. I will save your face. If you don't know what's best for you, I'll make you lose all your dignity today. At this time, there were still many students in the classroom who had not left. When they saw the conflict between the two, their curiosity was burning in their hearts, and they all sat in their seats to watch. How did Li Yang offend him? If he gets dealt with, how can he still flirt with women? Although Li Yang has a little money, it's a bit presumptuous of him to go head-to-head with Han Ningjie. The Rolls-Royce Phantom he drives costs 10 million. Compared to that, the money he spent on the bag is just a drop in the bucket. People tend to get carried away when they have a little money. It's normal for Li Yang, a poor man who suddenly becomes rich, to not know his own worth. He deserves it. He has been too proud of himself recently. Both of the school's goddesses are so attentive to him. Li Yang looked at Han Ningjie nonchalantly, wondering what on earth he was talking about, feeling helpless and furious. I have nothing to apologize to you for. Also, I am a first-generation rich person, not a second-generation rich person. There is really no need for me to compare myself with you. Because you really don't deserve it. After Li Yang finished speaking, he hugged Su Yao's slender waist and prepared to leave, but was stopped by Han Ningjie. He pushed Li Yang hard and wanted to beat him up in public. But he had already tried his best, but Li Yang didn't move at all, his muscles were stiff. He knew that he was no match for Li Yang in a fight. Since fighting doesn't work, then let's compare money. Compared to money, Li Yang is just a younger brother, and his arrogance will be suppressed. Li Yang, why are you showing off to me? You can never afford the car I drive in your lifetime. Han Ningjie looked down on the world and was extremely arrogant. He thought this sentence was the magic weapon to win, and Li Yang didn't dare to challenge him again. A car worth 10 million yuan cannot be bought with a loan. Even if an ordinary person borrows from all lending platforms, he or she cannot borrow so much money. Li Yang hugged Su Yao tighter. Su Yao lowered her head shyly and happily, not showing any reluctance at all. He stroked Su Yao's hair and said slowly, I really won't buy your car because I don't like it. I think it's time for you to see the world and stop treating all the trash as treasures. Han Ningjie was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he saw the intimacy between the two. It was not that he liked Su Yao that much, he just couldn't stand his prey being easily snatched away by others and showing off in front of him. What Li Yang said was also unexpected. He thought that as long as he said what he just said, Li Yang would be like a deflated ball, admit defeat and apologize. The students who were watching also became excited and started discussing the matter. Did I hear you right? A car worth 10 million is rubbish? Li Yang should know when to brag, right? Han Ningjie's family has assets worth hundreds of millions. The Han family is well known in this city, but Li Yang's family is unknown and has never been heard of. If you ask me, Li Yang is just being stubborn in front of Su Yao. He is really trying his best to win the beauty. He will be embarrassed later. As far as I know, Li Yang doesn't even have a small electric donkey. He actually laughed at the Rolls-Royce Phantom and said it was rubbish. Is he mentally normal? Han Ningjie was secretly proud of himself as he listened to everyone's discussion. It turned out that the public had sharp eyes. If Su Yao had known what was in her way, she would have known who to choose. The moment Li Yang competed with him in financial strength, he lost. However, Su Yao looked at Han Ningjie as if he were an idiot. Didn't he know that Li Yang was the rich man who gave gifts on Douyin and became a hot topic? The wealth of this kind of person is unfathomable. How could he compare to him? Even if the entire Han family was added, it would be of no use. When people have absolute strength, they will not care about other people's doubts at all. Li Yang doesn't feel anything at all about everyone's pessimism. Han Ningjie saw that Li Yang didn't say anything more, and he didn't want to miss this opportunity to humiliate him. Li Yang, you said that the Rolls-Royce Phantom is rubbish, so go buy a more expensive car now. There happens to be a car show today, and many cars are in stock. You can pick up the car after paying the money. If you can't afford a more expensive car, you should kneel down and apologize to me as soon as possible. If you can afford it, you can't afford it. Li Yang thought about it seriously and decided that it was time to buy a car, which would make it more convenient for traveling and picking up girls. I really need to buy a car. If I can afford it, what do you think? Since it's a bet, you have to place a bet too. Li Yang looked at Han Ningjie with amusement, as steady as a rock. Su Yao looked at Li Yang with stars in her eyes. This kind of man is really a treasure boy. Young and mature, beautiful, handsome and rich. Ding! Su Yao's favorability increased by 10. Su Yao's current favorability is 70. When it reaches 80, you can receive a random reward from the system. Li Yang looked at Su Yao next to him and smiled even more deeply. He wanted to make a bet and conquer the goddess at the same time. By the time I buy Su Yao a car at the auto show, her favorability will probably reach 80. Han Ningjie looked at Su Yao's admiration for Li Yang, and his hatred deepened. He said angrily, I want to raise the bet. If you can't afford it, you must not only kneel down and apologize to me, but also take the initiative to avoid the woman I like. If you can afford it, I will kneel down and call you grandpa. From now on, I will never touch any woman you like. If I lose, I'll see how Li Yang will compete with me for women. No matter how charming he is, he can't pick up girls openly. Men all have similar perspectives. Han Ningjie can only appreciate the most beautiful women. Li Yang should forget about sleeping with a beautiful woman during his college years. After saying this, Han Ningjie laughed heartily. Some of the students who were watching felt sorry for Li Yang. He was handsome and had some money, so he could pick up any girl in college. Even Su Yao took the initiative to approach him. But if he loses the bet, he will not only lose his dignity, but also have to stay away from the beautiful goddess. What is the meaning of such a life? I told you not to mess with Han Ningjie, but now no one can save him. Chapter 17, The Passion of Car Models. Li Yang looked at him as if he was a fool. It was also the first time for him to see someone who insisted on dragging him into a bet and was eager to lose. In this case, he could only accept it with pleasure. Li Yang looked at the emotional Han Ningjie, with a sharp gleam in his eyes. Okay, it's a deal. Students present here, please bear witness for us. Li Yang's calmness made Han Ningjie a little nervous. For a moment, he felt that Li Yang could really easily afford a more expensive car. But the bet had already been made, and he didn't dare to think about it anymore. He continued to believe that Li Yang couldn't afford it, so that he could feel more at ease. But I have a word for you. You cannot borrow money from anyone. If I find out, you lose. Meet me in the school square in 3 hours. If you have bought a car, drive over here. If you haven't bought one, come over and kowtow to me and apologize. Everyone is welcome to watch the fun. Han Ningjie eliminated the possibility of Li Yang asking others for help in terms of time and rules, and he felt more at ease. The Han family has accumulated wealth for many years, and it would take some time to raise funds to buy a car worth 10 million, let alone a young man with no background. 3 hours later, he was waiting in the school square for Li Yang to kowtow. Thinking of this, he said to his classmates with great joy, everyone is welcome to come and show their support. This kind of thing will only have a sense of ceremony and be more interesting when there are more people. I will treat everyone to snacks, ha. Li Yang still replied indifferently, it's a deal. Whoever cheats is the grandson. Oh, no, if you lose, you have to call me grandpa. He sneered and left the classroom. Su Yao followed him like a little woman, and they left one after another. After leaving the classroom, Li Yang called Su Qianin, and Su Qianin picked up the phone soon. Li Yang, you finally remembered me. I missed you so much. There was joy in her voice, and Su Yao felt jealous when she heard her voice. Come to the school gate, I'll take you to the car show and buy you a car. Su Qianyin was so happy. She had passed the driving test a long time ago, but she could not afford a car. It's not that she can't afford any car, but she doesn't like cheap ones. Li Yang said he wanted to buy her a car, and he definitely wouldn't buy her an ordinary car, it would at least cost several million. Thinking of this, her heart began to beat with excitement. She had never expected that climbing up the big tree of Li Yang would lead to her meteoric rise. He's been so generous to her after only knowing her for a few days. If I serve him well and make him happy in the future, I'll get more benefits. Li Yang and Su Yao waited at the school gate for less than 10 minutes before Su Qianyin arrived, which was much faster than they had expected. After all, it takes a woman a lot of time to put on makeup before going out. He took a look at Su Qianyin. She was only wearing a simple slim-fitting dress, but it made her look fresh and refined. Her figure was unusually plump and sexy. Her long legs were mostly exposed, making it impossible to take your eyes off her. Her makeup today was very light, but even so, she was still so beautiful that a single glance from her was enough to make a hot-blooded boy fall completely for her. Su Yao standing next to her is no less impressive. The two have different temperaments, and their looks and figures are one in a million. With a little luck, they can make their debut right away. The two of them looked at each other and decided to put away their hostility in front of Li Yang. They both wanted to leave a good impression in front of Li Yang. Su Qianyin would never leave Li Yang no matter what. She had fallen in love with the affluent life and would never want to go back to her previous life. Su Yao didn't want to give up such a perfect boy easily, not to mention that she already liked him. This was the first time she liked someone since she was a child. How could she let go just like that? They held Li Yang's arms on the left and right, with their slender waists pressed against his body. They kept using small movements to attract Li Yang's attention, attracting the attention of passers-by. About 20 minutes later, the three arrived at the auto show. The auto show was like a luxurious feast. The bright lights illuminated the entire exhibition hall, and luxury cars shone with charming luster, displayed on the stands like works of art. Among the luxury cars, the beautiful models became the focus. They were dressed in gorgeous clothes, graceful and charming. The beauty of the models and the luxury of the luxury cars complemented each other, adding a touch of bright color to the entire auto show. They stood gracefully beside the car, boldly showing off their proud figures, interacting with the audience with a smile, and posing in various charming poses from time to time. Even in such an occasion, the arrival of Li Yang and the other two still caused quite a stir. The two women around him were too dazzling, and there was something special about this combination that made it hard not to notice. Soon, a staff member came to introduce the car to them enthusiastically. After learning that the three people were willing to buy a car, they were assigned a professional to explain it to them. Su Qianyin and Su Yao were taken to the luxury car exhibition area designed specifically for ladies, while Li Yang came to the luxury car exhibition area more preferred by men. When the car models saw Li Yang bring two super beauties and both of them were very attentive to him, they knew that this man had extraordinary financial resources. They were also particularly active and enthusiastic when Li Yang passed by, and their eyes were moving and their postures were charming when they explained the advantages and disadvantages of luxury cars. Ding! A good-looking person of the opposite sex is detected. Name, Lin Xiuyu. Age, 24. Body shape, 8.8 points. Appearance, 8.4 points. Favorability, 30 points. After hearing the system prompt, Li Yang took a look at the car model closest to him. This car model had a really good figure and appearance. Her figure could be called a model, with a cup size of at least D. When Lin Xiuyu saw Li Yang coming over, she quickly came over to hold him and explained to her the car next to her. Hello, sir. The car behind me is a Bugatti Veyron convertible. As a top luxury sports car, it demonstrates the ultimate elegance and power. The smooth lines outline the dynamic contours of the car body, and the sharp headlights and unique air intake grille highlight its dominance. The convertible design not only adds a sense of fashion, but also allows the driver to get in close contact with nature and enjoy the thrill of speeding. The powerful engine provides amazing power output, enabling it to accelerate in an instant and reach extremely high speeds. I think this car is very suitable for your temperament and is tailor-made for you. If you buy this car, you can also enjoy the personalized service provided by me. When Lin Xiuyu said this, she winked at Li Yang, biting her lower lip lightly with her pearly teeth, and pulled down the collar of her clothes, revealing deep cleavage. She went to great lengths to finally get the qualification to explain the car, so that she could get close to the rich man. Wasn't it because she had remained a virgin all these years that she could entrust herself to a man who was financially capable and generous to her in the future? The man standing in front of him was better than he had expected. He was so young and handsome, and had a strong financial foundation. If he really had the financial ability to buy this car, she would definitely hold on to it. Chapter 18. Not bad, swipe the card. Li Yang has also learned about this car. He is very satisfied with its functions and appearance design, and he can accept a price of around 100 million yuan. Anyway, it's not expensive for him. If he likes it, he can just buy it. He can change to another car when he gets tired of driving it. Yes, swipe the card. Li Yang said this calmly, but the car model next to him was very excited. Because of its high price, this car usually takes some time to sell. Even the organizers did not expect it to be sold at this auto show. She just introduced the other party once and he immediately decided to buy it, as if it was as easy as having a meal for him. Lin Xiaoyu took Li Yang to go through the formalities of swiping the card, and it was done in one go, attracting a lot of onlookers. I came to the auto show to admire this car, but I didn't expect someone to buy it without saying anything. How can the difference between people be so big? Some things are present at birth. If they are not present at birth, it is difficult to have them later. This boy must have been born unusually. I guess his family did a good job of keeping it a secret, otherwise why haven't we heard about it? That car model is really top-notch. Such a top-notch woman keeps sticking to him. I'm so greedy. What's the point of being greedy? The car and the model already belong to someone else. Suddenly, Li Yang became the focus of the whole audience. The car he bought was the most expensive in the entire auto show, and many people came to see this car. Men have a natural love for cars. Even if their financial conditions do not allow them to buy one for the time being, they will still want to take a close look at it and touch it. After learning that the car was bought by someone else, they were naturally envious. They also knew that the man who could buy this car was definitely not an ordinary person, and he was a top figure even among the wealthy circle. Lin Xiaoyu was very enthusiastic and bold. While swiping the card to buy jewelry, she would touch Li Yang's sensitive parts from time to time. She almost fell and bumped into Li Yang's arms. The softness of her chest made Li Yang fantasize. The touch was so wonderful that it aroused his desire almost instantly. Lin Xiaoyu seemed to have noticed his abnormality and her face quickly turned red. Ding! Lin Xiaoyu's favorability increased by 30. The current favorability of Lin Xiaoyu is 60. The favorability has reached 60. The host will receive a random reward from the system. Li Yang didn't expect that Lin Xiaoyu's favorability towards him would exceed 60 so quickly. This might be the effect of her money. Lin Xiaoyu pulled him into a VIP lounge, which had a full supply of tea, snacks, and spacious sofas. Lin Xiaoyu approached Li Yang gently, her eyes full of tenderness and expectation. Li Yang felt her approaching and his breathing became rapid. An hour later, Li Yang showed no mercy to the woman and was satisfied in the end. When the two came to the auto show again, Su Yao and Su Qianin had also picked out their favorite cars. Su Qianin chose the Lamborghini Aventador, a super sports car with an extremely aggressive exterior design, sharp body lines and a full sense of power. Su Yao chose the Maserati President, which uses materials such as carbon fiber and leather in its interior to create a sporty and luxurious atmosphere. Seeing Li Yang coming out with his arms around Lin Xiaoyu's waist, both of them felt a little sad. This feeling was beyond their control because they both had a favorability rating of over 60 towards Li Yang. Although they are willing to tolerate the existence of other women in order to be with Li Yang, there is always a process of acceptance to gradually adjust the jealousy in their hearts. The two of them held Li Yang's arms, one on each side, and said in unison, "Li Yang, where did you go just now? We are all looking for you." But after asking, the two seemed to realize something, especially Su Qianin, who had already been murdered. Lin Xiaoyu's flushed face seemed to explain everything. There were too many people at the scene just now, and I felt a little noisy, so I went to the VIP room to rest for a while. This is the car model Lin Xiaoyu who introduced the car to me just now. If you can chat well, you can also be friends. Li Yang's words were a little obscure, but Su Yao and Su Qianin quickly understood what he meant. When Li Yang went to help the two of them swipe their credit cards to buy a car, the three of them quickly became familiar with each other, talking and laughing, like good friends who got along very well. During the conversation, she did not forget to look for Li Yang, and the topic of the conversation gradually shifted to Li Yang. I think Li Yang is so handsome when he swipes his card. This is the Prince Charming in my mind. What do you mean by handsome while swiping a card? Li Yang has always been handsome, right? Especially after I matched his clothes and did his hair. I was wondering why Li Yang has changed so much recently. It turns out you helped him match his clothes and style his hair. He is really charming now. There were stars in the eyes of the three people when they mentioned Li Yang. For a man who was so perfect, they would not hold him to the standards of an ordinary man. As long as Li Yang continues to like them and is willing to spend money on them, that's enough. From the conversation just now, Su Yao also realized that the two women next to her seemed to have become one step closer to Li Yang. Before she and Li Yang developed to that stage, he had already bought her a car. She was still very touched, and it also showed that Li Yang liked her. However, for her, it was only a matter of time before it developed to that point. After meeting such a perfect man like Li Yang, she would never do that kind of thing with anyone else. Lin Xiaoyu was very envious when she saw that Li Yang bought cars for the two women next to him. These were luxury cars worth more than 10 million yuan. According to her ability to make money, she didn't know how many years she would have to work hard to afford them. Now that she has become Li Yang's woman, if she acts coquettishly, Li Yang will definitely buy her something. She also found that Li Yang was very generous to the women around him. As a car model, she had met many wealthy men, but not many of them were so generous to the women around them. Thinking of this, her love for Li Yang deepened, especially after what happened just now. She was completely conquered by Li Yang. Now, both physically and psychologically, she feels that she belongs to this man completely, and she will never regret her choice in the future. After Li Yang bought the most expensive sports car in the venue, he used his credit card to buy two more luxury cars worth tens of millions, and once again became the focus of the audience. Many bosses of large companies also started talking about him. Li Yang's cash flow was terrifyingly high. If they could get his investment or establish business dealings with him, it would be very helpful to the development of their companies. Chapter 19: Luxury Cars and Beautiful Women. They learned Li Yang's name from the staff, but knew nothing about his other identity information. But it is very unusual that a person with such strong financial resources has not been heard of in the circle. They felt that Li Yang's identity must be extraordinary and might even involve an official identity. Many people approached Li Yang with a humble attitude, took out their business cards and introduced themselves to him, hoping to get a chance for cooperation. At least I can become familiar to Li Yang, which will definitely bring me many benefits in the future. Among them was Han Ningjia's father, Han Genoa, who very respectfully handed over his business card and carefully introduced the main business scope of the family business, hoping to get Li Yang's investment. The Han family has lost a lot of money in investments in recent years and is now struggling. If no more capital comes in, I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on for much longer. Mr. Li, this is my business card. The back of the business card has the company's main business. Are you interested in our company's main business? Li Yang didn't notice the middle-aged man in the crowd. After casually saying a few words to him, he was ready to leave. Three beautiful women were waiting for him not far away, so she had no interest in dealing with these people who could not bring him any value. With on-site staff maintaining order, Li Yang walked out of the crowd and prepared to leave. Han Genoa humbly chased after him. Mr. Li, could you please take a look at my business card? The company really needs your investment. If you are willing to invest, 50% of the company's shares can be transferred to you. Han Genoa is usually a very proud person, but now his company is on the verge of bankruptcy. He has tried to reach an agreement on cooperation with many companies but failed. Who would be willing to cooperate with a company that is about to go bankrupt? But Li Yang is different. He has a lot of cash flow, and investing in Han's company is just a drop in the bucket for him. If the company improves by then, he can make money by using his shares. Even if the company fails, it will still be a small amount of money for Li Yang. This is his only chance to get in touch with Li Yang. If he leaves here, he doesn't know where to find this mysterious young man. Only then did Li Yang see the business card that Han Genoa handed over, which not only introduced the company's main business, but also wrote the full name of the company. Han Ningjia's company. His family's company is about to go bankrupt, but he's still pretending to be cool in school. A second-generation rich man like him has no ability to run a business, and his family probably didn't even tell him about the company's bankruptcy. I wonder what his expression will be when he hears the news. Li Yang took the business card handed over by Han Genoa and sneered, I am not interested in investing in your business. After all, if someone can't even manage his own son well, he can't manage a company well either. The smile on Han Genoa's face froze, and he vaguely guessed that his son had offended Li Yang. After Li Yang finished speaking, he turned around and left in a cool manner. The 3 hours were about to be up, and it was time for Han Jie to fulfill his bet. He brought this upon himself. Even after obtaining the system, Li Yang had never taken the initiative to provoke him. But in his opinion, Li Yang was not worthy of being close to the woman he liked, and he even wanted to humiliate Li Yang in public, which was a bit too much. Li Yang drove the Bugatti Veyron convertible, and Lin Xiaoyu sat in the passenger seat and went to school with him. Su Yao and the other man also told her about the bet. She also wanted to go and see the fun. What's more, she is very dependent on Li Yang now, and she also wants to use this excuse to stay with Li Yang. Su Yao and Su Qianyin also drove their own cars behind Li Yang's car. The appearance of 3 luxury cars at the same time shocked passers-by greatly, and the owners of other cars tried to avoid them when they saw the luxury cars. This is also to avoid collisions between your own car and luxury cars and to pay high repair costs. On the other side, Han Jie and a group of classmates had been waiting for more than 10 minutes, and they couldn't wait to see Li Yang make a fool of himself. In everyone's mind, Li Yang is just a poor boy from the countryside. How could he afford a luxury car worth more than 10 million yuan? It was almost a foregone conclusion that Li Yang would lose. Han Jie looked at the time and was secretly delighted. It was already 3 hours and 15 minutes later. If Li Yang really had the money to buy it, he should have come back long ago and would not have to wait until now. The reason why he was late was because Li Yang was a coward. He didn't have the courage to face this place and felt it was too embarrassing to kneel down and apologize in front of everyone. But how could he not face it? There were so many students in the lecture hall at that time, and everyone knew about the bet. His not coming meant he admitted defeat, and it was only a matter of time before he apologized in public. The students who came to watch the fun also thought so. Some of them felt very sympathetic towards Li Yang and thought that Li Yang shouldn't challenge a rich second generation and make things like this. Some classmates were gloating in their hearts and were eager to see Li Yang kowtow and apologize as soon as possible. It was because he was so popular with the goddesses that some people had disliked him for a long time. More than 10 minutes passed and Li Yang still didn't show up. I think everyone should just go away. Li Yang is determined to be a coward. I'm afraid he won't come today. Why are you in such a hurry? He might have gone to borrow money secretly. Maybe he actually got it. I can see that Li Yang doesn't have much money. The money he used to buy the beautiful woman's bag was borrowed. But the money to buy a luxury car is not so easy to borrow. He can't borrow this much money even if he breaks his head. Han Jie was getting a little impatient waiting, and thought that Li Yang must have gone into hiding, so he stood up and said to everyone, "Classmates, it seems that Li Yang can't afford a car and has gone into hiding. Everyone, bear witness for me. His behavior is automatically admitting defeat. Then we will force him to kowtow and apologize together." Before he finished speaking, the roar of a car was heard. The roar of the sports car's engine echoed in the campus, like a roaring beast. It drove into the school square at an astonishing speed, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The sun shines on the metal paint of the sports car, reflecting a dazzling light, making it look even cooler. The body lines are smooth, full of power and speed, as if ready to leap up at any time. The wheels rubbed against the ground, making a harsh sound, and accompanied by a puff of green smoke, the sports car drew a perfect arc on the square and then stopped steadily. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water, which made people marvel. Su Yao and Su Qianyin's car followed closely behind and stopped steadily in the school square. The car door slowly opened, and Li Yang and Lin Xiaoyu got out of the car, leaving all the classmates stunned. Lin Xiaoyu was still wearing the clothes she wore at the auto show. Her figure and appearance were very good, making Li Yang look very noble. What is more important is that the car Li Yang was driving was a Bugatti Veyron convertible, worth more than 100 million yuan. Many male students also have some understanding of this car. They all like it very much, but the price makes them feel it is out of reach. When Li Yang drove over, they were too shocked and envious to care about anything else and had long forgotten about the bet. The 2 luxury cars that followed closely behind were also worth more than 10 million yuan. At this time, Su Yao and Su Qianyin also got out of the cars. Chapter 20, Gamble Result Revealed. After a while of silence, everyone finally reacted and started discussing luxury cars and beautiful women. This Bugatti Veyron convertible is so cool. I'm at a loss for words. I don't know how to describe it. This car is so cool. Fuck. Did Li Yang buy 3 cars at once? He even brought back a car model. These 3 cars should all have been bought by Li Yang, otherwise why would the 2 beautiful girls in school help him save face? I didn't expect that the 2 beauties in our school are no less beautiful than professional car models. The 3 of them standing together have their own merits, and they are all very beautiful and distinctive. Li Yang is too rich. This car alone is almost equivalent to all the assets of Han Ningjie's family. Compared with Li Yang, Han Ningjie is not even a younger brother, and he just bought 3 cars casually. Li Yang walked in front of everyone holding Su Qianyin in his left hand and Lin Xiuyu in his right hand. Han Ningjie, you have to admit defeat. Come over here and kowtow and call me grandpa. To be honest, I'm a little grateful to you for reminding me to buy a car and letting me meet such a beautiful woman. As he said this, he hugged Lin Xiuyu tighter. Lin Xiuyu also cooperated by burying her head, unable to hide her deep-seated obsession with Li Yang. Han Ningjie panicked when he saw this scene. He felt dazed and even dizzy. How is this possible? If Li Yang really had so much money, why had he never heard of it? After all, he is a rich second generation, and he knows all the classmates who have a little money, and has even contacted them privately. He had never heard of where Li Yang came from. He usually cares a lot about his face, but now he has to kowtow to a young boy and call him grandpa in public. How can he accept it? No, there must be something wrong. Did you rent this car, Li Yang? What on earth did you do? How could you possibly afford this car? Han Ningjie roared hysterically. Lin Xiuyu couldn't bear it anymore and took out the transfer record and purchase proof to show Han Ningjie. Han Ningjie was completely dumbfounded. He carefully looked at the transfer records and purchase proof several times and found that they were all authentic. Li Yang's financial resources are really terrifying, and he can't compare to them. Han Ningjie slumped on the ground. He accepted defeat sincerely. He felt as if all his strength had been drained away. There were some things he couldn't understand. Li Yang watched this scene calmly. From the moment Han Ningjie proposed the bet, this scene was destined to happen. There was no suspense for him. He really doesn't care about this kind of rich second generation who only knows how to eat, drink, enjoy himself and pretend to be cool. He even feels a little sympathetic towards him. When the family business goes bankrupt, how can he maintain his precarious image as a rich second generation? Han Ningjie, can we start now? Li Yang looked down at him, and Han Ningjie felt a strong sense of oppression. The person in front of me is so secretive and mysterious that it makes people feel a little scared. Everyone understood when they saw this. Li Yang did not borrow money from others or rent a car to cope with the situation. Instead, he actually bought 3 luxury cars. I was immediately shocked by Li Yang's strong financial resources. Oh my god. My family has to apply for a loan to buy a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, but he actually paid in full for this luxury car worth more than 100 million yuan. To be honest, Li Yang has been flirting with girls recently. I thought he was too high profile, but I didn't expect he was too low key. He only started flirting with girls after being rejected for more than 2 years in college. Li Yang was quite loyal at first, but it's a pity that Lin Ruoshi didn't cherish him. Now he is heartbroken and is chasing girls like crazy. Han Ningjie's connections are not good. He has never heard of Li Yang, who is so rich. This is enough to show that he has not even entered his circle. The 2 people are not on the same level. Han Ningjie felt dizzy and had tinnitus as he listened to everyone's discussions. He tried hard to stand up. It was just a simple action, but it made him feel like he had spent all his strength. Han Ningjie took 2 steps forward, knelt down in front of Li Yang in humiliation, and called out grandpa in a low voice with his head down. The classmates nearby were watching the fun and didn't mind making trouble. They all started to urge him to shout louder. Many of the classmates had also been bullied by Han Ningjie. In the past 2 years, he has been bullying others in school. Many classmates have long disliked him, but they feel they cannot afford to offend him and so they endure it silently. Now that they finally have the chance to vent their emotions, how could they give up this rare opportunity? Speak louder, we can't hear you. You don't have any sincerity at all. You don't want to just get away with it like this, do you? When we were making the bet, you spoke very loudly, as if you were afraid that no one could hear you. Why are you so cowardly now? Han Ningjie, didn't you eat today? Speak louder. Li Yang lowered his head and looked at him playfully, without making any statement. But the feeling of oppression on his body made Han Ningjie shudder. Li Yang didn't let him get up, so he just knelt there. He plucked up his courage and shouted again, "Grandpa." This time the whole audience heard it. Okay, let's leave it at that. I hope you won't stir up trouble and bet with me again. I don't have that much time. After saying that, Li Yang drove away surrounded by 3 super beauties. The girls in the school had never seen such a scene before. They looked at Li Yang's back as he left, full of admiration and love. Li Yang is so handsome. Just now he was standing there with dignity and elegance, especially when he was holding the steering wheel with one hand. Isn't this the domineering CEO himself? Oh, I envy those 3 beauties so much. They can drive luxury cars and get Li Yang. I also want to be his woman. Li Yang is so special. I can't take my eyes off him when he stands there. Lin Ruoshi was also standing in an inconspicuous corner witnessing all this. She had apologized and shown goodwill, but Li Yang remained indifferent. Although Lin Ruoshi is not a super beauty, she is still pretty and has been pursued by men since she was a child. But despite her repeated attempts to please him, Li Yang completely ignored her and even got close to 2 super beautiful girls in the school. She felt extremely resentful. She came here today to see Li Yang make a fool of himself, so that she would feel that Li Yang had returned to his ordinary state and he would no longer be able to reject her in a condescending manner. But she didn't expect that Li Yang's financial resources had reached this level. Instead, she didn't blame Li Yang for ignoring her. She really couldn't meet Li Yang. 3 beautiful women standing there made her feel like an ugly duckling, and the pride in her heart was shattered at this moment. All she felt now was regret. She regretted why she didn't accept Li Yang at the beginning. He was still very loyal to her at that time. If he had accepted Li Yang at that time, the result would be different now. She would never have to worry about work again. Li Yang was able to take care of everything for her and ensure that she would have no worries about food and clothing in her future life. She felt that she had fallen in love with Li Yang and would never meet a man better than him. She would look for opportunities to make Li Yang change his mind. Chapter 21: The Beautiful Boss Lady. After a whole afternoon of hard work, the bet was finally over and it was time for dinner. Thinking about what happened just now, Li Yang felt very happy. When he was pursuing Lin Ruoshi, he always heard her mention Han Ningjie intentionally or unintentionally, and she always used Han Ningjie's advantages to belittle him. This made him work very hard for a long time, trying to narrow the gap between him and Han Ningjie and become the only man in Lin Ruoshi's heart. Unfortunately, Lin Ruoshi still couldn't see him. After Li Yang obtained this system, he also saw Lin Ruoshi's true face, and he no longer cared about Han Ningjie, but Han Ningjie insisted on provoking him. Today, Han Ningjie's true face was revealed in front of everyone. He is not as rich as he appears to be, nor as capable as he appears to be. He is a paper tiger who has been scaring those who are timid and fearful. Li Yang brought 3 super beauties to a private restaurant. This restaurant was originally a reservation-only restaurant, and one had to make a reservation one day in advance to be eligible to enter. Moreover, it only receives 10 tables of guests every day, and the prices are very expensive. A meal for 3 or 4 people costs more than 10,000 yuan. Li Yang did not have an appointment, but the proprietress was a flexible person. When she saw Li Yang and his friends driving 3 luxury cars over, she came out to greet them in person. The rules in a restaurant are essentially to highlight the restaurant's grade and attract more wealthy customers to consume. Naturally, there is no need to reject customers who drive luxury cars worth hundreds of millions just because of reservation issues. Li Yang was surrounded by women on both sides, and there was also a beautiful woman beside him. As soon as he entered the restaurant, he attracted the attention of most people, especially men. The 3 super beauties brought them great visual shock. It was rare to see a beauty of this level at ordinary times, but this young man actually brought 3 of them at once. Moreover, these beauties seem to be quite harmonious. At least on the surface, they don't seem to be jealous of each other and they give the young man enough face. They know very well that it must be because the man is very rich and very generous to beautiful women, so they are willing to share the man with other women. The proprietress, with a smile on her face, personally led them into a luxurious private room and took out a menu to explain the dishes to them in detail. Li Yang noticed the proprietress as soon as he entered the store. She looked about 30 years old, with gorgeous features and thick black hair that was curled into big waves and naturally fell to her waist. She was wearing a slim-fitting red cheongsam, exuding a feminine charm that made people unable to take their eyes off her. She is tall and slender, with a waist so thin that it can be held in one hand, and a D-cup. Li Yang is worried that his waist will break. After seeing this, Li Yang couldn't help but sigh that women in their 30s have a unique charm. No wonder some people like young women. He looked at the proprietress intentionally or unintentionally, and didn't listen to the introduction of the dishes at all. He was still wondering in his heart, with the proprietress's figure and appearance, how could it be that she did not meet the standard of system consumption? At this time, the system prompt sounded. Ding! A good-looking person of the opposite sex is detected. Name, Lu Yan. Age, 31. Body, 9.1 points. Appearance, 8.7 points. Favorability, 26 points. Li Yang couldn't help but admire in his heart, no wonder this woman is still so charming at the age of 30, not inferior to the three super beauties around him, and even has a unique charm due to her age and experience. It turns out that her figure and appearance scores are so high. Madam Boss, stop introducing them, just serve all the dishes you think are delicious. Li Yang looked at Lu Yan with a burning gaze. She seemed to understand what he meant, and was a little shy, so she lowered her head slightly. Okay, no problem. What's your name? I can help you get a super membership later, so you don't have to make an appointment when you come to eat next time. Although Lu Yan runs a high-end restaurant, the cars that her customers drive are generally worth around 1 million yuan. It is the first time she has seen someone like Li Yang driving a luxury car worth hundreds of millions and bringing 3 beautiful women with him. Of course, she would use various methods to retain this customer so that he would come here to consume frequently in the future. In addition, out of selfish motives, she also wanted to get closer to this man. It was not easy for her to run this restaurant alone after being divorced for many years, and she also wanted to find a truly capable man to rely on. The man in front of her obviously met her requirements and was younger and more handsome than she expected. As a woman, she also has desires, especially in the dead of night, when the unbearable feeling of loneliness torments her. The way she looked at Li Yang, she knew that he could satisfy all her fantasies about men. My name is Li Yang, you can just call me by my name. Li Yang looked at her with a calm look. This made Lu Yan a little overwhelmed. Li Yang was handsome, and when they looked at each other, he was very confident and did not show any shyness at all. This made Lu Yan a little uneasy. Ding! Lu Yan's favorability increased by 10. Lu Yan's current favorability is 36. The favorability has reached 60. The host will receive a random reward from the system. After completing the membership information registration, Lu Yan left the private room. Lin Xiaoyu took the initiative to lean on Li Yang. Seeing Li Yang's handsome appearance, she felt very happy. And after what happened just now, she had a better understanding of Li Yang. She felt that this man was more attractive than she had imagined. This charm was not only in terms of money, but also in terms of connotation. But she also discovered that there were really a lot of women around Li Yang. He had a fatal attraction to women, and there would be many women willing to get close to him in the future. Even the beautiful proprietress looked at Li Yang with admiration. She felt a sense of crisis. In order to continue to attract Li Yang in the future, she had to provide him with high-quality emotional value in addition to the physical aspect. Li Yang looked at Lin Xiaoyu, whose little face was blushing at the moment, and felt pity for her, so he tickled her. Itchy. At this time, Su Qianyin also looked at Li Yang with admiration and said, "Brother, you haven't seen me for 2 days. I missed you so much. I was busy all afternoon and finally got to talk to you." Su Qianyin's voice was gentle and pleasant, and Li Yang felt very comfortable listening to it. Li Yang looked at Su Yao next to him at this time. She was a little at a loss. Su Yao found it a little difficult to fit in, probably because the relationship between them had not reached that stage after all, and she had never been in a relationship, so she was still more or less restrained. Chapter 22, next time? At this time, Lu Yan personally led the service staff to serve the dishes, and the dishes were served one after another. As soon as she entered the room, she saw a subtle scene between several people, and she became more certain that they were 3 women and 1 man and that their relationship was unusual. If the 3 of them can get along harmoniously, then she should be able to get along well with them as well. It would be great if Li Yang liked her. Li Yang and the 3 super beauties restrained their movements when they saw someone coming in. But after what happened just now, the blushes on the beauties' faces had not yet faded, and the male waiters who served the dishes looked at them intentionally or unintentionally. The beautiful woman's blushing face and shy look were so tempting, but the customers did not dare to offend her and could only look at her secretly. They looked at Li Yang with envy, and felt very bitter. They were both men, but how come he was handsome and rich while they could only serve dishes here? I really hope that I can be like him in my next life, handsome and rich, so that I can get these beautiful women. When Lu Yan was leaving after serving the dishes, she threw a flirtatious glance at Li Yang. The moment their eyes met, Li Yang's heart beat faster. Lu Yan was so feminine, charming, and had a delicate heart. It seemed that she knew what he needed as soon as they met. Lin Xiaoyu, Wang Yao, and Su Qianyin looked at the exquisite dishes in front of them and couldn't help but pick up their phones to take pictures. Not everyone is qualified to eat the private dishes here. Not only does one need financial resources but also a certain social status. If they take photos and post them on WeChat Moments, they will definitely be envied by many people. Li Yang looked at the exquisite dishes and tasted them, and he understood why this restaurant was so popular among wealthy people. Both the appearance and the taste were very special, far better than other restaurants. The signature dish secret braised pork has a bright red color, soft and glutinous texture, fat but not greasy. Selected top quality pork belly is carefully cooked through multiple processes and added with a special sauce, making the meat and sauce aroma blend perfectly. The grilled steak is delicious and juicy. The steak is fried to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, retaining the original flavor of the beef. Paired with rich black pepper sauce and fresh vegetables, it has a rich taste and is very memorable. In addition, there is steamed sea bass. The fish is tender and delicious. The chef skillfully uses the steaming cooking method to retain the nutrition and taste of the sea bass to the maximum extent. The dishes in private restaurants are not only delicious, but also focus on the selection of ingredients and the application of cooking techniques. Li Yang felt that Lu Yan, who was able to manage this restaurant, was very capable. She could ensure the details of the preparation of each dish, which was not easy in itself. The catering industry has been very competitive in recent years, but she has managed to run a successful private restaurant. Even with high prices, there is still a constant stream of customers. Lu Yan's management skills are extraordinary. Li Yang thought it would be a good idea to let Lu Yan be his woman in the future. He could then invest in a few more restaurants for her and let her run them. It would also be nice for him to get shares and dividends. Although you can get a lot of money through system cashback, who would complain about having too much money? Su Yao, the pampered young lady, also praised this private restaurant. The taste of this private restaurant is really special. The taste of each dish is different from the usual ones, but they are delicious. She looked at Li Yang with sparkling eyes and kissed him on the face excitedly. Li Yang patted her head and said gently, "As long as you like it, we can come here often in the future." Su Yao smiled and picked up some dishes that she thought were delicious for Li Yang. "Brother Yang, you are so nice. I think these two dishes are the best. You try them." When Lin Xiaoyu saw this scene, she felt a sense of crisis. She had just met Li Yang today and was not from the same school as him. Compared with the other two women, she had no advantage at all. Thinking of this, she also picked up a piece of braised pork and a piece of sea bass for Li Yang, and served him a bowl of soup. The whole action is very skillful and she looks gentle and virtuous. "Brother, you are too tired today. You need to eat more and rest more." She leaned her head on Li Yang's shoulder, her face full of happiness. Li Yang hugged her, kissed her lips, and whispered, "Be good." Lin Xiaoyu wrapped her arms around Li Yang's waist and leaned against him softly. "Brother, will you bring Xiaoyu to eat such a meal again in the future? Xiaoyu has never eaten such delicious food." "Of course you can. I'll bring you here next time, little greedy cat." Li Yang stroked her slender waist, tickling Lin Xiaoyu so much that she giggled. Su Qianyin coughed twice and seemed to be unable to sit still. It was obvious that she was the one who knew Li Yang first, so why do they seem closer to Li Yang? She has made up her mind to be with Li Yang for the rest of her life. If she continues like this, Li Yang might not like her as much anymore. She must be more charming and have a stronger presence in front of Li Yang. She used her slender legs to tease little Li Yang, with such small movements that the other two beauties didn't notice. Li Yang looked at her with a wicked smile, and Su Qianyin smiled at him cunningly, just like a seductive fox. "Brother, let me feed you soup." As she said this, she took a sip of the soup, held it in her mouth, and then kissed Li Yang's lips. Li Yang felt Su Qianyin's soft little mouth. The delicious soup slowly flowed out of her mouth, and it seemed even more delicious. "Xiaoyin, the soup you feed me is delicious." Su Qianyin was obviously in a much better mood. She could feel that she still had a place in Li Yang's heart, and that was enough. The four of them were having a great time, chatting and laughing while eating. An hour later, Li Yang walked out of the private room with three beauties. Lu Yan prepared the store's special snacks for Li Yang and the other three. "Put these in the car first." Li Yang handed the special snacks to them. After the three left, Lu Yan took out her cell phone and added Li Yang as her green bubble friend. She touched Li Yang's abdominal muscles and said, "Young people have good bodies, and their abdominal muscles are firm. Come to my place for dinner often. I will miss you." The look Lu Yan gave Li Yang was very seductive, her eyes moving and full of charm. Li Yang felt itchy when he saw her looking at him, so he walked up to her and hugged her. He wanted to taste such a beautiful woman today. She had a well-proportioned body. Li Yang felt her softness and kissed her lips. Ding! Lu Yan's favorability increased by 20. Currently, Lu Yan's favorability is 56. When the favorability reaches 60 or 80, the host will receive a random reward from the system. Li Yang listened to the system prompt and looked at the woman in front of him with satisfaction. She closed her eyes and lost herself in it. Just when Li Yang wanted to go further, she suddenly pushed Li Yang away in a panic, her voice trembling slightly. "It's not convenient for me today, and the store is still open. Maybe next time?" There was a trace of struggle on her face, and desire could be seen in her eyes. Li Yang knew that she actually wanted him too. It seemed that Lu Yan was about to fall in love with him. If it was not convenient today, then she would do it next time. She couldn't escape. Chapter 23, Thrilling News. Li Yang pinched her chest, smiled evilly and said, "Next time. I can wait." Lu Yan was still worried that he would be angry. After all, the arrow had been on the string and had to be shot. Unexpectedly, he was willing to wait and understand her. Lu Yan is not only obsessed with Li Yang's body, but also admires his financial resources. Now, no matter what Li Yang does, she feels happy. Ding! Lu Yan's favorability increased by 10. Lu Yan's current favorability is 66. The host can obtain a random reward from the system. Li Yang was delighted. He had conquered another goddess-level woman. He now had 2 random rewards to draw. One was obtained when Lin Xiuyu's favorability reached 60 points, and the other was obtained by Lu Yan for him. Lu Yan looked at him with a flushed face, full of the charm of a little girl. "You should come here more often." "I will come here often. I want to eat the food you cook." After saying this, Li Yang turned and left. After returning to the dormitory, his roommates surrounded him. "Li Yang, brother Yang, you will be my brother from now on. You are my real brother. Brother, you are too low-key. You can afford a luxury car worth hundreds of millions, and you still told us that your family made a little money. Brother Yang, can you take us for a ride in your Bugatti Veyron convertible sometime? It would be even better if we could drive it." "Yes, yes. From now on, we will introduce all the pretty girls we see to you. You have the ability to win them over anyway. By the way, Brother Yang, Lin Ruwashi asked us about your situation today, but we didn't know what you meant, so we didn't tell her anything." Li Yang was a little amused when he saw their fawning looks, but normally they all had a good relationship and he patiently answered their questions. "Don't bother with Lin Ruwashi. I'll take you guys for a ride this weekend." The roommates were extremely happy to hear what Li Yang said. This car will be the focus wherever it goes, and they wonder how comfortable it will be to sit in it. Thanks to Li Yang, they were able to experience the car up close. Li Yang was tired after a day of work and lay on the bed after taking a shower. He felt that the bed was too hard and the living space was too small, so it was not convenient to bring a woman back to spend the night. Suya was so proactive today, but he couldn't bring her back. "It seems that I still need to buy a villa and live in it. This way, not only will I live comfortably, but it will also give girls choices. If they wanted to live in their original residence, they could continue to live there. If they didn't want to live in their original residence, they could move to the villa and live with him." There happened to be several villas for sale near the school, only a 10-minute drive away. When the school was first built, he and his roommates went to visit it. At that time, Li Yang felt that these villas were an unattainable dream for him, and he might not be able to afford to live in them even if he worked all his life. Unexpectedly, he could easily buy it in just 1 year. Just leave these matters to the villa sales department, and they will all be taken care of by going there tomorrow. He turned on his phone and saw messages from Green Bubble and Douyin 99+. "Haningjie, Brother Yang, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. My dad has already beaten me, please don't be angry. Please consider investing in our company. After all, we are classmates. Please help me." Han Ingjie's attitude was humble. It seemed that Han Genoa had already taught him a lesson and let him know the situation of his own company. From now on, he will probably never be arrogant in school again, and he no longer has the capital to be arrogant. After reading it, Li Yang returned to the message page without replying to him. It's not that he knows he is wrong, but he knows the value and role of Li Yang. Li Yang didn't want to pay any attention to this kind of apology or request for help. Lu Ling, brother, are you very busy recently? You haven't come to see the deer for a long time. Poor. The little deer wants to find you, stay with you, and take care of you. Li Yang didn't expect Xiaolu to come to him so soon. He hasn't spent any time or money on Xiaolu recently, but she seems to be very concerned about him. Basically, she would come to greet me every day, telling me how much she missed me, and sometimes she would share her daily life with me. This may be the effect of playing hard to get. Of course, Li Yang did not deliberately play hard to get, because he had too many women to pay attention to, so he was relatively not that sad about Lu Ling, and ultimately achieved a very good effect. Sometimes if you want to get a woman, you must have the confidence to not be afraid of losing her. Li Yang edited the text and sent her a message. Li Yang, I am really busy recently, it would be great if you could come and take care of me. My address is XXXX. Call me before you come and I will pick you up. It is not safe for a girl to go to a strange city alone. After sending the message, I received a system prompt. Ding! Lu Ling's favorability increased by 5. The current favorability of the deer spirit is 70. When the favorability reaches 80, the host will receive a random reward from the system. Li Yang found the system prompt tone very pleasant to the ears. Lu Ling's favorability level had already reached 70 before she even saw him, and it would not take long for the level to break through 80 after they met. In this way, you can get random rewards from the system again. Then he saw the message from Lu Yan. Lu Yan, Li Yang, will you come to my place for dinner tomorrow? I'll prepare something good for you. Smirk. Your kissing skills are great, I wonder if you are good in that area, let's try it next time. Li Yang felt his blood boiling after reading Lu Yan's message. The scent and aura emanating from this woman made the man unable to stop. What's more, her figure and appearance are both very good, at least a D cup. Although the system score was not particularly high, the impact it brought to Li Yang was indescribable. He was even a little reluctant to eat it, fearing that if he ate it, the sense of anticipation would be gone. He would definitely go if Lu Yan invited him, it was just a matter of time. He edited the message and sent it. Li Yang, I want to eat you tomorrow, eating is just a side job. Is tomorrow convenient for you? Let's try. Li Yang continued to scroll down and found that Ruan Mengqi also sent a message. Ruan Mengqi, brother Yang, I keep losing in PKs when you're not around, and the other team laughs at you for not wanting me anymore. Yang, you won't abandon me, right? Picture. Li Yang almost forgot who this little girl was for a moment. After thinking about it, he realized that this was the little anchor that his roommate also liked. In the picture, she is wearing a white suspender dress, showing off her good figure. Under the pure and cute face, there is actually an F cup. The contrast made Li Yang almost bleed from his nose. Fuck, isn't this just a baby face with a giant thing? He wasn't very interested in Kiki before, but he liked her and thought she was natural and cute. I didn't expect this little girl to have such a great figure. She is indeed a high-scoring beauty recognized by the system. This kid from system has good vision. Li Yang quickly edited the message and sent it. Li Yang, brother will never abandon you. Brother will always want you. You should exercise well. I'm afraid you can't bear your brother's love. Smirk. Chapter 24 Zhao Shihan's invitation. Ruan Mengqi replied quickly. Ruan Mengqi, brother, why do I feel like you speak strangely, but I can't tell what's wrong? I hope you can always want me and not abandon me. Shy. You must come to my next live broadcast. Li Yang quickly replied to the message. Li Yang, yes, call me during the live broadcast. After replying, I continued to read on and found that Chu Yuran, a female lawyer from Peking University and Tsinghua University, also sent a message. Chu Yuran, Li Yang, thank you for helping me pay off my loan. It may be a piece of cake for you, but to me you are special, a ray of light in my miserable life, and all my hope. Now that the loan has been paid off, I want to leave this place and start a new life somewhere else. Li Yang, I want to go to the city where you are. I want to stay by your side forever. Please don't reject me, okay? Li Yang was touched after reading her message. Since she wanted to live here, that was great. The door of the villa opens for you. Li Yang, you can come and live here. I will provide accommodation. Tomorrow I will buy a villa near the school. It is too empty to live alone. It is just right for you to accompany me. Shu Yuran seemed very happy to see the news and replied quickly. Shu Yuran, really? That's great. I don't have to worry about the house, and I can see you every day. Li Yang was still very happy thinking that this beautiful and intelligent woman was coming to his side. If I really want to start a company in the future, I can ask her to be my legal advisor. Li Yang has also watched her live broadcast. She is very professional. After all, she graduated from a prestigious university and has a very solid theoretical foundation. However, not many people seek her out for legal advice, because she is so stunningly beautiful and looks so young, like a recent college graduate, which makes it hard to convince people. After all, a woman like this can only survive better if she finds a capable man like Li Yang. After thinking about it, Li Yang sent another message. Li Yang, I also want to see you every day. After posting, continue to read other news. Lin Xiuyu, brother, there are so many beauties around you, I am overshadowed by you, I feel so insecure. Brother, you are so handsome, so charming, and so rich. I am afraid there is no girl in your school who doesn't like you. Can I stay with you? I'm afraid my brother will forget me. I don't dare to expect anything else. Can you be my financial sponsor and support me? I am very sensible and obedient. She saw that Li Yang was surrounded by beautiful women and also witnessed Li Yang's financial resources, and she knew that it was impossible for her to marry him under her conditions. In this case, just treat it as a canary that he raises for his admiration. You can also get a lot of money from it, and you will never have to worry about food and clothing in the future. Li Yang was very willing to see that Lin Xiuyu also wanted to join him. It would be interesting if there were more and more women in his villa. Otherwise, he would be alone, living in an empty villa, with only a huge cold deposit to accompany him every day. What's the point? After all, Lin Xiuyu is in the car model circle. Most of the women in the circle end up finding a sponsor to support them, and only a few can actually marry a rich man. She naturally understood this and had always been planning for her future. She had remained a virgin until she met Li Yang. Li Yang also knew very well about this woman's mental journey. This is good, and it is the situation he wants to see. Li Yang, Xiuyu, I also want you to be by my side every day. Time is limited that day, and I am a little anxious. I will show you my true strength when we live together. From now on, you can just be your brother's canary. You will have a life of luxury. Lin Xiuyu sent a message quickly. Lin Xiuyu, brother, you are so kind. I am willing to be your caged bird. Li Yang continued to look through the messages, but unexpectedly, his counselor Zhao Shirhan also sent him a message. Zhao Shirhan, Li Yang, I didn't expect you to be so low-key before. At the critical moment, I can afford a Bugatti Veyron convertible. I like this car too. Can you take me for a ride tonight? Li Yang, I've actually been paying attention to you recently. I think you're so outstanding and handsome that I can't take my eyes off you. Li Yang smiled proudly when he saw it. Zhao Shirhan had always restrained her emotions due to her profession, but this time she actually took the initiative to send a message similar to a confession. This means that her feelings for Li Yang have reached a point where she can no longer control them rationally, or that the value Li Yang has demonstrated is great enough for her to take this step. Li Yang really likes this feeling of taboo. He has accumulated enough wealth now and has the system to rely on. He can fully bear the consequences of continuing to develop a relationship with Zhao Shirhan. Li Yang, let us go now. 10 minutes later, Zhao Shirhan got into Li Yang's car. Zhao Shirhan wore a slim black dress with the hem just above her knees, showing off her long, beautiful legs, which were faintly visible through her black stockings. She paired it with a pair of black high heels with slender heels, which made her posture more upright. What she wore today was very different from usual. She looked charming and her curvy figure was more eye-catching. Li Yang couldn't help but take a few more glances. Zhao Shirhan also noticed Li Yang's gaze and looked at him shyly. She seldom wears this kind of figure-revealing skirt. On the one hand, it is because she has such a good figure that wearing this kind of skirt will attract the covetous eyes of men. On the other hand, it is also a professional requirement. But today she plucked up the courage to wear the dress for Li Yang. Fortunately, Li Yang liked it, and his eyes said it all. As long as Li Yang likes it, it's worth it. She has never met such an outstanding man. Li Yang started the car, held her hand with one hand, and drove with one hand. Not only did Zhao Shirhan not avoid it, She even felt a little secretly happy in her heart, thinking that the person she liked had finally taken the initiative. She stared at Li Yang blankly, thinking that he looked very handsome driving the Bugatti Veyron convertible with one hand. Her heart started pounding instantly. Ding! Zhao Shurhan's favorability increased by 20. The current favorability of Zhao Shurhan is 65. The favorability has reached 60. The host will receive a random reward from the system. Oh! Just holding hands will increase your favorability by 20, and you will get another chance to draw a random reward. It seems that Zhao Shurhan is more interested in him as a person. By increasing physical contact, she can gain a lot of favorability. Chapter 25, Draw 3 cards in a row. Li Yang now has 3 chances to draw random rewards, and he will use them all when the time comes. Of course, his main concern tonight was Zhao Shurhan, but she has become a well-behaved little kitten now. Where are we going? Li Yang seemed to be driving aimlessly, but in fact he was quietly leaving the city. Brother, everyone listens to you. Zhao Shurhan's voice was shy, completely different from her usual self. Okay. After Li Yang finished speaking, he sped up and drove towards the suburbs. Soon Li Yang stopped in a deserted place. Since it was already in the suburbs, there were no streetlights around. This is it. When Zhao Shurhan saw that there was no one around and it was pitch black, she suddenly felt frightened. She unbuckled her seatbelt and threw herself into Li Yang's arms. Li Yang, you are so annoying. Why did you bring me here? I'm so scared. Li Yang's chest made her feel unprecedentedly at ease. Zhao Shurhan closed her eyes slightly, her eyelashes trembling slightly, looking forward to Li Yang's next move. Li Yang brought her over. 2 hours later, she lay weakly on Li Yang's chest, with a hint of feminine charm between her eyebrows. After what happened just now, she became more convinced that her choice was correct and she loved Li Yang. Ding! Zhao Shurhan's favorability increased by 10. Currently, Zhao Shurhan's favorability is 75. When it reaches 80, the host will receive a random reward from the system. Li Yang looked at Zhao Shurhan and felt a great sense of accomplishment. After all, her identity was different, and the desire to conquer and the excitement she brought to Li Yang increased exponentially. When she first met at the beginning of the school year, many boys were discussing her in the dormitory. Sometimes when she taught, her breasts would shake violently when she moved a little, which was difficult for the hot-blooded boys to ignore. As far as Li Yang knows, Zhao Shurhan is a girl that many boys fantasize about. The goddess in the eyes of the boys in the class was now lying in his arms, looking at him with admiration. What would the boys in the class think if they saw this? He held Zhao Shurhan in his arms, feeling her softness. He had nothing to do, and thinking of the 3 system random rewards that had not been drawn, he used his mind control to come to the system lottery page. Extract. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a beauty bonus card. Using the beauty bonus card can increase the host's overall beauty by 1 point. Extraction. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a height bonus card. After using this card, the host's net height will increase by 5 centimeters. The current host's net height is 176 centimeters, and after using this card, it will reach 181 centimeters. Li Yang sighed, why are all these things related to height and appearance? He wants money and ability. As a man, he is more concerned about his personal abilities and financial strength. Height and appearance are not that important. He used his mind to control the extract button again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the running talent card. After using this card, the host's running speed can reach the level of an Olympic champion with a little training. This skill is good. Although he doesn't know what it is used for now, he still likes it personally. It will come in handy one day. He wants to be the coolest guy on the court. After drawing the random reward, Li Yang's hands started to get naughty again, but Zhao Shurhan didn't care at all. Li Yang, the school will start preparing for the sports meet in a few days. After the meet, I will tell the school leaders about my resignation. If she continued to keep this job, she would not be able to be with Li Yang openly, and she didn't want Li Yang to be a man she couldn't let be seen in public. And it was such a proud thing for her to have Li Yang as her man. After she resigned, she would tell her former classmates and colleagues to let them know that she was now the little woman of a powerful man and that they would be happy in the future. Li Yang touched her slender waist and asked, is the school going to hold a sports meet? Why didn't the class notify us? Zhao Shurhan smiled and said, right now the school has only sent relevant documents to the counselors. They will be sent to the students tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Then the students can sign up on their own. Seeing that Liang didn't respond to her resignation, she thought that Liang didn't want to resign, so she said coquettishly, "Liang, don't you want me to resign? Don't you take responsibility after sleeping with me?" Liang smiled from ear to ear. "Of course I am willing to take responsibility. Tomorrow I will go buy a villa near the school and move in. You can move in with me." Zhao Shihan immediately smiled. Living with Liang was the life she wanted. From now on, she won't have to work anymore and can enjoy life comfortably. She raised her head and kissed Liang on the face, and said happily, "This is great. I knew I wouldn't be wrong. When the time comes, you can decorate a warm room for me. I want to see you every day." "Okay, no problem, baby." Liang dragged out the last syllable of his voice, causing Zhao Shihan to blush. She had never felt so embarrassed before. Liang is so bad. At this time, Liang was thinking about the sports meet. He drew a running talent card, so of course he wanted to show his prowess at the sports meet. Let all brothers see what it means to be gifted. Let the women see how incredible his physical strength is. Chapter 26, With Brother Yang in my hand, the world is mine. After a while, Liang sent Zhao Shihan back. Zhao Shihan was very reluctant to leave, looking just like a little girl in love. Liang comforted her with a few words and sent her upstairs. After returning to the dormitory, he saw the green bubble messages sent to him by the girls. "Lu Ling, brother, I have an important PK match later, are you free to support Xiaolu? If you don't have time, the deer is finished crying." How could I not support the poor weak girl Liang? Moreover, this girl was very sensible and almost explicitly stated that she would parachute in and live with Liang. Fortunately, she still had a conscience, and the money he spent was not wasted. Of course we should continue to support such a sensible girl. At the same time, I also received Wan Mengqi's green bubble message. "Wan Mengqi, brother, help. I will PK in half an hour, you must come. If you don't come, I will die." Liang found Wan Mengqi's message very funny. Since he had promised her that he would support her, he certainly couldn't break his promise. This girl is also quite interesting. Liang opened Douyin, and the system just recommended Lu Ling's live broadcast room to him, so he clicked on it. As soon as I entered the live broadcast room, the PK was about to end in 1 minute. He didn't even think about it and thought that he should be able to make it in time by quickly clearing the carnival. After all, the big brother on the opposite side didn't have much strength. In fact, it's not the opponent's fault that he has no strength. Looking at the entire Douyin now, how many people can beat Liang? He was able to make himself a hot topic on the internet by giving out gifts. People of this level of wealth have extremely terrifying strength. Some of the anchor's big brothers would even deliberately avoid a head-on confrontation with Liang, because they would have almost no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation. However, losing to another man in front of the anchor they were protecting was too embarrassing. Xiaolu looked at his own data pitifully. He had already accepted his fate and waited for defeat, but he didn't expect Liang to come. He came down from the sky like a god, bringing luxurious and intensive carnival special effects to save her. Xiaolu felt that Yang always protected her like a knight, and she was like his princess. For the first time, she had a different feeling towards a man, like dependence and salvation. This man had never met her before, and every time she felt moved, it seemed a little unreal. Yang gives away Carnival X1. Yang gives away Carnival X2. Yang sends Carnival X3. Yang gave away Carnival X4. Yang gives away Carnival X128. In 60 seconds, he gave out 128 carnivals, and did not stop giving out gifts until the last second before the PK ended. Xiaolu jumped for joy. During the days when Liang was not in the live broadcast room, she lost almost every PK match. It had been a long time since she had experienced the exhilarating feeling of crushing the opponent and winning a PK. She danced sexy and cutely, and made a heart shape towards the screen. "Thank you, brother Yang. Brother Xiaolu loves you. Brother, when the little deer grows up, you can come and marry the little deer, okay?" Xiaolu's face turned red after he finished speaking, and he quickly tried to make amends. "I was just joking. We'll talk about it later when we grow up. But brother Yang, Xiaolu is really grateful to you, you are so awesome." Liang still felt healed when he saw the little deer's innocent and lively appearance. It would be nice to have such a young, energetic, lively and lovely beauty by his side in the future, who can bring more color to his life. "Liang, little girl, brother loves you too. Come to see your brother as soon as possible." Xiaolu smiled shyly when she saw Li Yang's comments. Her emotions were easily affected by Li Yang. She also didn't care what people in the live broadcast room thought of the comments Li Yang sent. Her focus was completely on Li Yang. Of course, the person who gave the most gifts in her live broadcast room was Li Yang. The barrage also became a heated discussion. Didn't they say Brother Yang had quit the internet? He hasn't appeared in many days, so this time he showed up and it was extraordinary. After all, our Xiaolu was different to Brother Yang. As soon as he came online, he came to give Xiaolu gifts. Yes, some people also said that Mr. Yang is surrounded by beautiful women and he doesn't like Xiaolu anymore. How is that possible? If he doesn't like Xiaolu, would he give so many gifts? The person above, you just don't understand Mr. Yang's financial resources. These gifts are nothing to him. They are just for fun. It's not necessarily because he likes them. Correct. It's hard to measure Mr. Yang's love with money. It's just like charging 6 yuan for our game. Boss Yang is awesome. He defeated the opponent in seconds without leaving any trace. Brother Yang, please reply to my private message. I'm a 6th in King of Glory. I can help you rank up. If you're happy, just send me a red envelope. The one upstairs, you have a pretty good plan. Just a red envelope from Mr. Yang will be enough for you to make a small fortune. Li Yang looked at the messages in the barrage and once again realized the attitude of people on the internet towards the super rich. It felt pretty good. When you are bored in the future, you can find high-scoring beauties on the platform to give them rewards, and your emotional value will be satisfied immediately. When Xiaolu saw these comments, he felt shy and happy, and a sense of crisis followed. Yang is no longer the unknown low-level account he used to be. As he earns more and more money, he has already become a maximum level account of level 120. His record of giving gifts is so brilliant that more and more people in Douyin know him and admire him. The man hopes that Li Yang can lead them to do business and make money, while the woman is eager to please Yang, so that she can be his woman and have no worries about food and clothing. Under such circumstances, Xiaolu felt that she was becoming less and less competitive, and was always worried that Yang would really forget her one day. She was just an internet anchor that Yang liked, and they had never even met. She had to get to Yangyang City as soon as possible so that their relationship could be further developed and their bond would be deeper. Li Yang exited Xiaolu's live broadcast room and came to Ruan Mengqi's live broadcast room. As soon as I entered the live broadcast room, I heard Ruan Mengqi shouting excitedly, "My brother Yang is finally here." Everyone lined up to welcome brother Yang. My family, I am not afraid of Chi anymore. With the support of my brother Yang, I will be invincible in any PK. Now I'm connecting with those big anchors who I can't beat, brother Yang, I'll leave the rest to you. Li Yang, okay. The people in the live broadcast room were also very excited when they saw this scene. Fuck, it's just a PK, but it feels like leading troops into battle. I feel like it's lit. What's going on? Let's go in PK with the microphone. Catch her off guard. Ha ha ha. Chi is so funny. It's different with Big Brother's support. Brother Yang, look at me. I am so stuck on my gender, but I can sing and dance. With Brother Yang in my hands, the world is mine. Conquer the other side, capture the host as a prisoner, and then we can hee. Chapter 27, The Pure Land of Bliss Luoyi. Soon Ruan Mengqi connected with a host of the same type. This anchor is 80% similar to Mei Ilia, and her makeup, clothing and appearance are also intentionally imitated, so at first glance you might think it is Mei Ilia herself. She was dancing to Pure Land in the live broadcast room, revealing her beautiful legs and silk stockings from time to time. Her breasts also trembled with the dance moves, bringing quite a visual impact. Ding! A good-looking person of the opposite sex is detected. Name, Luoyi. Age, 24. Body shape, 8.9 points. Appearance, 8.7 points. Favorability, 0 points. Originally, Li Yang was wondering whether this girl who looked like Miuria relied on beauty filters to achieve this effect, but after looking at the score given by the system, he felt that her appearance and figure should be real. The duty room opposite was very popular, and many people were posting "it looks like Mei Ilia" in the live broadcast room. Even in Ruan Mengqi's live broadcast room, there were many people discussing the host on the other side. Oh my goddess Miuria, it looks like Miuria. Although I know she's not real, she looks too similar. Goddess, you have a great figure too. You traders, this is in Chi-Chi's live broadcast room. If you like the host on the other side, go and comment on the other side. That's right, doesn't she look like Mayoria? Our Chi-Chi isn't bad either. Ruan Mengchi didn't expect to connect with such a popular anchor, and she is really popular with men. Will brother Li Yang still support her? Thinking of this, she actually felt a little lost. This loss was not only because she was worried about losing the top spot on the list, but also seemed to be a little sad. She said to the screen with a slightly tearful voice, "Brother Yang, you must support Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi really needs your support. You are the hero who decides Chi-Chi's fate. Please don't give up on me, okay?" Li Yang felt a little uncomfortable when he saw her look. He really wanted to change his mind and let the opposing anchor win. Miyuri is his goddess, and he has some different feelings towards that anchor. But seeing Kiki like this, I felt a little guilty, so I decided to let Kiki win. The PK has already begun, and Li Yang started to play the carnival without hesitation. Yang gives away Carnival X1. Yang gives away Carnival X1. Yang gives away Carnival X2. Yang sends Carnival X3. Yang gave away Carnival X4. Yang gives away Carnival X299. Ruan Mengchi became more and more excited. At the end of the video, she looked at the screen in disbelief and burst into tears of joy. "Brother Yang, you are so nice to Chi-Chi." "Thank you, brother." As expected of my brother Yang, it was easy to defeat the opponent who was so popular. The financial resources of the opposing anchor should not be underestimated. If he hadn't met Li Yang, he would basically be invincible in Douyin. Many viewers who often watch live broadcasts know the host on the opposing side, and they have never seen Luoyi lose during a PK. When they saw Yang successfully win the PK, they felt very excited, as if a curse had been broken and the opposing anchor was finally defeated. My foreign brother in society is a ruthless person who doesn't talk much. Brother Yang, killing 300 or 400 carnivals in one night, the financial resources are really terrifying. What's even more terrifying is that he just took out a small amount of money to play around. This is just the tip of the iceberg of Brother Yang's financial resources. Chi-Chi, you've made it. You actually won the PK match against Luoyi. This record will probably attract a lot of fans. Pack up your things and we're going to upgrade our status. Luoyi was also somewhat shocked watching this scene. She currently has 3 stable older brothers. Each of these 3 older brothers has considerable financial resources. Any one of them is enough for her to win when piking with other anchors. Today, the 3 big brothers were all giving gifts online, and in the end, they also gave more than 100 carnivals together. Even so, he was not able to defeat the big brother on the opposite side. It can be said that the financial resources of this big brother have reached a very terrifying level. Luoyi bowed to the screen. "Thank you all brothers for your support, we are already great." Brother on the opposite side, he hasn't lost in PK for a long time. "I'll remember you." Humph. Li Yang was also shocked when Luoyi opened her mouth. How could there be 2 people in this world who looked so similar and even had almost identical voices? According to his usual experience of giving gifts, Luoyi should have sent him a private message by now. As a big brother with strong financial resources, he certainly wanted to fight for himself. He exited the live broadcast room and looked at the private messages in the background. Luoyi had posted a video of herself dancing to the Pure Land dance. In this video, she is dressed more boldly and unrestrainedly. The neckline is very low and the skirt is shorter than in the live broadcast room. The seductive black stockings are matched with bright red high heels, which is full of sexual tension. Li Yang swallowed and felt that today's harvest was quite good. He originally came to support the 2 little girls to watch the live broadcast, but he did not expect to accidentally discover such a treasure. Whenever he looked at Luoyi, he always looked at Mei Yelia through a filter and was very interested in Luoyi. After watching the video, Luoyi sent another voice message. "Brother, look at me. I know a lot of dances. I want to dance for you someday. Brother, if you like me, you can come and watch my live broadcast next time." Luoyi's voice is very similar to Mei Yelia's, but she is more relaxed. Her voice is sexy and seductive, making people feel refreshed when listening to it. Li Yang edited the message and replied, "You dance very well, and your figure and appearance are also the type I like." Luoyi replied immediately, "Brother, let us add a green bubble. When you are bored, you can find someone to chat with. I have many sides to me in private, maybe my brother can see a different side of me." Li Yang, "More videos of this kind are welcome." Smirk. Luoyi, "As long as my brother likes it." Then she sent several videos in a row so that Li Yang could watch them all at once. Li Yang suddenly felt that his current life was really great. The girls were all very proactive towards him. He would become even more popular after he used his looks and height. Just thinking about the future makes me feel happy. Chapter 28, Being Frank. Li Yang used up his height, appearance, and running card at once. Now his height has reached 181 centimeters and his appearance has reached 7.5 points. He is already a very dazzling presence when walking in the crowd. After he used the running talent card, he felt that his body suddenly became very light, and a warm current flowed through his body. It was as if there was more strength in his body. It felt quite comfortable if he looked closely. Ding! Luo Yi's favorability increased by 20. The current favorability of Luo Yi is 20. When the favorability reaches 60 or 80, the host will receive a random reward from the system. During the chat, Luo Yi's favorability towards Li Yang increased. Li Yang's frankness made her feel that Li Yang was very courageous and confident. She has met many men who obviously like watching her dancing, her figure and her face, but they are afraid to admit it. Luo Yi felt that this kind of man was particularly hypocritical and not brave. She now began to wonder what kind of man Yang was, and what such a rich, confident and brave man looked like. So she suddenly had the urge to make a video call to Li Yang. Luo Yi, brother, can I add your green bubble number? I am a little curious about my brother. I feel my brother is different from other men. I am obsessed with him. Li Yang looked at Luo Yi's message and felt that this woman was more proactive than he had imagined. I wonder if she will give out some benefits in the video. Li Yang sent his green bubble number and then sent it through a friend. Almost at the moment when I got through to my friend, Luo Yi called me via video. After Li Yang answered the phone, he heard Luo Yi's surprised voice. Wow! Brother, you are so handsome and so young. Brother, your abdominal muscles look so good to touch, you have a great figure. Luo Yi looked at Li Yang with sparkling eyes and was very active and proactive during the conversation. Ding! Luo Yi's favorability increased by 25. The current favorability of Luo Yi is 45. When the favorability reaches 60 or 80, the host will receive a random reward from the system. Li looked at the screen. Luo Yi was still wearing the same clothes she wore during the live broadcast. Her skirt was casually rolled up, revealing her fair and slender legs. Li Yang saw scenes that were more attractive than those in the live broadcast room. Li Yang's Adam's apple rolled, and he said calmly, "Your clothes are really nice." Luo Yi noticed Li Yang's interest and continued to show her advantages. Brother, I have a lot of nice clothes. She initially thought that Li Yang was an old man and therefore had a lot of wealth. If this is the case, the most she is willing to do is chat with him online to maintain their relationship so that he can give her gifts. But this wealthy big brother is actually a handsome man with a great body. She is willing to pay more to maintain the relationship, because she doesn't lose out anyway. Luo Yi looked at the camera with a dazed look in her eyes. Brother, I will come to find you after I finish the live broadcast mission. Will my brother protect me like he protected Chi-Chi? Li Yang liked her beautiful appearance and was very satisfied when he heard that she would come to see him. He just showed off his financial resources and good looks in front of her, and she was already so proactive. If he gave her more gifts, she would probably be his. This woman is quite sensible. She is willing to put out a big bait that is visible but uneatable, giving the man enough sweetness. You are much more sensible than Chi-Chi. As long as you continue to be so sensible, I will give you gifts until you are satisfied. Luo Yi chuckled with satisfaction when she heard this. The rich man's promise was worth more than just 1,000 gold coins. Then brother, you must remember this. I will always be sensible. After saying this, Luo Yi hung up the phone reluctantly. Li Yang saw that the way she admired him didn't seem like she was pretending. As soon as I hung up the phone, I received a video call from Chi-Chi with a message on it. Chi-Chi, brother, thank you so much for today. My brother has given me so many gifts, but I haven't met him yet. Can I see you? Li Yang answered immediately. In the camera, Kiki is wearing a maid outfit and a foxtail, showing off her good figure. She blinked at Li Yang, then looked away shyly. Brother Yang, you are nothing like what I imagined. You're so handsome, I thought you were a bald old man. Li Yang looked at her from head to toe. The little girl looked even better in this outfit, and her fluffy tail was very stylish. Ding! Ruan Mengqi's favorability increased by 30 inch. The current favorability of Ruan Mengqi is 60. The favorability has reached 60. The host will receive a random reward from the system. It seems that this little girl is obsessed with looks. She spent so much money before, but her favorability didn't increase much. But when she saw her figure and face, her favorability increased so much all of a sudden. Chapter 29 Maid Costume. Ruan Mingqi took the initiative to suggest, "Brother, I have prepared a dance for you to see." As she spoke, her body began to twist flexibly. At the end, she was kneeling on the ground, looking up at the camera, and the shoulder strap of her top suddenly broke. Ah! She hurried to put her clothes in order. He looked at her kneeling on the ground in panic and thought that the girl was very lively and cute. After frantically trying to sort it out for a while, it was still useless, so she had to hang up the phone in a hurry. "Brother, I need to go tidy up." "Bye." Li Yang nodded and the other party hung up. He looked at the time and it was getting late. He had to go to Lu Yan's house for dinner tomorrow, buy a villa, and had 2 classes. There was still a lot to do, so he went to bed with full anticipation for tomorrow. The next day. After class, Li Yang planned to take Su Qianyin and Lin Xiuyu to buy a villa. As soon as they left the classroom, Han Ningjie walked over humbly. "Brother Yang, can you give me a chance to make amends? You always blamed me for being ignorant. From now on, I will be your little brother." Han Ningjie was humble enough in front of Li Yang that the students passing by couldn't help but take a few more glances at him and start discussing him. "Isn't this the high-profile rich second-generation guy in our school? He drives a Rolls-Royce Phantom to flirt with girls every day, but why is he so respectful to another boy now?" That's Li Yang. A few days ago, the two of them made a bet and Han Ningjie lost. But he still kowtowed to him and called him grandpa. Why does he seem to be willing to be someone's younger brother? Who is Li Yang? He looks quite impressive. He can make such an awesome rich second generation bow down to him. It was just after class and there were many students coming and going, but Han Ningjie seemed not to care and continued chatting with Li Yang. He knew that his family was bankrupt, and if he continued to try to save face, he would soon lose both his wealth and his dignity. Li Yang, however, was a little impatient. Han Ningjie could not provide him with any value. He did not intend to invest in the Han family, so he did not want to talk too much with Han Ningjie. "Don't worry, the past is forgotten. I won't embarrass you or cause you any trouble in the future. We will keep our distance from each other." Li Yang patted Han Ningjie on the shoulder and prepared to leave. But Han Ningjie grabbed his sleeve and said, "Brother Yang, don't leave in a hurry. If you are willing to help me, I can introduce you to beautiful women. Although our company is not doing well now, it was prosperous in the past. I still have a lot of connections and beautiful women in Shanghai City." Li Yang believed this. Since he started college, Han Ningjie has been surrounded by girls. Although the girls are not top-notch because he is too stingy, they are still very beautiful compared to most of the girls in the school. The Han family has been developing in Shanghai City for generations, so naturally they have a lot of connections. As long as there is money to operate these connections, they can indeed play a significant role. It's not bad to have a younger brother who is very familiar with the place. In the future, he can not only help him find the most beautiful women, but also tell him to do things. Li Yang thought for a while and then said slowly, "How much money does your company need?" Han Ningjie was overjoyed and quickly stepped forward and said, "Brother Yang, the company's debt is more than 100 million, and it also needs cash flow development, at least 200 million. Afraid that Li Yang would disagree, he continued, "If the company can get rid of the debt crisis and develop again, we will definitely give you dividends. My father said that as long as you are willing to invest, we will sign a contract to transfer 50% of the shares to you." Li Yang frowned slightly. Why do you think that a company with such a serious debt crisis can make a profit in the future instead of losing 200 million yuan? Li Yang is indeed not short of money, but he is not a sucker. It is definitely not cost-effective to ask him to pay 200 million to recruit a younger brother. Unless the 200 million can make him reap the benefits immediately. Han Ningjie explained anxiously, "Brother Yang, my family has been doing business for generations. This time it was just because the overall environment was not good that we suffered serious losses. As long as we inject cash flow, my father will definitely be able to turn the situation around." Li Yang shook his head, "These are all unknown. I want to know what benefits you are sure you can bring to me?" Han Ningjie was completely deflated. He really couldn't bring direct benefits to Li Yang. No, Li Yang might like his sister because almost no man can refuse his sister. Brother Yang, I have a sister whose figure and appearance are both above 9 points. I guarantee with my years of observation of women that she definitely has such high scores. If you are willing to invest, I will bring you two together. As he spoke, Haningjie took out a photo of his sister and showed it to Li Yang. How is it? My sister has more than 20 million fans on Douyin, you should have seen it. Some time ago, the son of the richest man openly pursued her, but she didn't agree. Li Yang looked at the woman in the photo. She was indeed beautiful. Even without makeup, she was stunningly beautiful. Her looks were almost catching up with Lu Yifei at her peak. Even your sister doesn't like the son of the richest man, how can you be sure that she will like me? Seeing that Li Yang was obviously interested in his sister, Haningjie quickly said, I know my sister very well. You can't use conventional means to pursue her. I will arrange the specific method when the time comes. Besides, Brother Yang, you are handsome and rich, and your physical conditions can also meet my sister's requirements for a partner. I think it should be no problem. Li Yang took another look at the photo, worried that he would not do his job properly, and said, let's make it clear in advance that I will not invest if we don't make the deal. As long as it works, the funds will be deposited immediately. Haningjie immediately responded, okay, it's a deal. I finally got an opportunity for the family business, but I still feel a little sorry for my sister. But who can be blamed for this? He has no choice. To make matters worse, the family business ran into problems and my sister's online reputation suddenly deteriorated. Although she had more than 20 million fans, her ability to monetize was not as good as before. Otherwise, with his sister's ability to make money, he could have helped the company and he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Fortunately, Li Yang is rich, young, handsome, and generous. If my sister really gets together with him, she won't suffer and it will be a good destination for her. Chapter 30 Slap Lin Ruoshi in the face. After dealing with Haningjie's affairs, Li Yang walked straight out of the teaching building. He could feel the girls' burning gazes along the way. They looked at him evasively, with an ambiguity mixed with inferiority. There were also some brave girls who walked up to Li Yang and asked for his contact information. Li Yang, can I get to know you? The girl smiled, not daring to look him in the eyes. None of these girls is worse than Lin Ruoshi, but Li Yang has long looked down on girls of this level. He declined politely, sorry, I have a girlfriend. Wow. He's so cool. He feels just like the boss in the novels. This made the girls next to him feel that he was cool and handsome, and they liked him even more. Lin Ruoshi saw this and clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into the flesh and causing blood to flow out. She felt like God was playing a huge joke on her. She has studied hard and maintained her image for so many years, isn't it just to have the capital to marry a rich man? But Li Yang, such a rich man, had been pursuing her for so long, but she didn't like him. It's all Li Yang's fault for being too pretentious, otherwise how could she not be able to tell a rich person? Ning Yusin felt very proud when she saw Lin Ruoshi, who was regretful to the point of crying. Li Yang was so sincere to her at the beginning, but she always acted arrogantly and played tricks on him, and said very unpleasant things to Li Yang behind his back. She is just a little bit pretty, what right does she have to be so high and mighty? This bitch deserves it. Li Yang didn't care about the women's reactions at all and walked straight towards his car. From a distance, he saw Su Qianyin and Lin Xiuyu waiting for him. They were particularly eye-catching in the busy campus. The picture of the luxury car and the beautiful woman was indescribably beautiful. The boys passing by looked back every few steps, seeing the two beauties standing next to the luxury car, but in the end they did not have the courage to ask for the beauty's WeChat. When the two saw Li Yang coming over, they quickly came up to him happily, and held Li Yang's arms on the left and right, looking very intimate. Lin Xiuyu leaned her head on Li Yang's shoulder and said coquettishly, brother, you are finally here. I missed you so much. Be good, after we buy the villa we can be together every day, and I will fully satisfy your longing then. Lin Xiuyu looked up and found Li Yang looking at her with a smirk. She raised her fist and punched him, saying coquettishly, you're so annoying. She buried her head deeper in Li Yang's shoulder, with a shy smile on her face, which made people feel itchy. Su Qianyin also quickly hugged Li Yang's waist, hubby, I want to live in the villa with you too. Her voice was pleasant and seductive, and the volume was not low. People passing by looked at them and even started a discussion. Oh my god. Am I seeing things? Two women are leaning on a man. Even though the boy is quite handsome, it's not that bad. Don't the men nowadays know how to cover up? He is so blatant, letting two beautiful women accompany him. Didn't you see his bike? It's worth 100 million. These two beauties are not stupid. Why would they need a bike when they are so rich? I would be willing to do that, too, if he doesn't mind the gender. I don't want to. Look how handsome I am. Even if you want to, I won't like you. Ha ha ha. Li Yang chatted with the two of them for a few words and was about to get in the car. He hugged their waists and was about to get in the car. At this time, Lin Ruoshi rushed over. She raised her hand and was about to hit Li Yang, but was stopped by Su Qiannin's quick eyes and hands. Lin Ruoshi was furious. What are you doing, you bitch? I'm just standing up for you. Su Qiannin was so angry at this weird woman that she laughed. Stand up for me, who are you? Lin Ruoshi suddenly became proud and raised her chin slightly. I am the white moonlight that Li Yang loves but cannot get. He has been pursuing me for 2 years but still failed. He is looking for you only because he is too sad. That is to say, you will be driven away one day, understand? As long as I go back to him, you will no longer have any charm. Lin Xiaoyu looked at this scene in confusion. She was also always paying attention to Li Yang's emotional changes to see what Li Yang's attitude towards this woman was. Through observation, she found that Li Yang was a little impatient with this woman, so she would not be polite. She took a step forward and looked at Lin Ruoshi with disdain. Tisk tsk, you are such a short, ugly, and rustic woman. How could my brother Yang Yang possibly like you? I think you should stop daydreaming. Su Qiannin said mercilessly, when Li Yang was pursuing you, you didn't cherish him. Now he ignores you, so don't chase him anymore. You must be regretting it now. Ha ha ha, idiot. Lin Ruoshi looked at the two beauties, who were dressed sexy and fashionable, had curvy figures and beautiful faces. She has lost all her confidence and she really can't compare with others. Li Yang looked at the two beautiful women and liked them more. He put his arms around their fair necks, one on the left and one on the right, and looked at Lin Ruoshi with disdain. Did you hear all that? Stop bothering me. When Lin Ruoshi saw this scene, she felt angry and indescribably sad, but more of it was unwillingness. She pulled Su Qiannin aside and asked, do you mind Li Yang hugging another woman in front of you? Su Qiannin looked at her like she was a fool. Do you think I need to remind you of these things? Li Yang is so handsome, so rich, and so generous. It's enough that he is willing to be my husband. Lin Xiaoyu also hugged Li Yang intimately. Li Yang is also my husband. I just hope I can stay by his side. He can meet all my needs. After saying this, the two of them looked at Li Yang gently, their eyes filled with the dependence of little women on their men. Li Yang felt very happy. He finally slapped the woman who had teased him in the past in the face. These two beauties were really sensible after receiving the money, so Li Yang naturally wouldn't treat them unfairly. Lin Ruoshi was so upset watching this scene that she couldn't say anything. She felt dizzy and couldn't accept the sudden change in this man. And why did he suddenly become so cold? In the past, whenever she sent some messages to Li Yang would do things for her and buy things for her like crazy. Now I ignore her. A huge roar was heard, and Lin Ruoshi suddenly lost consciousness and fell heavily to the ground. Ning Yusin waited until she fell and then quickly went forward and called her name. A classmate passing by saw this and called 120, but he also became curious about what had just happened. What's wrong with her? Li Yang refused to let her get in the car, so she pretended to be unconscious? She must have read too many novels about overbearing CEOs. Li Yang is really different now. He doesn't even look at girls like Lin Ruoshi. Of course. Don't you see how beautiful the women around him are? They can debut as stars directly. Chapter 31, Top Villa Sales. You don't know, she just raised her hand to hit Li Yang. If the beautiful woman next to Li Yang hadn't stopped her, she would have succeeded. What right does she have to hit someone? Li Yang has nothing to do with her. It's really inexplicable. Love breeds hate. If you can't get it, you'll take revenge. Ning Yusin felt happy when she heard everyone's discussion. Lin Ruoshi was the best at establishing her own character. She was like a white lotus in the golden age. In fact, she just likes to hook up with rich people and has slept with many of them, but they don't want to have a formal relationship with her. To put it bluntly, it would be a waste if she didn't sleep with him. She still thinks she is very attractive. But her bootlickers can't see through her true face and think she is naive and kind. Even if Li Yang left, she would still have 4 or 5 bootlickers around her. Ning Yusin looked up and saw 2 of Lin Ruoshi's bootlickers in the crowd. Li Hao was among them. He was Lin Ruwashi's #1 bootlicker, so she rolled her eyes. She looked at the people who said bad things about Lin Ruwashi and said angrily, "Don't say that about Ruwashi. She really likes Li Yang." She said she regrets not being with Li Yang and will never fall in love with another man again. After these words were spoken, the two boys who were pursuing Lin Ruwashi felt deceived because Lin Ruwashi had expressed her love for them intentionally or unintentionally. But how could she not believe what her best friend said herself? What's more, they are self-aware people. Compared with Li Yang, they really have no advantages at all. It's normal for Lin Ruwashi to like Li Yang, but why did she lie to them? Ning Yusin secretly watched the changes in the expressions of the two boys and felt secretly proud. These two boys will definitely tell the truth to other people who are pursuing Lin Ruwashi because they feel they have been deceived. By then, Lin Ruwashi's personality will no longer stand and no one will be at her disposal anymore. At this time, the ambulance arrived. Ning Yusin accompanied Lin Ruwashi into the car, but Lin Ruwashi's cell phone happened to fall there. Li Hao couldn't help but walk forward and pick up Lin Ruwashi's cell phone. Originally, he would not look at the goddess' cell phone. In his opinion, the goddess is sacred and inviolable. But after hearing what Ning Yusin said, he couldn't help but unlock the phone to see what the person he had been pursuing for more than a year was like. After unlocking it, he finally got to know the woman again. There are many rich second generations in her address book. She speaks to them very humbly, and it is obvious that some of them don't want to pay attention to her. In order to further develop the relationship, she actually offered to devote herself to him, but every time after that, he would return to his very cold attitude. Just a quick glance and I found that this woman had had sex with at least a dozen men, and she had no dignity or bottom line in front of them. Li Hao saw the chat history between Lin Ruwashi and her best friend again. "Ning Yusin, I think Li Hao really cares about you. Don't be unhappy about Li Yang anymore. There is always a better choice. Lin Ruwashi, Li Hao is just a tool for me to kill time and run errands. How can he replace Li Yang? Even Haning Jia can't replace Li Yang, so how can he? I feel sick when I see his mean look. If he wasn't still useful, I wouldn't even bother with him. Ning Yusin, Li Yang used to care about you, but what a pity. Lin Ruwashi, I was able to make him submit to me before, and I can do it now. I will definitely be able to get him and marry into a wealthy family." Seeing this, he was already trembling all over, with a strong hatred rising up in his heart. He must destroy this woman and let everyone know what a despicable and blind woman she was. It is true that he is honest and frank, but that is no reason for her to treat herself casually. There is a price to pay for playing with him. He looked at Lin Ruwashi's photo albums and videos again. Li Yang's photos were either internet celebrity check-ins or selfies. There are also videos of her having sex with rich second-generation guys. In the videos, she cooperates hard in various postures, being played with like a dog, with an exaggerated and flattering expression. Li Hao copied all the contents in Lin Ruwashi's mobile phone and sent a copy to all the boys who were pursuing Lin Ruwashi, waiting for an opportunity to expose it to a large group of people. Li Yang was also a victim once, so he must feel good about doing this. By then, maybe I will have the opportunity to make money with him and become rich overnight. On the other side, as soon as Li Yang entered the villa sales office, a staff member began to introduce the villa enthusiastically. Li Yang's car and the woman beside him are silently telling of his strength. The economy has been in recession in recent years, and there are very few high-quality customers like him who are not short of money, so the staff cherishes him very much. All the villa sales staff are slim and good-looking. In order to show their importance to Li Yang, the female salesperson introduced to him is the most beautiful in the company and has first-class abilities. Every time the company has important clients to receive, she is responsible. She looked at Li Yang with a smile on her face. She was tall, with well-defined curves, perfect breasts and buttocks, and a slender waist that could be held in one hand. Ding! A good-looking person of the opposite sex is detected. Name, Ching. Age, 24. Body, 9.2 points. Appearance, 8.6 points. Favorability, 35 points. It seems that this female salesperson has a good initial impression of him. Li Yang is secretly happy. Of course he likes such a beautiful woman. And Qing enthusiastically introduced the various advantages and features of the villa to Li Yang. Not only did she explain the villa's layout, area, decoration style and other information, she also took him to visit the model house. The model house is decorated very exquisitely, and every detail is handled just right, making people feel the high-quality life enjoyment. Su Qianyin and Lin Qiuyu were very satisfied and would come up to Li Yang from time to time to talk about something. Honey, this villa is so beautiful. It will be our home from now on. Hubby, you are so amazing. You can buy such a luxurious villa. I admire you. But at this time, Li Yang's attention was attracted by Ching. She was wearing a slim professional suit, and he couldn't help but admire her figure from top to bottom. Ching seemed to feel Li Yang's gaze as well. She touched Li Yang's arm intentionally or unintentionally while explaining, and the two of them were very close when they talked. Ching took out the green bubble code on her phone and approached Li Yang. Mr. Li, can I add you as my friend? You can ask me about the villa at any time. If you need my help, I will be there at your beck and call. I can provide you with all kinds of services. After saying that, she stuck out her tongue at Li Yang, looking a little playful. Li Yang took out his mobile phone and added the friend. During the process of explaining the villa, Cheng became more and more proactive and serious. She kept asking Li Yang about his needs and opinions, and recommended the most suitable villa type for him based on his preferences and requirements. Su Qianyin and Lin Xiuyu were both focused on the villa, and even picked their own rooms. He didn't notice the intimacy between Ching and Li Yang in the corner. Li Yang was very satisfied with the villa and Ching's service attitude. In the end, Ching handled the relevant procedures for Li Yang. Chapter 32, Appointment. After completing the formalities, Li Yang remembered that he had agreed with Lu Yan to go to her place for dinner, so he held Lin Xiuyu and Su Qianyin in his arms and left the sales office. Ching looked at Li Yang reluctantly. She knew that Li Yang was surrounded by beautiful women and had a colorful life, so he might never remember her again. She rushed forward and hugged Li Yang from behind, tears welling in her eyes. Mr. Li, do you believe in love at first sight? Li Yang was somewhat surprised to feel the soft touch of her breasts. He probably knew her concerns and responded, believe me, I have a good impression of you too. Let's keep in touch in the future. When Ching heard the words keep in touch, she finally felt relieved and slowly let go of her hand. She looked at Li Yang pitifully. Mr. Li, I'm sorry, I lost my composure. I'm afraid I'll never see you again. Li Yang saw the beautiful woman looking at him with pity, and he couldn't help feeling a little impulsive. But he didn't plan to give a very proactive response, so that Chang would be more proactive out of her anxiety. It's okay. I have something to do and I'll leave first. Lin Xiuyu and Su Qianyin also got in the car. They cherished the opportunity to be with Li Yang even more. After all, the beautiful girl in the sales office was crying, but Li Yang didn't let her get in the car. The next second Li Yang said to them, I'll take you back first. Lu Yan wants to try it with her today. He doesn't want to take two beauties with him and leave them aside again. We can do it together, but we have to wait for the right time. Now is not the right time. When they heard Li Yang's words, they were immediately panicked. It was almost lunchtime, but Li Yang didn't take them to lunch, which was very unusual. But they didn't dare to question Li Yang. Lin Xiuyu spoke first. Okay, brother. I just need to go back and pack my things. I'll move to your villa as soon as possible to accompany you. Su Qianyin also agreed. Yes, I also want to pack my things and move in early. It's such a big villa, I'm afraid my brother will be lonely living alone. Li Yang said nonchalantly, don't worry about the move, I will ask the moving company to handle it. Lin Xiuyu and Su Qianyin felt that Li Yang was very considerate of them, and they were instantly overjoyed. Brother is so nice to us. Thank you, brother, moi. Brother is really handsome. He is handsome in appearance and in work. He can help us handle everything. Brother is my almighty God. I love you so much. When the two beauties heard Li Yang say that he would arrange for them to move into the villa, they danced with joy. This is not only because he is about to move into the villa, but more importantly, Li Yang has his own heart. Ding! Lin Xiuyu's favorability increased by 10. The current favorability of Lin Xiuyu is 70. When the favorability reaches 80, the host will receive a random reward from the system. Ding! Su Qianyin's favorability increased by 5. Su Qianyin's current favorability is 80. The favorability has reached 80, and the host will receive a random reward from the system. System prompt sounds rang out one after another. Li Yang was delighted. He didn't expect that just by arranging the moving, these two beauties would have such a great impression of him. Maybe I like this kind of domineering and thoughtful feeling. Su Qianyin is the first person whose favorability reaches 80. Judging from this favorability, she probably really regards Li Yang as the man of her life. Li Yang got another chance to draw a random reward. He wanted to know if the random reward for level 80 would be different, so he used his mind to control the lottery button. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Guqin full score skill card. With this card, the host's Guqin level will reach the master level. Li Yang thinks that this musical instrument is still relatively niche, which is fine, so he can make a big splash later. He drove very fast and sent Lin Qiuyu and Su Qianin back to their residence one after another, and then came to Lu Yan's private restaurant. It was already late when we arrived, and Lu Yan came out to greet us with a somewhat annoyed look on her face. She looked at him lovingly. "Why did you come just now? I've been waiting for you for a long time." She looked a little different today, as if there was a layer of mist in her eyes. Lu Yan wore a dark green cheongsam today, which made people unable to take their eyes off her. Her hair was tied up with a light green hairpin, with 2 strands of hair randomly scattered in front. Li Yang couldn't help but take a few more glances. "I was delayed by something. Do you have a soundproof private room?" Lu Yan understood immediately and without saying a word led him into a luxurious private room which was fully equipped with chairs and coffee tables. "This is my temporary room. Sometimes I stay here until late at night to take a nap." Lu Yan took the initiative to explain. Before Lu Yan could react, Li Yang hugged her. 2 hours later. At this moment, she looked at Li Yang with almost admiration. "You are so amazing." Ding! Lu Yan's favorability increased by 10. Lu Yan's favorability is currently 46. When it reaches 60 or 80, the host will receive a random reward from the system. The system prompt sounded in Li Yang's mind. Ding! Lu Yan's favorability increased by 20. Lu Yan's current favorability is 66. When the favorability reaches 60, the host will receive a random reward from the system. It seems that Lu Yan is very satisfied with her performance just now, and she is not just saying it verbally. The increase in her favorability is the best proof of this. Chapter 33 Competition. After saying this, Lu Yan fell into a deep sleep. Li Yang ate the nourishing medicinal meal prepared by Lu Yan under the treatment of the service staff and then left. After returning to school and opening my phone, I saw the file that Zhao Shihan had typed into the class group, which was about registration for the sports meet. The school also opened an open-air registration point, where you need to print out the form, fill in the information and submit it to the registration point. He usually doesn't participate in sports games because he is not good at any sport and he won't get any ranking even if he goes. It's different now. He runs like a god and is basically sure to win the championship. Of course he wants to prove himself in front of everyone. When I arrived at the registration point, I found that there were quite a few people submitting forms. Most of them were boys majoring in sports, and there were very few people majoring in other majors. Li Yang handed in the registration form and was about to leave, but Li Hao picked it up and took a look at it. "Li Yang, you still dare to sign up for the sprint? I'm afraid you'll lose everything by then." Li Hao's expression was full of ridicule and contempt, not only because he did not approve of Li Yang's sprinting ability, but also because Li Yang was the boy that Lin Ruoshi cared about. Although he faced the reality after looking at Lin Ruoshi's phone, he still felt unhappy when he saw Li Yang. It's fine if he just relies on his wealth to show off his charm everywhere, but he also wants to make a splash at a sports meet. That's simply a pipe dream. Since he had no self-awareness, he made Li Yang completely embarrassed. Most of the boys who came to hand in the registration forms were majoring in sports. They knew Li Hao, and some of them disliked Li Yang, so they all agreed. Yes, 90% of those who sign up for the sprint are sports majors. We run at least 5 kilometers every day in training. For amateurs like you, forget it. That's right. Even if you sign up, you should sign up for another event. You don't want to humiliate yourself by getting the last place, right? Li Hao has won the city-level short-distance running championship. You really can't compare to Li Hao in this respect. I think you should admit defeat as soon as possible. Li Hao became more confident with everyone's praise. He actually tore up the registration form that Li Yang handed in, threw it on the ground, and stepped on it twice. Li Yang quietly watched Li Hao's stupid behavior. He didn't want to pay attention to this kind of person. He was just Lin Ruoshi's bootlicker who came to him to seek a sense of existence. But the atmosphere has become so heated that it seems a bit disrespectful not to slap him in the face. It just so happened that he also wanted to try out what the sprinting speed of an Olympic champion was like. The students who were talking at once just now became even more excited when they saw Li Hao tear up other people's registration forms. At this moment, they felt that they could piggyback on Li Yang. "How's he? Well done. This kind of people just have a little money to burn and think they are great in every way. Li Yang, think carefully. We are advising you now for your own good. It will be embarrassing if you come in last place. Li Yang's anger was completely ignited. Just because he didn't want to waste time on them didn't mean he would let them bully him. Then let's have a competition instead of just talking nonsense here. Li Yang glanced at the faces of this group of people without any fear. A group of people burst into laughter, seeming to think Li Yang was joking. What's the point of comparing? Li Hao is already a national first-class athlete, and you are just an amateur. I know you don't want to admit defeat, but there's no need to hold on so stubbornly. Li Hao, today I'm going to make him lose so badly that his own mother won't even recognize him. Li Yang waved his hands in annoyance. Don't say that nonsense, the game will determine the winner. If I win. Before Li Yang could continue speaking, they couldn't wait to interrupt. If you win, I'll wash your hair while standing upside down. If you can beat me, I'll shit live on air, ha ha ha. I'm running naked. Li Hao also stood up and said, if you win, I will kneel down and apologize to you, and write a new registration form and hand it in. He said it calmly, thinking that Li Yang had no chance of winning and that he didn't need to apologize. Li Yang took out his mobile phone and turned on the recording all the promises they had just made. Li Hao said smugly, if you lose, you must kneel down and apologize to me. From now on, you will always be my little brother. After they finished speaking one by one, Li Yang smiled and said, deal. Li Hao and others seemed to be afraid that Li Yang would regret it, so they brought timing tools and other equipment and prepared to start the race. When we returned to the playground again, it was as professional as a formal competition, and the coach also came with us. He looked at Li Yang with some sympathy. Li Hao was the best among all the students he taught, and he even won the championship in the city competition. How could he be so desperate to compete with a classmate with such a high professional level? At this time, there were a lot of people gathered on the playground, all of whom came to watch the game. The coach walked up to Li Yang, patted him on the shoulder, and whispered, student, it's not too late for you to regret now. You can't win without professional training. You are just too young and hot-headed. It's not shameful so far. We won't know whether we can win the competition until we get started. Li Yang's eyes were extremely determined, and even the coach had a momentary illusion that he was very capable and had a real chance of winning the game. Okay, this race is 100 meters, so you can do some warm-up exercises in advance. The coach didn't say anything else. After Li Yang and Li Hao were ready to ask, he blew the whistle and the game officially began. Li Hao rushed across the sprint track like an arrow shot from a bow, each step full of power and rhythm, his arms swinging vigorously, in perfect coordination with his steps. His head remained steady, his eyes fixed firmly forward, as if he was chasing an invisible target. His breathing was steady and rhythmic, and each breath provided his body with sufficient oxygen, allowing him to keep running at a high speed. His classmates were very satisfied with his performance and felt that his performance this time was better than usual and might even break his previous sprint record. Come on, Li Hao. Li Hao, sprint the last 20 meters. Very good, keep it up. But Li Yang seems to be faster. Li Yang rushed by like a flash of lightning. His figure shuttled quickly on the track, and every step was full of power and speed. The moment the slogan sounded, Li Yang rushed out like an arrow from a bow. He started extremely quickly and took the lead in an instant. His steps were light and powerful, and every time he pushed the ground, it seemed to release endless energy. During the race, Li Yang remained focused and determined. His eyes were fixed on the finish line ahead, with only one goal in mind to cross the finish line and win. His breathing was even and powerful, and every cell in his body was fighting for victory. As he approached the finish line, Li Yang's speed became more and more amazing. His arms swung vigorously, driving his body forward. Chapter 34: Breaking the World Record. Li Hao sprinted very hard, but still fell behind Li Yang. He felt that he had reached the limit of his body. How so? He could feel that he played very well this time, even better than in the municipal competition. Even so, he was still not as fast as Li Yang. Li Hao's classmates stopped shouting slogans and gradually quieted down. This scene was really unreal. Is this the speed that an ordinary, untrained person should have? This is at least the level of a provincial champion, enough to join the national team. As sports professionals who often compete, they have never heard of people of this level. How is that possible? The coach also looked at Li Yang in shock. He didn't expect that this tall and thin student could have such terrifying explosive power. This is a rare talent that only comes once in a century. He can join the national team with almost any training and has the hope of becoming a world champion. There is such a genius in the school. He must be brought here for training. Having such a student would make him proud as a coach, and it would not be a problem for him to become famous. The students nearby were watching the fun, but they were stunned when they saw this scene. Although they didn't know how to sprint, they were just amateurs. But in real life, I have never seen anyone running so fast. It's like a gust of wind, and he's already passed by before you can even see him clearly. It's a bit too fast. Fuck, something just passed by. This is too fast. It left an afterimage. Is this the speed a normal human should have? When the students realized what was happening, they were immediately excited. They cheered spontaneously and excitedly, cheering for Li Yang. Li Yang, come on. Li Yang, I love you. Li Yang, you're the best. These cheers came from both men and women. Many girls looked at Li Yang like crazy when they saw him running on the playground. Li Yang's voice gradually surpassed Li Hao's. Amid the cheers of his classmates, Li Yang ran faster and faster, his figure flashing across the track like a flash of lightning. Li Hao was not to be outdone and followed closely behind him, but was never able to surpass him. In the end, Li Yang crossed the finish line with an absolute advantage, with the time set at 9.1 seconds. The coach looked at the numbers on the timer in disbelief and cheered loudly, 9.1 seconds, breaking the world record. His eyes were wide open, full of surprise and disbelief, and his mouth was slightly open, as if he wanted to shout out the joy in his heart, but was overwhelmed by the excitement. He quickly rushed to Li Yang and hugged him tightly, conveying his congratulations and encouragement to Li Yang in this hug. In the face of absolute strength, he only wanted to worship the king in his professional field and had long forgotten everything else. You are such a genius. Come train with me. I promise you will be the next world champion. The coach danced with excitement and looked at Li Yang almost in worship. So much so that he didn't even time Li Hao when he crossed the finish line, but it didn't matter anymore. Li Yang has won, and won completely. Li Yang was breathing slightly and appeared very calm. Coach, I have no interest in sprint training or world championships. I just want to be a salted fish. The coach was a little anxious. He didn't want to miss such a good seedling, but he couldn't offer any conditions to keep him. So he begged, with your level, if you don't want to win the world championship, you can win in any competition. There's a provincial competition next week. Can you participate on behalf of the school? You don't need to train normally, you will definitely win the championship if you go. Li Hao looked at this scene unwillingly. He had originally been scheduled to participate in next week's competition, but now he had to give it to Li Yang? Li Yang continued to shirk his responsibilities. There are so many people in your major, just pick a good one to go. I'm not interested in joining. Just as he was about to leave, he was grabbed. The coach was getting anxious, and his voice became louder. Li Hao is the best professional sprinter in our team. You've seen that he will be crushed by you. It's a bit difficult for him to get into the top 3 in the provincial competition. It would be different if you went. With your performance just now, it would be easy for you to win the championship. Li Yang looked at Li Hao, whose face was getting uglier and uglier, and asked, really, coach? Is the gap between Li Hao and me really that big? I think he is just a little slower than me. In order to retain Li Yang and let him participate in the provincial competition, the coach told him the truth. Li Hao is the most diligent in our profession. He has reached this level after years of hard training. You are different. You can reach this speed without any training and easily surpass him. Your talents are not on the same level. Li Yang smiled. Coach, look behind you. When the coach turned around, he saw Li Hao's distraught look and felt a little guilty. He normally wouldn't say such hurtful words, so he quickly went over to comfort her. Li Yang took the opportunity to slip away. When passing by the person with whom he had made a bet, Li Yang stopped and shook his cell phone. You have to accept the loss. I have recorded everything you said just now. You cannot go back on your word. It is up to you to choose when to fulfill the bet. After saying that, he left in a cool manner. You could hear people discussing him all along the way. Wow, he's so handsome. How can there be such a perfect person in this world? I like him so much. This brother is really strong. He broke the world sprint record. I think the most amazing thing about him is that he is low-key. With his level of ability, he doesn't even participate in sports events. If it were me, I would have gone out to win awards. He has so many advantages that he no longer values these material things. Being handsome is his least notable advantage. If I were a woman, I would love him too. Wow, don't say those things. He'll be sick if he hears them. When Li Yang walked to the entrance of the playground, he saw Lin Xiaoyu and Su Qianyin waiting for him. They came after seeing the message in the school group. Now their things have already been moved to the new villa under Li Yang's arrangement, and they are going to go back to their new home with Li Yang. Seeing Li Yang coming over, they couldn't help but hug him. He looked so handsome just now. They feel that they must have saved the world in their previous life to have the opportunity to be with such a perfect boy. Ding! Lin Xiaoyu's favorability increased by 10. Su Yao's current favorability is 80. The favorability has reached 80, and the host will receive a random reward from the system. Brother, you are awesome. Brother, I like you so much. I admire you so much. Li Yang was kissed on both cheeks by the two of them. Unexpectedly, running also increased Lin Xiaoyu's intimacy, and her intimacy increased very quickly. He walked towards the car holding two beauties, one on his left and one on his right. On the other hand, except for Li Hao, who was distracted and had no time to care about the bet, everyone else started to worry. They thought that Li Yang seemed very generous and said that they would decide the time to fulfill the bet. What they said at that time would be very disastrous no matter when they carry it out. Chapter 35 Hospital. Li Yang brought two beautiful women to a high-end Japanese restaurant for dinner. While they were eating, he received a call from his father. On weekdays, he basically contacts his family once a month, and he is the one who calls home every time. His father will not call him unless there is a special situation. Li Yang immediately felt that the situation was not good and quickly picked up the phone. Li Guangming's voice choked with sobs on the other end of the phone. Yang, your mother has had a cerebral hemorrhage and is in critical condition. The doctor said that she can't be cured without 100,000 yuan. I scraped together more than 40,000 yuan. Dad is useless. If we really can't get together, we can only give up the treatment. You should come back first, at least stay with your mother. Li Yang felt a pang of sadness. The last time he went home, his mother was still in good health. How could she suddenly suffer a cerebral hemorrhage? Dad, don't worry about the money. I've made a lot of money from doing some small business at school recently. Why did my mom suddenly get sick? Li Guangming was delighted to hear that his son was rich. Really? That's great. Then your mother is saved. Then he sighed and continued, your second aunt's family wanted to build a house and occupy more than half a meter of our homestead. Your mother was so angry that she went up to argue, but was slapped by your second uncle and a cousin. Your mother fainted from anger and was diagnosed with cerebral hemorrhage. Li Yang clenched his fists in anger. His mother's life was indeed lost for a reason. Second aunt's family was too bullying. My parents have a meager income and are honest people. My second aunt's family would often make sarcastic remarks about my parents, and because my second uncle has a higher income, they would act condescendingly and humiliate him. Ever since he could remember, Li Yang always heard his second aunt say unpleasant things in front of his parents. You two don't make as much money as my husband alone. How dare you go out and meet people? I'll just hide at home every day, or jump into a well and end it all. Your Li Yang looks like a loser, timid and submissive. He doesn't even know how to greet me when he sees me. You can't count on him. Just expect to be poor for the rest of your life. Your family can't afford to build a house, so why do you need a homestead? It's useless if you just leave it there. Why don't you just give it to us? After all, we are brothers, so you won't be so stingy, right? Mom and Dad thought that they were blood relatives, so they didn't care much. But they didn't expect that second aunt's family would go too far and sometimes directly take things from home and occupy Mom and Dad's land. Later, when his cousin grew up, they became even more arrogant. His cousin was a big guy and dropped out of school early. Li Yang was not at home all year round, so they used force to threaten his parents to submit. They have gone too far in bullying us for so many years. It's time to take back what we have lost and vent our anger. Li Yang said firmly, Dad, I will go home right away. I will prepare the money and seek justice from second aunt. Li Guangming was full of worry. Yang, is it convenient for you to come back? Is there a train today? Hasn't your second aunt's family always been like this? Your mother and I are used to it. You can't beat your cousin, so I think you should just forget it. Alas! Li Yang's anger reached its peak. His parents' forbearance and hard work over the years were all because of his second aunt's family. How could he let them go? Dad, I bought a car, it's very convenient to go back. I won't talk to you for now, wait for me at the hospital. Li Yang hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Lin Xiaoyu and Su Qianyin saw that he looked very bad and angry, so they stepped forward and asked, "Hubby, what's wrong with you?" "Honey, is there something wrong at home?" "I'll go home with you to deal with it." After paying the bill and preparing to leave, Li Yang hurriedly said, "You all come back with me. My mother is sick." After getting on the bus, Li Hao and the classmates who lost the bet to Li Yang came to the front of the bus. Li Yang opened the car window and heard their humble requests. "Brother Yang, we know we were wrong, please give us a chance. Yes, if you need us in the future, we will go through fire and water for you. We are willing to be your subordinates and obey your orders from now on." The teacher said, "Brother Yang, you are fully qualified to be our big brother. You have strong overall strength. It is we who are unwilling to admit defeat and we are blind to recognize the great man." Li Hao also stepped forward and said, "Li Yang, you made me admit defeat sincerely. I must admit that people's talents vary greatly, and their backgrounds are also different. I want to join you. You can help us make a fortune in the future. Can we listen to you?" Seeing Li Yang's dark face, everyone felt uneasy. "Brother Yang, please, we don't want to do anything that will get us socially mortal." Li Yang waved his hand and said, "Get in the car. Now I'll give you a chance to make amends. Xiaoyu, Qianyin, drive the car as well. One car can't carry so many people." In this way, a group of people got on the bus and drove to the hospital in Li Yang's hometown. It attracts crowds wherever it goes. It is rare to see even one luxury car like this, let alone 3 of them. After less than an hour's drive, the group stopped at the hospital entrance. Li Yang paid 200,000 yuan for his mother's hospitalization fees and asked for the doctor's ward number. A group of people walking together was too eye-catching. Although everyone in the hospital had their own things to do, they couldn't help but look at the 2 beauties beside Li Yang. Soon they arrived at the ward. Li Yang saw that his parents were chatting. His mother was out of danger, but her face was pale and her hands seemed to be unable to be used flexibly. She needed someone to feed her. When everyone saw the 2 elders, they shouted almost in unison, "Hello, uncle. Hello, aunt." Mr. and Mrs. Li Guangming were a little surprised and embarrassed. Li Guangming said, Yang, are they your classmates?" Then he looked at Lin Xiaoyu and Su Qianyin, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Before Li Yang could speak, Li Hao and others explained, "We all follow Brother Yang to make money, and we are all his subordinates." The 2 beauties also spoke a little embarrassedly, "We are all Li Yang's girlfriends. We came here specially to take care of Auntie." After saying that, Li Guangming's expression changed from confusion to happiness. It seemed that what Yang said on the phone was true. He started a business at the school, and it seemed to be very successful. Now he no longer has to worry about money, nor does he have to worry about his son not being able to find a wife. Su Qianyin and Lin Xiaoyu also handed the flowers they had prepared in advance to Li Yang's mother, and she smiled with satisfaction when she took the flowers. Okay, you guys are all good. We feel relieved that Yang has you around." Li Guangming also called everyone, come on, have some fruit. Thank you all for accompanying Yang to see us." Seeing that his mother's emotions had stabilized, Li Yang remembered what his second aunt had done, so he took everyone out of the hospital and rushed to his second aunt's home. Chapter 36 Revenge. Before leaving, he left a message, "Mom and Dad, I'm going to second aunt's house to seek justice now. Don't worry, there are so many of us, we will definitely not suffer any loss. Mom's illness is ultimately a mental illness. Only when her chi is smooth can she gradually get better." Seeing his son's determination to win, Li Guangming felt a lot more relaxed. He hadn't seen his son for nearly half a year, and he seemed to have matured all of a sudden. After getting off the bus, a group of people wanted to understand the whole story, which was the key for them to control the intensity of the beating. Li Yang briefly described what the second aunt's family had done and the basic situation of their family. Li Hao and others were ready to fight and did not take the other party seriously at all. "Brother Yang, don't worry. We will definitely help you get rid of this anger. Their family is too bullying. I don't know how strong you are, Brother Yang. I'll beat them to a pulp today. I didn't expect Brother Yang to be a first-generation rich. I thought you were a second-generation rich. You really have the ability and became rich by your own ability. What do you know? Maybe Brother Yang's family is keeping a low profile. And as a result, a villain took advantage of the situation and broke in. Each of them was holding something, some were sticks, some were knives, which made people feel scared. Li Yang also held a stick, his eyes full of murderous intent. Brothers, beat them to death when you see them. I will take responsibility for any problems that arise. I will give everyone red envelopes after the success. Everyone became even more excited when they heard this. They all had some dark sides in their hearts. Normally, they would never have the chance to beat others to vent their anger. Now that the opportunity was in front of them and they didn't have to bear the consequences, they must cherish it. Soon, Li Yang knocked on his second aunt's door, and it was his second aunt who opened the door. She looked at Li Yang and the group of people behind him, and finally her eyes fell on the two beauties. Although she also vaguely felt that something was wrong and thought that Li Yang was here to seek an explanation, she had been bullying Li Yang's family for so long that she had lost all fear and thought that Li Yang was just trying to scare her and would not dare to do anything real. Hey, isn't this Li Yang? I haven't seen him dressed so well in a long time. This dress looks good, and he looks a lot more handsome. You should give this dress to my Debeo. I don't think you need it. My Debeo is worried about finding a wife. He can use it. As she said this, amid everyone's disgusted and shocked gazes, she tried to pull Li Yang's clothes, but Li Yang pushed her aside. She fell down and started crying. Oh, everyone, come and see, Li Yang brought a group of young men to bully a woman like me. Where is justice? I have a headache from the fall. I'm scared of you standing here. Please take me to the hospital for a checkup. Faced with this situation, Li Hao and others didn't know what to do for a moment and chose to remain in place. Li Yang looked coldly at his second aunt who was using the same old tricks again and throwing a tantrum. Su Qianin said sarcastically, "You are really the villain who complains first. You made Li Yang's mother so angry that she fell ill, and now you have the nerve to say that he bullied you." Lin Xiaoyu also echoed, "That's right, I've never seen someone as unreasonable as you, so disgusting." The second aunt who was sitting on the ground saw the two beauties' eyes rolling, and quickly said, "What do you know? Li Yang's mother is useless. I just said a few words and slapped her and she got sick. You can still blame me for this. I think you two are good looking, stay and be my Debeo's wives." The Debeo she mentioned is Li Yang's cousin. He has a bad reputation and has not been able to find a wife in all these years. Lin Xiaoyu said disdainfully, "Bah! What a treasure! If you think he's such a treasure, why don't you just marry him yourself?" There was a sudden burst of laughter. Second aunt was completely furious. "What do you two stupid women know? I think you are shameless. It is a blessing for you to marry into my family. Who knew you were so unlucky that you had to marry Li Yang? Li Yang's family can't make any money and is useless. They are far inferior to our family." Li Yang completely lost his patience. "Second aunt, our family has tolerated you for many years and given you many chances. You were too bullying this time. Don't blame me for not caring about blood ties. Everyone, come on." Second aunt was also a little scared when she saw Li Yang's expression. He seemed to really want to hit her. Li Hao and others held sticks and surrounded second aunt. Second aunt looked at the people around her in horror and tried to escape, but she was surrounded tightly and had no way to escape. Li Hao took the lead in swinging the stick in his hand and hit second aunt hard on the back. Second aunt screamed and fell to the ground. Seeing this, others also raised their sticks and hit second aunt. Second aunt rolled on the ground, trying to avoid the attack of the stick, but to no avail. Her body was covered with scars, and her clothes were stained red with blood. Her screams echoed in the air, making people shudder. However, they did not stop the attack. They continued to beat second aunt with sticks, as if to pay for all her sins. Second aunt's body gradually became weaker and her voice became weaker. While being beaten, she seemed to want to be as sharp-tongued as usual and look for opportunities to bully others, but the stick did not give her the chance. At this time, second uncle and Debeo rushed over. They saw second aunt lying on the ground without making any sound after being beaten, and they wanted to go up and beat Li Yang. But they couldn't get close to Li Yang at all and were stopped by a group of well-trained young men. "Li Yang, you're going too far. How could you treat your second aunt like this? Mom, wake up. Wake up, I'm Debeo. Li Yang, you are a beast. You treated your second aunt so harshly. I will not let you go. When you leave, we won't let your parents go." Li Yang watched them struggling violently with a sneer, but no matter how hard they struggled, they could not reach Li Yang or second aunt, and they looked particularly powerless. Second uncle, DeBeo, you know best why I treated her so harshly. My mother was almost killed by her. I'm lucky enough to have spared her life. Second uncle and DeBeo continued to struggle and threaten. Li Yang, where did you call so many people to show off? Can you bear the consequences? You are just a poor boy with nothing at home. I will make you pay the price when the time comes. Li Hao quickly stepped forward and hit each of them with a stick, hitting them right on the knees. They both knelt down at the same time. Shut up! How dare you talk to our CEO Li like that? Mr. Li, don't scare me. His family is full of idiots. Li Hao pointed to the cars next to him and said, do you see those 3 cars? They were all bought by our CEO Li. They are just small change in the hands of our CEO Li. DeBeo took a look and rubbed his eyes. Dad, that car is worth 100 million. Li Yang can't really make a lot of money outside. Thinking about the past, the two became more and more scared. Li Yang is no longer the same person he was before, and even if he kills them, he can escape unscathed. The 2 men's bodies instantly went limp and they began to beg for mercy. Li Yang, no, Mr. Li, please spare us. We know we were wrong. We can return everything in your house, for the sake of our blood relationship. Chapter 37. Everyone come on. Li Yang smiled sarcastically. For the sake of blood relationship? Did you ever think about blood relationship when you bullied my parents? Will I forgive you if you return the things you stole? Those things are not important to me now. I came here today just to vent my anger. Li Yang, please spare us. Please. We will never dare to do it again. We will work like slaves for your parents to atone for their sins. Please let us go. The 2 of them cowed out frantically, and their heads hit the ground and blood slowly seeped out. The blood flowed down their faces, looking a little scary. But they continued to knock as if they didn't feel any pain. They knew very well how excessive what they had done to Li Yang's family was in the past, and if Li Yang had the chance, he would have eaten them alive. Li Yang watched them kowtow coldly, without any expression, but his eyes were full of joy. He was bullied by his second uncle's family when he was very young, but now he can hold his head up high. He would not let them off so easily, but would torture them mentally, making them think that they would be let off as long as they behaved humbly enough. In the end, it was all in vain. Lin Xiaoyu and Su Qianyin watched Li Yang's expression changes carefully, feeling a little scared. They had never seen Li Yang with such a calm expression. This man seemed to have many sides, not as simple as they saw. They had an extra level of admiration and fear for Li Yang. But what women look for in a man is not only love, but more importantly, he needs to be reliable, which makes them feel that they have not chosen the wrong person. Li Yang watched them kowtow quietly for more than 10 minutes. At this time, their consciousness was a little scattered, the sounds coming out of their mouths became smaller and smaller, and they were a little off balance. Please, let us go. We will never dare to do it again. I'm not a human being. I shouldn't have treated your parents like that. Please let me go. Li Yang, please. Please. Li Yang looked down at them as if he were looking at 2 lambs to be slaughtered, and suddenly he burst into laughter. Ah, you guys look so ridiculous. Why do you think I can forgive you just by kowtow? You are too naive. Everyone, come on. If you're crippled, it's my responsibility. It will be done in one go. Li Yang felt that letting them die like this would be too easy for them, so he wanted to let them live in agony of being half dead, so that they could also experience the feeling of being bullied and being angry but not being able to speak out. They will never be able to raise their heads in front of their parents in their entire lives. They will always be treated like slaves by them and will not even be as good as a watchdog. Second uncle and DeBeo looked at Li Yang in disbelief, with anger and fear in their eyes. This was different from their impression of Li Yang. It turned out that he had no intention of letting them go from the beginning. This is horrible. But they did not dare to refute or curse Li Yang anymore. In the face of absolute strength, any resistance seemed futile. Li Yang waved his hand to signal Li Hao and others. Li Hao and his men approached second uncle and DeBeo with sticks in their hands. Their eyes revealed a fierceness and indifference, as if the 2 people in front of them were just toys they could play with at will. Second uncle and DeBeo stood there, their bodies trembling slightly. Their faces were full of fear and helplessness, and they dared not resist at all. They knew that resistance would only result in more severe beatings. Li Hao and others wielded sticks and hit second uncle and DeBeo fiercely. Each blow was powerful and made a dull sound. second uncle and Debeo could only endure it all, groaning in pain. Their bodies were covered with scars, blood oozing from the wounds, staining their clothes red. But they still didn't dare to resist, they just hugged their bodies tightly, trying to relieve some of the pain. Although they tried very hard to endure it, they would still let out painful wails from time to time, and the wails could be heard in every corner of the village. As the sound of the sticks grew more frequent, their voices grew fainter. At this time, second aunt woke up again and tried to come up to stop it. "Li Yang, you beast, stop it. I won't let you go. If you let my Debeo go, you are not even as good as my Debeo's finger. Let him go." The second uncle quickly struggled forward, slapped her on the face, and shouted, "Shut up! We can't afford to offend Li Yang, not to mention that we did wrong to his family in the past, we owe him." After saying this, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Second aunt's eyes were filled with tears. She stopped talking and just sobbed resignedly. Li Yang felt extremely happy when he saw this scene. I think his parents would be happy too. At this time, second aunt's family were already breathing weakly, and Li Yang waved his hand to signal everyone to stop. Because the noise was quite loud, a crowd of people gathered around to watch. They heard that Li Yang was no longer the same person he used to be and had made a fortune in the big city, so they started discussing the matter out of curiosity. "Good job. This family is not a good person. They stole my corn last year. I went to their house to argue with them, but they bit me back. They are unreasonable. I've long been fed up with this family's behavior. They take advantage of others and treat them like fools. Unfortunately, their son is a big guy, and they can't beat him, so they can only swallow their anger. Now, they finally get their comeuppance. Li Yang, you are such a hero. You helped us vent our anger." Yes, I've always seen Li Yang as different from other kids. He looked smart and steady. I didn't expect that he would be so successful when he grew up. Li Guangming and his wife are so lucky to have a good son like Li Yang. They don't have to suffer anymore and can enjoy a peaceful life. Now no one dares to bully Li Guangming's family anymore. I hope my son can be as successful as him in the future. Li Yang listened to everyone talking about it, feeling mixed emotions. No one had ever said that he was smart and sensible before, but now that he had become rich, the way they talked about him was different. He really just went with the flow. In the past, when my parents were bullied, I never saw them say a word. They might even gloat over the misfortune. Their expressions were completely different. However, after what happened today, no one will bully my parents anymore. In fact, he also thought about taking his parents away from this poor and remote place. After all, there were no good people around them and there was nothing worth staying for. But he knew his parents would definitely not agree, he had asked them a long time ago. "Mom and Dad, when I make money, I will take you away from this place and live in a big city. That way, you won't have to see second aunt and her family every day, and they won't bully you anymore. Yang, Mom and Dad know that you are filial. But there is no place like home. Mom and Dad were born and raised here and are used to it. They won't move anywhere. They won't move away just because of your second aunt's family." Since his parents wanted to continue living here, he would give them enough money to spend regularly and make sure that no one dared to bully them. Chapter 38: The Girl Next Door. Just as Li Yang was lost in his memories, a clear voice came over. "Brother Yang, you're back?" Li Yang turned around and saw Su Yueyao squeezing through the crowd. Su Yueyao is his neighbor. The two grew up together and have been classmates from kindergarten to high school. When they were young, they often went to and from school together. When they reached adolescence, some vague emotions developed between the two of them, and they were no longer as comfortable together as they were when they were children. After that, the two of them interacted less and less until they each went to college in another province. But in Li Yang's heart, this neighbor girl was very pure and lovely. In his memory, her face still had the innocence and tenderness of a little girl, and her body had not yet matured. At this moment, the girl in my memory overlaps with the girl in front of me. Su Yueyao was wearing a white dress, the hem of which fluttered in the wind like a blooming lily. Her long black hair was tied into a high ponytail, revealing her sweet and lovely face. The white dress is a slim fit, which shows off her good figure. She looks less childish and more feminine than before, and is even more beautiful and charming than before. Her eyes are big, bright, and lively, like two twinkling stars. There is still innocence and brightness in her eyes, which makes people want to protect her. The two looked at each other, and all the past memories came to their minds. The girl looked at Li Yang with shyness in her eyes, and she seemed to be looking at Li Yang's facial features carefully. In the past, Li Yang could be considered a boy with delicate appearance and not very tall. Now, he has not only grown to 1.8 meters tall, but also has a more three-dimensional and handsome appearance. The handsome guy with a score of 7.5 had a great impact on Su Yueyao, not to mention that this person was the neighbor brother whom she once had a crush on. Ding! A good-looking person of the opposite sex is detected. Name, Su Yueyao. Age, 21. Body shape, 7.6 points. Appearance, 8.0 points. Favorability, 50 points. Li Yang was very satisfied with Su Yueyao's figure and appearance. The more he thought about her, the prettier she became. She also had a good impression of him, probably since her school days. Su Yueyao was a little confused when she saw Li Yang staring at her without saying anything. Li Yang has changed so much that she hardly recognizes him. Are you brother Li Yang? Yeah, you don't even recognize me? Seeing that Li Yang's tone was still the same as before, Su Yueyao jumped up and hugged him. Li Yang smelled the fragrance on her body and felt a little strange. After all, he felt a little different towards Su Yueyao. Li Yang also hugged Su Yueyao naturally. Su Yueyao leaned on Li Yang's shoulder and whispered, "We haven't seen each other for a long time. You look so handsome now." Thinking of something, Su Yueyao got out of Li Yang's arms and said, "By the way, brother Li Yang, where did you go to college? I've wanted to contact you for a long time, but my mother didn't go because she said she was afraid that I would fall in love too early. She really thinks too much. How could we have a pure revolutionary friendship and fall in love prematurely? Don't you think so, brother Li Yang?" Li Yang knew a little about this little girl. She couldn't hide things in her heart, and she wouldn't lie. She clearly has a 50-degree intimacy with me, but she insists that they are just friends. It's obvious that she's afraid of being discovered and would feel embarrassed. As for why her mother didn't let her contact her, it was mainly because she felt that her family was poor and hoped that her daughter could find a man with better financial conditions. However, her mother has always been polite to Li Yang and has never said anything unpleasant. Su Yueyao herself has been chattering around Li Yang since she was a student and has never shown disdain for him. Li Yang looked at her. "I'm studying in Shanghai City, how about you?" Su Yueyao jumped up and down excitedly, her big eyes full of surprise. "I'm also in Shanghai City. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence." "Great. Great." She looked like a girl who was obviously excited to see her lover. "Brother Li Yang, I just heard them say that you are very powerful now. The cars you drive are all worth 100 million yuan. You have made a lot of money outside, and you also taught Debeo and his family a lesson. You are awesome. You did what I dared not do. You are worthy of being the brother Li Yang whom I have admired since childhood. I wish I could marry someone like you in the future." Li Yang looked at her and smiled. She was still as outspoken as before and thought she had hidden her feelings very well, but in fact they were very obvious. Li Hao and the others were also young and energetic boys, and at this moment they were looking at Li Yang with some envy. How come he is so popular with beautiful women? Wherever he goes, beautiful women are willing to follow him. In such a small village, there is actually such a beautiful woman. When she sees him, her heart and eyes are full of him, as if she can't see anyone else. At this time, Su Yueya's mother came over and felt helpless when she saw that her daughter was still jumping for joy when she saw Li Yang as before. In the past, she did not allow her daughter to be with Li Yang because she was afraid that her daughter would suffer. Now that Li Yang's financial situation has improved by leaps and bounds, she no longer has any reason to object. Su Yueyao felt a little guilty when she saw her mother coming over. "Mom, why are you here?" Li Yang also stepped forward to greet her. "Auntie." Mother Su looked at Li Yang with a smile and said, "Young Yang, you are now a young talent. You have made so much money at such a young age. You are capable and have vision. Our Yao Yao has liked you since childhood." Su Yueyao's face turned red and she quickly pulled her mother away. "Mom, what are you talking about? Let's go, let's go. Brother Li Yang, I'll come and play with you when I get back to school." "Okay, you're welcome anytime." Su Yueyao pulled her mother aside and scolded her. "Mom, how can you say that in front of brother Li Yang? Don't I have any face?" Mother Su smiled. "Silly girl, doesn't your mother know what you are thinking? Now that Li Yang is so handsome and rich, there must be a lot of girls who like him. If you don't seize the opportunity, you will lose it. Didn't you see the two beauties next to Li Yang just now? You should control your temper when you are with him, be obedient and sensible, and don't be petty. It's normal for a man like him to have some beautiful women around him. Su Yueyao blinked her eyes as if she understood something. Her thoughts were simple, she just wanted to be with Li Yang. Although she is not sure whether her feelings for Li Yang are love so far, her feelings towards Li Yang are very different from those towards other boys. She couldn't imagine being with a man other than Li Yang in this life, getting married and having children. No matter what, she has decided on Li Yang for her whole life and will never like anyone else. Chapter 39 Cashback Card. The Other Side. Li Yang brought Lin Xiuyu and Su Qianyin back to the hospital, and Li Hao and others followed behind. However, this time they only waited outside and did not go in to disturb them. As soon as Li Yang entered the door, she looked at Li Yang with a smile. After listening to Li Guangming's story about Li Yang making a lot of money, she felt relieved and her mental state improved a lot. Yang, come here and let mommy see you. Li Yang finally felt relieved when he saw that his mother's mental state had improved a lot. He asked the doctor about her condition before entering the ward, and the doctor said that her life was no longer in danger. Li Yang sat beside his mother's bed. Seeing her looking at him lovingly, he had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Since he went to college, he had spent less and less time with his parents, and the two of them seldom chatted face to face like they did now. My mother has more white hair and has become a lot thinner. Yang, you are becoming more energetic and taller. Mom used to worry that she couldn't help you and that you couldn't find a wife. Now it seems that Mom's worries were unnecessary. Li Yang peeled an orange for his mother and said firmly, Mom, you don't have to worry about me anymore, and you don't have to work hard for a living anymore. I will protect you from wind and rain. Seeing this, Su Qianyin naturally picked up the half-peeled orange by Li Yang and continued peeling it. She said with a sweet smile, Yes, Auntie, Li Yang is really capable. He is a well-known figure in our school. He has made a lot of money from investments and drives cars that are worth 100 million yuan. I just went to second aunt's house and gave them a good beating. The whole family was beaten to a pulp, so I'm letting you vent your anger. Lin Xiuyu also hurried forward and said, Auntie, didn't you see how Li Yan looked at that time? He had the aura of a king. The whole family was so scared that they kept knocking their heads. I believe they will never dare to bully you again in the future. When Li's mother heard what the two said, her eyes lit up with excitement. Yang, is what they said true? Has your second aunt and her family finally received the punishment they deserved? She was as happy as a child. After being bullied by my second aunt's family for so many years, I hated them so much that I didn't care about blood ties anymore. Now, when I heard about their miserable condition when they were punished, I felt only the joy of revenge. Mom, what they said is true. They won't dare to do it again. They also said they are willing to work like a slave for you. In the future, you can tell them to do any dirty work. If they dare not obey, I will come back and beat them up. Mother Li hugged her son and said, Yang, your parents are strong. You have accomplished something that they have never accomplished in their lifetime. Li Guangming, who was standing nearby, was also very excited when he heard their conversation. He stepped forward, patted Li Yang on the shoulder and said solemnly, Son, you are your father's pride. Li Guangming has never been good at speaking, but Li Yang knows the weight of his words, which are worth more than 1,000 words. The father and son just looked at each other without saying anything, but it was worth more than 1,000 words. Being recognized by parents is something every man desires, and Li Yang is no exception. At this moment, he feels very valuable, proud. At this time, Su Qianyin fed the peeled orange to Li's mother's mouth. Li's mother smiled kindly and said, Be good, I can do it myself. Auntie, your first priority now is to rest. I'll take care of the rest. As he said this, he continued to feed the orange into her mouth. Lin Xiuyu also used a hot towel to wipe Li's mother's body, with natural and skillful movements. Li's mother tried to refuse a few times, but couldn't persuade her, so she gladly accepted it. Her movements were gentle and the warmth of the towel was comfortable. Xiuyu, I didn't expect you to be so beautiful and take good care of others. Please come to your aunt's house more often in the future. Auntie likes you. Mother Li looked at the girls who were taking care of her on both sides, and her brows relaxed. Lin Xiuyu continued with his actions. I will come with Li Yang to see Auntie. I like Auntie too. What she said was not wrong. Mrs. Li was the mother of the person she liked. She was kind and easy to get along with. She had a good impression of this aunt. Li Yang took out a card and handed it to his mother. Mom, there is 1 million in this card. You and Dad can use it first. You don't have to do anything anymore and can enjoy life. Tell me when you have spent all the money and I will transfer more money to you. The password is your birthday. Li's mother has devoted her entire life to her family and son, but now that she sees that her son is living well and is very capable, she no longer refuses and takes the card that her son hands over. Li Yang continued, "Mom, I see you've almost recovered. I still have classes at school, so I'll go back this afternoon. Please call me if you have anything." Li Yang had a guilty look on his face, but he hadn't asked for leave from his teacher, so he couldn't stay here for too long. Li's mother nodded and said, "Mom is just thinking about asking you to go back earlier. No matter how much money you make, you must study hard and not waste your studies. Go back earlier. Your dad is here and he will take care of me." Li Yang gradually felt relieved when he saw his mother was in high spirits. In the afternoon, Li Yang arrived in Shanghai City with two beauties, Li Hao and others. Thinking of the chance to draw a lottery when Lin Xiuyu's favorability reached 80 points, he controlled the lottery with his mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a cashback card. When the host's consumption amount exceeds 10,000 yuan, the system will return 10 times the amount. The card is valid for 7 days and will automatically take effect immediately. This card is interesting. The more you spend, the more you earn. It just so happened that Li Yang was planning to give Lin Xiuyu, Su Qianin, and Li Hao some good treats. They had behaved very well when they returned to their hometown this time, so he really deserved some appreciation. You can spend money well with this card. Soon Li Yang brought a group of people to the Xingqian Pavilion. This restaurant is located in the most prosperous area of Shanghai City. It is known as the most luxurious restaurant in Shanghai City. The name Xingqian Pavilion implies that the food here is as bright and dazzling as the stars. Entering the restaurant, the first thing that comes into view is a spacious and gorgeous hall, with dazzling crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling and soft carpets on the floor. On one side of the hall is a huge wine cabinet, which displays a variety of precious wines and champagnes. The tables and chairs in the restaurant are made of high-grade wood, with soft cushions and backrests, making people feel very comfortable to sit on. Flowers and candles are placed on each table to create a romantic atmosphere. There are works of famous painters hanging on the walls of the restaurant. These works not only add an artistic atmosphere to the restaurant, but also allow customers to appreciate the charm of art while enjoying delicious food. In a corner of the restaurant, there is a small stage where professional bands perform every night, bringing an auditory feast to customers. The food at Xingqian Pavilion is also a major feature here. The chefs here are all top chefs from all over the world. They are good at making various styles of food, allowing customers to taste delicious food from all over the world. Chapter 40: Ordering Food. Su Qianin and Lin Xiuyu walked into the Xingqian Pavilion and were stunned by the luxurious decoration. Su Qianin's eyes widened, her mouth slightly opened, her heart filled with amazement and envy. She had never thought that one day she would be able to enter such a luxurious restaurant, where everything seems so noble and luxurious. She couldn't help but secretly sigh, "It's great to be rich." If it weren't for Li Yang, she might never come here to consume in her life. The minimum consumption here is tens of thousands of yuan, which she can't afford. Lin Xiuyu seemed a little nervous and uncomfortable. She couldn't normally afford such a restaurant, and felt a little unfamiliar and depressed about this luxurious environment. Although her job as a car model looks glamorous, it is far from enough to cover the expenses here. She can't work for 2 months just to have a meal here, right? Li Yang looked at their reactions and said to them with a smile, "Don't be nervous. I heard that the food here is delicious. You can order whatever you want. You can also open the red wine in our collection. It's my treat." Su Qianin and Lin Xiuyu felt a little relieved after hearing what Li Yang said. They knew Li Yang's financial resources, so there was no pressure at all to come here. Li Hao and others looked at the surrounding arrangements curiously, and were somewhat nervous. Li Yang also said to them generously, "Everyone helped me, so order whatever you want today, it's my treat. Just take this as a thank you." Li Hao and others breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Although they knew that Li Yang was so rich that he would not let them pay the bill, they were still a little scared. They only have a little over 1,000 yuan in their hands, how can they afford it? At this time, the manager came to Li Yang respectfully and bowed slightly. "Mr. Li, please come this way." Everyone followed the manager to the top floor. Li Hao and others were arranged in a private room, while Li Yang and two beauties were in another private room. Both private rooms are luxury suites with a minimum consumption of 100,000 yuan. Su Qianin and Lin Xiuyu discovered that all the furniture inside were luxury brands. The first thing that caught my eye was the two huge beds. The mattresses were from a well-known Italian brand, soft and comfortable, making people feel like they were in the clouds. The bedside tables beside the beds were classic French works, with exquisite carvings and gorgeous decorations that showed their noble quality. In the corner of the room, there is a set of sofas, the fabric of which is top-grade silk, soft and smooth to the touch. The coffee table next to the sofa is made of precious wood, and the surface is inlaid with bright gems, emitting a dazzling light. The paintings hanging on the wall are also priceless, each of which is from the hands of world-famous painters. These paintings not only add an artistic atmosphere to the room, but also a symbol of identity and taste. There is also an open-air swimming pool at the end of the suite. The decoration and layout of the entire room show the ultimate luxury and taste, making people feel like they are in a palace. They looked at Li Yang and felt that this man was truly omnipotent. They had some understanding of the rules of this restaurant and knew that the luxury private rooms were not open to the public. Unexpectedly, Li Yang could get 2 luxurious private rooms just by bringing them here temporarily. They hugged Li Yang's arms and praised him sincerely. "Li Yang, you were so kind to bring us here to eat." "Li Yang, how did you manage to reserve 2 luxury rooms? I saw online that it's hard to reserve even one." The two people looked at Li Yang with admiration. In fact, it was very simple for him to get 2 private rooms. The billion-dollar luxury car was a pass, and he guaranteed that each private room could consume at least 200,000 yuan, so of course the restaurant would happily agree. The manager of the Star Pavilion smiled and elegantly held the exquisite menu. He pointed at the exquisite dishes and introduced them softly. "This is our signature dish, French baked snails. We use the best quality snails and pair them with a special vanilla cream sauce. It has a rich and mellow taste." The manager's finger gently slid over another dish. "This is our top quality steak. It is carefully grilled, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The meat is fresh and juicy." Then, the manager walked to the wine display stand, picked up a bottle of red wine, and showed the wine label to the guests. "This is our collection of red wine, from the top winery in Bordeaux, France, with a rich taste and distinct layers." He picked up another bottle of red wine. "This is our Italian red wine, with a rich fruity and spicy flavor, which is very suitable for pairing with our dishes." Li Yang finally ordered 3 servings of French foie gras worth 888 yuan, 3 servings of Australian lobsters worth 1,288 yuan, and 3 servings of seafood platters worth 1,999 yuan. He also picked a bottle of expensive 1982 Lafite red wine, which cost as much as 28,888 yuan. The two beauties began to look at the menu carefully and found that the dishes here were very expensive, but they all looked very delicious. They hesitated for a moment, and finally ordered some of their favorite dishes under the encouragement of Li Yang's eyes. Li Yang looked at the bill and saw that the amount was less than 200,000 yuan, so he ordered a bottle of 1971 Romanée Conti, which was worth 110,000 US. Now he met the minimum consumption requirement. Since he could get 10 times the money he spent, Li Yang couldn't wait to order the most expensive wine and dishes. The manager looked at Li Yang in disbelief. "Are you sure you want to order this bottle of wine? The price is in US dollars, which is equivalent to more than 1 million RMB. Of course, the manager believed in Li Yang's financial resources, but no matter how rich a person is, they rarely open a bottle of wine worth more than 1 million yuan, so he couldn't believe it. Li Yang said nonchalantly, "Sure. Okay, wait a moment." The manager looked very excited. The increase in the price of this bottle of wine was enough to triple his salary. Su Qianyin and Lin Xiuyu also looked at him in disbelief. "Brother, you are so generous. You treated us to a bottle of wine worth over $1 million. I will definitely try it later." "Brother Li Yang, you are too rich. This meal costs more than 1 million. Both of them were dressed simply today and wore almost no makeup, but even so they were still incredibly beautiful. Li Yang chatted and laughed with the two beauties while waiting for the manager to serve the food. Chapter 41. You spend too little. In less than half an hour, the dishes arrived one after another. Lin Xiuyu and Su Qianyin sat on either side of Li Yang, their eyes shining as they looked at the table full of luxurious dishes. But they didn't rush to eat. Instead, they took out their mobile phones to take pictures. They admitted that they were a little vain, but they had heard of this restaurant for a long time but had never eaten there. Now that they had the chance to eat there, of course they had to take photos as a souvenir. Lin Xiuyu also had a little selfish motive. She wanted to post it on her circle of friends so that other female car models would envy her. In their circle, they often discuss which restaurant has the highest consumption, which luxury bag has a new model, and whose boyfriend is the most generous and richest. But as far as Lin Xiuyu knew, they had changed boyfriends one after another, but none of them had ever come to this restaurant to eat. After all, There were too few men like Li Yang who were handsome, rich, and generous. Li Yang drank red wine and watched them take pictures. It was normal for women to be a little vain. Moreover, they were his women. When his women posted on WeChat moments and people envied them, he would be proud. After all, this is also an opportunity to show financial strength. After taking pictures and posting them on their moments, they began to eat solemnly and seriously. Wow, this sashimi is delicious. I heard that it is all airlifted from abroad. It only has a shelf life of 1 day, and the rest will be thrown away. Brother Li Yang, this is my first time eating king crab. It really lives up to its reputation. Soon the three of them finished all the food and wine on the table, and the money they spent was returned 10 times to Li Yang's bank card. The cashback amount was divided into 2 transfers, one of which was over 10 million yuan, which should have been spent by Li Yang and the 2 beauties, and the other was over 2 million yuan, which should have been spent by Li Hao and others. This group of people only spent more than 200,000 yuan in total, which is not enough. After he received the information that the money had been deposited into his bank account, he wanted to order some more dishes to get the cash back, but the 3 of them really couldn't eat anymore. So he picked up his phone and sent a message to Li Hao. Li Yang, how come you only spent over 200,000? Order more, open a few more bottles of expensive wine, the more you spend, the better. On the other side, Li Hao was shocked after seeing the news. They had eaten as much as they wanted when they ordered just now, but they didn't order anything expensive, and still they spent more than 200,000 yuan. Everyone felt quite embarrassed. After all, the other party spent more than 200,000 yuan on the dinner, which was a bit too much. I didn't expect Li Yang to think the flowers were not enough. That's more than 200,000. They were thankful if they could earn 200,000 yuan a year after graduation, but Li Yang made them spend all of it on a meal, and they still complained that it was not enough. He was stunned for a moment and couldn't speak. Everyone also noticed that something was wrong with him and hurried forward to ask. Howsy, what's wrong? Brother Yang blames us for spending too much? It's okay. At worst we can just adjust the over-budget portion. Li Hao was a little unsettled. No. He thought we spent too little, so he asked us to order more, preferably a few bottles of expensive red wine. After hearing this, everyone was stunned. After 2 seconds of silence, he finally reacted. Fuck. For a while, the sounds of fuck were heard one after another. Is this still a human being? Is this what a human being says? More than 200,000 yuan for a meal was still not enough. Li Yang's financial resources were beyond their imagination. Chapter 42 Inin is so beautiful. When everyone reacted, they began to exclaim in amazement. Brother Yang is so generous. We can come here and spend as much as we want if we do something for him. If we really hang out with him in the future, there will be even more benefits. Thanks to Brother Yang for not bearing grudges and giving us a chance to make amends. Otherwise, with his power, it would only take a few minutes to kill us. Li Hao, no wonder Lin Ruoshi suddenly fell in love with Li Yang. He's so rich and handsome, if gender wasn't a factor, I would be willing to marry him too. Come on. There are so many beautiful women around me, I don't like you. Li Hao was also afraid when he heard everyone's discussion. Why should he offend Li Yang for Lin Ruoshi, the White Lotus? It was not worth it at all. And now that he knows Li Yang's strength, he sincerely admires him. The gap between the two is too big, envy and jealousy have disappeared, and there is only admiration. After the discussion, they called the waiter in and ordered a few bottles of red wine and a table of dishes. Since Li Yang was so generous, they didn't want to feel too restrained. After all, they wouldn't be able to come here in the future. After ordering the food, Li Hao replied to Li Yang. Li Hao, Brother Yang, we ordered a lot more. Thank you, Brother Yang. Li Hao felt that it was necessary to tell Li Yang about Lin Ruoshi's affairs. After all, Li Yang had once been a victim and had wasted so much time on Lin Ruoshi. After much thought, he decided to send the chat records, videos, and pictures copied from Lin Ruoshi's mobile phone to Li Yang. Brother Yang, this was copied from Lin Ruoshi's phone. She is a white lotus. We have all been deceived by her before. Li Yang heard the notification tone and clicked on the message. He saw Lin Ruoshi being extremely fawning in the circle of rich second generations, and there was even that kind of video. He felt nauseous when he saw it. Li Yang knew that Lin Ruoshi was a white lotus and that her innocence was all pretended, but he didn't expect that she was already a bus. The last bit of good impression he had of her disappeared, and he felt nauseous when he thought of this woman. Thinking about the fact that she had recently sent me messages showing how pitiful she was and expressing her love for me, I felt it was extremely hypocritical. It seems that she intends to continue pestering. After all, she is just a broken bus in the eyes of other rich second generations. Even so, no one wants her. The only person she can hope to catch is the former bootlicker. In her eyes, Li Yang is a super rich second generation and a former bootlicker, so his chances of winning are naturally much greater. It seems that she will not give up easily, and who knows what trouble she will cause in the future. It would be better to keep this evidence so that she can stay away from me. Otherwise, I will expose her completely and make her too ashamed to stay in school. Lin Xiaoyu, who was standing by, was a little tipsy. She frowned as she watched Li Yang click on Lin Ruoshi's video. "Brother, aren't you having fun playing with us? Why are you still looking at other women? She's not pretty either." What Lin Xiaoyu said was right. Compared with her, Lin Ruoshi's looks were just like those of an ordinary person, not even on the same level. Li Yang also felt bored when he saw Lin Ruoshi in the video. He didn't expect that the woman he had been pursuing for so long would be so unbearable in real life. Su Qianyin also came over when she heard the sound, and looked at the woman on the screen with a bit of shock on her face. Because of Li Yang, she also knew Lin Ruoshi. She found it hard to accept that a girl who usually looked quiet and kind could be so open in private. But why did Li Yang watch her videos? Both he and Lin Xiaoyu had better figures than hers, not to mention their looks. Could it be that Li Yang hadn't forgotten her? Thinking of this, she quickly acted coquettishly and leaned on Li Yang, looking at Li Yang with seductive eyes. "Honey, am I beautiful? Don't you like my figure?" Li Yang looked at Su Qianyin's figure and appearance carefully, and couldn't take his eyes off. Even though they have been together for a while, he still finds her sexy and her figure is top-notch. She is really too big, and her proportions are surprisingly good, which just hits Li Yang's aesthetic. From being treated as a backup by a woman of Lin Ruoshi's appearance to being surrounded by the most beautiful women, his life has undergone earth-shaking changes. If he hadn't looked at the long string of cold numbers on his bank card balance, he wouldn't have believed that what he saw was real. Su Qianyin saw Li Yang staring at her blankly without saying a word, but she was still happy in her heart. She knew what that look meant. Although Li Yang said nothing, her life spoke thousands of words and her charm was recognized. At the same time, Li Yang finally spoke. "Of course it's beautiful. She's so beautiful, why are you still looking at Lin Ruoshi? She let you down, are you still obsessed with her?" Lin Xiaoyu also learned from their conversation that the woman in the video was someone Li Yang had loved before, and she immediately became curious. "Brother, do you still like her now? She gave herself to you completely, but you didn't cherish her and fell in love with someone who let you down." "Humph." She pouted her little mouth, looking particularly pure and cute. Li Yang felt somewhat satisfied when he saw the two women secretly jealous. After all, he knew that the two women really liked him, and the favorability data provided by the system could not be false. He could also feel this kind of liking, and the difference between their attitude towards him and Lin Ruoshi's was quite obvious. Lin Ruoshi was hot and cold towards him. When she was enthusiastic, it was when various holidays or birthdays were approaching. She would ask Li Yang for gifts openly or secretly, or she would want him to help her with something. He seldom felt care and consideration from her, and there was no physical contact between them. He pursued her for 2 years but never even held her hand. Lin Xiaoyu and Su Qianyin were very active in replying to his messages every time. They especially liked to have physical contact with him, and sometimes they would take the initiative to ask for it. The devotion and passion during intimate contact could not be faked. They knew that Li Yang was rich, but they never asked for anything intentionally. They were also worried that their consumption would exceed Li Yang's expectations and did not want to embarrass him. Li Yang's heart softened when he saw the two beauties vying for his favor. All right. I haven't liked her for a long time. She's just a bus. I know what she's really like. How could I still like her? I like you guys. I think about you guys every day, he. The two rolled their eyes. As expected, Li Yang was only serious for 3 seconds. They thought he would really explain something seriously. Chapter 43. I'll pay for the whole event. Lin Ruoshi is obviously a white lotus. How could Brother Yang be deceived by him for so long? I will teach you how to judge women in the future. Su Qianyin looked at him charmingly. Brother, you can't go back to your old love. It's more important for the three of us to live a good life. We are not like Lin Ruoshi. We will cherish brother and won't make him sad. Lin Xiaoyu sat on Li Yang's lap and looked at him playfully. With the beautiful girl in his arms, having just eaten and drunk his fill, and having solved the problem at his second aunt's house, he was instantly in a good mood. It had been a long time since he had felt so happy. Thinking that the cashback card is still valid, the more he spends, the more cash back he gets, so why not make everyone happy together and pay for every person who comes here to consume? This way he can get a lot of cash back at one time, saving him from spending money everywhere. Thinking of this, he called the manager over, held two beauties on his left and right, and said casually, "I'll pay for all the consumption today." The manager didn't react for a moment and nodded naturally, thinking that Li Yang wanted to pay for 2 luxury private rooms. But then I thought something was wrong, because he just mentioned consumption of the entire venue. This is the restaurant with the highest consumption level in Shanghai City. People who come here are either rich or noble. If he were to pay for the entire restaurant, the conservative estimate would be over 100 million yuan. But how could he say it so casually? As casually as if he was ordering food? Although their clients are all very wealthy, some of them are only worth tens of millions, and the wealthier clients are worth hundreds of millions. Mr. Li paid for the entire meal at once and it was worth all the other people's net worth. He is so generous. How inhumane. He has been working here for 15 years, ever since he first entered society. In his career, he has never come across anyone paying for the entire meal. Because the whole bill depends on the occasion and the consumption. In a bar, the maximum amount of money paid for the whole bill is only a few 100,000. But here, it is tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Who can afford such a pretense? He thought that there would be no rich man who would pay for the entire meal in the restaurant where he worked, but he didn't expect to encounter one today. He looked at Li Yang more humbly, and symbolically confirmed, "Do you mean that you will pay for all the bills we consume in our restaurant today?" He did not doubt Li Yang's financial resources at all, and Li Yang looked sober and casual when he offered to pay the bill just now, which showed that he was quite financially strong. Even if you have to pay the entire bill in such a high-consumption restaurant, there is no pressure. Li Yang nodded. Right. The manager was instantly so excited that his face was full of smiles. "Mr. Li, you are so generous. Please tell me your personal information and I will apply for a black card membership for you. After you become a member, you can eat here without reservation or queuing. If there is a shortage of dishes, you will be given priority. From now on, you will be the absolute king when dining in our restaurant. This black card membership is not open to the public and the threshold is relatively high. Customers like Li Yang who spend 1 or 2 million at a time are only in the probation period. If the regular consumption amount reaches this threshold, they can qualify as black card members." But Li Yang paid for the entire meal, which fully proved that he had the purchasing power of a black card member, so the manager helped him to become a black card member without hesitation. Li Yang was the first customer to obtain black card membership the first time he came to pay. To be precise, in the entire Shanghai city, the number of people who are black card members of their store does not exceed 10. Li Yang briefly stated his personal information, and in less than 10 minutes the manager respectfully handed the black card to Li Yang. Li Yang took it and put it in his pocket. According to his current consumption level and financial resources, he might become a VIP member of many high-end restaurants in the future. By then, this black card will be just one of many membership cards and nothing special. Finally, the manager brought over a large plate of carefully cooked king crabs, expressed his gratitude and respect again, and then left the luxurious private room. Lin Xiaoyu and Su Qianin, who were standing by, almost popped their eyes out when they saw what had just happened. They know a lot about this restaurant and have read various travel guides online. They dream of visiting this restaurant one day. But there is no mention of black card membership in any of the guideposts on the internet. It turns out that the restaurant also issues black card memberships to customers with super high spending power. It seems that this black card membership is a hidden card that only appears when one's wealth reaches an extremely high amount. Thinking about what Li Yang had just said, that he would pay for everyone in the audience, the two of them couldn't calm down for a long time. However, they have been with Li Yang for some time and know that Li Yang is not the kind of person who would brag about being rich. Since he did this, it means that he can easily pay for it financially. Judging from the consumption level here, they knew that this time of indulgence would cost over 100 million yuan. This is too willful. When they are willful, the most they will do is buy a bag worth tens of thousands of dollars, and they only do this once or twice a year. Li Yang's willful spending amounted to over 100 million yuan. They regarded Li Yang as their man, so naturally they felt sorry for him spending money. Although they didn't know how Li Yang made money, they always felt that Liang must have worked hard to make money, and they didn't want him to spend his hard-earned money because of his willfulness. The two of them didn't say anything to stop it because they were completely stunned and shocked and couldn't speak. They had rarely seen news of people paying for the entire meal in a super high-end restaurant, let alone witnessing it all in person. At that time, they just felt that Li Yang was glowing, and his already handsome face became even more dazzling. The two of them were just staring at this overly handsome and rich man, and for a moment they even forgot what to say. Li Yang, you looked so handsome just now. So handsome. You are worthy of being the man I value. I love you, Trojan. At this moment, Su Qianyin kissed Li Yang's cheek shyly and excitedly like a little girl who is obsessed with love. This woman usually looks like a queen, and her current appearance is a little different from her usual self, but this difference is particularly interesting in Li Yang's eyes. He likes to unlock the hidden personalities of beautiful women and make them submit to him completely. He wants both physically and emotionally. Hubby, I feel like I'm not worthy of you. This is the most expensive restaurant in Shanghai City. It's already a pleasure for you to bring me here. I was wondering if I'll have the chance to come here in the future. After all, it's really expensive to spend money here once. Lin Xiaoyu opened her eyes wide, looking at Li Yang with sparkling eyes and continued, I didn't expect you to be so rich. Not only did you treat us to a meal, you also treated everyone present today to a meal. I admire you so much, I love you to death. Every woman has a certain amount of admiration for a strong man. These two beauties found that Li Yang was even more financially powerful than they had imagined, and they were almost completely conquered. Everyone looked at Li Yang with gentle eyes. Chapter 44 I want to marry Mr. Li. Li Yang looked at them and said casually, it's nothing. The more I spend, the more I earn. Lin Xiaoyu and Su Qianyin didn't think much about it. They just thought that Li Yang was very good at making money and he had the motivation to make money only after spending money. They felt that their men were too capable. Hubby, you're amazing. I'm really lucky to have met you. Although I've talked to many male customers when I was selling luxury cars, I don't think they're even 1/10,000th as good as you. I think you are the most capable man I have ever met. You are good at making money and are very generous to yourself and the people around you. Unlike some men who make a lot of money but are very stingy to the people around them and are also very stingy to themselves. Lin Xiaoyu lay on Li Yang's legs and talked to herself, as if she was looking forward to something. But husband, when you were making money, no one could help you. You must have had a hard time. Even the most capable people get tired. Let's not be so willful when spending money in the future. Of course, everything still depends on your husband's opinion. I will listen to you in the future. After finishing this paragraph, Li Yang was still somewhat moved. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes and expression were very sincere, and these words must have come from the heart. But no matter how touched he was, it was impossible for him to give up the entire forest for a tree. What he could do was to be more generous to her and not abandon her. Su Qianyin also spoke awkwardly, brother, to be honest, I didn't have any feelings for you when I was with you at the beginning. I just thought you were stupid and rich, so I took the initiative to get close to you. At this point she covered her mouth and smiled and continued, it's all because you pursued Lin Ruoshi, which made me look stupid. Li Yang knew all this. At the beginning, Su Qianyin was not very close to him, and her motives for actively approaching him were definitely not pure. And now? Li Yang looked at her calmly, as if there was only him in her eyes. Li Yang actually felt a slight throbbing. Now I feel that you are the most perfect man in the world. I'm glad that I approached you out of greed. Seriously, you are the first man I fell in love with. After saying that, Su Qianyin shyly buried her head in Li Yang's arms. She felt her heart beating like a drum. All of this was pretty much what Li Yang had thought, he could see it all. As long as they stay by his side obediently, don't act up or stab him in the back, he shouldn't get tired of beauties of their level and they can stay by his side forever. The other side. The manager went to the lobby and told everyone that Li Yang had paid for the entire meal. Most people who come to this restaurant can only make reservations for the lobby. Because there are only a few luxury rooms and there is a minimum consumption requirement, most people cannot make reservations with their financial resources and connections. The manager stood proudly on the second floor holding a megaphone and said, today, Mr. Li from the 808 luxury room will pay for the entire meal. I wish you all a great meal. If you have any needs, please contact the service staff. At this moment, as the person who announced the news, he felt very proud, and even felt like he was experiencing the life of the male protagonist in a cool novel. He couldn't imagine how happy Li Yang felt when he actually paid for the whole place. As soon as the news was announced, the whole audience was silent for 2 to 3 seconds. Then the whole audience cheered. Is this a novel that has come true? There are people paying for the entire meal in a restaurant like this. Who exactly is Mr. Li? I just saw a Bugatti worth hundreds of millions in the parking lot. That car should belong to this mysterious Mr. Li, right? He's too rich. No wonder we haven't heard of Mr. Li. Our assets are not even on the same level as him. It's normal that we haven't dealt with him before. Does anyone have Mr. Li's contact information? Or does anyone know someone who can speak to Mr. Li? Can you introduce him to me? I want to discuss cooperation with Mr. Li. Fuck, did I hear you right? You're paying for everything. This time I can finally order food without looking at the price. I always calculate carefully. Thank you, Mr. Li. Long live Mr. Li. The men present were all trying to find out about Li Yang, hoping to get in touch with Li Yang, to move up in their business, or to have this nobleman take them to a higher level to broaden their horizons. Some men pretended to be calm on the surface after hearing the news, but they were already devastated in their hearts. They went to this restaurant just to save face in front of the girls, and were very picky when ordering. In the end, they ordered very little, keeping the amount of money within the range they could afford. Originally they thought it was great that they could make a reservation at this restaurant and eat the food there. I didn't expect that this mysterious Mr. Li could just wave his hand and pay for the whole thing. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. The goddess they tried so hard to please was now paying attention to Mr. Li, whom they had never met before. She asked about Mr. Li intentionally or unintentionally, with a different light flashing in her eyes. That was something the goddess had never experienced before when she looked at them. Under such circumstances, they could only try to maintain their composure on the surface, and in their hearts they were extremely envious of the multi-talented and wealthy Mr. Li. There were also a few tables of guests who were socialites coming in to share the bill. They were talking about Mr. Li at the same time, and no one wanted others to know more information, for fear that others would get there first. Do you know what Ms. Li likes? I wonder if someone with long legs and beautiful looks like me is her type. I just saw his car, it's so cool. Even without seeing him I still think he's a handsome guy. He's my ideal type. Did you see his phone number in the car just now? What? I don't remember. If you want to know, go and see for yourself. Hey, I want to marry Mr. Li, even if I am a concubine, I am willing. It's fine for me to be young Master Li's maid, preferably a maid who shares the same bed with him. That way, I might get pregnant with the young master's child, and I'll be honored as a mother by having a child. As the socialites talked, they began to fantasize. They wanted to pretend to be reserved, but that man was someone who could easily spend 100 million to treat others to a meal. They just can't stay calm. It would be best to contact Mr. Li as soon as possible and get his attention. Aren't they here to find this kind of man? What's more, this man has far exceeded their expectations. Chapter 45 3,000 Beauties. Amidst everyone's heated discussions, Li Yang was escorted down the magnificent staircase from the second floor. Not only were there security guards clearing the way for him, but he was also surrounded by 2 super beauties. The people present were envious. The manager appeared at the right time, picked up the megaphone and shouted to everyone, "Dear distinguished guests, the person who just paid for everyone is Mr. Li in front of you. Let's thank him with warm applause." Li Yang was so generous, and he also wanted to give him enough face, hoping to leave a good impression in front of Li Yang in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause broke out in the lobby. Everyone wanted to give Mr. Li enough face, hoping to establish a relationship with him and achieve success in the future. After the applause, many company bosses in suits wanted to walk up to Li Yang and hand him a business card, but they were stopped by security personnel. "I'm sorry, Mr. Li, we won't discuss business today." But they all didn't want to miss this opportunity to meet the mysterious rich man. If they missed it today, they might never have the chance to see him again. After all, they were obviously not in the same circle. So, even though he was pushed away by the security guard, he still forced his way in again. Fortunately, the security personnel were well trained and they stood firmly around Li Yang to protect him, but the scene outside the encirclement was a bit chaotic and some people even fell down during the pushing and shoving. "Mr. Li, this is my business card. It's an honor to meet you here today, Mr. Li." "Mr. Li. Have we met Mr. Li before somewhere? You look like a famous star, so handsome." Do we have any chance to cooperate, Mr. Lee? Mr. Lee, are you in need of a driver? I have been a driver for 10 years. I wonder if I can be your driver. Many people handed out their business cards in a gentlemanly manner, but the business cards fell to the ground in the pushing and shoving. They tried their best to attract Li Yang's attention, and would be very satisfied even if they could just be his driver so that they could get close to the mysterious rich man. Only by getting close to him can you gradually find business opportunities to make a fortune. Many socialites stopped taking selfies and screamed excitedly when they found out that the tall and handsome man in front of them was the wealthy man who paid for the entire meal. Husband, look at me. Brother, I'm really good at playing games. Can I get to know you? Boss Lee, are you in need of a secretary? The service is excellent. Hubby, don't go, I want to marry you. Husband. Master, you are so handsome. Master, is your family still in need of a nanny? The kind with big breasts and a thin waist. Master, I am late. Please come and take me home. Their screams echoed throughout the venue. Although they could only stand behind the circle of men during the pushing and shoving due to their relatively weak strength, their voices were definitely far superior to others. In order to let Li Yang see them, they all stepped onto the dining table, showing off their figures boldly and unrestrainedly, and their voices were extremely charming. Some socialites even became hoarse from being too excited, causing their voices to sound a little harsh. Li Yang was a little surprised when he saw the chaotic scene in the lobby. He didn't expect that he could be treated like a celebrity by spending only 100 million yuan. Quite worth it. He also looked carefully at the women who were screaming at him, and none of them looked good. It wasn't that they were ugly, but they were not as beautiful as the woman next to him. Even their cup sizes were normal, so he naturally didn't want to look at them anymore. Seeing that the tall, handsome and rich Prince Charming was about to disappear from their sight, the screams of the socialites became even more heartbreaking. They really didn't want to miss such an outstanding man, even if it was just a chance to get to know him. Hubby, don't go. I want to give birth to your baby. Hubby, take me away, take me away. Master, take me with you. I want to go with you. Their hearts beat fast just by seeing his face, not to mention that he had a good figure, was rich and generous. Even if they fantasized about him, they would not dare to imagine such a perfect partner. Thinking of the two vixens standing next to him, who were able to enjoy the embrace of such a perfect man, made her teeth itch with hatred. Why isn't the person he's holding me the same? If only I could have met him earlier, then I wouldn't have given the vixen such an advantage. It's a pity that despite my good figure and good looks, Mr. Lee didn't like me. Looking at the people in the lobby pushing and shoving because of him, especially the men in the front row who were almost about to fight, Li Yang felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure. He had no interest in the business card they handed over because he had accumulated enough wealth and was accumulating it very quickly. Li Yang doesn't need to cooperate with them at all. To be more precise, Li Yang doesn't even care about the little bit of profit they have. Lin Xiaoyu and Su Qianyin naturally held Li Yang's arms. They felt very proud. Just now, when so many women called Li Yang, he didn't even look at them much. It seems that he has very high requirements for women. It is really a happy thing for me to be favored by him. And since she could stay with him for so long, it proved that he really had feelings for her. They felt very happy when they thought of this. This feeling of being pursued and flattered by others is really good, and it's all thanks to the man next to me. Li Yang and two beauties were surrounded by security personnel and got into a luxury car, which sped away. Since Li Yang had been drinking, the restaurant staff arranged a temporary driver for Li Yang to take them home. In the car, Su Qianyin and Lin Xiaoyu were extremely excited. I'm so excited. I didn't expect the moving company to be so efficient. We can move into the villa today. The room I chose is very beautiful. Don't fight with me for it. I lived in that room in my dream yesterday. It's like a dream princess room. I don't want to compete with you. My room is very close to Brother Yang's master bedroom, and I want to spend more time with him. Li Yang hugged them, buried himself in Lin Xiaoyu's softness and smelled her fragrance. From now on, these beauties would live with him. It's only a matter of time before you have 3,000 beauties. Okay, from now on, you two will live in peace, and you must also accommodate other sisters. I will treat everyone equally and give each of you a home. The two beauties nodded obediently. Brother Yang, I know, I won't do anything to embarrass you. Hubby, this is what we are supposed to do. Both of them expressed their attitudes. Front row driver. Are rich people so willful? These two beauties are willing to tolerate the existence of other women and obey them in everything. Beauties of this level are rare and rarely seen on the street, but he actually took two of them away at once. Judging from what he said, there will be many more in the villa. This is so cool. Chapter 46, Living in the Villa. In less than 20 minutes, the three arrived at the villa. Li Yang's luxurious villa stands on a green lawn, like a palace. The exterior of the villa adopts European architectural style, with white walls and red roofs, which is particularly eye-catching. The gate of the villa is composed of two huge iron doors, inlaid with golden patterns, which looks particularly luxurious. When you enter the villa, the first thing that comes into view is a spacious living room. The floor of the living room is paved with marble, as smooth as a mirror. The walls of the living room are hung with exquisite oil paintings, which look particularly elegant. A huge crystal chandelier hangs on the ceiling of the living room, which is dazzling. The furniture in the living room is made of high-grade wood, with exquisite craftsmanship, which looks particularly luxurious. When Lin Xiaoyu and Su Qianyin saw the scene of the villa again, they couldn't help but admire it. This place is so beautiful. I feel so happy when I think about living here in the future. This place is like a Western museum, it's really luxurious, I feel a little dazzled. Li Yang also took a close look at the decoration and displays on the first floor and felt that the overall style was what he liked and was very good. The female salesperson in the sales department, and Qing, has good business skills and the villa she recommended is very suitable for me. The feeling of a passionate kiss within Qing instantly came to my heart. She had a great figure. Her tall and slender body was full of beautiful fruits, which made people feel distressed when they saw them. I wish she could live here in the future. After a short stay on the first floor, the three of them came to the second floor. The second floor of the villa is the bedroom area. Each bedroom is decorated very luxuriously. The floor is carpeted, soft and comfortable. The walls of the bedrooms are hung with exquisite murals, which are particularly elegant. The ceilings of the bedrooms are hung with exquisite chandeliers, which are warm and romantic. The furniture in the bedrooms is made of high-grade wood, with exquisite craftsmanship, which is particularly luxurious. Li Yang felt a little tired when he saw the big bed in the master bedroom. A lot of things had happened in the past 2 days, and he had plowed a lot of land. Even the most powerful cow would feel tired. He casually took off his clothes and walked into the bathroom to take a shower. Lin Xiaoyu and Su Qianyin naturally took his clothes, underwear, and socks. "Brother, go take a shower. I will wash your clothes myself." "Yes, husband. You've been tired these past 2 days, so go to bed early after taking a bath. You can hold me in your arms while I sleep, too." The two were still a little shy when looking at Li Yang's figure, he was so awesome. They had taken a quick look at the third floor of the villa at that time, and now they couldn't help their curiosity and wanted to take another look. Soon, they arrived at the third floor. The third floor of the villa is the entertainment area, which has a gym, a swimming pool and a cinema. The gym is equipped with various advanced fitness equipment, the water in the swimming pool is crystal clear, and the equipment in the cinema is very advanced, so you can enjoy the best audio-visual experience. They looked at the complete range of entertainment facilities with excitement and couldn't help but try them out. The equipment here was obviously different from those outside. Li Yang's villa is so beautiful. The gym, swimming pool and cinema here are bigger than those outside, and the experience is also very good. I want to live here forever. I don't want to move out. I just want to be Li Yang's woman forever. After experiencing it for a while, the two couldn't help but look around, and soon they came to the backyard of the villa. The backyard of the villa is a garden, which is full of various exotic flowers and plants, competing for beauty. There is also a fountain in the garden, the water in the fountain is clear and you can see the bottom. There are various trees planted around the fountain, which are shady. There is also a pavilion in the garden, which is surrounded by various flowers, and the fragrance is fragrant. The two looked at everything here, as if they had come to a scenic spot. After a moment of trance, they realized that this was Li Yang's villa. The other side. After taking a shower, Li Yang opened his phone and saw the messages from the beauties. "And Qing, brother, I heard that you checked into the villa today. Can I go and have a look? I don't know if I can be as lucky as the girl next to you and live in your villa." And Chang was as proactive as ever. After sending the message, she sent 3 photos in a row. Her poses for the photos were very particular, showing off the advantages of her figure to the fullest. Li Yang felt that since she was so proactive, it would be rude for him to refuse. He wants to prove her charm with practical actions. Li Yang, would you like to visit now? I just finished taking a shower. I will consider moving in later, depending on your performance. And Xing seemed to have been guarding her phone all the time and replied to the message instantly. And Xing, brother, do you think I am not qualified to live here? Picture. Then they will stay at your house for one night and take a good look around. In the picture, her fair skin is covered with water droplets, making her look very close. Li Yang, okay. After sending the message, you will see green bubble message 99 plus and Douyin message 99 plus. Luoyi, brother, have you forgotten me? I miss you. When you are not around during PK, people don't feel safe at all. No one is as good as you. Luoyi updated several videos, each of which is exceptionally cute and sexy. Her appearance and figure are very recognizable, making people want to protect her. He clicked into Luoyi's live broadcast room, where a new round of PK was about to begin. Seeing Li Yang enter the live broadcast room, Luoyi stood up happily and jumped up and down. Brother Yang, welcome home. My brother is here. I'm not afraid at all. He is my guardian angel. Brother, don't brush too much, just do it within your ability. He will love you no matter what. Li Yang rushed to brush the page. Yang gives away Carnival X1. Yang gives away Carnival X2. Yang sends Carnival X3. Yang gave away Carnival X4. Yang sends Carnival X888. By the end, Li Yang's fingers were sore, and he crushed his opponent and won the PK. Luoyi clapped her hands excitedly and bowed to the camera. Brother, thank you. Everyone, please tell me how awesome my brother Yang is. Please pay attention to my brother. The comments section of the live broadcast room were also very excited. They hadn't seen Li Yang appear in a long time, and they didn't expect that he would come to Luoyi's live broadcast room. Last time, in order to PK with Yang, Luoyi's brothers were injured in Haven Tcum for a long time. Luoyi lost badly in PK recently. Chapter 47 Luoyi's Proclamation. Boss Yang is here. The carnival just now was so exciting. Even though it wasn't given to me, it still made my blood boil. Brother Yang is finally online again, and his strength is still as strong as ever. Brother Yang, I'm paying attention to you. The big brother of the opposite anchor is weak again. It's bad enough that he lost to Brother Yang, but he lost so miserably. I'm afraid he won't be able to stand up in front of the anchor in the future. Brother Yang is so majestic and domineering, he is worthy of being the most powerful person in Douyin. Didn't you see the admiring look on the other side's face? She didn't care about winning or losing. She was totally fascinated by Yang Ji's extravagant spending. Luoyi read the comments carefully, and felt happy when she saw everyone praising Yang. Maybe he is a special person in his heart, because he went straight to his live broadcast room when he saw the news and supported it so strongly. But when she saw someone in the comments section mentioned that the host on the other side admired Li Yang, she felt a little depressed. She didn't want Brother Yang to pay attention to other women. The smile on her face dimmed a lot. She covered her bulging chest, lowered her head and looked at the camera and said, "Please don't mention other anchors in Yi's live broadcast room." Even from this angle, Luoyi's appearance is still natural. She looks exactly like Mei Yilia. He couldn't help but sigh how there could be two people in the world who look so similar. From this angle, Luoyi is more than just beautiful, she is simply breathtaking. Ding! Luoyi's favorability increased by 10. The current favorability of Luoyi is 55. When the favorability reaches 60 or 80, the host will receive a random reward from the system. Just as Li Yang was savoring the moment, the system's voice rang out. Luoyi's favorability increased quite quickly, probably because of her good looks and wealth. From the very beginning, Luoyi's favorability towards him was not low. Brother Yang, Yi really appreciates the gift you gave her. Please come visit Yi more often in the future. When you're not around, I can't beat anyone and can only let others bully me. Luoyi's eyes were filled with tears. She looked pitiful and completely dependent on Li Yang. Li Yang edited a comment and sent it out. Li Yang, okay. Soon after, more and more comments appeared in the live broadcast room. Do you think Luoyi is a little abnormal today? What's wrong with that? She's still as sexy and charming as ever. It seems a little abnormal. She usually doesn't mind people mentioning other female anchors. She even said it doesn't matter who you like and it's good to discuss together. Today, when someone mentioned that other female anchors admired Brother Yang, she got a little angry and was obviously not happy. Oh my god, it seems like that. She always smiles during every live broadcast, and no matter how bad the comments are, she never gets upset. This time, she really couldn't control her expression. Isn't she possessive of Mr. Yang? It's different that he has noticed other female anchors. I think so. Although I don't want to admit that he treats other men differently, it's too obvious. When President Yang was in the live broadcast room, Yi's whole state was different. She was obviously a little shy and not as natural as usual. And when she expressed her gratitude to President Yang, it was obvious that she was sincere. It seemed that she really relied on President Yang and had different feelings for him. It seems to be true. In the past, the big brothers in the live broadcast room gave quite a lot of gifts, and Yi has never said so sincerely that she misses them. When she thanked them, it was just a business-like manner. She even cried when she called out to Mr. Yang just now. She looked a little humble. This is too abnormal. Yi has never cried in a live broadcast room. Yes, our Yi is an independent, strong, and sympathetic person. I didn't expect that Mr. Yang's arrival would turn her into a weak and helpless little woman. As expected, no matter how independent and strong a woman is, she will become weak and unable to take care of herself in front of a strong man, especially a man like Mr. Yang. As a man, I really want to rely on him. Wow, you're a pervert. I have to say, Mr. Yang is indeed very powerful. There is no one in the entire Douyin who can fight against Brother Yang. Stop talking, stop talking. The cabbage I have been protecting for 2 years was eaten by a pig. I am sad and upset. It's normal for Yi to like Mr. Yang, but I'm still sad that my goddess has someone else in her heart. Don't be so sad yet. Have you ever thought that if Yi and Mr. Yang were together, there would be no need for live broadcasts? With Mr. Yang's financial resources, she wouldn't have to work at all. We wouldn't be able to see Yi. Tonic medicine. Li Yan looked at the comments in the live broadcast room and felt that it was a good thing. The beautiful girl who looked very similar to Mei Yaliya openly showed her love for him in the live broadcast room, and almost all the fans noticed it. The coolest thing is that even the fans can't criticize him because he is so strong. They all think it's normal that Luo Yi likes him. And Luo Yi was clearly reading the comment section. She watched everyone discussing these things and interpreting her concerns. She neither denied it nor stopped it. She opened her big eyes and looked at the comments section adorably with a smile on her face, even a little secretly delighted, as if she was happy that her little thoughts were seen by everyone. She thought that since everyone could see it, Li Yang could see it too. Even if Li Yang didn't see it, he should have understood it after reading the comments. Isn't this a disguised confession? It just so happens that she couldn't express it directly. She was mainly afraid of being rejected. After all, there were so many beautiful women who liked Li Yang, and she was just one of them. She felt more or less lost and inferior. It's good that fans in the comments section pointed it out. If Li Yang was also interested, he would definitely be more proactive. If Li Yang was just giving gifts for fun and was not very interested in her, then it would be nothing. Although she would definitely be sad, what could she do? Who made her like such a dazzling person? Who in Douyin didn't know him? She looked for a long time but didn't see any comments from Li Yang. She felt a little anxious and asked tentatively. Brother Yan Yang, are you still there? Li Yang, I'm here. Luo Yi smiled shyly for a moment and sat obediently on the chair, like a good kid waiting for the teacher to give her a grade. Li Yang, is what they said true? Luo Yi was overjoyed that Brother Yan Yang was also watching. He even cared whether what the fans said was true. Is her God going to favor her? She has been trying hard to suppress her feelings for Li Yang, thinking that the difference between them is too big and that maybe Li Yang just wants to kill time. If she takes it too seriously, she won't be able to get over it, because Li Yang is absolutely her ideal type, and if she doesn't try hard to control herself, she will like him like crazy. Chapter 48. Come and see me when you have time. Luo Yi looked at the screen nervously, somewhat afraid to admit her feelings, but afraid that if she didn't say it, she would never have another chance. Her hands were pinching unconsciously, her breathing became a little difficult, and fine beads of sweat oozed out of her palms. There are more than 100,000 people in her live broadcast room. If she admits it, it would be equivalent to publicly liking the rich man Yang Yang on the entire internet, but now it is too late to think about it, and she doesn't want to miss it. Finally, he nodded firmly. The comments section of the live broadcast room suddenly became lively. How much does he have to like someone to have the courage to publicly express her love in the live broadcast room? She is a girl, what if she is rejected? Boss Yang is so charming that even a free-spirited girl like Yi was attracted to him in a short time. Don't say anything. Even I, a man, think Brother Yang is so handsome. If Brother Yang could turn the tide and crush the opponent when I'm about to lose during a live broadcast, I would also be moved. You're a man, so stop fantasizing. Brother Yang can't possibly like you. Yi looked so pitiful just now. It was as if she was willing to risk everything to confess her love to Brother Yang. Where's the male lead, Brother Yang? Wasn't he still in the live broadcast room just now? Mr. Yang is not rejecting me in disguise. It's been a minute and there's still no response. Yi looks so much like Mei Yalia, but Mr. Yang was unmoved by his public confession. He is truly a man among men, a rich man among rich men. Li Yang felt secretly happy as he looked at the woman in front of the screen. He didn't expect that she would be willing to openly admit her feelings for him. He felt more or less touched. What's more, her expression just now was genuine and didn't seem like she was acting. If she was after his money, she could have said some ambiguous words to keep him hanging so that he could get more gifts. But after less than 2 private chats, she couldn't wait to confess her love, which clearly showed that she was blinded by love. Thinking of this, Li Yang couldn't help but smile evilly and made a comment. Li Yang, come and see me when you have time. Luo Yi stared at every comment closely and finally saw Brother Yang Yang's response. He didn't say yes, nor did he say no, and he asked me to go find him, so he must have that intention. The corners of her mouth curled up. As long as he didn't reject her, she still had hope. For a moment, she felt that the gap between herself and Li Yang was not that big, and the emotions that she had been trying hard to suppress during this period were gradually released. Ding! Luo Yi's favorability increased by 10. The current favorability of Luo Yi is 65. When the favorability reaches 60, the host will receive a random reward from the system. Just an ambiguous reply increased Luo Yi's favorability by 10 points. It seems that she is quite fond of it. Li Yang felt that it wouldn't be long before she would come to her obediently and let her do whatever she wanted, especially since she was the one who was particularly proactive. Luo Yi looked in a good mood and said to the camera in a sweet voice, Brother Yang, you want to give me an answer in person, right? I also think it's better to talk about this kind of thing in person. I can understand. The fans in the live broadcast room became restless again. Mr. Yang is indeed the most wealthy man in Douyin. He didn't respond directly to the confession of such a beautiful female anchor. He simply replied with one sentence and then didn't say anything else. Yi, from the first day you were at my grave, I knew that one day you would have your own emotional life, but I didn't expect that this day would come. Oh, I'm really sad. If he is going to be with a man in the end, then I hope that man is Mr. Yang, so that I can at least accept my defeat with a clear conscience. Where's Mr. Yang? Why aren't you talking? How do you think Mr. Yang makes so much money? He must be very busy, and making money in the live broadcast room is just an occasional pastime. So, it's rare that Yang always replies to Yi, I think you still have hope. When you go to Mr. Yang's place, dress up nicely and perform well. I believe that with your figure and looks, you will definitely be able to conquer Mr. Yang. Luo Yi's mood was like a roller coaster, up and down as she looked at everyone's comments. Finally, I calmed down and said to the screen, thank you all for your encouragement and support. I will stick to my choice and pursue the one I love more bravely. Li Yang saw the comments in the live broadcast room and what Luo Yi said. But he didn't want to reply too much, he just wanted to use this method to further influence her emotions and let her come to him earlier. After all, the newly bought villa is very large and has many bedrooms. Now that only 2 beauties live in it, it seems a bit empty. He wants Luo Yi to move in as soon as possible. Ding dong ding dong. At this moment, the smart doorbell of the villa rang. After Li Yang answered the phone, he saw Ching's huge breasts and pretty face. Even with the fatal angle of the smart doorbell shot, he could tell that the woman standing outside was a great beauty. Brother Yang, it's me. Please open the door and let me in. And Ching's voice was a little hoarse, different from her usual voice. Li Yang used fingerprint control to open the smart door without having time to think about it. And Chang was very familiar with the layout of the villa. She guessed that Li Yang should live in the master bedroom, so she went straight to the master bedroom and pushed the door open. Li Yang was standing at the door and was about to open it when Ching fell straight into his arms. He felt that this woman's body was very soft. but for some reason her body felt a little hot. When she was held in her arms, she not only did not struggle, but rubbed against him in her arms, and she seemed to be a little conscious. In fact, Xing came this time just to entrust herself to Liang. She has worked very hard in villa sales for so many years. The real estate industry is currently in a downturn and her income has dropped significantly. She only had this one order from Liang in the entire year. She wanted to use her most precious thing to buy herself a safe haven where she could have enough food and clothing without having to work so hard. Liang was the youngest and most handsome of all the rich men she had ever met. She made the decision just by looking at that face, and she would not feel that she was losing out by following Liang. So she made all the necessary preparations before coming here. She was afraid that she had no experience in that area and would not be able to let go when facing a man she was not too familiar with. She was also worried that there were too many beautiful women around Liang and he would reject her, so she took some medicine on purpose. Chapter 49, Honey, I'm going to make breakfast. The next day. When Xing woke up, she found herself lying on the big bed in Liang's villa. The scattered memories of yesterday merged into her mind, and the pain in her body gradually came over her. At this time Liang also woke up. He looked at the woman in front of him with a smile, as if waiting for her to explain herself. After all, her reaction last night was so abnormal. He hopes that his woman should be honest in front of him. Xing felt guilty and lowered her head shyly. She was silent for a few seconds, then she spoke slowly as if she had mustered up the courage. Brother Yang, I really shouldn't have taken the medicine to come to your place yesterday, but don't blame me. I just want to be your woman and live in this villa like them. In fact, I have some feelings for you, otherwise I wouldn't have given you my most precious thing. Are you satisfied with my performance? Xing's eyes were a little flustered, as if she was afraid that Liang would blame him. At this moment, she was looking at him shyly and cautiously. She looked a little broken and pitiful, her hair was messy and she had no makeup on, but she still looked so pitiful, and could be called a pure natural beauty. You behaved very well yesterday. Keep doing this from now on. Always like that? Do I need to take medicine every time? This is too shameful. Xing seemed to think of how she had been talking so much yesterday and wanted to hide away out of embarrassment. But on second thought, didn't Liang's words just now mean that he accepted her? I didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. As long as Brother Liang likes it, what does it matter if I take medicine? What's more, I enjoy it too. Xing happily threw herself into Liang's arms and said, Brother Liang, as long as you are willing to let me stay by your side, I will do anything for you. Just make your request to me. Ding. Xing's favorability is 15. The current favorability of Xing is 50. When the favorability reaches 60 or 80, the host will receive a random reward from the system. Xing always thought about what happened last night from time to time. When she thought about how the man in front of her completely possessed her, she unconsciously developed a deep dependence and sense of belonging to him and felt that she belonged to him. Liang said with a wicked smile, You said so. Honey, I'm going to make breakfast, what do you want to eat? Su Qianyin came to Liang's room in her pajamas, but saw him hugging a woman. She was stunned for a moment when she saw this scene, but soon realized that Liang must have spent the night with this woman yesterday. It seems that there will be more and more women in the villa soon. She feels more and more threatened. She must make Liang like her forever. Xing turned around when she heard the voice, and there was some awkwardness when the two of them looked at each other. Liang explained naturally, This is Cheng and Xing, the villa salesperson from last time. She will live here from now on. The joy in Xing's heart was hard to describe and she looked to be in a very good mood. Sister, did you say you were going to make breakfast? I'll go make breakfast with you and we'll eat together then. After Su Qianyin knew Liang's attitude, she also became friendly to Xing. She took Xing's hand and said, Okay, let's cook for this damn ghost together. Brother Yang, what do you want to eat? Whatever. It's up to you guys. Liang replied. The two beauties went to the kitchen to cook, chatting and laughing. When Liang opened his phone, he saw many messages, including green bubble messages and Douyin messages. Lu Ling, Brother Yang, I'm already at the airport and have bought a ticket to your place. You must come pick me up when the time comes. I don't feel safe going there alone. I'm relying on you. This little girl finally landed here, and the system gave her a high score, so there shouldn't be any failure. The corners of his mouth rose unconsciously and he quickly replied to her message. Liang, send me the landing time and I will pick you up. After replying, continues scrolling down the message. Xu Yuran, Li Yang, I have finished my work here. I will come to see you this weekend. Are you busy recently? Yu Haven T contacted me. I miss you every day, and I will be satisfied if I can live with you every day in the future. Li Yang looked at the time. It was already Friday. Xu Yuran would come to see him in 2 days. The villa is becoming more and more lively. This talented woman finally came to him, and of course he welcomed her warmly. When he started his own company, he could let her be in charge of the legal department. After all, she is your own woman, so you can use her with confidence. He replied to Xu Yuran. Li Yang, welcome to my humble abode, Mr. Attorney. Scrolling down the message list, I saw the message from Su Yao. Su Yao, brother, it's been a week since we last met. I miss you so much. When can we make an appointment? Su Yao's favorability towards Li Yang has reached 60 points, which means she has already fallen in love with Li Yang. But since the last time they had dinner together, the two have not been in touch. Li Yang didn't contact her because there were too many women around him, and he had to deal with things in his hometown, so he simply didn't have that much time and energy. Su Yao had a hard time not contacting him. She had been waiting for Li Yang to message her or ask her out, but she waited for a long time but there was no news from him. She felt that she had been proactive enough in her actions, and Li Yang should know her feelings for him, so he should take the initiative next. But she really couldn't stand the feeling of missing him, so she did nothing every day and read Li Yang's dialogue box 800 times a day. When I was watching Douyin yesterday, I saw that Li Yang was on the hot search because he watched the carnival for Luoyi. Luoyi also publicly expressed her love in the live broadcast room. Since Luoyi can be so brave in a live broadcast room watched by hundreds of thousands of people, why can't I take the initiative to find him? After thinking it over, Su Yao took the initiative to send him a message. When she thought about how handsome and rich the other party was, she felt that everything she did was worth it. Chapter 50 I have an idea. Li Yang felt secretly happy when he saw the message Su Yao sent him. He was quite interested in Su Yao. Since she wants to ask me out, of course I can. After what happened to Lin Ruoshi, he no longer wanted to invest his feelings in anyone, nor did he want to spend too much time and energy on a woman. He hopes that every woman he meets can hit it off right away, and that the relationship can progress rapidly without spending much time and energy. Obviously Su Yao meets this condition. Li Yang, Yao Yao, I miss you too. I have time in the evening, but I have classes during the day. Can we meet in the evening? Also, how do you know that I was the one who gave Luoyi gifts? Not many people in school know his Douyin nickname, only his roommates know it. How did Su Yao know? Su Yao replied quickly, looking very happy. Su Yao, I didn't expect that my brother still remembered me. We can make an appointment tonight. I heard your roommates say this last time when we were taking an open class together. Brother Yang Yang, everyone remembers these things, but you forgot them all. Humph. Li Yang, so that is how it is. So you were secretly observing my Douyin account? Otherwise, how would you know who I gave gifts to? Su Yao, how could I? You are so high profile, why do I need to pay special attention to you? Who doesn't know that you are super rich now? Who doesn't know that Luoyi is showing her love to you in the live broadcast room? Brother, you are now on the trending search. Li Yang opened Douyin and saw that he had gained more than 150,000 followers overnight and received more private messages than usual. As expected, Luoyi's high-profile declaration of love became a hot topic and everyone was discussing it very heatedly. Is this my Ori Rhea? How come she has grown up to be a goddess for otakus? I just realized how could such a treasure girl like this fall in love with someone else? Usually, the top guy always follows the female anchor around and often plays with her feelings. This is the first time that a female anchor publicly expresses her love and the top guy responds coldly. Our President Yang is just charming. His title of the richest man on TikTok is well deserved. Do you know? I heard that Luoyi fell in love with Mr. Yang after they had a video chat. I think Mr. Yang's appearance should be amazing too. Is this true? Mr. Yang is so rich but he must be old. How handsome can an old man be? I heard that Mr. Yang is very young, a handsome man in his 20s. No wonder a top beauty like Luoyi is so obsessed with him that she would risk ruining her live broadcast career to confess her love to him. Luoyi is such a pure love. I hope Mr. Yang will accept her. Then everyone will be happy. Boss Yang, my husband, look at me. If you are willing, I am willing to confess to you in public. Luo Yi's choice must be a top-notch man. The guy who was on the list before her spent a lot of money but still couldn't get her. I thought he was frigid, but when he faced Mr. Yang, he was passionate. Li Yang read the comments and rubbed his brows. He didn't want to be so high profile, but just a few carnival comments made the female anchor fall for him and made the audience excited. This is strength, he is not allowed to be low-key. At this time, Luo Yi also sent a message. Luo Yi, picture. 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 Brother, do you like it? I don't believe you don't have any ideas at all. After looking at these photos, Li Yang felt that this woman was a sexy and charming enchantress. She was really good at finding angles when taking photos, and she perfectly showed her body curves and appearance features. The most important thing is that each photo looks like Mei Yilia's personal photo. Li Yang is a fan of Mei Yilia and has no resistance to these photos. Li Yang, I have an idea. Send another video, same as last time. Luo Yi understood what Li Yang meant in an instant. She was of course happy that her brother was willing to see her, and even felt a hint of happiness rising in her heart. Luo Yi, video. Brother, I want to find you. Li Yang saw Luo Yi in the video. She looked like the most beautiful girl in the world, but he decided to wait and try fishing. He might get an unexpected reward. Li Yang, what do you want from me? Smirk. Luo Yi, you are annoying. You ask even though you know the answer. That person 1T go for now. It 1T be long before Luo Yi comes to find him, and now he just wants to tease her, which is quite interesting. Sometimes this feeling of ambiguity and anticipation can make people happier than the feeling of actually getting something. This is also Li Yang's experience after interacting with many top beauties. At this time, Su Qianyin and Chang and Lin Xiuyu brought the prepared food to the dining table and affectionately called Li Yang to come over for dinner. Honey, the meal is ready. This is the first time I've made a sandwich. Come and try it. Is it delicious? Brother Yang, I made the soy milk, come and drink it. Brother-in-law, come and eat, let's see whose cooking is better, mine or my sister's. As they were talking, 3 extremely beautiful women came to Li Yang's bedroom. Some held his arms, some held his waist, and pulled him to the dining table. Lin Xiuyu picked up a piece of dessert and fed it to Li Yang's mouth. Her movements were very gentle and virtuous. Hubby, I support you in learning how to make desserts for the first time. Please try it and see how it tastes. I will learn more about how to make delicious food in the future and make it for you every day. Li Yang found it tasted good after taking a bite. It was not as sweet as the desserts sold outside, but the sweetness was just right for him. After all, things made by your own woman are different from those bought outside. He really enjoys the feeling of being cared for and fed by his own woman, especially since this woman is so beautiful. After finishing the meal, Li Yang nodded and said, "Not bad, Xiaoyu has a talent for baking. I will make more for my brother-in-law in the future. Don't let your sister know about this." Lin Xiuyu smiled brightly. She had just called Li Yang brother-in-law, so Li Yang was responding to her. Chapter 51. I also want to be his woman. After dinner, Li Yang and Su Qianyin drove to school. And Chang and Lin Xiuyu went out to work. Although they had found a strong man now, they had just been together and had not yet reported their resignation to their company. Lin Xiuyu drove a Lamborghini Aventador and stopped downstairs of the company dormitory. Although this car is under Su Qianyin's name, Li Yang said that everyone in the family can drive the car, and he also said that he would buy one for her. Before she got together with Li Yang, she had always lived here. The dormitory was quite spacious, but there were 4 people living in it. The girls had more stuff, so the space was still very small. Lin Xiuyu was not comfortable living in it, and her relationship with her roommates was not very good. The 4 of them are all car models. Lin Xiuyu is better than the other 3 girls in terms of figure and appearance. Unlike them, she does not hang out in the circle of rich second generations all year round and can sleep with rich people at almost every auto show. Lin Xiuyu has always been chaste and has never had any relationship with anyone except Li Yang. In the eyes of the other 3 girls, this is just a bit of self-importance and nobleness relying on her good looks and figure. They had always spoken to Lin Xiuyu in a sarcastic and mocking manner. Lin Xiuyu, why are you pretending to be noble here? You don't think that you can marry a rich man and become his wife just because you are chaste, do you? What a stupid woman. What's the point of keeping your virginity? You don't really think you can sell it for a good price, do you? That's right. I often receive bags and money transfers from men. You have been chased for so many years, and what have you gained? Thinking about what her roommates had said to her, she still felt a little uncomfortable, but when she thought of Li Yang, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. Fortunately, she finally met a handsome, wealthy, and generous man. She found the man she could entrust her life to. What would her roommates think if they knew that the man she found was so outstanding and generous? Soon she arrived at the dormitory and saw 3 girls standing by the window discussing something. Wow, that's a Lamborghini Aventador. I really want to get to know him. The owner should be a young guy, right? After all, the car he drives is so cool. This is downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Could it be that some woman hooked up with a rich man? It's too late for us to go now. Some other little bitch has already got there first. This car is more suitable for girls. Could it be that someone in this building bought it? How is that possible? This building is basically owned by the same company as ours. Can this income afford a luxury car worth tens of millions? Then is it possible that some vixen put it there and it was given to him by the rich man? That's even more impossible. Rich men are not fools. How could they give a woman a luxury car worth tens of millions? I know so many rich people, but I've never seen anyone so generous. It's already good enough to buy a bag worth tens of thousands of dollars from time to time. It seems like there's no one in the car. Only a woman got off just now. Do you think that woman looks like Lin Xiaoyu? You're a little bit like that. I was just too busy looking at the car. Lin Xiaoyu smiled sarcastically. These 3 roommates were still so short-sighted, vain, stupid, and ignorant. She walked to her bed and packed up her scattered things. The moving company's service was good, but there were some personal belongings that only she knew where to go, and she came this time to pick up the things that were missed. Otherwise, she didn't want to face these 3 roommates again. There was no point in arguing with such ignorant people. The 3 roommates were discussing something when they heard some noise behind them and turned around, only to see Lin Xiaoyu coming back to pack up his things. Lin Xiaoyu, do you want to scare us to death? You suddenly appeared in the dormitory stealthily. Haven't you moved out? Yeah, I don't know how much money that man who bought a luxury car worth hundreds of millions gave you. You moved out so soon. Lin Xiaoyu didn't even want to give them a glance, and said lightly, but he didn't give me much money. The car you just discussed was given to me by him. When they heard Lin Xiaoyu's words, they were stunned for a moment. Can a luxury car worth tens of millions be given away just like that? At the auto show, they saw the man named Li Yang. He bought the most expensive car in the show and was handsome. However, only Lin Xiaoyu could get close to him because only Lin Xiaoyu was qualified to explain the luxury car. They watched Li Yang and Lin Xiaoyu flirting with each other, and finally Lin Xiaoyu took General Manager Li to the VIP lounge. They probably guessed what happened in there. Such an outstanding man, they wish they could be the one entering the VIP lounge with him. Since they can't get Li Yang, they can only comfort themselves by saying that maybe he is also a stingy rich man. Even if he is willing to spend hundreds of millions of yuan on luxury cars, so what? Maybe he is reluctant to spend money on the women around him. They didn't expect him to be so generous. Isn't this their ideal type? Thinking that they could get close to Li Yang through Lin Xiaoyu, they changed their attitude. Xiaoyu, Mr. Li is so generous. No wonder you moved out. After all, we are roommates and colleagues who work together. When you are together, please treat us to a meal. Yes, Xiaoyu, Mr. Li is so rich and treats you so well, we are happy for you too. We are the ones who never know Taishan. We actually feel that what Mr. Li gave you is not enough. By the way, Xiaoyu, where do you live now? Lin Xiaoyu didn't want to pay any attention to them. She packed her things and said, I live in Li Yang's villa. The 3 of them had their eyes shining. The villa that Li Yang bought must be extremely luxurious and spacious. If they were lucky enough to be chosen by him, they could live in it. If they could eliminate the playboy, they could also get a luxury car, which was something they could not get even if they worked hard for their entire lives. Xiaoyu, please give us Mr. Li's contact information. You are his woman now, so you don't have to work so hard to make money. We still have to make a living. If you have any luxury cars in the future, you can recommend them to him. Xiaoyu, I also want Li Yang's contact information. I'm a straightforward person, and I also want to be his woman. Xiaoyu, you can't be so selfish. When we were looking for rich second-generation men before, we didn't hide it from you. It was you who didn't want to sleep with them. Now that you have met such a high-quality man, how can you not share your contact information with us? Yeah, if you give us your contact information, can you win his favor? We each rely on our own abilities. Are you afraid that you can't compete with us? Lin Xiaoyu looked at them speechlessly. Not to mention that Li Yang would not like their personalities, their looks and figures were not to Li Yang's liking. Chapter 52 The Girl Killer. She has been with Li Yang for a while and has some understanding of Li Yang's aesthetic preferences. He likes girls with a face value of 7.5 or above, C cup or above, long legs and thin waist. Her roommates all have flat bodies, that is, their legs are relatively long, and their looks are only 70%. They are very jealous, and if they were allowed to live in the villa, they would definitely turn Li Yang's home upside down. You don't deserve it. The three people were devastated when they heard Lin Xiaoyu say this mercilessly. Because they felt in their hearts that they were not worthy, Li Yang was indeed the most perfect man they had ever seen, and for a moment they didn't know how to refute it. Lin Xiaoyu packed up and left, leaving the three of them sad in the dormitory. I feel like I've fallen in love with Mr. Li. My heart starts pounding when I think of his handsome face and the way he swiped the card. It's all my fault that I wasn't brave enough to ask for his contact information. Otherwise, maybe I would be the woman in his bed now. I don't know why, but I think he was pretty strong in that area too. His clothes were a bit tight at the time, and I could see his well-developed muscles. He is such an outstanding man, he should care whether a woman gives him her first time, right? Unfortunately, I don't have it anymore, I regret it so much. Didn't you see that Mr. Li was accompanied by two extremely beautiful women? That vixen Lin Xiaoyu was as beautiful as the women around him, so Li Yang was willing to be with him. People like us may really have no hope. Hey, my male god. Hey, my sponsor. When the three people mentioned Li Yang, they all felt admiration for him but also a little inferiority complex. The other side. Li Yang was sitting among his roommates and replying to messages. Suyue Yao, brother Yang Yang, are you free today? I'm working part-time, can you come and play with me? When Li Yang saw the message, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. After all, this girl grew up with him. The last time I saw her in my hometown, she had grown into a beautiful young lady with a mature figure. Now that he knew that both of them were in Shanghai City, he certainly wanted to spend more time with her. He could see that this little girl not only loved him but also admired him. The girl next door still enjoyed his admiration. Li Yang, I have time in the afternoon. Where do you work part-time? Suyue Yao, Rolex in Fat Ada Plaza. I have only sold one watch in a week of working part-time, and most of the customers I received were there to try it on. But it seems that the customers who come here are all very rich, but none of them are as handsome and elegant as brother Yang Yang. Brother Yang Yang, I have met many men since I was a child, and I think you are different from them. In my eyes, you are handsome and capable, just like a god from heaven. Li Yang felt happy after seeing it. This girl next door liked him almost like a worshipper. Of course, this is also because she was bullied when she was a child. Although it did not reach the level of school bullying, it had affected her normal schooling. Li Yang has always protected her, went to and from school with her, and helped her fight off people who bullied her twice. Suyue Yao must have liked and admired him since that time. This means that her love for Li Yang is the purest. Li Yang, I'll go and support you this afternoon. Suyue Yao, brother Yang Yang, I just want to see you and chat with you. When you come, I will let you try on the most expensive watch. You work hard to earn money, so you don't have to buy such an expensive watch just to show your support for me. Suyue Yao has always been straightforward and cute. She speaks her mind. When I saw her in her hometown not long ago, she was still the same as before. It's very comfortable to get along with such a girl. You don't have to rack your brains to guess what she is thinking. She will say whatever she thinks. Li Yang, little girl, take out your most expensive watches. I, your brother Yang, will be there soon. After class, Li Yang quickly left his seat and drove his Bugatti Veyron convertible straight to Fat Ada Square. Zhao Shirhan felt a little lost watching Li Yang's back as he left. Li Yang seemed to be very busy recently, and she didn't reply to the message she sent him. Ever since the last time the two of them had close contact, Li Yang seemed to have become much colder, so she had to be more proactive in trying to get closer to him. Chen Jie and other roommates have long been accustomed to Li Yang's busyness. He left in such a hurry right after class. He must have a date with a beautiful girl. They subconsciously glanced in the direction where Li Yang left, but found something that shocked them. The look Zhao Shirhan gave Li Yang was unusual. There was admiration, loss, and even dependence and begging in her eyes. It's not that they observed too carefully, but mainly because Zhao Shirhan's performance was too obvious. Moreover, she has been a little absent-minded in class recently and makes mistakes every time she teaches. I met them at school a few days ago, and asked them about Li Yang's situation intentionally or unintentionally. At that time, they felt something was wrong and thought that Li Yang had done something wrong and was caught by her. In order to cover up for Li Yang, they revealed almost no information, only saying that Li Yang had moved out of the dormitory long ago and they did not know the situation. In addition to them, other boys in the class also noticed something was wrong, because they often paid attention to Zhao Shirhan during class. They cared about her every move and treated her as a goddess. But they found that Zhao Shirhan always looked in Li Yang's direction intentionally or unintentionally. The look in her eyes when she liked someone could not be hidden and was very obvious. They admired Zhao Shirhan, and of course they knew that the look in her eyes when she looked at Li Yang was full of love. Shen Jie and several other roommates discussed in a low voice. Fuck, Li Yang finally showed his charm to teacher Zhao. I have never seen such a feminine look on her face. If the boys in the class knew this, they would probably be heartbroken. The goddess they dream about day and night actually likes Li Yang. Li Yang is simply a girl killer. There are only a few good-looking women in our school, and these beauties have gradually fallen in love with him. Hey, it's already hard to find a girlfriend, and if you run into a competitor like Li Yang, isn't this even harder? Wake up, you and Li Yang are not in the same league at all. His women are all top-notch beauties. Even if he wasn't around, you wouldn't have anything to do with these beauties. Soon other boys joined in the discussion. It was not because Li Yang's roommates' voices were too loud for them to hear, but because it was difficult for them to continue deceiving themselves, and they finally accepted the fact that their goddess Zhao Shirhan and Li Yang had an unusual relationship. I was so heartbroken. Teacher Zhao looked at Li Yang with such tenderness and even a hint of loss. I have never seen such an expression on her face before. I watched her every day and paid attention to her every move, but unfortunately she never looked at me. Li Yang just walked away after class and ignored her, but her heart followed him. Li Yang is such a bastard. Su Qianyin and Zhao Shirhan are both my goddesses. Why do they both like him? Chapter 53. This is for you. On the other side, Li Yang quickly arrived at Fat Ada Square, completely unaware of the envy of his male classmates. As soon as he entered the store, Li Yang saw the familiar figure of Su Yueyao. She was smiling and introducing watches to a customer. Her smile was sweet and she was very patient. He walked straight to the counter where Su Yueyao was. The moment Su Yueyao saw Li Yang, her joy was beyond words. Brother Yang Yang, are you really here? Su Yueyao's voice was as sweet as a silver bell. Li Yang smiled slightly. Of course, I am a person who keeps my promises. I want to check my watch and see you too. Su Yueyao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she began to enthusiastically introduce various watches to Li Yang. Li Yang tried them on with great interest, one after another, and each one seemed to exude a unique charm on his wrist. Li Yang is already good-looking and has a good figure. After wearing a Rolex watch, he looks even more lazy and noble, making people unable to help but take a few more glances at him. Their actions caused dissatisfaction among other salesmen, who thought that Li Yang was just here to show off and that Su Yueyao must have been deceived by him, which was why she kept telling them that Li Yang was handsome and rich. Now it seems all fake. There are more and more men pretending to be rich people, and they must not let Li Yang succeed. A salesperson named Wang Shui came over and looked Li Yang up and down, her eyes full of doubt. Sir, if you are just trying it casually, please don't waste our time. These watches are very expensive and not everyone can afford them. There was obvious contempt in Wang Shui's tone. Li Yang frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy. But he did not get angry, and just said calmly, I am just choosing a watch that suits me. How do you know I can't afford it? Wang Shui sneered, Humph, for someone like you, it's good enough that you can afford one. You've tried for so long but still can't buy one. You probably can't afford it, right? Others also echoed. You've worn so many and none of them look good to you? Or you simply can't afford it. Su Yueyao, didn't you say that your neighbor's brother is very rich? I don't think so. Su Yueyao, you are so vain. You two are a perfect match, one is vain, and the other loves to show off. Li Yang's face darkened. Just as he was about to speak, Su Yueyao took the lead. Wang Shui, how can you talk like that? Customers have the right to choose watches. Su Yueyao's eyes were full of anger. Wang Shui disagreed, Lin Yu, don't be silly. He can't afford it at first glance, so what's the point of entertaining him so warmly? Even if you like him, you can't just give him the most expensive watch in the store, right? Can he afford to pay for it if it breaks? At this moment, Li Yang took a deep breath and said calmly, "Take out the most expensive watches in your store. I want to try them on." Wang Shue's eyes widened, thinking she had misheard. "What did you say? You want the most expensive one? You must be kidding me." Li Yang's eyes were firm. "I'm not kidding. Take it out." Wang Shui went to take the watch with half belief and half doubt, but she was muttering in her heart that this person must be pretending. Soon, more than a dozen expensive watches were placed in front of Li Yang. Li Yang tried them on one by one, and each one looked so grand and noble. His eyes revealed a look of satisfaction. Seeing that Li Yang was stunned after seeing the watch, Wang Shui became more certain that he couldn't afford it at all. She felt that she shouldn't have trusted him and shouldn't have played with him. She was really bored and had nothing better to do than to get him a watch. "Here's the watch. Do you want to buy it now? Why are you stunned? Are you scared by the price above?" Li Yang decided not to pay any more attention to Wang Shui. He began to carefully select watches and tried them on one after another. Wang Shui sneered, "After trying so many, are you going to buy it or not? Stop pretending." Li Yang's anger gradually grew, but he held it back. He continued to choose watches, and finally, he pointed to the 10 watches on the counter and said to Su Yueyao, "I want all 10 watches." Su Yueyao and Wang Shui were both stunned, with Wang Shui's face full of disbelief. Su Yueyao was surprised and delighted, as she had not expected Li Yang to be so capable. Li Yang took out his credit card and handed it to the cashier. After a while, the transaction was completed. Li Yang picked up one of the watches and handed it to Su Yueyao gently. "This is for you." Su Yueyao's eyes were moist. She took the watch and was deeply moved. She felt that Li Yang bought so many watches just to support her and help her. No wonder Li Yang had let her try on several ladies' watches just now. It turned out that he intended to give them to her. She had thought that she would never wear these famous watches in her life because they were too expensive. Unexpectedly, Li Yang could let her have it so easily. Li Yang looked at Wang Shui and said coldly, "Call your manager over." Wang Shui was panicking at this time. She didn't know what Li Yang was going to do, but she could sense that something was wrong. The manager came soon, and Li Yang pointed at Wang Shui and said, "I ask you to fire her. Her service attitude is too bad and it seriously affects my mood for shopping." The manager was embarrassed, but seeing Li Yang's determined look, he knew there was no room for negotiation. Besides, Li Yang bought 10 of the most expensive watches at one time, so he would be a big customer of the store in the future. There was no need for him to offend a big customer who could bring huge profits to the store just for an ordinary sale. So the manager announced on the spot that Wang Shui was fired. Wang Shui's face turned pale instantly. She never thought that she would lose her job because of her momentary arrogance. She regretted it so much that tears welled up in her eyes. "I'm sorry, sir, I know I was wrong. Please don't fire me," Wang Shui begged while crying. Li Yang was unmoved. "Your apology is too late." Wang Shui knelt down and cried, "Sir, this job is very important to me. I can't live without it. Please forgive me once." Li Yang looked down at her and said in a cold voice, "Impossible. If you don't behave yourself again, I will make it impossible for you to find a job in the entire Shanghai city." This was not difficult for Li Yang. She was just a grassroots worker. As long as she gave her boss some benefits, it would not be difficult to get her to fire her. The thing Li Yang lacks least now is money. Wang Shui was dumbfounded when she heard this. She didn't expect that she had offended such a big shot so casually. She dared not say anything. Su Yueyao felt relieved watching from the side. Wang Shui usually treated customers and colleagues badly, and she finally got a lesson. She leaned gently on Li Yang's shoulder, smiling. The other female salespeople also watched this scene in fear. Fortunately, they didn't say much, otherwise they would have been fired as well. Several people were whispering, "Su Yueyao is so lucky. The brother next door is so rich and treats her so well. The key is that he is so handsome. I thought he was so handsome at first, but I just thought he was poor. Now I find out that he is so rich. Does the manager know him? He obeys everything he says. I really want to meet him. If he takes a fancy to me, I will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of my life." Chapter 55, Worship of the Deer Spirit. Li Yang and Lu Ling found the movie and felt a little hungry, so they discussed it and went to a barbecue restaurant. This barbecue restaurant is very famous. Not only does it have many types of meat, but the quality is also very high. A portion of beef can cost more than 5,000 yuan or even tens of thousands of yuan. As a small internet celebrity, Lu Ling has also seen this barbecue restaurant on the internet. The store has very good reviews and many internet celebrities will go there to place orders and check in. It can be said that this store has become synonymous with fashion and high-end. When Li Yang suggested taking her to this barbecue restaurant, she was a little bit unconvinced. If two people want to enjoy a meal will cost tens of thousands of yuan. This is too extravagant. She was very worried that Li Yang would think she was immature and would no longer like her. So she secretly observed Li Yang's expression before happily agreeing. It is obvious that Li Yang is very relaxed and calm when eating here. This is his normal consumption level. Thinking of this, the little deer unconsciously moved closer to Li Yang, nestling in his arms like a little bird, attracting passers-by to look at them. When Li Yang first took the beauties out, he was not used to the stares, but now he has gradually adapted to it. Since it is impossible to keep a low profile when taking a beautiful woman out, he should accept the feeling of being the center of attention sooner. Lu Ling stood on tiptoe and touched Li Yang's cheek, saying softly, "Brother, I feel like it's unreal since I met you in the live broadcast room. I have never been so lucky since I was a child. Maybe God felt sorry for me. He let me meet such a gentle, generous, handsome, and rich brother. Brother, I love you so much. No, I think I admire you even more." Xiaolu was a little shy and nervous, looking at Li Yang with a blushing face, but seemed very sincere when speaking. Li Yang hugged her, feeling the warmth from her body, and smiled unconsciously. It was a good feeling to be admired by such a beautiful woman. You will find out later that I am still very powerful. Lu Ling looked at Li Yang in a daze, her heart beating faster. Although I don't know what he means, he looks really good when he smiles. At this time, the two people walked to the door of the barbecue restaurant. The waiter warmly and politely welcomed them in and arranged them in a compartment. Lu Ling looked at the menu with some worry. The pictures of the dishes shown on the menu were almost one-to-one restored. The presentation were very beautiful, and the food was delicious and tasty, making people drool at the sight. But the portions of these dishes are too small, even the staple dishes only have a small bowl. If you order food according to your usual ordering habits, you won't be full at all. The male waiter couldn't help but look at Lu Ling twice more, and looked at Li Yang's sincere praise. "Your girlfriend is really beautiful. I hope I can make a lot of money in the future and find a beautiful girlfriend." Li Yang smiled. Seeing Lu Ling's worried look, he directly said to the waiter, "Except for the staple dishes, serve 2 servings of each of the other dishes." The waiter looked at Li Yang in shock, his face full of disbelief. Most of the customers who come to the restaurant to eat mainly want to take photos, check in, and taste the food. Few people order all-you-can-eat meat because the price is too expensive. This guy who brought the beautiful woman to dinner is really rich. He treated this place as a buffet. According to what he said, the price of the dishes would be more than 600,000. This is just a barbecue. One meal cost the price of an entire house. The waiter finally decided to confirm with Li Yang to avoid any unpleasantness when paying the bill later. "Sir, according to what you said, the price of the dishes would be about 600,000 yuan. Are you sure you want to order so much?" Li Yang nodded calmly. "I'm sure. If it's not enough, add more." The attitude of the service staff is more respectful and humble. "Yes, sir." Lu Ling stared blankly at everything that had just happened, looked at Li Yang seriously, and opened her mouth but no sound came out. Li Yang looked at her cute and adorable appearance with a wicked smile, and reached out to pinch her little face full of collagen. Not only did Lu Ling not dodge, but she rubbed her hands against his. "Brother, why are you making fun of me? You spend over 600,000 yuan on a meal, so it's normal for people to be shocked. Please take me to see the world more often in the future." Lu Ling buried her face in Li Yang's chest, full of dependence and obedience. It was this action that allowed Li Yang to more intuitively feel the good figure of this little girl. That soft touch could not be faked. He was very satisfied with this meeting. More than 600,000 is nothing. This will be our daily consumption in the future. Gradually you won't find it expensive anymore. Li Yang said this calmly. Soon the owner of the store personally led the service staff to form a long queue and serve Li Yang in an orderly manner. After serving the dishes, the boss bowed respectfully to Li Yang and said, "Thank you for your love and support for our restaurant. The dishes are all here, please enjoy them. To express our gratitude to you, you can have unlimited free refills after you finish eating, and I will also apply for our highest level VIP card for you later. In the future, you can come to the store to make an appointment and avoid queuing. The store will also help you reserve the best dining seat and prepare for your arrival every day. Our waiters will grill the meat for you next. You can enjoy the food. Have a pleasant meal." After saying that, the boss left with the waitstaff, and only 2 people in chef's clothes stayed to grill meat for the 2 people. Lu Ling was shocked again by the boss's respectful attitude. She had seen many bloggers visit this barbecue restaurant, but she had never seen the owner of this restaurant standing in the video or photo. It is said that some bloggers tried to contact the boss to discuss cooperation but failed, and they didn't even get the boss's contact information. Many people speculated that the owner of this store is either rich or noble and does not need internet celebrity promotion at all. In a short time, this barbecue restaurant became more famous. Not only are the products high-end, but the owner is also so mysterious. Many internet celebrities come here to take the opportunity to inquire about the owner's identity. There is no doubt that none of them met the boss. Unexpectedly, Li Yang spent more than 600,000 yuan to make the boss devote himself to him. Not only did he personally serve Li Yang, but his attitude was also very humble. He even directly gave Li Yang the store's highest level VIP card. If other store bloggers knew about this, they would definitely be furious. But this is also normal. Those bloggers spend tens of thousands of yuan to order a few signature dishes to taste, but Li Yang spent more than 600,000 yuan. This is really not on the same level, and the boss will certainly take it seriously. Lu Ling quickly picked up her phone to take pictures. Each plate of meat looked to be of good quality and most importantly, very fresh, which was very different from the meat she usually ate at other barbecue restaurants. The chef's grilling skills are professional, and the grilled meat is tender, juicy and tastes great. In the past, she didn't understand why these barbecue restaurants received such high praise. She once thought that the reviews for this restaurant were all fake. Only after eating there did she realize that there was such a big difference between one barbecue and another. The meat carefully cooked by the chef is so delicious. Chapter 56: Lu Ling's Circle of Friends. Li Yang was also very satisfied with the taste of this restaurant. The 2 of them chatted and laughed while eating the barbecue carefully prepared by the chef, and it was very comfortable. After finishing her meal, Lu Ling posted the photos she took on her moments, and instantly her entire moments went viral. Many friends left comments. "Lu Ling, did you sell yourself to the barbecue restaurant? Why did you order so many things? Why is half my life's salary on your desk? Lu Ling, didn't you go to see Big Brother Bang today? This is what he brought you to eat. Ever since you met Yang Yang, your life has been like a cheat. Damn girl, you are so lucky. Many people come to this restaurant to eat and explore, but this is the first time I've seen a self-service restaurant like yours. Is this Yang Yang's treat for you? I'm so envious. I will also start live streaming tomorrow. My challenge is to get Yang Yang to notice me and be willing to give me gifts." The title of Douyin's #1 richest man is indeed well deserved. Just a simple meal costs hundreds of thousands. When Lu Ling saw her friends' comments, she felt very happy. She finally found her brother and finally found someone to rely on. She doesn't have any big ambitions in her life. She just wants to find a man who is willing to protect her and has a certain amount of financial strength to live a good life and stay with her. Now that he has found her, if nothing unexpected happens, he will shift the focus of his life to Li Yang in the future. In the future, she will try her best to help her relieve the pressure from study and work, dress according to his preferences, and strive to be his best wife. Thinking of this, she responded to her friends' comments. "Family, the barbecue in this restaurant is really delicious. There is a special chef who cooks it carefully, and the boss personally serves and introduces the dishes. Also, you guessed it correctly, it was brother Yang Yang who brought me here." The people in Lu Ling's circle of friends were even more shocked when they saw her reply. What did she say? The boss served the food himself. Is this the treatment that rich people get when they spend a fortune? Ordinary people can't even see the boss when they eat, but Mr. Yang can actually get the boss to personally serve and introduce the dishes. Is this money power? Although they also felt that the gap was a bit outrageous, it would be much more convincing if the person was Mr. Yang. But there are always some people who subconsciously want to question, maybe they don't want to admit the gap between themselves and Mr. Yang. Wow, did they use money to attract the mysterious boss? It seems that the owner of this store is not arrogant. As long as the money is in place, it's fine. Those store bloggers just can't achieve the profit he wants. Boss Yang is worthy of being Boss Yang. Even eating a barbecue can cause quite a stir and even alarm the boss. It's a pity that I wasn't there. The scene was so exciting. I also want to meet the owner of this store, and I want to catch a glimpse of Mr. Yang's demeanor. Lu Ling, are you bragging? Everyone knows that the owner of this restaurant is very mysterious and has never appeared in photos or videos. How come you got to see the owner while having a meal? I admit that Mr. Yang is rich, but can a meal costing more than 600,000 yuan earn you the privilege of being served by the mysterious boss himself? This sounds too magical. I don't believe it anyway. Lu Ling, everyone knows that you internet celebrities like to brag and create a persona. Are you planning to use the title of being the first person to meet the mysterious boss as material for hype? Lu Ling felt helpless when seeing the comments questioning her. They were typical examples of poverty limiting their imagination. Brother Yang's consumption level was so different from theirs, so the services and treatment he enjoyed were naturally very different. Even if you go to the same restaurant to consume, if the amount you spend is different, the boss will definitely treat you differently. The boss naturally doesn't need to show up to receive ordinary guests, but when receiving high-quality customers like Brother Yang, the boss certainly needs to show up in person to show his sincerity. Originally, she didn't care what those who questioned her thought, but since this matter concerned Brother Yang, she felt it was necessary to clarify it. I am not bragging. Even though my computer board got stuck, I gave Brother Yang a top-level VIP card that allows you to skip appointments and queues. I took a picture to show you. Picture. Now even those who had questioned it were speechless. Although they had never seen this card, the store logo could not be faked, and it also had the owner's name and store address on it. The most important thing is that Mr. Yang's name is on it. It turns out that Mr. Yang's real name is Li and his given name is Yang. No wonder his online name is Yang. Fuck, I am really convinced this time. Mr. Yang had such a prestigious meal. The mysterious boss came out to serve and introduce himself, and even gave me a premium membership card that has never been issued on the market. I think I saw this card once at the home of a government official. He deleted it after posting it. It's exactly the same as this one, except for the member name. Boss Yang is just as generous online and offline as he is offline. Lu Ling, don't forget us when you become rich. You are not talking nonsense, are you? She has become prosperous since she became Li Yang's woman. There is no way she won't be prosperous. Lu Ling looked at the comments and couldn't help laughing. It all seemed like a dream. Brother Yang, I shared my circle of friends about eating barbecue, and my friends were all shocked that the boss personally received you and gave you a premium membership card. I feel like I'm seeing the world every day when I'm with you. Please take me to your villa. Okay, let's go. The two walked through the hall and came to the front desk to check out. Li Yang took out his bank card and swiped it smoothly. You have successfully paid 6,554,999 yuan. The payment reminder sound attracted the attention of other diners. Who are they? After spending over 600,000 yuan on a meal, I looked up and saw two young men. The two of them spent more than 600,000 yuan on their meal. I'm so envious. I didn't expect that they had to eat carefully. At this time, Lu Ling saw that Li Yang's shoelaces were a little loose, so she squatted down and helped Li Yang tie his shoelaces with a very natural movement. The slender white legs squatting on the ground are very pleasing to the eye. From Li Yang's position, he can even see her neckline. Everything is just right. Li Yang stood there, and Lu Ling squatted beside his legs, tying his shoelaces carefully. He admitted that he had been overthinking it. There were already quite a few people looking in their direction, curious about who spent more than 600,000 yuan, and they happened to see this scene. It's simply the opposite of Tiangang. Usually we see boys tying girls' shoelaces, but today such a beautiful girl is squatting down like that. Just to tie this man's shoelaces obediently, this is simply the treatment of an emperor. Dividing line. Some readers have said that there are too many women to remember. Here is a summary of the women who appear not taking up the text space. 1. Name, Lu Ling, the first female entertainment anchor to give gifts, has landed. Age, 19. Body shape, 8.9 points. Appearance, 7.6 points. Favorability, 65 points. 2. Name, Lin Schwer entertainment anchorwoman, already won. Age, 26. Body shape, 8.6 points. Appearance, 8.0 points. Favorability, 70 points. 3. Name, Ron Munchie entertainment anchorwoman. Age, 18. Body shape, 7.6 points. Appearance, 7.8 points. Favorability, 30 points. 4. Name, Su Qianin campus goddess, already won. Age, 19. Body shape, 9.0 points. Appearance, 7.9 points. Favorability, 80 points. 5. Name, Lin Xian entertainment anchor. Age, 28. Body shape, 8.5 points. Appearance, 8.1 points. Favorability, 20 points. 6. Name, Su Xiaoming entertainment anchor. Age, 23. Body shape, 7.9 points. Appearance, 8.1 points. Favorability, 35 points. 7. Name, Zhao Shirhan counselor, already accepted. Age, 28. Body, 8.4 points. Appearance, 7.9 points. Favorability, 65 points. 8. Name, Zhu Yuran female lawyer from Peking University and Tsinghua University, has been arrested. Age, 25. Body shape, 7.6 points. Appearance, 7.9 points. Favorability, 60 points. 9. Name, Suyao campus goddess. Age, 20. Body shape, 7.6 points. Appearance, 8.2 points. Favorability, 60 points. 10. Name, Lin Xiaoyu car model, already got it. Age, 24. Body shape, 8.8 points. Appearance, 8.4 points. Favorability, 80 points. 11. Name, Lu Yan beautiful lady boss, already taken. Age, 31. Body, 9.1 points. Appearance, 8.7 points. Favorability, 66 points. 12. Name, Luoi similar to Mei Yelia, Pure Land of Bliss. Age, 24. Body shape, 8.9 points. Appearance, 8.7 points. Favorability, 55 points. 13. Name, Encheng Villa sales, already won. Age, 24. Body, 9.2 points. Appearance, 8.6 points. Favorability, 50 points. 14. Name, Suyueyao's sister next door. Age, 21. Body shape, 7.6 points. Appearance, 8.0 points. Favorability, 50 points. Chapter 57 Birthday Party. After tying his shoelaces, Li Yang naturally put his arm around Lu Ling's slender waist and left. The people in the barbecue restaurant also recovered from their shock and couldn't help but discuss it with the people around them. Oh my god, who are the man and woman just now? Especially the man, he spent more than 600,000 yuan on a meal, and the top beauty squatted down to tie his shoelaces without any hesitation. Didn't you see the Bugatti Veyron convertible parked in the garage? It's really cool. That car should belong to that young man. Wow, he drives a luxury car worth hundreds of millions? No wonder, it's not surprising that he spends 600,000 yuan on a meal, and it's normal for a top-notch beauty to squat down and tie his shoelaces. I'm so jealous, I think that guy is going to die of pleasure. That beautiful girl is an internet celebrity. I've seen her before. Li Yang and Lu Ling drove the Bugatti Veyron convertible on the road and soon arrived at the villa. When Lu Ling saw the luxurious decoration and complete facilities in the villa, she was so shocked and happy that she was incoherent. She walked and stopped along the way, admiring the surrounding decoration and furnishings, and was very glad that she decided to come to find Li Yang. She originally wanted to accompany Li Yang to prevent her from forgetting about herself. Unexpectedly, his villa was so luxurious, and this decision inadvertently helped her improve the quality of her accommodation. She praised sincerely, "Brother Yang, yours is so big and beautiful. I will be so happy to live here in the future." Li Yang helped him carry his things and said nonchalantly, "As long as you like it. Come on, I'll take you to the third floor to choose a bedroom." Okay. Thank you, brother. Lu Ling followed Li Yang excitedly, also carrying large and small bags of things. Everything seemed so unreal. She was going to move into Li Yang's big villa today. Soon the two arrived at the bedroom area, and Lu Ling picked a bedroom and started packing. Li Yang received a call from his roommate Xinjie. Li Yang, Ruan Bingyao wants to invite you to her birthday party. She doesn't have your contact information, so she found us. You should go, right? Ruan Bingyao is the daughter of the richest man in Shanghai City. She is also ranked first among the 4 beauties in the school. Naturally, her figure and appearance are impeccable. The most important thing is that she is usually aloof and cold, rarely socializes, and has few female friends, let alone male friends. Many boys had a crush on her and some even pursued her fiercely, but all the gifts and love letters they gave her were returned to them. She was unwilling to say a word to them, which led to no boy daring to express his love to her later. She had never invited boys to her birthday parties, but this time she invited Li Yang for the first time, even though the two had no contact or even contact information. Xinjie and the others guessed that Ruan Bingyao had recently noticed Li Yang and was attracted by his financial resources and charm, so she took the initiative to invite him. Li Yang had no reason not to go since he was invited by such a top-notch cold and beautiful lady, and her family was the richest in the city. Li Yang was also a little surprised when he heard what Xinjie said. Ruan Bingyao was very cold, especially towards boys. She was as cold as ice. Everyone once thought that she was a lesbian who didn't like men or even hated men. I didn't expect her to be so proactive towards me. No matter what, she has to attend this party to find out. If she is interested, she can get a campus beauty for free. If she is not interested, it won't be a loss either, and maybe she can even make friends with the richest man. If others knew that he was invited to Ruan Bingyao's birthday party, it would be shocking news in itself. I wonder how many boys would be envious and heartbroken. Thinking of this, Li Yang said, "I will go." When Xinjie heard what Li Yang said, he suddenly became excited. "Li Yang, you are so awesome. You can actually go directly to Ruan Bingyao's house. Come back and tell us what the richest man's home is like? Is Ruan Bingyao also aloof at home? We are all very curious, but it's a pity that Ruan Bingyao didn't invite us." "Okay, got it. Look at you gossiping people." After hanging up the phone. While cleaning up, Lu Ling said, "Brother Yang, go do whatever you need. I'll clean up the house." After saying that, she smiled sweetly at Li Yang. Li Yang pinched her. So good. Seeing that it was almost time for the banquet to start, Li Yang drove the Bugatti Veyron convertible out of the villa. He should have bought a gift and brought it with him when he went to Ruan Bingyao's birthday party. Ruan Bingyao is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, especially the guqin, which she plays very well. She also has a strong interest in it and once performed it at a welcome party. It was at that time that Ruan Bingyao was discovered by everyone to be a beautiful and talented girl. Many people wanted to get to know her, but that was all they knew about her. Thinking of this, Li Yang came to a guqin shop. The guqins in this shop were very expensive, with the lowest price being hundreds of thousands. After Li Yang obtained the guqin full-level card, he also formed a lot of knowledge about the guqin in his mind and quickly picked out a guqin. When Li Yang arrived at Ruan Bingyao's house, the banquet had already begun, and he found a seat and sat down. As soon as I sat down, I heard someone say in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, you are Li Yang, right? You are late for someone else's birthday party. You are rude and uneducated. I don't know why Bingyao invited you. You look like you are from a humble family and don't know the etiquette of the upper class." Li Yang frowned unhappily and looked up at the person in front of him. The man in front of him was wearing a neat suit and had his hair combed neatly. He was holding a goblet in his hand and shaking the red wine cynically. Li Yang was about to retort when Ruan Bingyao walked over to him. "Zhang Shiji, how can you speak to the guests I invited like this? It's really too much. I think you are the one who was impolite and uneducated." Ruan Bingyao was wearing a slim-fitting lace dress, revealing a curvy figure with a D cup. Her long legs were faintly visible through the skirt, and she walked in a graceful manner. She dressed up carefully today and looked even more stunning and charming. She is worthy of being the most beautiful girl in the school. Ding! A good-looking person of the opposite sex is detected. Name, Ruan Bingyao. Age, 20. Body, 9.2 points. Appearance, 9.3 points. Favorability, 30 points. Li Yang admitted that the beautiful girl with a figure and appearance exceeding 9 points was so breathtakingly beautiful that the visual impact seemed to have magic that made people want to stare at her blankly. Ruan Bingyao's initial favorability towards him was actually 30 points. It seemed that he and his roommates were right. She must have noticed him a long time ago, and through his various deeds, she gradually developed a liking for him. Zhang Shiji smiled sarcastically. Ruan Bingyao, I am your fiancé, why are you protecting him? No wonder you invited a boy from the same school to your birthday party for the first time. It turns out that you have been secretly in love for a long time. Ruan Bingyao shook her head helplessly. Zhang Shiji, I've said it many times. I've never agreed to marry you. It's just that my parents are interested in arranging a marriage. Moreover, this matter has only been mentioned once, and no consensus has been reached. The marriage has not been finalized at all. It's really boring that you keep saying this every time. Li Yang is the guest I invited. When you say he is talking about me, you are talking about me. You just humiliated him for no reason. You should apologize to him now. Chapter 58 9 Heaven's Ring. Li Yang listened to the conversation between the two and roughly knew their relationship. To put it bluntly, Zhang Shiji is a bootlicker. He likes Ruan Bingyao unilaterally. He knows that Ruan Bingyao doesn't care about him, but he is special, so she has such great malice towards him. Zhang Shiji had no intention of apologizing and instead became even more aggressive. I apologize to him. Are you sure? Who does he think he is? Can he bear my apology? Does he deserve it? If you ask me, you're putting him in a difficult position by inviting him here. He can't even afford a decent gift. No wonder he came so late. It turns out he was so anxious at home. Ha ha ha. There were many younger brothers nearby who wanted to curry favor with Zhang Shiji, and they quickly stepped forward to help. I think so. Look at how casually he came here. He looks like a nobody. Maybe he spent a lot of time choosing and only found these shabby clothes. If you ask me, you and Miss Ruan are from different worlds. You shouldn't have come to the birthday party and humiliated yourself. The gift that Mr. Zhang gave Miss Ruan is a German piano worth more than 5 million. Can you afford a gift of this price? Ruan Bingyao saw that they were getting more and more excessive, and her face turned red with anger. She regretted not stopping her parents from inviting Zhang Shiji to the birthday party, which really affected her mood. Ruan Bingyao immediately ordered them to leave. Zhang Shiji, either apologize or leave here now. You are not welcome at my birthday party. Li Yan didn't say anything just now because he wanted to test Ruan Bingyao's attitude. After all, they didn't know each other before, and Li Yang was not sure whether the drama staged by Zhang Shiji was arranged by her, or even whether she thought so too. Seeing Ruan Bingyao standing firmly on his side, he was still very moved. It was obvious that she didn't want to bother with Zhang Shiji, but she still argued with them for her own sake. Li Yang said slowly, how do you know I can't afford a decent gift? You have the nerve to give a 5 million gift to Ruan Bingyao? I don't even think the piano was worthy of her. When Ruan Bingyao saw Li Yang step forward, she immediately felt safe. He knew Li Yang's deeds. Li Yang was not a weak man. In her heart, Li Yang was a hero with principles, bottom line, wisdom and means. She knew that Zhang Shiji's words could not really hurt Li Yang, because they were not worthy of challenging Li Yang. Whether it was financial resources, appearance, courage or wisdom, they were not as good as Li Yang, so how could Li Yang really care about what they said? Zhang Shiji just thought Li Yang was being stubborn and laughed disdainfully. Your name is Li Yang, right? I've investigated you. You come from an ordinary family. 5 million yuan can buy your life, but you don't care about it. Stop pretending. The younger brothers beside him also shouted, don't you see where General Zhang comes from? General Zhang doesn't even look down on the little money you spent on the gift. Li Yang looked at this group of stupid and ignorant people and was too lazy to talk nonsense. He said directly, since Mr. Zhang thinks my gift is very cheap, then please reimburse Mr. Zhang. Zhang Shiji raised his chin high and said casually, that's no problem, it's just a small amount of money anyway. But you have to apologize to me and stay away from Ruan Bingyao in the future. Li Yang smiled and said, there is another situation you didn't mention. What if my gift is more expensive than yours? Zhang Shiji and his younger brothers burst into laughter. How is that possible? If that's the case, I apologize. Li Yang nodded with satisfaction, and added, one more thing, if you lose, don't bother Ruan Bingyao anymore. Ruan Bingyao looked at Li Yang gratefully. She had long wanted to get rid of Zhang Shiji's entanglement, but she was embarrassed not to refuse for the sake of her parents' face. She quickly called her lawyer, recorded a video, drafted a contract, and asked Li Yang and Zheng Shiji to repeat the contents of the bet to keep as evidence. Finally, Zheng Shiji was asked to sign the contract. If he did not abide by the bet, he would be held legally responsible, and he had no choice but to default on his debt. Zheng Shiji felt uncomfortable when he saw Ruan Bingyao's behavior. She seemed to really care about Li Yang and thought he could win. After signing the entire contract, he felt a little unsure. Li Yang looked too calm, and he was afraid that he had really prepared a very expensive gift. But things had already developed to this point, and people attending the birthday party gradually gathered around him. And since they were in front of Ruan Bingyao, he had no choice but to continue the gamble. Under the gaze of everyone, Li Yang took out the guqin he had just selected. Many of the people who came to the banquet were familiar with the guqin, and someone quickly recognized this instrument. "Oh my god, I am not seeing things. This is one of the most expensive ancient gyukins. It is the Jiuxiu Huanpei from the Song dynasty, and is said to be worth more than 100 million yuan. I saw it in a documentary last time. This guqin is the most popular instrument in the circle. Who likes guqin doesn't want to own it? Oh my god, this handsome boy is really good at giving gifts." He knew Ruan Bingyao liked the guqin, so he specially gave her such a precious guqin. Zheng Shiji only gave her a piano worth more than 5 million yuan. She doesn't lack the money, and more importantly, she doesn't like the piano. Ruan Bingyao recognized the guqin the moment Li Yang took it out. She had been longing for this guqin before, but she didn't expect that Li Yang understood her so well and bought it for her directly. This piano is worth hundreds of millions, and its price has skyrocketed in the past 2 years. Ruan Bingyao was so moved that she didn't know what to say and just hugged Li Yang as if no one was around. Then he realized that his behavior was inappropriate and let go of Li Yang. Li Yang still felt that different kind of softness, and the cool fragrance of Ruan Bingyao was still lingering on his nose, and he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Zheng Shiji didn't know much about guqin, but when he heard the price, his legs went weak. That was more than 100 million. If they sold all their belongings, they would only have 200 million yuan, and their normal cash flow would not exceed 50 million yuan. The only reason they were able to make friends with the richest man was because Zheng Shiji's father had risked his life to save the richest man's life, so the two of them could be considered to have a lifelong friendship. If his father knew that he lost 100 million in a bet, he would definitely break his legs. Zheng Shiji ran around everywhere for a while, subconsciously trying to evade responsibility. Li Yang had no intention of letting him go, not to mention that Ruan Bingyao had already reserved evidence, including the video and the contract, so he could run away but he could not escape the temple. Li Yang grabbed Zheng Shiji's hand with a gloomy expression. "Zheng Shiji, you don't want to default on your debt, do you? So many people are watching here. If you do, you will lose your credibility. Your words are no different from farts." Chapter 59. Sorry. Zheng Shiji felt his heart was about to jump out, and he was extremely nervous and fearful. He glanced at the people around him, all of whom were from the upper class of Shanghai City, and some were even above them. To be able to attend the party for the daughter of the richest man, she must be either rich or noble. He originally wanted to make Li Yang lose face in front of this group of people, but he didn't expect that in the end he would be the only one embarrassed. Zheng Shiji had never been so embarrassed as he was now. He curled up under a dining table, not daring to stand up and face what was in front of him. Ruan Bingyao looked at Zheng Shiji, who was determined to be a coward, and looked down on him from the bottom of her heart. As a man, it's fine that he usually pesters her and is ungentlemanly. But at this critical moment, he doesn't have the courage to bear the consequences. How could she like such a man? Ruan Bingyao turned to look at Li Yang. At this moment, he was standing there calmly, still maintaining the same neither humble nor arrogant attitude as before. He did not become complacent or aggressive just because Zheng Shiji lost the bet, nor did he feel sorry for himself because of the humiliation he had just suffered from Zheng Shiji. He was obviously just a college student, but he possessed the wisdom and composure of a man much older. Ruan Bingyao just looked at him and couldn't help but feel moved. From childhood to adulthood, men were nothing but air in her eyes, and she had never paid attention to men. She had seen many handsome and rich men, but they were all too exaggerated and childish, not even 1/10,000th of what Li Yang was like. The two sides were still in a stalemate. Zheng Shiji was trembling and hiding under the table, refusing to come out. Li Yang and Ruan Bingyao sat at the table next to them, drinking red wine while waiting for him to come out. The two of them talked and laughed from time to time, which attracted the envy of many young masters. Ruan Bingyao's father is the richest man in the city, and she herself is extremely beautiful. Which family would not want to try to marry into a wealthy family? But no matter how proactively she courted, Ruan Bingyao was always cold and indifferent. At most, she would respond politely without giving her any hope. There were also rumors that the Ruan family was interested in forming an alliance with the Zhang family. Although many young masters felt regretful, they gradually gave up their thoughts. But what happened just now rekindled the hope of these young masters. It turned out that Ruan Bingyao did not like Zheng Shiji as much as the rumors said. It turned out that she would not always be cold and aloof as long as the right method was used. Just now, when the young man gave her a guqin, she excitedly hugged it. Doesn't this make sense? As long as you work hard on the guqin, it is very likely that you will be able to catch up with Ruan Bingyao. After finding the direction, their confidence increased greatly. They thought that they must seize the opportunity of the birthday party to make Ruan Bingyao notice them. After all, they rarely have the chance to see her in normal times. The onlookers gradually lost their patience. After more than 10 minutes, Zheng Shiji still refused to come out. If this continued, the atmosphere of drinking and entertainment would be gone, and many people began to talk and complain. It turns out that the Zhang family has such poor upbringing. At the birthday party, they insulted the guests invited by Miss Ruan, saying that they couldn't afford a decent gift and made a bet with them. After losing the bet, they hid inside like a turtle and refused to come out. It's really outrageous. Old Zhang is about to lose all his face because of his son. He won't be able to face people anymore. Zhang Shiji usually looks like a decent person. I thought he was a gentleman with elegant manners, but I didn't expect him to be a second-rate person who only knows how to cause trouble and has no courage to take responsibility. No wonder there are rumors that Miss Ruan doesn't like him and the marriage has not been finalized. Some people previously speculated that the Ruan family was ungrateful after becoming rich and didn't want to marry into the Zhang family. Now it seems that Zhang Shiji is such a jerk that Miss Ruan really doesn't like him. For so many years, Miss Ruan and the Ruan family have been wronged and have been branded as ungrateful. Miss Ruan is pretty, smart, and has a good family background. There are so many rich young men who like her. She shouldn't marry such a useless bastard. I think that handsome boy is pretty good. He is handsome and rich. Most importantly, he is calm and low-key. He is obviously the heir carefully cultivated by a big family. I also think they are a good match. They are of similar age and I heard they were classmates. Compared with the young man who sent the piano, Zheng Shiji is just a pile of shit. What the hell is that? No wonder Ruan Bingyao was so different. She even hugged him excitedly. This young man is really capable. If I had a daughter, I would marry her to him. Ruan Bingyao and Li Yang both heard everyone's discussions. When everyone criticized Zheng Shiji, Ruan Bingyao breathed a sigh of relief, as if she was finally understood. When everyone said that she and Li Yang were a good match, she lowered her head shyly. Although she felt that what everyone said was right, and even felt that Li Yang had many advantages that they had not discovered, she found it difficult to control her feelings for Li Yang. But she didn't think about confessing her feelings right now. She really enjoyed the feeling and approached him cautiously, chatting and drinking with him. She felt that every minute and every second she spent with him was like flying to the sky. The young masters also wanted to deal with Zheng Shiji's matter as soon as possible, and they wanted to show off in front of Ruan Bingyao and everyone, so that they would feel that they were responsible and accountable, and they also wanted to be praised. So 3 or 5 young masters, regardless of their past friendship with Zheng Shiji, went up and dragged him out from under the table. Zheng Shiji had already lost all hope after hearing what everyone was saying about him. He was unable to come up with 100 million yuan to reimburse Li Yang for the guqin, and his reputation was completely ruined in the celebrity circle of Shanghai City. In the past, he could still rely on the pressure of public opinion to have a hope of marrying Ruan Bingyao. After all, as long as she didn't agree, someone would say that the Ruan family was ungrateful. Now no one thinks so anymore, and he has even lost the advantage of public opinion. No matter what he did, everything was irreversible and he even wanted to die. Making him go through the embarrassment he is experiencing now would be more painful than killing him. He struggled to save some dignity for himself and tried to speak normally. "Let me go, I can walk by myself." Soon, he came in front of Li Yang and Ruan Bingyao. Li Yang and Ruan Bingyao were sitting, while he stood tremblingly. Li Yang picked up the red wine and shook it, saying, "Master Zhang finally decided to come out? Actually, you don't have to be so scared. I won't embarrass you. You just need to apologize to me according to the bet and reimburse me for the cost of buying the guqin." Zhang Shiji couldn't hold it in anymore. He actually had to apologize to this boy of unknown origin, in front of so many people, including Ruan Bingyao. But there was no point in denying or struggling, it would only make him more embarrassed. He clenched his teeth, clenched his fists, and his whole body trembled even more violently. Perhaps because of nervousness and anger, he actually knelt down. At the same time, he forced out a few words. Sorry. Everyone was shocked to see the scene. I didn't say I had to kowtow and apologize just now. Isn't it enough to just apologize verbally? Why did you kneel down? Chapter 60, Wild Geese Flying Over the Plains. Zhang Shiji found himself kneeling on the ground uncontrollably, feeling even more humiliated. He wanted to stand up quickly, but found that his muscles were cramping all over his body, and it was very painful, very painful. In the eyes of others, his efforts and struggles seemed like he was kowtowing to Li Yang. Li Yang was a little amused and helpless when watching this scene. It was nice that the person who had just humiliated him was punished, but his opponent was too useless. He's so scared because he just asked for 100 million. Ruan Bingyao was quite satisfied with Zhang Shiji's way of apologizing. He had just said so many unpleasant words to Li Yang, and he should apologize to Li Yang solemnly. Thinking of what Zhang Shiji had just said, she frowned and looked at Li Yang guiltily. Li Yang, I'm really sorry. Because of attending my birthday party, Zhang Shiji told you off. It was my negligence. Li Yang looked at the stunning beauty in front of him who only had eyes for him. How could he bear to blame her? Besides, it was not her fault. She was also a victim of Zhang Shiji's harassment. He smiled with relief and said nonchalantly, I don't blame you. I'm very happy to be able to attend your birthday party. Ruan Bingyao looked at her smiling brightly and was distracted for a moment. She was more charming than she had imagined. Li Yang waved his hand and said to Zhang Shiji, you can get up now. Remember to transfer the 100 million yuan you used to buy the piano to me within a week. If you don't, I will sue you. Also, I hope you will keep your promise and stop bothering Ruan Bingyao in the future. Zhang Shiji still couldn't stand up, and he kept bowing his head from time to time, but he still promised, I will. The onlookers looked at this strange scene with confusion in their hearts. What's wrong with Zhang Shiji? Why does he keep kowtowing to Li Yang? Is he completely tamed? Does he want to be his dog? The woman I pursued for so many years was just given away like this. I don't even have the qualifications to pursue her anymore. It's really pitiful. Is that handsome boy Li Yang? I just heard Ruan Bingyao call him by that name. Dad, I want to marry him. He was so handsome just now. So his name is Li Yang. I've heard about his deeds in school, and he really lives up to his reputation. I think something is wrong. Zhang Shiji must have had a muscle spasm. He hasn't gotten up yet and is still kowtowing. This is so pathetic. I'm dying of laughter. I should call his dad and take him away. After a lot of trouble, Zhang Shiji was finally taken away by 120. The birthday party was held as usual, and everyone returned to their seats to drink and sing. Many girls from good families came to Li Yang with wineglasses in hand. Li Yang, can I meet you? You looked so cool just now. Li Yang, you looked so cool when you taught Zhang Shiji a lesson just now. We have long been fed up with his bullying attitude. You are so awesome. You made him get the most severe punishment at the lowest cost. Li Yang looked at the girl chattering and finally refused. Sorry, I'm not a social person, so I won't leave any contact information. There was an endless stream of girls who came to chat up Li Yang. Their looks were generally between 6 and 7 points, and they were like ugly ducklings in front of Ruan Bingyao. Li Yang rejected them all. Ruan Bingyao felt very sweet when she saw Li Yang seriously rejecting other girls. He doesn't like socializing and doesn't like meeting new girls, but he is willing to attend my birthday party. What does this mean? Thinking of this, she looked at Li Yang lovingly and couldn't help wanting to get closer to him. It seemed that something was wrong with her body. Li Yang found it difficult to resist the gaze of the beautiful woman and wanted to create some physical contact. The young masters were also paying attention to the situation here. Finally, Xinhao plucked up the courage and walked towards them with the microphone. Bingyao, we have known each other for 15 years. We were in the same class in elementary school and middle school. You are a very special girl in my eyes. You like to play the piano, and I started learning it when I was very young. Today is your birthday. I will play a song for you. Happy birthday! After Qin Hao finished speaking, the whole audience burst into applause. Ruan Bingyao nodded politely and said thank you. Qin Hao picked up the guqin that Li Yang had sent him and said, Bingyao, let me borrow your guqin for you. I believe you can play different songs with your favorite guqin. Under the gaze of everyone, Qin Hao sat upright and began to play. Qin Hao played a classic piece of music, High Mountains and Flowing Water. He looked very skilled and his rhythm was impeccable. Everyone was instantly immersed in it and the scene became quiet. After the performance is finished, the lingering sound continues in the ears. After it was over, everyone was reluctant to leave. The piano music was so beautiful that it felt as if they were surrounded by mountains and flowing water, forgetting all their worries. I didn't expect Qin Hao to play the guqin so beautifully. I think he's as good as Miss Ruan. You can tell he put a lot of effort into it. Was Qin Hao's words just now a confession of love? Now he is playing the guqin for Ruan Bingyao. I think it's so romantic. I think Qin Hao and Miss Ruan are a good match. They both have high attainments in guqin. If they really get together in the future, they will be considered soulmates. The song is called High Mountains and Flowing Water. Could it be that Qin Hao has already regarded Miss Ruan as his soulmate? Ruan Bingyao was still a little surprised when she heard Qin Hao's piano playing. She only knew that Qin Hao had learned guqin, but she didn't expect that he played so well and was indeed on par with herself. But I only admire him for his interests and hobbies, nothing else. Qin Hao looked in the direction of Ruan Bingyao. His emotional intelligence was praised by everyone in the audience, but Ruan Bingyao didn't react much. Her attention was still on Li Yang. It seems that he has to let Ruan Bingyao know the gap between himself and Li Yang. Li Yang just bought a guqin to please her, but he is the one who really works hard on the guqin and is proficient in it. Qin Hao picked up the microphone and said, "Thank you for your compliments. Sorry for the poor performance. This guqin was given to Bingyao by Li Yang. Now, please let Li Yang play a piece for everyone." Ruan Bingyao looked at Li Yang with some worry. She didn't know if Li Yang could play the guqin, and she knew very well that Qin Hao did it on purpose. He didn't tell Li Yang in advance, but asked Li Yang to perform in public, just to see Li Yang make a fool of himself. Li Yang walked onto the stage calmly and started playing. Qin Hao looked at him in astonishment. He didn't expect that he could really play the piano. He played Pingsha Luoyan. The tune was melodious and smooth, expressing the intention and emotion of the whole song just right, and from time to time he could even make a sound similar to the cry of geese. The whole place was silent. Everyone closed their eyes and felt the melody of the guqin with their heart. They soared in the atmosphere created by the guqin in a trance, forgetting where they were and who was playing the guqin. Ruan Bingyao was immersed in it, unable to extricate herself. The sound of the guqin seemed to have some special magic that made her mind focus and wander in the melody of the guqin. Chapter 61. The young are to be feared. When the song ended, the lingering sound lingered in the ears. Everyone was silent, as if they were brought into another world, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. Some people had happy smiles on their faces, as if they were recalling the good old days, while others had tears streaming down their faces, presumably because they had touched the softest corner of their hearts. After a long time, everyone came back to their senses as if awakened from a dream, and adjusted their emotions. Looking at the familiar environment around them, they realized that they had returned to reality. Recalling Li Yang's superb guqin skills and extraordinary artistic conception, everyone couldn't help but feel awe. Many of them had learned guqin before, and some of them were professional guqin teachers. However, after so many years, they have never heard such a superb guqin performance. Even a national-level guqin master needs the right time, place, and people to reach such a state. Qin Hao also wiped the tears from his face and stared at Li Yang with shock and fear, as if he could see through him. He couldn't believe that the young man in front of him could play such a superb guqin piece. He had studied under a national-level guqin master who had 50 years of playing experience, but even his teacher could not reach the level shown by Li Yang. And Li Yang was only in his 20s, which made Qin Hao doubt his true identity. How could he have such superb skills? He pondered secretly, his heart full of doubt and awe. He also realized that his guqin level was nothing compared to that of the Great One, as immature as that of a primary school student. Young people are really amazing. I have studied piano for more than 40 years, but I am still far from reaching this level. This is the gap in talent. This is so magical. I just forgot where I was and was completely immersed in my own world. It was such a great feeling. Top-level guqin performance is so charming. I feel that this young man has reached the state of unity between man and guqin. Ruan Bingyao gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes full of disbelief as she stared at Li Yang in front of her. This man seemed like an unfathomable treasure trove. He always brought her surprises and displayed talents and skills that amazed her every time. She couldn't help but think of the guqin that Li Yang had given her before, and suddenly she understood. No wonder he chose such a unique guqin as a gift. It turned out that he was an expert in guqin. Ruan Bingyao has a deep love for the guqin and has spent a lot of time learning and appreciating this ancient art. She once regarded a national guqin master as her idol and role model, but now it seems that Li Yang is better. From then on, Li Yang became her new idol and role model. This young talent is so calm and low-key at such a young age, and has such a high level of guqin playing. He didn't even take the initiative to perform on stage, but only performed at the invitation of others. This young man has a bright future. Qin Hao's guqin skills are outstanding among ordinary people, but unfortunately his opponent is too strong. After listening to Li Yang's guqin performance, Ruan Bingyao may have forgotten his performance a long time ago. If you ask me, Qin Hao just can't keep his cool. Many of the people present are experts in guqin, and Ruan Bingyao has also studied guqin for many years. In this kind of situation, he insisted on showing off his skills on stage, and in the end, he would only end up making a fool of himself. Qin Hao's guqin was instantly defeated by Li Yang. He could have asked anyone to perform on stage, but he had to ask such a powerful person. I guess he must be regretting it now. Can't you see? Qin Hao did it on purpose. He just wanted to embarrass Li Yang. He thought Li Yang couldn't play the guqin, so he deliberately asked him to perform on stage in public, just waiting for him to make a fool of himself. He didn't expect Li Yang to be so good, so he had to be slapped in the face on the spot. No wonder Miss Ruan treats Li Yang so differently. It turns out that Li Yang is so amazing. Other suitors are not worthy of comparing with him. There were also many ladies from prominent families who showed admiration and love for Li Yang. They knew that their looks and family backgrounds could not compare to Ruan Bingyao. But they are willing to be humble, since Ruan Bingyao and Li Yang are not together yet? Which man would like Ruan Bingyao with such a cold look? Unlike myself, I can be passionate in private. Li Yang slowly walked down the stage amid the crowd's praises and finally returned to his previous seat. Ruan Bingyao praised her in surprise, and praised her generously. Li Yang, you are the first person who made me enter a state of ecstasy. I will regard you as my idol in the future. As she spoke, she naturally took his arm. Li Yang smiled modestly. His gentle smile made people feel very kind. Ruan Bingyao couldn't help but look at his lips, his handsome face. She felt that she could no longer control her impulse. How could a person be so perfect? She finally understood the fanaticism of those star-chasing girls, because that was how she felt about Li Yang. Ding! Ruan Bingyao's favorability increased by 30. The current favorability of Ruan Bingyao is 60. The favorability has reached 60. The host will receive a random reward from the system. Li Yang was pleasantly surprised. The beautiful woman in front of him had a favorability level of over 60 towards him and should not be averse to any physical contact. He controlled that extraction with his mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a maximum level dance card. After using it, the host will permanently obtain the maximum level dance skill. Li Yang thought this skill card was good and he could try it later. When he just entered the door, he saw the dance floor at the party. Li Yang took the initiative to talk to Ruan Bingyao about the topic of guqin. This topic made the atmosphere between the two people become warm, as if they had forgotten the hustle and bustle around them. Just then, the music started and the dance officially began. Li Yang showed his gentlemanly demeanor, gracefully extended his right hand, his eyes full of expectation, and whispered, "Can I ask you to dance with me?" Ruan Bingyao nodded slightly and gladly accepted Li Yang's invitation. She gently placed her hand in Li Yang's and followed him into the dance floor. Following the beautiful melody, the two began to dance gracefully, their steps light and flexible, their coordination tacit, like a match made in heaven. The dance caused their bodies to come into contact many times. Li Yang touched Ruan Bingyao's softness many times. She immersed herself in the dance and did not reject it. Under the flickering lights, their figures intertwined to form a beautiful picture. Their dancing attracted the attention of many people and became the most dazzling presence in the entire dance floor. When the dance ended, applause surged like a tide, echoing throughout the hall. Li Yang and Ruan Bingyao looked at each other, with deep affection in their eyes. Chapter 62 Dancing. After the dancing session, Ruan Bingyao's birthday party was also coming to an end. This was the happiest and most memorable birthday she had ever had since she was born. Li Yang, this is the most perfect birthday I've ever had. Ruan Bingyao was slightly out of breath because of dancing just now, and she leaned close to Li Yang's ear and whispered. Li Yang put his arms around her waist, held her tightly in his arms, and began to design some dance moves at random. The two of them cooperated with each other selflessly, their bodies pressed very close, as if they had merged into one. I'll make it even more memorable for you. Li Yang's dance moves became more and more intense, and it became increasingly difficult for Ruan Bingyao to cooperate. After all, her dancing level was far from Li Yang's, so it was naturally a bit strenuous. Before long, the dance moves designed by Li Yang on impulse successfully attracted the attention of everyone in the audience. Even the people who were dancing or singing nearby couldn't help but cast curious glances. When Li Yang danced, every movement he made was so professional, smooth, and beautiful. He could also perfectly combine these movements to form a unique dance style. Coupled with the presence of a stunningly beautiful lady like Ruan Bingyao, the two of them sang in harmony and coordinated with each other on the stage, which was so seamless that it was impossible to take your eyes off them. Some people couldn't help but open their phones to record it. I didn't expect Li Yang to be such a good dancer. The dance she just performed must be original. I think she can win an award for her level of dancing. Li Yang is so handsome and cool. I really want him to be my husband. I'm a dance major. Does this level of dancing really exist? So shocking. Is Li Yang a god? How come he knows everything? Li Yang, can I pursue you? I am willing to compete fairly with Ruan Bingyao. The dance lasted for 20 minutes, and Li Yang finally stopped. The two of them leaned on each other breathlessly, as if they had just experienced a fierce battle. Their breathing was rapid and disordered, their bodies were trembling slightly, their clothes were soaked with sweat, but their eyes were shining with satisfaction and joy. Time passed quickly, and the banquet ended in the blink of an eye. Ruan Bingyao looked nostalgic, and she didn't stop until she saw Li Yang off to the door. When Li Yang returned to the villa, four beautiful women, Lin Xiuyu, Su Qianin, and Chang and Lu Ling, had been waiting at the gate for a long time. Li Yang came back a little later than usual today, and also attended someone else's birthday party, which made them a little worried. And Cheng held the hot tea she had carefully brewed, walked up to Li Yang, and said gently, "Brother, have you drunk any alcohol? Come, have a sip of hot tea to warm your body." When Lu Ling saw Li Yang coming back, she smiled with joy and ran towards him like a happy little deer. She hugged Li Yang tightly, feeling his warm embrace, her heart filled with happiness and peace of mind. This was Lu Ling's first time coming to Li Yang's villa. She felt a little nervous and uneasy about this unfamiliar environment. When she saw Li Yang walk in, all her uneasiness instantly dissipated. She knew that as long as Li Yang was by her side, she would feel safe and comfortable. Li Yang felt Lu Ling's dependence on him. He stroked her hair gently and said tenderly, "Don't be afraid. This is our home." Lu Ling nodded, with trust in her eyes. She was willing to follow Li Yang's footsteps and gradually adapt to this new environment. Lin Xiuyu took the coat that Li Yang had just taken off and took a deep sniff. The faint smell of sweat and masculine scent intoxicated her, and she hugged the coat tightly. On the other side, Su Qianing carefully picked up the fruits and snacks that Li Yang brought back for them, her eyes sparkling with joy. These small gifts were extremely precious to them. Surrounded by four beauties, Li Yang slowly walked into the villa. He felt an unprecedented happiness, and the feeling of being cared for and needed made his heart surge. He knew that this was the life he wanted. He casually threw his clothes at the bathroom door and walked straight into the bathroom. And Qing obediently picked up his clothes and prepared to wash them. When he walked out of the bathroom, he was surprised by the scene in front of him. The beauties changed into various nightgowns, some were sexy and hot, some were fresh and refined, but without exception, they all exuded charming fragrance. Their faces were filled with sweet smiles, and their eyes revealed seductive charm. Lu Ling smiled very sweetly, and her eyes showed a deep affection. She had just arrived at this place today, and Li Yang felt that it was his responsibility to accompany her to sleep and comfort her uneasy heart. He strode forward, stretched out his arms without hesitation, and gently picked up Lu Ling. Her body trembled slightly, and her face flushed with shyness. He held her and walked steadily towards the bedroom, leaving the other beautiful women behind. They knew what was going on and returned to their respective bedrooms. Lu Ling was picked up in public, feeling shy and nervous. She had never experienced such a moment before. This was the first time she was picked up so intimately by a man. Her cheeks were red and hot, like ripe apples. She closed her eyes tightly, not daring to look directly at the eyes around her, but her heart was full of anticipation and curiosity. Lu Ling knew what was going to happen next, and her heartbeat was getting faster and faster, as if it was about to jump out of her chest. Her thoughts began to wander, and although she was a little scared, she was more excited and eager for the unknown. When they entered the bedroom, he gently laid Lu Ling on the bed. Her eyes were still closed, and her hands were tightly grasping the sheets, trying to calm her excitement. He sat gently beside the bed, looking at her quietly, creating some physical contact so that she could gradually get used to such close contact. Gradually, Lu Ling was no longer nervous, but devoted herself to the contact with Li Yang. She became passionate and intimate with Li Yang. Li Yang finally tasted the flavor of this elf girl. It was very sweet and very different. The little deer fell asleep while floating up and down. It would be more accurate to say that it fainted rather than fell asleep. Only then did she realize that Brother Yan Yang was still invincible as always when it came to giving out gifts. The next morning, the sun shone through the window onto Lu Ling's face, and she slowly opened her eyes. Looking at Li Yang sleeping beside her, she recalled every detail of last night, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Lu Ling got out of bed quietly, put on her clothes and prepared to leave. She didn't want to wake Li Yang up and wanted him to rest for a while. Chapter 63. What is your relationship with Ruan Bingyao? When Lu Ling walked into the kitchen, she saw Su Qianin, Lin Qiuyu and Yin Cheng busy in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. Seeing this, Lu Ling quickly joined in this heartwarming scene. After a while, Li Yang also woke up from his sleep. He walked out of the bedroom and came to the living room, where an alluring fragrance filled his nose. He followed the aroma to the dining table and found a delicious breakfast already placed there, waiting for him to taste. At this moment, four beauties appeared in his sight, with bright smiles on their faces and anticipation in their eyes. They rushed to introduce the breakfast they made to Li Yang as if they were presenting a treasure. Brother Li Yang, you worked hard yesterday. This is a love sandwich I made especially for you, please try it. Lu Ling said softly, her voice full of tenderness and care. Then, Su Qianin said, not to be outdone, the pan-fried salmon I made was imitated from the method of Michelin restaurants, and it was very successful. Brother, come and try my cooking. There was a hint of confidence and pride in her eyes. Lin Qiuyu looked at Li Yang tenderly with a happy smile on her lips. She picked up food for Li Yang attentively, as if she wanted to put all her love into it. Li Yang sat aside, enjoying the deep affection from Lin Qiuyu. The five of them chatted and laughed, and before they knew it, they had finished their breakfast. After leaving the villa, Li Yang drove to school. Along the way, he was in a good mood and his thoughts became clearer. The night of love with Lu Ling yesterday made him feel refreshed. The little girl was still very open-minded. After arriving in the classroom, he heard his classmates discussing the Guqin Genius. Have you guys watched Douyin? The Guqin Genius's video has been forwarded over 10 million times today. Is it really that amazing? Just a random song he played became popular? Of course. The audience were all experienced Guqin players. It was said that even they were shocked. Is this true or false? Of course it's true, don't you know that? Look, the true identity of the Guqin Genius has been revealed, and it's Li Yang from our class. A classmate was so excited that he danced and shouted at the top of his voice. This voice was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, stirring up thousands of waves. The classroom was instantly in an uproar, and students took out their mobile phones and couldn't wait to search for videos about the Guqin Genius. Oh my god, it's really Li Yang. I've always felt that he was extraordinary, but I didn't expect that he was actually a Guqin Genius. Oh my god, it turns out the master is right next to us. The students were discussing excitedly, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. They surrounded Li Yang, chattering non-stop, as if they had discovered a new world. Li Yang was surrounded by his classmates. He scratched his head shyly and smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect that a song he played casually on a whim would cause such a big response. A classmate found that the place where Li Yang played the Guqin in the video was something he had never seen before, like it was at a birthday party. So I asked curiously, Li Yang, where are you playing the piano? Li Yang was having a headache due to the numerous questions from his classmates. Before he could answer, his roommate Chen Jia answered for him. This is Ruan Bingyao's birthday party. You don't know yet, right? Ruan Bingyao actually invited Li Yang to attend. The originally noisy classroom suddenly became silent, and everyone was stunned. You know, Ruan Bingyao is a well-known icy beauty in the school and has never invited any classmates to her birthday party. This usually aloof school beauty actually took the initiative to invite Li Yang, which surprised the whole class. "Wow, Li Yang was actually invited to the birthday party by the school beauty," a boy exclaimed. "I'm so envious." "I want to go too," said another girl with a longing look on her face. "Li Yang, tell us something interesting that happened at the birthday party," a classmate asked impatiently. The students were talking about it, and the classroom suddenly became very lively. Even the teacher of the next class was attracted and thought something had happened. Li Yang looked at the enthusiastic classmates in front of him and smiled helplessly. He raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and then slowly said, "Actually, there is nothing special, just an ordinary birthday party." However, his explanation did not quell the curiosity of his classmates. They all shook their heads in disbelief. "Don't be modest, Li Yang. What is your relationship with Wan Bingyao? Why did she invite you to her birthday party?" a bold girl asked directly. Others echoed this, all looking at Li Yang, waiting for his answer. Li Yang smiled and said, "We are just friends. We both like Guqin, so we have a lot of common topics." He decided to hide the ambiguous feelings between himself and Wan Bingyao for the time being, not wanting to cause too much trouble. At this time, a classmate from a well-off family revealed some details. "Wan Bingyao should like you. I heard that at the birthday party, Zheng Shiji wanted to embarrass you, but Wan Bingyao stood firmly by your side and defended you. Doesn't this count as love?" Hearing this, the boys couldn't help but look at Li Yang with envy and jealousy. An icy beauty like Wan Bingyao actually took such good care of him. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there must be something fishy going on. How many boys in the class didn't have fantasies about Wan Bingyao? Her beautiful face made them feel ashamed and they could only admire her from afar. However, no one expected that Li Yang could win her heart. "I really envy Li Yang. Wan Bingyao is recognized as the most beautiful girl in our school. I have never seen such a beautiful woman." She was easily attracted to Li Yang. A boy sighed. Another boy couldn't help but sigh, "Wan Bingyao, my goddess, how could she be snatched away by such a guy? I really can't accept it." Everyone was talking about it, feeling disappointed and unwilling. After all, they had been moved by the beauty of Wan Bingyao, but they did not dare to take any action. And now, seeing the relationship between Li Yang and Wan Bingyao, they felt extremely frustrated and helpless. Li Yang explained, "It's not what everyone thinks, please stop discussing it." The students were still skeptical, but they didn't want to ask any more questions. Then the bell rang, and everyone had to go back to their seats to prepare for class. However, a ripple arose in Li Yang's heart. He remembered the time he spent with Wan Bingyao last night, and the melodious sound of the guqin seemed to still linger in his ears. When they were dancing, they were so close to each other that they could feel each other's breath. Chapter 64 Threat. Li Yang sat in his seat, and even though his eyes were focused on the blackboard, he could still keenly feel Zhao Shurhan's affectionate gaze wrapped around him like a silk thread. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at the woman. He saw that she was wearing a slim-fitting short skirt and a slightly transparent lace shirt, which made her look particularly sexy and charming. Li Yang thought to himself, "It's only been a few days and I'm thinking about it again." Their eyes frequently met throughout the class. Zhao Shurhan's eyes were filled with complex emotions, including desire, hesitation, and unspeakable impulse. When the bell rang, Zhao Shurhan took the initiative to walk to Li Yang's desk and said softly, "Li Yang, stay with me for a while." Li Yang hesitated for a moment. He knew very well that such contact might bring trouble, but in the end he could not resist the expectant look and followed her out of the classroom. The last time the two had intimate contact was in the distant suburbs, and they had never crossed the line into school. After all, he is a student, so sometimes he should be low-key and pay attention to the impact. They walked through the bustling crowd and came to a quiet garden in the corner of the campus. Zhao Shurhan bit her lips lightly, leaving a shallow mark on her pink lips. Her eyes were filled with shyness and anticipation, and her voice was like a gentle breeze. "Li Yang, you've been on my mind all these days." A complicated expression flashed across Li Yang's face, showing both excitement and concern. He slowly said, "Shurhan, you know, this is not a good idea." Zhao Shurhan raised her head slightly, her fair neck looked even more attractive in the sun. She said stubbornly, "What's wrong with that? I don't care what others think. I can resign for you. As long as you nod, I will resign now." Zhao Shurhan raised her head slightly, her fair neck looked even more attractive in the sun. She said stubbornly, "What's wrong with that? I don't care what others think. I can resign for you. As long as you nod, I will resign now." For Li Yang, supporting one more woman was nothing. Li Yang looked at her determined eyes and said, "Shirhan, you should resign. I can support you in the future. This way you won't have to work so hard, and we won't have to be so sneaky anymore." Zhao Shirhan's eyes suddenly filled with tears of surprise. She couldn't believe what she heard. "Li Yang, are you telling the truth?" Li Yang nodded vigorously, then hugged Zhao Shirhan tightly in his arms, their bodies pressed together, blending perfectly. Li Yang lowered his head, looked at Zhao Shirhan's beautiful lips, and couldn't help but kiss her. Zhao Shirhan also responded enthusiastically, and their kiss was full of passion. Zhao Shirhan once again felt Li Yang's desire for her. This environment made her feel scared and excited, just like last time. Half an hour later, Li Yang carefully carried the slightly weak Zhao Shirhan and slowly walked out of the quiet and deserted little garden in the school. At this moment, Li Yang felt an indescribable joy in his heart. It felt like he had explored a whole new realm, full of unknowns and novelties. Through this close contact with Zhao Shirhan, he deeply felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. At the same time, he also began to understand that those who had the same fetish were looking for that unique excitement and pleasure. Although this behavior may not be accepted by the public, it is an irresistible temptation for him. Li Yang was walking contentedly with Zhao Shirhan on the campus when they suddenly saw a group of people walking towards them aggressively, led by Zhang Shiji. A group of people with unfriendly faces surrounded Li Yang in a remote corner of the school. The leader was Zhang Shiji, who had lost 100 million in a bet with Li Yang. At this moment, there was a fierce light flashing in Zhang Shiji's eyes, as if he wanted to eat Li Yang in front of him alive. "Li Yang, don't push me too far," Zhang Shiji said, gritting his teeth, his tone full of reluctance and anger. Zhang Shiji lost a full 100 million yuan to Li Yang, but he was not willing to pay it back. He always felt that Li Yang had set him up and wanted to use threats to make Li Yang give up collecting the debt. The most important thing is that he simply couldn't afford to pay back the money. After learning about this, his father slapped him hard several times and told him to find a way to solve the problem himself. This was the only solution he could think of. The worst that could happen was that he and Li Yangyu would die together. Facing Zhang Shiji's threat, Li Yang was not afraid at all. He looked coldly at Zhang Shiji and the group of people behind him who were pretending to be powerful, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a disdainful smile. "It's only natural to pay back debts." Li Yang responded calmly, with an unshakable firmness in his voice. He knew that only a tough attitude could make people like Zhang Shiji surrender. If he compromised easily today, there would be more similar troubles in the future. Zhang Shiji became furious and waved his hand, and the group of people rushed forward. However, Li Yang was agile and his punches and kicks were as fast as the wind. He dodged a punch and then did a roundhouse kick, knocking a man to the ground. Then, with lightning speed, he punched another man in the abdomen, and the man bent over in pain. Li Yang was surrounded by enemies, as if he was in an empty space. Every move he made was clean and sharp, and every blow he made was powerful. Soon, the group of people fell to the ground, and wailing sounds came one after another. This scene stunned Zhao Shirhan, who was standing by. She was originally worried about Li Yang, but now she was impressed by his heroic performance and admired him even more. Her eyes were full of admiration and surprise, and she secretly swore in her heart that she would not marry anyone but Li Yang in this life. Li Yang dusted himself off and looked at Zhang Shiji with a sharp gaze. "I'll give you one last chance, pay me back. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Zhang Shiji looked at Li Yang's majestic eyes, his heart filled with fear and regret. He knew that he had hit a wall this time. Zhang Shiji collapsed to the ground, his whole body surrounded by fear, and said in a trembling voice, "Li Yang, please let me go. I really know I was wrong. I was bewildered and wanted to threaten you. I can't afford so much money now." Li Yang snorted coldly, "Can't you come up with the money? You should have thought about the consequences clearly when you made the bet." Zhang Shiji's face turned pale and he was sweating coldly. "Li Yang, you are so generous. Please give me some more time. I will definitely find a way to raise the money for you." Li Yang frowned. "Grace? Do you think I can still trust you?" At this moment, Zhao Shirhan, who had been hiding in the distance, came out and said, "Li Yang, why don't you give him another chance? Maybe he can really turn over a new leaf." Li Yang looked at Zhao Shirhan, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. He has no money, and it will take him some time to get the money together. There is no point in being anxious at this time. Zhang Shiji seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and said quickly, yes, I will definitely change and pay back the money." Li Yang pondered for a moment. "Okay, this is your last chance. If you can't pay it back within 7 days, don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Shiji nodded repeatedly and fled the scene as if he had been pardoned. Chapter 65, Rumors. The commotion just now attracted quite a few students to watch. Seeing what happened just now, the students watching around applauded and cheered, and were amazed at Li Yang's heroic performance. Li Yang is so awesome. This skill is simply invincible. Many female classmates started discussing it, and their words were full of admiration and appreciation for Li Yang. Wow, Li Yang is exactly my dream man. It would be nice if I could be his girlfriend. There were even girls who took the initiative to ask for Li Yang's WeChat, and Li Yang responded politely. Lin Ruoshi also saw this scene. She stood in the crowd with mixed feelings. She regretted not accepting Li Yang's pursuit. The details that she had once ignored in Li Yang's sincerity now kept emerging in her mind. But now Li Yang has rejected her again and again, not giving her any chance to redeem herself. Now that Li Yang is so popular with girls, she feels very uncomfortable. Looking at the girls surrounding Li Yang, Lin Ruoshi bit her lip, her eyes full of reluctance and loss. Li Yang had embarrassed her in public, causing her to faint and be hospitalized. Lin Ruoshi hated Li Yang in her heart. If she couldn't get him, no one else could. Isn't Li Yang popular now because he has a good reputation, is rich and handsome? Her eyes revealed a hint of madness and jealousy, and she secretly swore in her heart she would tell everyone that Li Yang is a scumbag and ruin his reputation. Seeing Lin Ruoshi's face full of regret for rejecting Li Yang, Ning Yusin couldn't help but feel secretly happy. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she secretly mocked herself in her heart. Humph, you didn't cherish me at the beginning, now it's too late to regret it. She witnessed with her own eyes Li Yang's heroic performance in fighting against many enemies alone. Li Yang's agile skills and courageous momentum were like a dazzling light that instantly illuminated her world. At that moment, Ning Yusin felt as if her heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. She knew that she had fallen deeply in love with this brave and fearless man. At this moment, she turned her gaze to Li Yang, her eyes full of affection, admiration, appreciation and irrepressible love. As Lin Ruoshi was still at the scene, she could only resist the urge to rush up and talk to Li Yang. Back in the dormitory, Ning Yusin's heart was still restless. She couldn't wait to pick up her phone, her fingers quickly tapping on the screen, sending one message after another to Li Yang. She praised excitedly, Li Yang, your performance just now was simply amazing. That posture and momentum are simply unmatched. Then, she angrily scolded Lin Ruoshi, she knew how to hang you from the beginning and wasted your feelings in vain. She is really too much. I am not a woman like her. If I like you, I will definitely treat you well with all my heart. After sending these messages, Ning Yusin's heartbeat became more and more intense. She held the phone tightly, not daring to take her eyes off the screen for a moment, looking forward to Li Yang's reply. But after waiting for a long time, Li Yang still didn't reply. Lin Ruoshi returned to the dormitory and sat in front of the window, staring into the distance with a dull look, thinking about her past with Li Yang. She always felt that Li Yang treated her differently. After all, he had been pursuing her for 2 years, more than 700 days and nights. His dedication and persistence must have shown that he had real feelings for her. Thinking back on Li Yang's indifference and determination towards her during this period, she thought that he was probably doing this just to make her angry. After all, she had rejected him so ruthlessly in the first place. After this period of time, his anger should have mostly subsided. As long as I sincerely admit my mistakes, he will definitely forgive me. Lin Ruoshi murmured to herself, as if to cheer herself up. A glimmer of hope rekindled in her eyes, as if she had already seen Li Yang forgiving her and the two of them reconciling. By then, she will be the envy of thousands of girls. Li Yang is handsome and rich, but he only likes her. However, she was a little unsure. What if Li Yang really had given up on her? Lin Ruoshi took a deep breath and decided to put aside all her pride and self-esteem and try to win back Li Yang's heart again. However, she didn't know whether Li Yang's heart would still be open to her and whether her efforts would be in vain. Lin Ruoshi bit her lip and sent a message to Li Yang with a glimmer of hope. The words were full of begging. Li Yang, I was wrong before. Can you please give me another chance? I really know I was wrong. I will definitely cherish you in the future. When the message was sent, a red exclamation mark appeared. She then realized that she had been blocked and deleted by Li Yang. At this moment, Lin Ruoshi's face turned pale instantly. She held the phone tightly, and her finger joints turned white from the force. The glimmer of hope that had remained was completely shattered, and her heart was like a fire of anger that was ignited, burning even more vigorously. Li Yang, you are so heartless. Lin Ruoshi roared hysterically, her eyes full of anger and hatred. She felt that she had given up her dignity to seek peace, but was treated so ruthlessly. Her hatred for Li Yang deepened. At this moment, Lin Ruoshi's heart was filled with jealousy, unwillingness and resentment, causing her to completely lose her mind. She decided to make Li Yang pay for what he did today, even if it meant that both of them would perish together. And no one could predict what crazy move she would make next. Lin Ruoshi began to spread rumors about Li Yang around the campus. She described those false stories in vivid detail, saying that Li Yang was cheating on girls, cheating on them, and often taking advantage of his wealth to bully the weak. At first, some students were skeptical, but Lin Ruoshi's story was very convincing. Gradually, the rumor began to spread around the campus. Li Yang found that his classmates started looking at him strangely, and the girls who had approached him actively began to stay away from him. He didn't care about the attitude of ordinary girls towards him, but he couldn't let these rumors spread. At the same time, Ning Yusin was looking forward to getting closer to Li Yang through this move. She carefully compiled the evidence of Lin Ruoshi's rumor-mongering, tapped the send button with her finger, and sent the evidence to Li Yang. She had a secret hope in her heart, hoping that Li Yang would treat her differently and reply to her messages. Li Yang received the evidence sent by Ning Yusin. After carefully examining it, he frowned and snorted in his heart, "This Lin Ruoshi is actually making trouble again." Li Yang's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he thought to himself, if that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. He decided not to tolerate Lin Ruoshi's misbehavior anymore and to make her pay the price for her actions. Chapter 66 Detention. Li Yang sat at the desk, holding the phone tightly in both hands, his face livid. His eyes were full of anger and determination. He gritted his teeth and dialed the police. "Hello, police officer, I want to report a case. Someone maliciously spread rumors and slandered me at school, which seriously affected my life and reputation." Li Yang's voice trembled with anger. The policeman on the other end of the phone spoke in a steady and calm voice. "Sir, please calm down and speak slowly. Explain the details to us clearly." Li Yang took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. "It's like this. There's a girl named Lin Ruoshi who spread rumors about me everywhere, saying that I'm cheating on multiple girls, and that I'm cheating on girls. These are all false. I'm sending you the relevant evidence now. Okay, send it over as soon as possible, and we will investigate and handle it." After hanging up the phone, Li Yang quickly sorted out the evidence he had collected that Lin Ruoshi had spread rumors and sent it to the police. After doing all this, his eyes were still cold. Thinking of Lin Ruoshi's previous excessive behavior, he decided not to be soft-hearted and let her pay the price for what she had done. Li Yang turned on his computer and found the videos he had accidentally obtained before, showing Lin Ruoshi drinking and sleeping with various rich second generations, as well as the disgusting chat records between her and her bestie. His finger paused on the mouse for a moment. Although he was a little hesitant, he no longer hesitated when he thought of Lin Ruoshi's viciousness. He posted all of this on the school forum and attached a paragraph of text, "Let everyone see what kind of person Lin Ruoshi is." Not long after, Lin Ruoshi was taken to the police station. Lin Ruoshi frowned and asked the policeman with a puzzled look on her face, "Comrade policeman, I don't quite understand, what is going on?" As she spoke, she rubbed her eyes with her hands, as if she had just woken up, trying to look innocent. The police officer said to her in a serious and firm tone, "Ms. Lin Ruoshi, we received a report that you maliciously spread rumors and slandered others in school. After our investigation and evidence collection, we have obtained relevant evidence. Now please cooperate with our work and accept further investigation." There was an unquestionable authority in his voice. Hearing this, Lin Ruoshi widened her eyes and an expression of astonishment appeared on her face. She quickly shook her head and waved her hands, saying, "Impossible, this must be a misunderstanding. I definitely didn't do anything like this." There was a hint of urgency in her voice, but her eyes flickered, and she seemed a little guilty. However, when the police took out the evidence provided by Li Yang and placed it in front of her, Lin Ruoshi's face instantly turned pale as paper. She stared at the evidence blankly, her lips trembling slightly, but she couldn't say a word. The evidence was irrefutable, so she couldn't continue to argue. Lin Ruoshi felt a sense of despair. She had never expected that Ning Yusin, her best friend, would actually betray her. She couldn't help but fall into deep thought, her heart full of doubts and confusion. She couldn't understand why Ning Yusin did this. Was their friendship so fragile? Is it because of Li Yang? Ning Yusin also likes Li Yang? It was class time when Lin Ruoshi was taken away. Many classmates saw it and they were discussing it. Look, isn't that Lin Ruoshi? Why was she taken away by the police? Why else? She spread rumors about Li Yang and now she's been caught red-handed. It really serves him right. Li Yang is such a nice guy, tall and handsome, but she slandered him like this. Everyone, be quiet. Let's go to class first. We'll talk about the details after class. But how could the students concentrate on the class? They were all discussing in low voices. As soon as the bell rang, the classroom exploded. I have long felt that Lin Ruoshi is not a good person. She is too jealous. That's right, since he couldn't get Li Yang, he resorted to such despicable means. Li Yang is so miserable. He has been slandered for no reason. In the classroom, the classmates expressed their anger and criticism towards Lin Ruoshi's behavior. In another classroom, several girls were also discussing. I heard that Lin Ruoshi was still quibbling when she was taken away by the police. She just deserved it, thinking she could just spread rumors about others. Li Yang is so unlucky to meet such a crazy woman. After a series of investigations and interrogations, Lin Ruoshi was eventually detained for 7 days for defaming others in accordance with the law. During these 7 days, the school forum exploded. Lin Ruoshi's chat records and videos were forwarded crazily, and classmates left comments one after another. I never thought she was such a person, so disgusting. I used to think of her as a friend. How blind I was. Li Yang is so pitiful, being slandered by such people. Everyone soon found out Lin Ruoshi's true identity, and the rumors about Li Yang were also refuted. 7 days later, Lin Ruoshi was released from the detention center and returned to school. She lowered her head, walked heavily, and avoided eyes. Along the way, her classmates pointed at her. Look, this is Lin Ruoshi who spread rumors. How shameless. You actually did such a thing. When Lin Ruoshi heard these words, her heart was broken and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. In the classroom, when the students saw her come in, they suddenly became quiet, and then started talking in low voices again. She still has the nerve to come back to class. People like this should be fired. Lin Ruoshi sat in her seat, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. At this time, a classmate came over and said bluntly, Lin Ruoshi, what you did was too much. You hurt Li Yang and deceived the feelings of the boys. You also did so many shameless things outside. You are so shameless. Lin Ruoshi sobbed and said, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Can you give me a chance? Stop blaming me. Opportunity? Why didn't you think about the consequences when you spread the rumor? The classmate said angrily. On the other hand, everyone was discussing and sympathizing with Li Yang. Li Yang is so unlucky to run into someone like Lin Ruoshi who turns love into hate. He has always been a good person. The goddesses were attracted by his personality and voluntarily went shopping and played with him. It is so heartbreaking that he was slandered like this. It's not Li Yang's fault that the goddesses want to date him. They both want to date him. What does it have to do with her? Several classmates surrounded Li Yang and comforted him. Li Yang, ignore Lin Ruoshi, we all believe in you. Li Yang looked at everyone gratefully, thank you for your trust. This matter is now over. At this time, the counselor called Lin Ruoshi to the office. Lin Ruoshi, your behavior this time has an extremely bad influence. The school almost expelled you because of this. Lin Ruoshi lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes. Teacher, I know I was wrong, I will never dare to do it again. You almost ruined your future because of your momentary impulse. Think about it carefully. Lin Ruoshi returned to her seat and packed her things silently. Ning Yusin glanced at her and said, Lin Ruoshi, you really went too far this time. Lin Ruoshi, I know, I regret it so much now. She still hasn't found any solid evidence that Ning Yusin betrayed her. She knew that if she acted rashly, it would only alert the other party and might even bring her unnecessary trouble. She decided to hold back, observe and investigate secretly, and wait for the right time to get to the bottom of the matter. After class, Lin Ruoshi ran into Li Yang again on campus. She hesitated for a moment, but still walked up to him. Li Yang, I really know I was wrong. You and I are no longer from the same world. I almost ruined everything because of my stupidity. I will never dare to provoke you again. Li Yang gave her a cold look and said, Lin Ruoshi, I hope you can really learn from your mistakes and take care of yourself. After saying that, Li Yang turned and left. Lin Ruoshi looked at his back, feeling mixed emotions. This man went from being a bootlicker whom she despised to being the unattainable dream of her life. Chapter 67 I Sent It. The afterglow of dusk poured into the dormitory through the window, and Lin Ruwashi walked in with a gloomy face. Everything she had just experienced made her full of doubts, and at this moment she fixed her eyes on her best friend Ning Yusin. Lin Ruwashi sat on her bed, watching Ning Yusin's every move without blinking, trying to catch even the slightest sign of something unusual in her expression. Ning Yusin seemed to feel this burning gaze. Whenever she met Lin Ruwashi's gaze, her eyes would unconsciously avoid it, and her expression clearly revealed her guilt. Could it really be her? Lin Ruwashi's doubts grew bigger and bigger. Lin Ruwashi began to pay special attention to Ning Yusin's actions of unlocking her phone, trying to remember the password that could reveal the truth. Ning Yusin felt like there was a little rabbit in her heart, feeling very nervous. Why is Lin Ruwashi staring at me like this today? Could it be that she discovered something? She muttered to herself. After a while, Ning Yusin got up to pack the clothes in the closet. Lin Ruwashi felt that the opportunity had come, and her heart instantly rose to her throat. While Ning Yusin was sorting her clothes, Lin Ruwashi quickly picked up the phone that Ning Yusin had placed on the table, and with trembling fingers she entered the password she had noticed before. It must be right. Lin Ruwashi prayed in her heart. The phone was unlocked successfully, and Lin Ruwashi couldn't wait to open the chat software, and what came into view was the chat history between Ning Yusin and Li Yang. Li Yang, Lin Ruwashi has been spreading rumors and slandering you. This is the evidence I collected. I hope it can help you. Thank you, Ning Yusin. I didn't expect she was such a person. Li Yang, I've always liked you. You're so outstanding and charming. But Lin Ruwashi doesn't know how to cherish you. Let's not talk about the past. If it weren't for Lin Ruwashi, maybe you would have noticed me, right? You would have been willing to accept me, right? She regrets it now, it's all her own fault. Seeing this, Lin Ruwashi felt a buzzing in her head and her anger instantly burned up. At this time, Ning Yusin packed her clothes and turned around, and saw Lin Ruwashi holding her mobile phone. Her face turned pale. Lin Ruwashi, how could you peek at my phone? Ning Yusin shouted in shock and anger. Lin Ruwashi's eyes were red, like an angry lion, so it was you who really sent the evidence to Li Yang, Ning Yusin. I treated you as my best friend, but you stabbed me in the back. Ning Yusin knew that the truth had been revealed, so she simply stopped hiding it. Yes, I sent it. Lin Ruwashi, you did something wrong, so don't blame me. Lin Ruwashi looked at her in disbelief. We are good friends, why do you treat me like this? Ning Yusin snorted coldly. Best friend? When you were spreading rumors about Li Yang, did you ever think about our friendship? I have long been fed up with what you did to Li Yang. Lin Ruwashi was so angry that she was shaking all over. So you like Li Yang too? You've been laughing at me and making fun of me for not cherishing him. Now that I regret it, you're taking the opportunity to add insult to injury. Ning Yusin raised her voice. Yes, I have liked Li Yang for a long time. He is gentle, handsome, and responsible, unlike you who tramples on his sincerity. If it weren't for you, Li Yang might have accepted me a long time ago. Lin Ruwashi gnashed her teeth and said, Don't dream. Even without me, Li Yang wouldn't fall in love with you. Ning Yusin refused to give in. That's not necessarily true. At least I'm not as vicious as you. The quarrel between the two became louder and louder, and the whole dormitory was filled with tension. Just then, the dormitory door was pushed open, and two other roommates, Xiaoyan and Weihui, walked in. Xiaoyan frowned and said, What happened to the two of you? The whole corridor can hear your noise. Lin Ruwashi pointed at Ning Yusin angrily and said, She betrayed me and sent the evidence of my rumor-mongering to Li Yang. Weihui opened her mouth in surprise. Ning Yusin, how could you do this? Ning Yusin shouted, I'm not wrong. Lin Ruwashi deserves what she gets. Xiaoyan advised, Everyone calm down first, can't we talk it out nicely? Lin Ruwashi simply couldn't listen. Calm down? How can I calm down after she's hurt me like this? Ning Yusin also shouted, I just can't stand you hurting Li Yang, he's such a good person. Lin Ruwashi sneered, Do you think that if you help Li Yang, he will be grateful to you and like you? You are too naive. Ning Yusin said firmly, I don't care. It's my business that I like him, and I believe he can understand my true feelings. The dormitory was in chaos and everyone was extremely excited. But most people stood on Ning Yusin's side, and they all accused Lin Ruwashi one after another. Xiaoyan couldn't help but say, Lin Ruwashi, you've gone too far in spreading rumors about Li Yang. Everyone knows what a good person he is, how can you defame him like this? Weihui also echoed, That's right, we have long been fed up with your behavior. What's more, everyone knows that you secretly sleep with rich second generations and trample on the sincerity of your suitors. We really look down on people like you. Lin Ruwashi's face turned pale. She tried to refute, you don't understand the situation at all, don't talk nonsense. Xiaoyan snorted coldly, you still don't understand? Your affairs are all over the school. Who do you think you can hide it from? Hui continued, we find people like you who say one thing to your face and another behind your back scary and disgusting. I don't know why we ended up being roommates with you. At this time, Ning Yusin, who had been silent all this time, also spoke up, Lin Ruwashi, look at what everyone thinks of you, you really should reflect on yourself. Tears welled up in Lin Ruwashi's eyes, and she shouted loudly, you all unite against me. Xiaoyan said, I'm not targeting you, it's just that you went too far. After what happened recently, we've all gradually come to like Li Yang. He's so outstanding and upright, but you made up rumors and slandered our idol. We were also very angry, but because we were roommates, we didn't say anything harsh. We walked up to Lin Ruwashi and said, Ruwashi, if you can mend your ways, we might be able to accept you again, but if you continue to be so stubborn, then this dormitory really can't accommodate you. Lin Ruwashi stood there blankly. She looked at her former roommate's eyes filled with anger and disappointment, her heart filled with regret and pain. After a long while, Ning Yusin's tone softened a little, Lin Ruwashi, now that things have come to this, I don't want to hide it from you anymore. I fell in love with Li Yang the first time I saw him, and his every move made my heart beat. Lin Ruwashi roared, so you're just waiting to see me make a fool of myself, and then take advantage of the opportunity to take over? Ning Yusin shook her head. No, I just don't want Li Yang to be hurt by you all the time. Lin Ruwashi glared at her fiercely, from now on, we are no longer best friends. Ning Yusin's eyes flashed with pain, but she still said stubbornly, it's up to you. Anyway, I have a clear conscience. The dormitory fell into deathly silence. Unexpectedly, after the quarrel, they found that everyone liked Li Yang. They just felt that their chances were even slimmer. Chapter 68 Hanyi's Admiration. Haningjie paced back and forth at the door of the private room of the luxury hotel with an anxious look on his face, with beads of sweat on his forehead. Today is a fateful day for him and the entire Han family. The family business is facing the crisis of bankruptcy, and he urgently needs Li Yang's investment to save it all. Inside the private room, Li Yang sat leisurely on the sofa, gently shaking a glass of red wine in his hand, his eyes calm and composed. Haningjie took a deep breath and finally pushed open the door of the private room, followed by his sister Hanyi. Hanyi was wearing simple blue jeans and a white shirt, seemingly casually, but her graceful figure and delicate pretty face were still fully exposed, making her look like the fairy sister at the peak of her beauty. Hanyi was originally extremely reluctant to accompany a man for investment, she felt that it was an insult to herself. But when she saw Li Yang, her heart couldn't help but move. Hanyi was a little surprised by Li Yang's handsome face and extraordinary temperament. She had seen a video of Li Yang playing the Guqin online and was amazed at how beautiful she was. Now that she saw him in person, her resistance instantly dissipated. Li Yang, this is my sister Hanyi. Haningjie's voice was a little flattering and nervous. Li Yang put down his wineglass, stood up, and looked at Hanyi for a moment, with a faint smile on his lips. Miss Han, I have heard of your great name for a long time. Hanyi frowned slightly and turned to look at Haningjie, her eyes full of reproach and confusion. Ingjie, what is going on? How can you act on your own? Her heart was full of contradictions and struggles. On the one hand, she felt ashamed of this transactional meeting, but on the other hand, she was attracted by Li Yang's appearance and temperament. Haningjie quickly said, Sister, I have no other choice. If the company goes bankrupt, our whole family will be finished. Just help me and our family. His voice was almost pleading, and he lowered his head deeply. Hanyi bit her lip, sighed helplessly, turned to look at Li Yang, and forced a smile on her face. Mr. Li, it's our first meeting. Please take care of me. Li Yang made a gesture for her to sit down. Ms. Han, please sit down. Ding. Consumable object detected. Name, Hanyi. Age, 27. Body shape, 8.9 points. Appearance, 9.1 points. Favorability, 20 points. The system prompt sounded in Li Yang's mind. Hanyi had a great figure and was about to break through 9 points, and her appearance was as high as 9.1 points. Among all the beauties Li Yang has met so far, only Wan Bingyao has a beauty score of over 9 points. Now another beauty with a score of 9 has come, and it is worth trying hard to conquer her. After the three of them sat down, the atmosphere became a little awkward. In order to break the silence, Han Yi took the initiative to raise the glass. "Mr. Li, nice to meet you." Li Yang also raised his glass and clinked it lightly. "Miss Han, you're welcome." After 3 rounds of drinks, Han Yi's cheeks were flushed as bright as peach blossoms, and her eyes became more misty and affectionate. She became more and more attentive to Li Yang, and kept moving closer to him. Every time she raised her glass, her slender fingers would gently touch the back of Li Yang's hand, bringing a slight numbing sensation. "Li Yang, from the first moment I saw you, I was attracted by your unique temperament." Han Yi's voice was like the gurgling of water, soft and pleasant. "You speak clearly and have unique viewpoints. Every word you say seems to contain endless wisdom, which makes people want to keep chatting." Her eyes were fixed on Li Yang's face, full of undisguised admiration. Han Yi took a sip of wine and continued, "And your demeanor, that is an innate calmness and confidence, as if you can handle it calmly no matter what kind of storm you face. This extraordinary demeanor is really impressive." As she spoke, her hand inadvertently rested on Li Yang's shoulder, as if to express her inner excitement. Li Yang felt the touch of her fair arms and his heart was moved. Han Yi seemed to be drunk and kept talking. She leaned her head on Li Yang's shoulder and continued, "Your appearance is also outstanding. Your eyebrows are sharp, your eyes are bright, your nose is straight, and every line is just right. So handsome." Han Yi's eyes flashed with a fiery light. "Really, I have never seen a man as handsome and charming as you." Seeing that his sister and Li Yang were getting on well and their investment was almost successful, Han Yingjie left tactfully. "I have to say, Li Yang is indeed charming. My sister has always been a strong woman, decisive and resolute, and she has never been so admiring and appreciative of any man." In front of Li Yang, she was like a coquettish little woman. After Han Yingjie left, she still leaned on Li Yang's shoulder, chatting away. When talking about Li Yang playing the guqin, Han Yi was even more excited. "When you play the guqin, your elegant posture and smart fingering make you look not like a mortal in this world, but like a fairy descended from the fairyland. It makes people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. I've seen the video of you playing the guqin, and I've never been so shocked." It turns out that the guqin can also bring such an intoxicating and shocking feeling to people. Tears glistened in her eyes as she looked at Li Yang in disbelief and admiration. Li Yang smiled slightly, with a gentle smile in his eyes. "You are too kind. It is my honor to receive your praise." Han Yi said coquettishly, "Li Yang, these are all my sincere words, and it is by no means an exaggeration." She wrapped her arms around Li Yang's waist and felt a sense of security she had never felt before, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw in her ups and downs. Li Yang was also very satisfied with Han Yi's appearance. Not only did she have outstanding looks, her delicate facial features were like a fairy in a painting, and her every frown and smile were touching. She also had a cheerful personality and was very pleasant to chat with. The two of them chatted back and forth, drinking and chatting, and their feelings quickly heated up. Ding! Han Yi's favorability increased by 30. The current favorability is 50. If the favorability reaches 60 or 80, you will receive a random reward from the system. No wonder Han Yi became more and more enthusiastic towards me. It turned out that her favorability towards me increased by 30 points in one go. Han Yi's hands tightened and her body moved closer to Li Yang. She raised her head slightly, exhaled sweet air, and said in a voice that was a little hazy and longing, "Li Yang, I want to be closer to you." Li Yang's breathing also became rapid. He looked at Han Yi's seductive eyes, and the desire in his heart surged like a tide. Their eyes intertwined, as if everything around them no longer existed. Unable to suppress the burning desire in their hearts, they hurriedly left the restaurant and went to a nearby hotel. After entering the room, everything went smoothly. After the passion, Li Yang was surprised to find that Han Yi was still a virgin. Han Yi's eyes sparkled with tears. She looked at Li Yang in disbelief and admiration, and said in a trembling voice, "Li Yang, from now on I am yours." Li Yang gently wiped away the tears from her eyes, held her in his arms, and said gently, I will be responsible for you." Han Yi fell into a deep sleep after taking a bath. Chapter 69, Reversing Public Opinion. Li Yang sat on the big bed in the hotel, brows furrowed, his eyes fixed on the report on the computer screen about Han Yi being involved in the cat abuse and counterfeit goods scandal. Those disgusting comments and malicious speculations came like a tide, and the online public opinion was overwhelming, causing great damage to Han Yi's image. She was once a well-known internet celebrity, but now she has lost all her ability to monetize due to all the negative news about her. In the future, he will control 50% of the shares of the Han Group. If Han Yi has such a bad reputation, it will not be conducive to the development of the Han Group, and he will not be able to get dividends at that time. He must investigate Hanyi's affairs thoroughly. It would be best if he could help her clear her name, and at the same time understand what kind of person she is. Li Yang recalled the time when he met Hanyi. Her gentle smile and lively eyes did not look like someone who would do that kind of thing. He secretly decided in his heart, I must investigate this matter thoroughly and clear Hanyi's name. Li Yang immediately took action. He first spent 20 million to contact the bigwigs in the media and public relations circles and asked them for information. Lao Wang, please help me keep an eye on Hanyi's case and see if we can find some useful clues. Li Yang said anxiously on the phone. Li Yang, this is not an easy thing to do, but since you have asked me, I will definitely try my best. Lao Wang responded. Then, Li Yang asked a private detective to investigate Hanyi's usual behaviors. After an in-depth investigation, Li Yang finally discovered that it was all a false alarm. Those so-called cat abuse photos were actually maliciously edited, and the fake goods scandal was a trap deliberately set by competitors in order to suppress Hanyi. During the investigation, Li Yang was pleasantly surprised to find that Hanyi was actually very kind in private. She often participates in charity activities silently, and regularly goes to stray animal rescue stations to help, feeding and bathing those poor little animals, taking care of them meticulously. The staff at the rescue station all praised Hanyi. He watched the interview video sent by the private investigator. Hanyi is a very kind girl. She comes here several times every month and the little animals all like her very much. The aunt at the rescue station said with a smile. Hanyi has also demonstrated extraordinary abilities at work. She is always able to complete various tasks efficiently, and her creative ideas and solutions are often eye-opening. Li Yang clenched his fists, his heart filled with anger. How can such a good girl be slandered like this? So, Li Yang decided without hesitation to spend a large sum of money overnight to help her reverse public opinion. He contacted major media and online platforms to release the truth and clarify statements. The media and online platforms that received the money also worked hard and worked overtime to prepare materials. The next morning, Hanyi woke up from her sleep and picked up her mobile phone as usual, browsing the web casually. When she saw that the online comments about herself had changed drastically and everyone was praising her as a kind person who was caring and would rescue stray animals, she was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. How is this possible? I've worked so hard for so long but my reputation hasn't changed, how come it suddenly? Hanyi muttered to herself. At this moment, she suddenly saw Li Yang standing not far away, looking at her with a smile, and she understood everything in an instant. Hanyi's eyes were red with excitement. She ran over and threw herself into Li Yang's arms. She rubbed against Li Yang gratefully, wrapped her arms around his waist tightly, raised her head and looked at him admiringly and said, Li Yang, it turned out that you helped me. I really don't know how to thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know what to do. Li Yang stroked her hair gently and said, Don't say that. I believe you are innocent. Hanyi was so excited that her eyes were filled with tears. When she was caught up in the public opinion storm, even her friends around her did not believe her and gradually distanced themselves from her. She asked her friends in the media to help her clarify the matter, but she couldn't produce any substantial evidence, and her friends in the media were afraid of getting into trouble and refused to help her. During this period, she was very desperate and felt abandoned by everyone. Unexpectedly, Li Yang, a man she had only met once, actually believed in her unconditionally and helped her clarify those negative rumors overnight. She felt that Li Yang's ability was so terrifying and incredible that he could turn the situation around in such a short time and produce substantial evidence. So netizens immediately chose to believe her after seeing it. There was a gleam in her eyes as she looked at Li Yang, as if he was the greatest being in the world. Her eyes were full of respect and admiration, even to the point of being almost pious. Every time she made eye contact with him, her heart would beat faster and her cheeks would turn slightly red. Li Yang, you are really a man like God. I am really grateful that you are willing to believe in me and help me clarify all the negative news. To me, your trust is more important than anything else. She spoke excitedly, her voice trembling slightly and tears glistening in her eyes. After saying that, she kissed Li Yang's lips without hesitation and gave him a passionate kiss. Her movements were gentle yet passionate, as if she wanted to put all her emotions into this kiss. She hugged Li Yang's back tightly with her hands, and her body involuntarily pressed against him, as if she wanted to merge into one with him. Just then, Han Jie called and asked Li Yang to go out to sign the share transfer contract. Li Yang felt that this kid was really ruining his plans. Li Yang and Hanyi came to the agreed place hand in hand, where Han Jie had already been waiting anxiously. Seeing his sister and Li Yang being so intimate, Han Ningjie immediately broke into a flattering smile and walked over quickly. Brother-in-law, sister, you are here. Han Yi glared at Han Ningjie coquettishly. You are the only one who talks sweetly. Han Ningjie chuckled. I'm speaking from the heart, brother-in-law. We'll be a family from now on. Li Yang smiled and nodded, and the three of them walked into the meeting room of Han's enterprise together. Han Ningjie quickly took out the prepared contract from his briefcase and handed it to Li Yang respectfully. Brother-in-law, this is the contract for the transfer of 50% of the shares of Han Enterprises. Please take a look. Li Yang took the contract and read it carefully, considering every clause in detail. After confirming that everything was correct, he picked up the pen and signed his name. Subsequently, Li Yang arranged for the company's financial staff to transfer 200 million yuan to Han Ningjie's account. After receiving the money, Han Ningjie was so excited that he danced with joy and said excitedly, with a big backer like you, our Han Enterprise will definitely be able to revive its former glory. Brother-in-law, you are really amazing. Not only are you smart, but you also have such strong financial strength. I can't express my admiration for you in words. Li Yang patted Han Ningjie on the shoulder and said, Ningjie, you must work hard in the future and don't let me down. Han Ningjie nodded solemnly and said, Brother-in-law, don't worry, I will run the business well with my father, and you can just wait for the dividends when the time comes. After going through this incident, Han Ningjie has indeed matured a lot. He is no longer the second-generation rich man who only knows how to pretend and pick up girls. Li Yang nodded with satisfaction. After signing the contract, Han Ningjie felt a little worried about his sister. The cash flow issue had been resolved, but the negative news about his sister had not been clarified. He was anxiously scrolling through his phone when he suddenly learned that his sister Han Yi's reputation on the internet had improved. He no longer had to wonder if it was Li Yang's credit. Only Li Yang could have such ability to change public opinion overnight. Han Ningjie was extremely happy after hearing the good news. All this is thanks to my brother-in-law. If it weren't for you, we really don't know what to do. With tears in his eyes, he bowed solemnly to Li Yang. Li Yang smiled and said, We are all family, no need to be so polite. Han Yi lowered her head shyly. Happiness came too suddenly. Her man is very capable and can easily solve all the problems in her family. Chapter 70 Han Yi's arrival. After Li Yang finished dealing with the Han family's affairs, he returned to school for classes. As soon as I walked into the classroom, before I had time to sit down, I heard my classmates enthusiastically discussing Han Yi's whitewashing. Oh, Han Yi is so kind. I always felt that she is not a bad person. A male classmate wearing glasses said excitedly, with a gleam in his eyes. That's right, she is not only kind, but also so sexy and charming. She is simply the goddess of my dreams. Another tall male classmate crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking intoxicated. That's right, my goddess has finally been vindicated. Those previous rumors were so disgusting. The classmate next to him echoed. The current online public opinion is so unpredictable that a kind-hearted girl who rescues animals can be described as a bad internet celebrity who abuses cats and sells fake goods. This is too outrageous. Then the students in the class began to discuss the person who was behind the change of public opinion. Tell me, how powerful must the person behind this be to be able to completely reverse the situation in such a short time? A short-haired girl asked curiously. That method must be very sophisticated, not something that ordinary people can do. I'm really curious about who this person is. He is simply a god-level existence. A thin boy opened his eyes wide. Some female classmates sat together, chattering away with gossipy looks on their faces. One of the girls asked, Do you think if I were Han Yi, would I fall in love with the person who helped her clarify the negative news? Another girl agreed, of course. Who doesn't like a hero saving a beautiful girl? And he helped me solve such a big problem. The more they talked, the more excited they became, as if they had already put themselves into Han Yi's role. Su Yajun, who had been sitting in the corner and listening quietly, became furious when he heard this. He stood up suddenly and said loudly, The person who clarified the negative news might be the planner of the Han family. How could a peerless beauty like Han Yi fall in love with a planner? The female classmates were startled by his sudden outburst. After they realized what was going on, they found him a little weird and couldn't help but confront him. How can it be impossible? After being cyberbullied for so long, someone helped her to clear the situation. Isn't this a hero saving the beauty? It's normal to fall in love with the person who helped her to clear the situation. Su Yajun felt very upset. He remembered that he would always be in Han Yi's live broadcast room on time. His family was relatively well off and he had some money, so he was always among the top 3 on Hani's guardian list. But Hani was always lukewarm towards him and only replied to his messages symbolically. He gritted his teeth and said stubbornly, "I'm Hani's best friend. How could I not know who she likes? She has been my woman for a long time." The female classmates were silent immediately. Suyajun's family was indeed well off, and seeing how serious he was speaking, they actually believed it a little. After all, everyone has more or less heard about the affair between the number 1 guy on the list and the female anchor. Li Yang had been listening quietly to everyone's discussion and had no intention of interrupting. But he really couldn't tolerate Suyajun's distortion of the truth and tarnishing of Hani's reputation. Hani is his woman now. She was still a virgin at that time. How could he let others defile her at will? Li Yang walked up to Suyajun and said seriously, "I advise you not to brag just for the sake of face. Hani is already in a relationship. Be careful not to get into trouble if you do this." Suyajun felt a little nervous, but seeing everyone's inquiring eyes, he still said, "Li Yang, you are favored by the goddesses in school, don't you know who you are? How would you know the emotional status of a big internet celebrity like Hani?" Li Yang looked him straight in the eye and said firmly, "Hani is my woman, how could I not know that?" The classmates looked at the two people arguing with each other and couldn't help but start discussing. Who is telling the truth? Who knows, but it doesn't seem like Li Yang is lying. I heard that Hani is in this city. It's easy to prove that I'm her man. I just need to call her to school. In fact, everyone has some selfish desires in their hearts, and everyone wants to see the beauty of the goddess. Suyajun's guilty conscience was so obvious that he couldn't utter a word. Li Yang showed a surprising calmness. He calmly took out his mobile phone from his pocket and dialed Hani's number without hesitation. The whole scene seemed to be frozen at this moment. The tense atmosphere made people hold their breath, and everyone pricked up their ears to listen. This is a goddess-level internet celebrity, whose popularity is no less than that of first-tier stars. Li Yang actually has her mobile phone number? Come to my school. There is something here that needs your proof. Okay, dear, I'll be there right away. Hani replied gently. Suyajun also pretended to make a call, but his fingers were tapping randomly on the screen and the call didn't go through at all. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Not long after, Hani came to the classroom amid everyone's exclamations. She was wearing a white dress, with long flowing hair, and was very beautiful. She walked straight to Li Yang and naturally took his arm. Seeing this scene, the students all widened their eyes and opened their mouths slightly. For a moment, the classroom was silent. After a few seconds, there was a burst of exclamations and discussions. Wow, it turns out what Li Yang said is true. This is so surprising. Hani and Li Yang have such a close relationship. Li Yang is really a hidden talent, to be able to win the favor of Hani. Some students were full of envy and murmured to themselves, "Why don't I have such good luck?" Some students couldn't help but look at Li Yang with admiration, thinking, Li Yang, this guy, who usually looks quiet, actually has such great abilities. Suyajun stood aside, his face livid, his fists clenched, his heart filled with resentment and jealousy, but helpless. Li Yang, on the other hand, looked calm and smiled as he looked at everyone. He gently patted Hani's hand which was on his arm, as if announcing to everyone that their close relationship was unquestionable. Hani also leaned on Li Yang like a little bird, with a happy smile on her face. The atmosphere in the classroom became extremely warm. Everyone was excited about this sudden surprise. They finally saw the goddess with the help of Li Yang. When Suyajun saw the scene, his face was distorted with jealousy. The goddess he had been guarding for many years turned out to be Li Yang's woman. The relationship between the two is already very obvious here. Hani seems to be particularly dependent on and admiring Li Yang. Wow, Li Yang, you are so amazing. You can actually be with Hani. Li Yang, are you the one who changed the public opinion behind the scenes? You are so awesome. How can Suyajun be such a person? Isn't this just spreading rumors? Goddess EE just clarified it, and someone is doing bad things again. Hani is so beautiful. Li Yang, you are so lucky. Many boys looked at Li Yang with envy, their eyes full of jealousy. When Hani learned that Li Yang called her over because someone had spread rumors about her, her eyes were filled with gratitude. Thank you for defending me, dear. Li Yang patted her hands gently and said softly, this is what I should do. Hani looked shy during the discussion and left in a hurry after saying goodbye to Li Yang. Chapter 71 Inter-School Sports Competition. When the classmates saw Hani's shy look, they were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. They found it unbelievable. "Oh my, is this still the Hani we are familiar with?" a classmate said in disbelief with his eyes wide open. "That's right. She has always been portrayed as a queen in the videos, decisive and resolute. She doesn't look like a little woman like she does now." Another classmate echoed, shaking his head. "I think she has real feelings for Li Yang." "That's right, look at her eyes, they are full of love. What kind of charm does this guy Li Yang have that can make Hani become like this?" A boy scratched his head, looking confused. "Who knows, maybe Li Yang has that kind of fascinating quality. I think Li Yang is handsome, smart, and has a strong sense of justice. He can help Hani solve such a big problem." "I would be moved too," a girl said with her hands folded in front of her chest, looking infatuated. Yes. And I feel that Li Yang is very responsible. Hani must feel safe following him." Another girl interrupted. "Oh, I really envy Li Yang for being able to get Hani's true love." A boy sighed. Everyone was discussing the matter, their eyes moving back and forth between Hani and Li Yang. When the boys in the class saw that the goddess liked Li Yang, they felt very disappointed. "Oh, my goddess, why does she fall for Li Yang?" sighed a boy who usually thinks he is handsome. "That's right, I'm no worse than Li Yang, why doesn't Hani even look at me?" another boy said sourly. They all cast envious glances at Li Yang. "This kid Li Yang is really lucky. Humph, I'm so envious and jealous, how come he is so lucky?" Facing these gazes, Li Yang just smiled slightly. At this time, Hani walked to the door, looked back, waved at Li Yang, and walked out of the classroom. The other side. On the playground under the scorching sun, Li Hao and the medical school next door are engaging in a fierce inter-school sports competition. Li Hao stood at the starting line, his eyes determined, muscles tense, and he secretly encouraged himself in his heart. As the starting gun sounded, he rushed out like an arrow, the wind whistling in his ears. He tried his best, and every step was full of strength and determination. When he crossed the finish line and learned that he had run a good time of 10.50 seconds, he felt delighted at first. However, when he heard that his opponent Zhu Jinhao's score was 10.35 seconds, Li Hao's smile froze instantly. He looked at Zhu Jinhao, his eyes full of helplessness and disappointment. This result was something he could never achieve no matter how hard he tried. Li Hao and his classmates represented Shanghai University. At this moment, they gathered together, and everyone's face was filled with loss. Just then, the group of victorious guys from the medical school surrounded them arrogantly. Zhu Jinhao looked very proud, with his hands on his hips, and shouted sarcastically at the top of his voice, "Look, is this the level of Shanghai University? You all run like snails, so slow that it makes people laugh. You dare to come to participate in the competition with your ugly appearance, it's simply asking for trouble. I think there is no one with athletic ability in Shanghai University, you are all a bunch of weaklings." His teammates also laughed. One of them pointed at Li Hao with disdain and sneered, "Especially you, Li Hao. What's the point of being tall and strong? You're just an embroidered pillow with nothing but good looks. Do you think your mediocre skills are good enough to be put on the stage? In front of us, you are a good-for-nothing waste. If you can't run faster, don't show off. Go home as soon as possible and don't embarrass yourself here." Another teammate said sarcastically, "Everyone at Shanghai University, are you so busy studying that your legs are weak? You can't even run." Some people even curled their lips in disdain. "I think you guys at Shanghai University should stop participating in sports competitions and go back to study. Sports are really not suitable for you. Don't embarrass yourself here. With your level, calling you amateurs is an exaggeration. You are just a bunch of idiots with no athletic talent." The rivals in the medical school laughed wildly. The laughter echoed in the ears of Li Hao and his classmates, which was particularly harsh, as if steel needles were piercing deeply into their hearts. Li Hao's face turned red, his hands were clenched into fists, and his joints turned white from the force. He could no longer bear it and shouted, "Don't be so arrogant. Shanghai University has a world champion-level sprinting talent." Upon hearing this, Zhu Jinhao laughed even louder. "Oh, you're still bragging? Why doesn't such a genius come to the competition, but lets you losers come and embarrass yourself?" The others also laughed. "That's right, if there really was such a person, he would have participated in the Olympics a long time ago. How could we not have heard of him? You people from Shanghai University are just bragging." Li Hao was so angry that he was shaking all over, but he couldn't refute. After the game, Li Hao and his classmates returned to school dejectedly. Li Hao walked into the classroom with an angry look on his face and saw Li Yang reading a book. He walked straight to Li Yang and said, "Brother Yang, we played against the medical school today and lost miserably." Li Yang put down the book, looked at Li Hao, and asked, "What's going on?" Li Hao clenched his fists and recounted the details of the game. He became angrier as he spoke. Not only did they win the game, they also kept mocking us, saying that none of us at Shanghai University could run, and that I was a fool. I told them that there are sprinting talents in Shanghai University, but they didn't believe me. You go there and let them see it. It will open their eyes. The students nearby also gathered around and echoed. That's right, they're going too far. Brother Yang, you have to help us and win back the reputation for Shanghai University. Li Hao looked at Li Yang expectantly. Brother Yang, you are such a great runner, go compete with them and let them know that we at Shanghai University are not to be bullied. Brother Yang, we have all seen your speed, you will definitely be able to defeat Zhu Zhenhao easily. Yes, go and avenge us. Li Yang frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "Okay, in that case, I'll go meet them." After hearing this, Li Hao and others immediately showed excitement on their faces. Chapter 72 Sprinting Genius. The next day, Li Hao and Zhu Zhenhao agreed to have a 100-meter sprint race on the playground of Shanghai University. The news spread throughout the campus like wildfire. As it concerned the honor of the school, many students from Shanghai University rushed to the scene and surrounded the playground. With a feeling of nervousness and anticipation, they cheered for Li Yang. The shouts rose one after another, as if to overturn the entire playground. Among the crowd, Li Hao and his friends seemed particularly excited. They held a homemade banner in their hands with the words, "Come on Li Yang, Shanghai will win" written on it, and their faces were filled with confidence and pride. Zhu Zhenhao walked confidently into the playground with his classmates from the medical school. The moment he saw Li Yang, the corners of his mouth turned up, revealing a scornful smile, and he muttered to himself, "Humph, this guy is just a pretty boy, he looks like a show-off, what real skills can he have? I will definitely win this game today." Li Yang stood at the starting point of the runway, his posture upright, his eyes looking forward firmly. He heard the enthusiastic shouts of his classmates around him, and his heart was filled with emotion and determination. "Everyone trusts me so much, I must win this game for the school." The race is about to begin. Li Yang and Zhu Zhenhao stand side by side at the starting line. Zhu Zhenhao glanced at Li Yang, bumped into him intentionally, and said provocatively, "Boy, don't cry later." Li Yang was unmoved, just smiled and replied, "Then we'll see on the field." Bang! The starting gun sounded, like thunder exploding over the playground. Relying on his outstanding explosive power, Zhu Zhenhao rushed out like a wild horse and took the lead in an instant. As he ran, he looked back at Li Yang, feeling proud. "See, you are no match for me at all." Li Yang was not in a hurry. He walked steadily and evenly, like a precision machine running at high speed. He silently calculated the distance and speed in his mind and exerted his strength secretly. Beside the track, students from Shanghai University were extremely anxious. They shouted in unison, "Come on, Li Yang! Come on, Li Yang!" The sound was deafening, as if it was going to break through the sky. Li Hao stood at the front of the crowd, clenched his fists, veins popped out on his forehead, his eyes wide open, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Li Yang, go ahead! Overtake him!" Li Yang heard everyone's shouts and felt their expectations, and an infinite power seemed to surge in his body. He gradually quickened his pace, quickly closing the distance between him and Zhu Zhenhao like the wind. In the final sprint, Li Yang was like a cannonball, bursting out at an astonishing speed, and was the first to cross the finish line with a figure that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. The referee's stopwatch froze and he announced loudly, "Li Yang, 9.01. Zhu Zhenhao, 10.33. Zhu Zhenhao looked at the results in disbelief and stood there. As a sports student, he naturally knew that this seemingly 1-second gap was actually a world of difference. Li Yang's achievement has reached the level of an Olympic champion and is even expected to break the world record, but Li Yang himself has not even reached the level of an international athlete. The arrogance on his face was gone, replaced by sincere admiration and submission. The arrogance on his face was gone, replaced by sincere admiration and submission. He slowly walked in front of Li Yang, lowered his head, and said sincerely, "I am convinced, you are really too strong. I was blind to recognize the great man." Students from other medical schools also gathered around and gave thumbs up. "Li Yang, your speed is incredible. I admire you so much. You are a genius born for sprinting. You are the legend of sprinting. We were blind and laughed at your school before, but we were totally wrong." Li Yang, your explosive power and speed are absolutely world-class. You will be my idol from now on. I always thought I was pretty good at sprinting, but after seeing you today, I finally realized that there are always people better than you. Li Yang, you are amazing. Li Yang, your performance is simply amazing. I want to learn from you and work hard to catch up with you. If anyone ever says that Shanghai University is not good at sports again, I will be the first to get angry with him. Li Yang, you have brought great honor to Shanghai University, and we are convinced by you. Finally, Zhu Jinhao spoke again. Li Yang, this competition made me realize the gap. I will never dare to be arrogant again. I really admire you. Li Yang saw that Zhu Jinhao and his team were truly convinced, and he finally felt relieved. The purpose of this competition was achieved. When the students from Shanghai University who were watching the game saw Li Yang win with such an amazing result, the whole playground suddenly became boiling. The students were stunned, as if they were frozen in place for a moment, and then broke into deafening cheers. Oh my god! Is this the speed a human can run at? Li Yang is so amazing. Li Yang, you are the pride of our school. You have broken all imaginations. The girls were so excited that their faces turned red. They covered their chests with their hands and loudly confessed, Li Yang, I like you. Li Yang, I love you. You are my idol. Su Qianyin and Su Yao stood in the crowd, waving their arms excitedly, trying to attract Li Yang's attention. Li Yang was surrounded by many fans. He was busy interacting with them and did not notice Su Qianyin and Su Yao in the distance. Their eyes always followed Li Yang's figure, and they unconsciously paid attention to Li Yang's every move. Li Hao and others were so excited that they jumped and danced like children. They rushed over and hugged Li Yang tightly, throwing him up high and then dropping him down. Li Yang, you are awesome. We can finally hold our heads high. Li Hao was so excited that his voice trembled and tears of excitement flashed in his eyes. Ha, let those guys in the medical school be so arrogant, now let's see if they dare to do it again, another classmate shouted excitedly, his voice almost hoarse. Li Yang, you are a natural sprint champion. From now on, you will be the sports legend of our Shanghai University. Li Yang was infected by everyone's enthusiasm, with a warm smile on his face. He said with a smile, this is all the strength you gave me. Thank you. In fact, I just did what I should do. I am honored to be able to bring honor to the school. His tone was nonchalant, as if this amazing achievement was just a normal thing for him. Chapter 73 Su Yao's Invitation. Su Yao, who was in the crowd, had her heart beating like a drum and her cheeks flushed. Her eyes were fixed on Li Yang, a look full of love and admiration. Su Yao took a deep breath, adjusted the hem of her skirt, and tried to make herself look more elegant and charming. After the crowd dispersed a little, Su Yao finally plucked up the courage and walked to Li Yang with light steps. Li Yang, congratulations on your great achievement. Su Yao's voice was clear and melodious, like a clear spring in the mountains. Li Yang smiled modestly and said, thank you, it's just luck. He scratched his head, with a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. Su Yao couldn't bear to take her eyes off Li Yang for a moment. She thought to herself, he is so outstanding. He will definitely attract more and more attention in the future. I must seize the opportunity to be alone with him and cultivate feelings, otherwise I may not have the chance in the future. Thinking of this, Su Yao's heartbeat quickened. Su Yao bit her lip, clenched her hands unconsciously, took a deep breath, and finally mustered up her courage. Li Yang, can I ask you out for dinner tonight? After saying this, Su Yao's face instantly turned red, as if blood could drip out. Her heart was so nervous that it almost jumped out of her throat, and her eyes were full of anticipation and anxiety. When the boys nearby saw the campus goddess Su Yao take the initiative to talk to Li Yang, they were so envious that their eyes almost popped out. Now, hearing that she actually invited Li Yang to dinner alone, everyone was shocked beyond words. Oh my god, Su Yao actually took the initiative to ask Li Yang out. This guy is so lucky. Why don't I have such good luck? I always miss Su Yao, but she doesn't even look at me. He held his head with his hands, his face full of disbelief. That's right, Su Yao is the goddess of our school. What kind of charm does Li Yang have that makes Su Yao favor him so much? Another boy also echoed, stamping his feet and clenching his fists, with a look of unwillingness on his face. I'm not bad looking, and my studies are okay, so why can't Su Yao see me? Humph, Li Yang is just good at sprinting. Does Su Yao look at him differently just because of this? A tall boy said angrily, his brows furrowed, his teeth clenched, and his expression very angry. I'm also very good at basketball, why doesn't Su Yao ask me out? Do you think Li Yang will reject Su Yao? A boy wearing glasses asked cautiously, his eyes full of expectation, as if he hoped that Li Yang would reject Su Yao so as to give himself a chance. How is that possible? If it were me, I would agree even if it was a big deal. Being able to have dinner with Su Yao is something I dare not even dream of. These boys were talking to each other, some were sighing, some were indignant, and they were all envious and jealous of Li Yang for getting Su Yao's invitation. The girls were jealous and hateful, whispering to each other. Why is Su Yao so beautiful, has such a good temperament, and is so brave? Why don't I have the same charm as her? A short-haired girl had a sad face, her hands tightly clutching the corners of her clothes, her eyes full of loss and helplessness. If I were half as pretty as she is, I might dare to ask Li Yang out. That's right, why are we so timid that we don't even have the courage to ask Li Yang out? Another girl with a ponytail bit her lip, frowned, and stomped her feet in indignation. Look at Su Yao, how confident and brave she is. Alas, even if I have the courage to ask him out, Li Yang may not agree to it. We are not as charming as Su Yao. Her face and figure are really enviable. Su Yao is just pretty, maybe Li Yang likes people like us who are simple and honest. A chubby girl said stubbornly, but her eyes revealed a deep lack of confidence. The girls looked at each other, secretly regretting that they did not have Su Yao's beauty and courage. They have fallen deeply in love with Li Yang, but they are not brave enough and feel that they are not worthy of Li Yang. Li Yang was slightly stunned. He looked at the beautiful and shy Su Yao in front of him, and a ripple appeared in his heart. He remembered that he had promised Su Yao to go out on a date last time, but he never fulfilled his promise. This time was indeed a good opportunity. Moreover, he could also see that Su Yao was extending an olive branch to him. To be honest, he also had a good impression of Su Yao and wanted to take a step further with her. Okay. Li Yang agreed with a smile. Hearing Li Yang's answer, Su Yao was so excited that she almost jumped up, and a smile as bright as a flower bloomed on her face. In the evening, the two came to a Michelin 3-star restaurant. The restaurant has soft lighting and melodious music, creating a romantic and warm atmosphere. Su Yao and Li Yang skillfully ordered a table of dishes, but it was clear that neither of them was paying attention to the food. Su Yao's gaze always fell on Li Yang's face involuntarily, and her eyes were full of tenderness and affection. From time to time, she pretended to touch Li Yang's hand casually, and every time she found that Li Yang was not repulsed, her heart felt as sweet as eating honey. Su Yao gently touched Li Yang's arm again. Seeing that Li Yang was not disgusted, she became bolder. So, she bravely picked up some food for Li Yang and said, "Li Yang, try this, it tastes really good." Her voice was gentle and sweet. "Li Yang, do you know? Ever since I saw you that time, your shadow has been all over my heart. I miss you every day, your smile, your voice." Su Yao's eyes were full of affection, and her voice became a little trembling. Li Yang listened to Su Yao's confession carefully, and his heart was filled with joy. He responded to Su Yao actively, "Su Yao, I've been thinking about you too." Li Yang held Su Yao's hand, his eyes gentle but firm. The atmosphere between the two became more and more ambiguous, and their actions became more and more intimate. After dinner, they went to a nearby bar. The lights in the bar were dim and the music was dynamic. Su Yao drank a few glasses of wine and gradually became a little tipsy. Her eyes became more blurred, and her cheeks were flushed with an alluring blush. She took the initiative to throw herself into Li Yang's arms and leaned into them. Li Yang felt Su Yao's tenderness and passion, and the desire in his heart was aroused to the point where he could hardly control himself. His breathing became rapid, and he hugged Su Yao tightly with both hands, picked her up and brought her to the hotel. Everything happened naturally, and Su Yao finally gave her most precious thing to Li Yang. In a night full of passion and love, they seemed to become one, immersed in endless happiness. Chapter 74 Leadership Inspection. The next day, Su Yao woke up contentedly in Li Yang's arms, her face filled with a satisfied smile. Su Yao moved gently and rubbed against Li Yang like a kitten, with a hint of sleepiness in her eyes. Li Yang looked at the sweet and soft beautiful woman without makeup in front of him, recalled everything that happened yesterday, and felt unprecedented satisfaction in his heart. After a quick wash, they both went to school. When they arrived at the school, they found that the school leaders were all on high alert. The campus was spotlessly clean, and many banners welcoming the leaders' inspection were placed on both sides of the road. The leaders paced back and forth on the campus, looking nervous, constantly checking every corner. The dean of studies held a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead from time to time. But the leaders thought about it and still had no idea what the big shot's purpose of visiting was. They always felt that something might have gone wrong in the school, and they were all very worried. The principal frowned, rubbed his hands, and muttered to himself, "What should I do? I hope nothing serious will happen." The vice president at the side echoed, "Yes, if something really goes wrong, how can we explain it?" Li Yang came to the classroom, where the students were also enthusiastically discussing the leader's inspection. "I think it's just a routine checkup, nothing special." "No, this is not the time for routine inspection. Something must have happened in the school," another classmate retorted. He had a serious expression, his hands folded across his chest, and his voice raised a few degrees. Li Yang was also somewhat puzzled as to what had happened that prompted his superiors to come and inspect. Is it the result of the school's recent teaching reform? Or is there some other special situation? Not long after, the bell rang and the teacher started the class. The teacher was explaining the knowledge points vividly at the podium, and the students were taking notes seriously. We were in class when suddenly 4 leaders dressed in very majestic attire knocked on the classroom door. Important school leaders also followed beside them, nodding and bowing with a look of respect on their faces. The moment there was a knock on the door, the classroom fell silent, and the students and teachers all looked towards the door nervously. The teacher's voice stopped abruptly, the chalk in his hand stopped in mid-air, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The students and the teacher were so nervous that they were speechless. The teacher stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do, and the students also held their breath. After the 4 leaders came in, they walked up to Li Yang after being introduced by the principal. Li Yang was shocked and his heart skipped a beat. Li Yang's face turned pale instantly, and he thought to himself, "Is my sudden wealth being investigated? It's over, what should I do now?" His hands unconsciously clenched the corners of his clothes. Unexpectedly, the leader came this time wanting him to participate in the Olympics on behalf of the country, break the world record in the sprint, win a gold medal for the country, and bring glory to the country. "Student Li Yang, we have heard about your outstanding performance in sprinting and have come to invite you to represent the country in the Olympics." A leader looked at Li Yang with sharp eyes and said sincerely. The leaders came specially because they heard about Li Yang's outstanding performance in sprinting, but Li Yang himself had no intention of participating in important competitions. The leaders persuaded Li Yang earnestly, hoping that he could take some time to participate in the Olympics and win glory for the country. The leaders surrounded Li Yang, talking to each other and looking at him expectantly. One of the leaders took out a detailed training plan and said, "Student Li Yang, we have developed a comprehensive training plan for you. Student Li Yang, your talent is a valuable asset to the country. We believe you will win honor for the country." The students and teachers were all shocked. They opened their mouths wide and couldn't close them for a long time. "Oh my God, so many people already know about Li Yang's sprint results? It even alarmed our superiors." A classmate couldn't help but exclaimed, "Li Yang, if you can win a gold medal in the Olympics, our school will be famous." Finally, Li Yang agreed to participate in the Olympics after being persuaded by his leaders. His superiors were very excited and pleased. The leaders patted Li Yang on the shoulders and showed satisfied smiles on their faces. A leader said, "Student Li Yang, prepare well. The people of the whole country are looking forward to your wonderful performance." After the superior left, everyone couldn't help but start a discussion. Li Yang's sprinting talent is so incredible that it even moved the leader to personally persuade him to participate in the Olympics. "That's right, it's amazing. I'm really envious. Li Yang will be the pride of our school from now on." "That's right. Maybe in the future the school will become famous because of Li Yang and attract more outstanding students," a classmate said excitedly, with anticipation gleaming in his eyes. "I think Li Yang will definitely shine in the Olympics. He trains so hard every day, and he will definitely win glory for the country this time." Another classmate clenched his fists, as if he had already seen the scene of Li Yang winning the championship on the field. "I don't know if Li Yang will become a big star after participating in the Olympics. Then we can only see him on TV." A girl held her face with both hands, with envy and a hint of disappointment on her face. "Oomph, I have to work hard to train too. Maybe I'll have such an opportunity in the future." A boy who loves sports made a secret decision. "Li Yang has risen to the top overnight. We should try our best to curry favor with him. Maybe we can get some benefits from him." A classmate who was usually very smooth-talking joked, causing a round of eye rolls from the students around him. "Don't talk nonsense, Li Yang is not that kind of person. We should be truly happy for him and cheer him on." The squad leader stood up and said seriously. The principal said to Li Yang with a big smile on his face, "Student Li Yang, the school will fully support you. If you need anything, just let me know. As he spoke, he patted Li Yang's shoulder affectionately, his eyes full of encouragement and expectation. The vice principal nodded and continued with a serious expression, "The school will arrange a special tutor for you to ensure that your studies are not affected. Just focus on training and preparing for the Olympics, and don't worry about anything else. Thank you for the care and support from the principal and vice principal. I feel very lucky to receive the help from the school. I will definitely live up to everyone's expectations, train hard, strive to achieve good results in the Olympics, and win glory for the school." The principal nodded with satisfaction and said, "Good boy, we believe you can do it. If you have any difficulties in training or life, feel free to come to us." Student Li Yang, you must remember that you represent not only the school, but also our country. This is a great honor, but also a heavy responsibility. The school will always be your strong backing. Li Yang replied solemnly, "Principal, I understand. I will definitely do my best." Li Yang became the focus of the school for a while, and everyone was full of admiration and envy for him. At this time, the school broadcast sounded, "In order to commend Li Yang for representing the country in the Olympics, the school has decided to hold a special commendation meeting for Li Yang." The whole school was in an uproar when they heard the news. The classmates began to prepare gifts and blessings, wanting to give them to Li Yang at the commendation meeting. Li Yang also felt unprecedented pressure and motivation. He knew that he was shouldering everyone's expectations and could not take it lightly. Chapter 75 Welcoming. At night, Li Yang's luxurious villa was brightly lit. Lin Xiuyu, Su Qianyin, and Chang and Lu Ling were all standing at the door of the villa to welcome Li Yang. Lin Xiuyu was wearing a slim and sexy black evening gown. The close-fitting cut perfectly outlined her graceful figure, and every step she took was swaying. She pursed her red lips slightly, and her eyes were full of charm and expectation. Su Qianyin was wearing a cute maid outfit. The white lace and pink bow made her look like a girl from a comic book. She folded her hands in front of her with a sweet smile on her face. And Chang was wearing a white nurse uniform. The pure color made her look particularly gentle. She frowned slightly, fiddling with the corner of her clothes nervously, and kept repeating in her mind what she was going to say to Li Yang later. Lu Ling was wearing Daji's clothes. The bright colors and unique design made her full of mysterious charm. She turned lightly, imagining Li Yang's astonished look when he saw her, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Li Yang's car slowly drove into the villa. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw four beauties walking towards him. Their faces were filled with excitement and joy, and their eyes were full of expectation and admiration for Li Yang. Lin Xiuyu twisted her waist, looking very charming, and said coquettishly, "My dear, you are finally back." Su Qianyin jumped up and grabbed Li Yang's clothes, saying sweetly, "Master, you are amazing today." And Chang walked with graceful steps and whispered softly, "Li Yang, you are our pride." Lu Ling blinked her lively eyes and said in a sweet voice, "Brother Yang, you are awesome." As soon as Li Yang got off the car, he was surrounded by their enthusiasm. They surrounded Li Yang and had intimate physical contact with him from time to time. Lin Xiuyu gently held Li Yang's arm, while Su Qianyin playfully tugged at the corner of Li Yang's clothes. And Qing carefully straightened Li Yang's collar, and Lu Ling boldly kissed Li Yang on the cheek. Li Yang looked at the four beauties in front of him, his heart filled with emotion and pride. He opened his arms, embraced them one by one, and said with a smile, "Thank you, my babies, with you by my side, I have the motivation to do better." As he spoke, he gave each of them a gentle kiss on the forehead. They surrounded Li Yang and walked into the villa and came to the restaurant. The table was filled with delicious dishes that were dazzling, including abalone, lobster, king crab, and salmon sashimi. Every dish was delicious and obviously took a long time to cook. Lin Xiuyu pointed at a plate of exquisite abalone, her eyes full of love, and said, "My dear, I made this for you. I hope you like it. Do you know? Every moment you are on the court makes my heart beat faster." Li Yang pinched her face, took a bite, and couldn't help but praise her. "It's delicious." Su Qianyin took Li Yang's hand, asked him to look at the lobster she made, and said playfully, "Master, I spent a lot of effort on this lobster, just like my love for you, which will never stop." After saying this, she winked playfully. And Qing looked at Li Yang tenderly and said softly, "Li Yang, this king crab is a gift from my heart. The way you rushed to the finish line is really charming." Lu Ling blinked, pointed at the salmon sashimi, and said coquettishly, "Brother Yang, this is what I prepared for you. You are an invincible hero in my heart." Li Yang listened quietly to their introductions, feeling particularly warm with every word. He gently held Lin Xiuyu's hand, his eyes full of gratitude and love. "Xiuyu, thank you for your company and support all the time. It's great to have you. Then he gently touched Su Jianing's head and said with a smile, Jianing, your cooking skills are really great. It is a pleasure every time to eat the food you cook. Then he turned his gaze to Enqing, his eyes full of concern and heartache. Enqing, thank you for always taking care of me silently. You have worked hard. He turned his head and looked at Lu Ling, smiling brightly and sincerely. Ling, thank you for your attentiveness and consideration. You always think of things that others can't think of. The four people felt very sweet when they got Li Yang's response. Li Yang saw and remembered their efforts. They felt it was worth it, and the love in their eyes became even stronger. Several people were eating and chatting, with laughter everywhere. Lin Xiaoyu picked up some food for Li Yang from time to time, her eyes full of concern. She picked up a piece of tender king crab meat with chopsticks and gently placed it in Li Yang's bowl. She said softly, Dear, you have been training so hard. Eat more king crab to supplement your nutrition. Li Yang smiled and responded, Thank you, Xiaoyu. After saying that, he pinched her slender waist. Lu Ling told funny jokes and made everyone laugh. She waved her hands and said vividly, One day, Xiaoming went to the zoo and saw a monkey swinging on a tree. It accidentally fell down. Guess what? It patted its butt and said, Oh, the gravity of the earth is too strong. Everyone was laughing so hard that they fell backwards. Li Yang said with a smile, Xianin, your joke is so funny. Where did you learn it from? Lu Ling blinked mischievously, Brother Li Yang, this is something I came up with on my own, just to make everyone happy. And Qing carefully poured red wine for Li Yang. She tilted the bottle slightly, watching the wine slowly flow into Li Yang's glass, and said softly, Li Yang, this red wine has a mellow taste. Try it. Li Yang picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Well, this wine is good. Everyone was talking at the same time, and the atmosphere at the dinner table was warm and cheerful. After the meal, everyone was a little tipsy. Lin Xiaoyu's cheeks were flushed, her eyes were blurred, and she snuggled into Li Yang's arms half drunk. Li Yang gently hugged her and asked in a low voice, Xiaoyu, are you drunk? Lin Xiaoyu raised her head slightly, her eyes full of love, and murmured, Brother, I'm not drunk, I just miss you too much. Her voice was like a dream, and her hands tightly grasped the corner of Li Yang's clothes. Li Yang smiled dotingly and took Lin Xiaoyu to his large bedroom. Li Yang gently held Lin Xiaoyu's hand and avoided the obstacles in the living room. As soon as they entered the bedroom, Lin Xiaoyu took the initiative to approach Li Yang enthusiastically. She put her arms around Li Yang's neck and exhaled sweetly, Dear, do you know? From the first moment I saw you, I knew that you would be my lifelong support. Lin Xiaoyu's breathing was slightly rapid, and her eyes were full of affection and longing. Li Yang felt Lin Xiaoyu's passion, put his arms around her waist and said, Xiaoyu, you make my heart beat fast. Li Yang's voice was a little low, with a barely perceptible tremor. Lin Xiaoyu stood on tiptoe and whispered in Li Yang's ear, Dear, I am willing to stay with you forever. Her lips gently touched Li Yang's earlobe, bringing a tingling sensation. Li Yang could no longer suppress his inner emotions, he lowered his head and gently kissed Lin Xiaoyu on the lips. Lin Xiaoyu responded enthusiastically, and their breathing gradually became rapid. After a while, Li Yang let go of Lin Xiaoyu a little, looked at her beautiful face, and said, Xiaoyu, you are so beautiful. Lin Xiaoyu lowered her head shyly and said softly, Brother, as long as you like, I will always bloom for you. Her fingers gently drew circles on Li Yang's chest. The temperature in the bedroom seemed to rise instantly, and the air was filled with the scent of hormones. Chapter 76 Luoyi's Live Broadcast Room. After taking a shower, Li Yang lay tiredly on the sofa. He picked up his mobile phone and saw green bubble messages sent to him by many people. Luoyi, brother Yang, you haven't watched me in the live broadcast room for a long time. I miss you so much. They all said you don't like me. Since I confessed my love to you, you have never come here again. Would you like to watch my live broadcast today? Li Yang looked at the series of messages sent by Luoyi, and a ripple appeared in his heart. He thought of Luoyi's lovely appearance, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and replied, Okay. Li Yang dried his hair, tidied his clothes, and entered Luoyi's live broadcast room. Looking at this girl who looked very similar to Mei Yaliya, Li Yang stared at the screen and his heart beat faster unconsciously. She was dressed sexy and playful today, her pink skirt swaying gently with her movements, revealing her fair and slender thighs. At this moment, she is dancing passionately in front of the screen. Her agile figure and charming smile make the entire live broadcast room full of vitality. Seeing the news that Li Yang entered the live broadcast room, Luoyi jumped for joy, and even her eyes turned slightly red. She stopped dancing, covered her mouth with her hands, and said in a trembling voice, "Welcome Brother Yang Yang to the live broadcast room. Brother Yang Yang is such a busy man. Thank you for taking the time to watch my live broadcast." There were tears glistening in Luo Yi's eyes, tears of excitement and joy. She bit her lip, trying to control her emotions. The audience in the live broadcast room instantly became excited, and the excitement surged like a tide. Douyin's number one rich man, Mr. Yang, finally appeared again. "Welcome, Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang is so awesome. Boss Yang, you are so mysterious and generous. I guess you must be a big shot in the business world. Who knows, maybe Mr. Yang is the son of some wealthy family. I think Mr. Yang might be the founder of an internet giant, which is why he has such financial resources. Look at how generous he is in spending money, it's definitely not something that ordinary people can have. Don't make blind guesses. Maybe he is just a low-key rich second generation who doesn't want to reveal his true identity. No matter what, Boss Yang is really good to Luo Yi. He gave her so many carnivals at once. This is not something that ordinary people would do. He simply dotes on her to the sky. I heard that the real wealthy families are very low-key. Maybe Mr. Yang is one of them. He just showed up in this live broadcast room and made us stunned. Yes, Mr. Yang is too mysterious. Every time he appears, he can cause such a sensation. I really hope to get to know him better. Luo Yi is so lucky to have President Yang pay so much attention to her. If I could have a supporter like President Yang, I would wake up smiling in my dreams." Everyone was talking at once, full of admiration and curiosity about Li Yang's identity, and the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was extremely warm. Luo Yi hasn't felt such a warm atmosphere for a long time. Ever since her high-profile confession to Li Yang last time, many people have stopped being her fans, and the live broadcast room has been very deserted recently. Li Yang looked at the girl on the screen and his heart was moved. His eyes seemed to be attracted by a magnet and were fixed on Luo Yi. He sat up straight unconsciously, his eyes not blinking, and his breathing became slightly rapid. She was sexy and charming, with long, slender legs under her pink skirt, and a slender waist that could be held in one hand, twisting flexibly with the dance movements. And that delicate collarbone, sparkling with charming luster under the light. Li Yang's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and the scene of meeting and hugging Luo Yi involuntarily emerged in his mind. Her graceful dancing seemed to have a kind of magic, which made Li Yang imagine a lot. He wanted to feel her body temperature and breath. Soon it was time for the PK session, where Luo Yi was going to compete with a female internet celebrity who was particularly well known on Douyin. She had lost many times before Li Yang came, but she knew she would not lose this time. Luo Yi's eyes were full of confidence. She smiled sweetly at the camera and thought to herself, "With Brother Yang Yang here, I am not afraid of anything." She absolutely believes in Li Yang's ability. Li Yang also started the carnival without hesitation. Yang Yang sends Carnival X1. Yang Yang sends Carnival X2. Yang Yang sends Carnival X3. Yang Yang sends out Carnival X4. Yang Yang sends out Carnival 122. Messages about Li Yang sending gifts kept popping up in the live broadcast room, and the carnival special effects on the screen never stopped. Li Yang's fingers tapped the screen quickly, his eyes focused and determined, as if this was not just a simple reward, but also a promise to Luo Yi. In the end, Li Yang cleared 122 carnivals and the park was over. In fact, Luo Yi had already won. When Li Yang had more than 30 carnivals, the opponent gave up resistance. The audience watching the live broadcast were shocked to see Li Yang's bold brushing method. Boss Yang is really rich. This financial strength is simply unmatched. Boss Yang, this is true love. He spends a fortune for Luo Yi. I'm jealous. Luo Yi is so lucky to have a supporter like Mr. Yang. Boss Yang's actions have completely refreshed my understanding. They are amazing. I feel that Mr. Yang is sincere to Luo Yi. This kind of devotion is not something that ordinary people can do. For a while, the comments section of the live broadcast room was constantly flooded with messages, and Douyin's number one rich man, Mr. Yang, once again became a hot topic. Luo Yi was also very excited. She sincerely thanked Li Yang for the gift and blew a kiss to him across the screen. Her face was filled with a happy smile, and she said in a sweet voice, "Brother Yang Yang, thank you, I love you." Li Yang replied, "How can you love me?" Luo Yi said shyly, "Brother." Luo Yi folded her hands in front of her chest and said coquettishly, "Brother, you just like to tease me. Anyway, my heart is with you." Li Yang smiled and replied, "That's not enough, I need more proof." Luo Yi blinked her eyes and said playfully, "Then I'll explain it to you in detail after the show, okay, brother?" Li Yang raised his lips, "Then I'll be waiting, little girl." At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room started to make a noise. Please tell us now, stop keeping us in suspense. Boss Yang, must love you terribly." Luo Yi blushed and said, "Hey, don't join in the fun. This is a private conversation between me and brother Yan Yang." Li Yan looked at Luo Yi's shy expression and replied, "Okay, then you can tell me slowly." Seeing this scene, the host on the other side couldn't help but shout to Li Yang, "Boss Yang, you are so talented, come to my live broadcast room to support me, I will definitely give you a different surprise." However, Li Yang was completely unmoved and did not respond to her. He would not give gifts because the system detection points had not even been reached. The host on the other side wanted to take advantage of the popularity, but Mr. Yang ignored her. That's right, Luo Yi and Mr. Yang are the perfect match. This live broadcast room has become a show of love and financial power. It's so exciting. After showing off, Li Yang received a 10,000-fold cashback from the system. Your bank card has received 3660,000,000 yuan. Recently, the 10,000-fold cashback card is still in effect, and 24.7 billion has been distributed to students returning to school. Money is just a number to him. Chapter 77. Then you have to compensate me. After giving out gifts, Li Yang left Luo Yi's live broadcast room. Just after he logged out, he found a green bubble message from Ruan Mingqi. "Ruan Mingqi, brother, have you forgotten about me?" When Li Yang saw this message, Ruan Mengqi's coquettish and slightly aggrieved look instantly appeared in his mind. He frowned, his finger hesitated on the screen for a moment, and finally replied, "How could that be, Mengqi?" Ruan Mengqi replied almost immediately, "Since you didn't contact me for so long, I thought you didn't have me in your heart anymore." Li Yang quickly explained, "I'm a little busy recently, don't be angry." "Ruan Mengqi, no matter how busy you are, you can't ignore me. I'm waiting for your news every day." Li Yang felt a little guilty. "It's my fault, Mengqi, don't be sad." "Ruan Mengqi, then you have to compensate me and chat with me for a long, long time. I will broadcast live later, you can come and watch my live broadcast. It just so happens that my 10,000x cashback card is still valid, and I haven't been working hard on my career recently, so I need to get cashback when I buy gifts." Li Yang replied, "Okay." After Li Yang entered Ruan Mengqi's live broadcast room, he was instantly stunned by her appearance. She was wearing a gentle princess dress today. The dress seemed to be tailor-made for her, fitting her body curves and showing off her figure to the fullest. Ruan Mengqi's slender waist is so thin that it can be held in one hand, and her long legs are faintly visible under the hem of her skirt, adding a bit of charm. Seeing Li Yang enter the live broadcast room, Ruan Mengqi hurriedly welcomed him. A bright smile spread across her face, and her voice was filled with surprise. "Brother Li Yang, you are finally here." "Brother Yang Yang, I recently learned a new dance. I will show you now." After saying that, she jumped up. Her dance was sexy and seductive, her slender waist twisted lightly like a willow swaying in the wind, and her eyes were full of amorous feelings, as if they could seduce people's souls. It attracted a lot of praise and attention. "Wow, Chi-Chi's dance is amazing. It's so beautiful. This dancing skill and this expressiveness are not something that ordinary people can have. I feel like my heart is being captured by her. Chi-Chi is definitely a rising star in the dance world." Everyone was talking and praising Kiki's dance generously, and the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was extremely warm. Everyone also started discussing Li Yang's identity, wondering what kind of person could make Chi-Chi dance voluntarily. Who on earth is this Yang Yang? He can make Chi-Chi so devoted to him. He must be a super rich man, otherwise how could Chi-Chi please him so much? I think Yang Yang might be the heir of a big family. He is very wealthy, so he has such charm. Maybe he's a mysterious business tycoon who usually keeps a low profile and only shows his edge in the live broadcast room. Do you think it's possible that he is the behind-the-scenes boss of the entertainment industry? No matter what, to be able to give out gifts so generously, his identity must be extraordinary. I heard that there is a top rich man on Douyin recently, who is extremely generous. Could it be Yang Yang? It's really possible. I didn't think about it this way before, but the more I think about it, the more it seems like it. If it's true, then Chi-Chi is so lucky to be favored by such a rich man. The more netizens discussed, the more excited they became, and all kinds of speculations emerged. It wasn't until someone dug up Li Yang's previous records of lavish spending in other live broadcast rooms that everyone was sure that he was the richest man in Douyin and couldn't help but marvel at it. Oh my, it's really him, no wonder he's so courageous. The super rich man is right in front of me, but I just realized it. I really don't recognize him. Chi-Chi is going to be very successful now, hold on tight to the rich man. The live broadcast room became even more lively because Li Yang's identity was exposed. After finishing the dance, Chi-Chi took the initiative to connect with other anchors for a PK. Li Yang started the carnival again without hesitation. Yang Yang sends Carnival X1. Yang Yang sends Carnival X2. Yang Yang sends Carnival X3. Yang Yang sends out Carnival X4. Yang Yang sends out Carnival 115. Li Yang will continue to fight until the PK is over. The big brother on the opposite side fell silent after brushing the back, and couldn't even raise his head in front of the anchor he was protecting. When Chi-Chi saw that Li Yang gave her so many carnival gifts, she was so happy that she almost cried. Li Yang hadn't come to support her recently, so her income was very low. The gift Li Yang gave her this time was a huge sum of money for her. She kept expressing her gratitude, her voice trembling with excitement. Brother Li Yang, thank you so much. I don't know what I would do without you. Fans in Chi-Chi's live broadcast room are more enthusiastic about Li Yang, as if Li Yang is the anchor they are protecting. Brother Li Yang, you are our god. Brother Li Yang is so amazing and has a lot of financial resources. Many fans praised Li Yang's financial resources and were amazed, and a few female fans also expressed their admiration for Li Yang. Brother Li Yang, I admire you so much, can I get to know you? In a short while, the popularity of the live broadcast room rushed to the top of the hourly list, and many people came to watch. They did not come to see Chi-Chi, but to see Li Yang. Li Yang's fan list expanded again, adding more than 100,000 fans. Many people sent him private messages, asking about his identity. Brother, what do you do to be so rich? Please hold my thigh. Many girls sent messages expressing their desire to meet Li Yang. He received a lot of explicit private messages. Ruan Mengqi's favorability increases by 20. The current favorability is 50. When the favorability reaches 60 or 80, you can get a random reward from the system. Ruan Mengqi's favorability has increased again, and Li Yang wants to conquer her as soon as possible to get a random reward. He sent a green bubble message to Ruan Mengqi. Li Yang, Chi-Chi, when will you come to see me? I want to see you. When Ruan Mengqi saw these two messages, she knew what they meant, but she felt that she was still young and not mentally prepared, so she didn't plan to give herself up so quickly. Ruan Mengqi, brother, I'm very busy with live broadcasts recently. I will come to you when I have time. Although she had a good impression of Li Yang, she knew nothing about Li Yang's situation. What if he was an old man? She planned to video call Li Yang before making any plans. Chapter 78. I'll come to you tomorrow. Ruan Mengqi sat in front of the dressing table, looking at herself in the mirror, feeling secretly conflicted. She knew that Li Yang was very busy, and even if she called him on video next time, Li Yang might not have time to answer. She bit her lip, her eyes revealing a hint of determination. No, I can't wait any longer, I must seize this opportunity. So she plucked up the courage to make a video call to Li Yang. She has been the class beauty since she was a child and is very confident in her looks. She is not worried that Li Yang will be disappointed when he sees her without beauty filters. She took a deep breath, picked up the phone, and pressed the dial button with trembling fingers. I hope brother Li Yang doesn't think I'm too rash. Li Yang's cell phone screen suddenly lit up, and he was a little surprised when he saw that Ruan Mengqi was calling. He stopped what he was doing and frowned slightly. Why did this little girl suddenly call me on video? However, he was also well aware of Ruan Mengqi's little thoughts. After the video call was connected, Li Yang saw Ruan Mengqi wearing a suspender dress. The slim design made her good figure faintly visible. Li Yang's eyes unconsciously stayed on her for a few seconds, and he secretly admired in his heart, this girl really has a good figure. Ruan Mengqi in the video is more youthful and lively than in the live broadcast room. Her every frown and smile is full of charm. Li Yang is very satisfied. When Ruan Mengqi saw Li Yang's young and handsome appearance, her heartbeat instantly accelerated and she exclaimed "Ah" in surprise. Her eyes widened instantly and her hands unconsciously covered her mouth. Brother Yang, I didn't expect you to be so young and so handsome. Li Yang smiled helplessly, raised his eyebrows, and deliberately teased, you think I'm a greasy old man, don't you? Ruan Mengqi lowered her eyes in embarrassment, her cheeks flushed instantly, and she said coquettishly, "Oh, brother, don't make fun of me, I'm just too surprised." As she spoke, she gently fiddled with the hair beside her ear and quickly changed the subject. Ruan Mengqi looked at Li Yang with joy and admiration in her eyes. She unconsciously grasped the corners of her clothes with both hands, leaned forward, and said in a tender voice without blinking, "Brother Li Yang, you are simply a person who walked out of a painting. Look at your thick sword-like eyebrows, just like that hero, very imposing." As she spoke, she stretched out her finger and gently tapped Li Yang's eyebrows on the screen. And these eyes, so deep and bright, just like stars falling into them. Ruan Mengqi clasped her hands together in front of her chest, her face intoxicated. "Brother, you are not only handsome, but also charming. You always come to the live broadcast room like a god and save me from danger." Ruan Mengqi raised her head and looked at Li Yang mischievously. Li Yang couldn't help but laugh and said, "Little girl, you are so sweet." Ruan Mengqi said coquettishly, "What I said is all true, brother, you are the best." Ruan Mengqi narrowed her eyes slightly and boldly winked at Li Yang, her eyes full of seductive charm. She bit her lower lip lightly, her mouth turned up into a charming smile, and then she gently twisted her slender waist and called Li Yang's name. Her hands slowly moved up from her waist, tracing across her graceful curves, her fingers lightly brushing across her collarbone, with a hint of temptation. Ruan Mengqi's eyes were always fixed on Li Yang, observing his reaction, and she whispered softly, "Brother Li Yang, do you think I'm beautiful?" Li Yang would tease her from time to time, with the corners of his mouth raised, and said with a sly smile, "Shichi, if you keep doing this, I will be moved." Ruan Mengqi responded coquettishly, "It would be great if you were moved, brother, am I not worthy of your heart?" Li Yang raised his eyebrows and said, "Little girl, you are so charming. I'm afraid I can't resist you." Ruan Mengqi chuckled and said, "Brother, then don't fight back, just surrender." Li Yang shook his head in a helpless manner and said, "You are such an annoying little devil." Ruan Mengqi blinked, leaned closer to the screen and said, "Does brother like this little goblin like me?" Li Yang smiled and replied, "I like it. I like it very much." Making her face blush again and again. Ding! Ruan Mengqi's favorability increased by 15. The current favorability has reached 65. The host can obtain a random reward from the system. It seems that Ruan Mengqi's praise and love just now were all sincere, and Ruan Mengqi's favorability increased a lot at once. Li Yang asked her again, "When will you come to see me? I want to see you." When Ruan Mengqi heard what Li Yang said, she felt that it was the most beautiful love words in the world and her heart was beating again. Her heart was pounding as if it was about to jump out of her throat. "My brother is so eager to see me." She didn't have time to think about it and nodded in agreement. "Brother, I will come to see you tomorrow. I love you so much." After saying that, she made a heart shape with her hands towards Li Yang and then hung up the phone in a hurry. Li Yang could see that she was very flustered and looked drunk, as if she had drunk some alcohol. Ruan Mengqi knew that although she had not drunk any alcohol, she had been completely bewitched by Li Yang and would make a fool of herself if she did not hang up the phone. After she hung up the phone, she gasped heavily, patted her chest gently with her hand, and tried to calm herself down. "Oh, why is my heart beating so fast? It's almost out of control." When Li Yang saw Ruan Mengqi's performance, he knew that he was about to have his fill of this girl, and he gave a wicked smile. After Li Yang hung up the video call, he saw many unread green bubble messages. "Lu Yan, you left in a hurry last time and never came back. I miss you so much, why did you come to my place for dinner? It doesn't matter if you don't want me to participate in your life, I just hope you can come more often." After the last intimate relationship in Lu Yan's lounge, Li Yang left in a hurry and never contacted Lu Yan again. It's not his fault, he is very busy every day. He thought about it and replied, "Li Yang, I'll go in a couple of days. I've been too busy lately." Then I saw the message from the cool school beauty Ruan Bingyao. "Ruan Bingyao, Li Yang, do you want to go out and play together this weekend? We sailed on a yacht to watch the sunrise. I love the piano you gave me so much. Every time I play it, I think of you." Thinking of the intimacy of skin contact when dancing with Ruan Bingyao, Li Yang couldn't help but reminisce. This woman was the best of the best in both figure and appearance. Her otherworldly temperament was unique among the beauties he knew. Such a cold and beautiful woman, but she is very enthusiastic towards him. Thinking of this, Li Yang's vanity was greatly satisfied. "Li Yang, okay, I'll play the piano for you then." Ruan Bingyao really likes his piano playing, and that would allow her to improve her favorability. Chapter 79 Brother Yang, you really don't need so much. The next day, Li Yang received a voice call from Ruan Mengqi just after class. "Brother Yang, I'm at the airport, come and pick me up." There was a hint of coquettishness and eagerness in Ruan Mengqi's voice. When Li Yang heard this soft voice, his heart instantly started beating like a little rabbit in his heart. Li Yang was delighted and said quickly, "Chichi, wait there, I'll be there soon." After saying that, he hurriedly packed his bag and walked towards the parking lot. Along the way, Li Yang's mood was like a turbulent lake, difficult to calm down. As he drove, he thought about Ruan Mengqi's appearance, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. After arriving at the airport, Li Yang scanned the crowd and saw Ruan Mengqi at first sight. She was tall and graceful, standing out from the crowd. Those delicate facial features are like carefully crafted works of art, with every line being just right. Li Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart that she was much prettier in real life than in the video, with a more graceful and feminine figure. Ruan Mengqi also saw Li Yang, and a smile as bright as the warm spring sun immediately broke out on her face. She took brisk steps and ran towards Li Yang like a cheerful little bird. She held Li Yang's arm intimately and said coquettishly, "Brother Yang, thank you for coming to pick me up. If you hadn't come, I would be unfamiliar with this place and feel so helpless." Her voice is sweet and makes people feel comfortable. Li Yang looked at her gently and said, "Chichi, you are still so polite to me." Ruan Mengqi looked up, her eyes full of admiration and love, and said in a soft voice, "Brother Yang, do you know? From the first time I saw you, I felt that you were different from others. Not only are you handsome, but you are also so gentle and considerate. I am really lucky to have met you." As she spoke, she leaned her head on Li Yang's arm and continued, "Brother Yang, you are my hero. No matter what difficulties I encounter, as long as you are with me, I am not afraid of anything. Although this is the first time I meet you, you make me feel so safe." After saying that, she gently kissed Li Yang on the cheek. The two of them greeted each other naturally and behaved intimately, like a couple in love. Li Yang listened to her quietly, enjoying the dependence and admiration of this soft and lovely girl. Li Yang and Ruan Mengqi, one is handsome and the other is beautiful, they look like a match made in heaven. Many people in the airport cast admiring glances and whispered from time to time, "These two are such a perfect match, they look like they came out of a movie. Maybe it's some big star, he's so handsome." An old lady pulled her companion aside, stared at them intently, and whispered, "Look at this young man, how handsome he is. I wish I had such an outstanding child. The man is tall and handsome, and the woman is pretty and charming. They look like a painting when they stand together. So pleasing to the eyes." A little girl tugged at her mother's clothes and said innocently, "Mom, that sister is as pretty as a princess, and the brother is as handsome as a prince. Are they going to the castle?" Everyone was talking at once, praising Li Yang and Ruan Mengqi. Many men looked at Li Yang with envy. They had never seen a beauty of this level in real life, and it was so hard for them to see her once, and she turned out to be taken. They all sighed in their hearts, thinking that this kid was really lucky. The two chatted and laughed as they left the airport and came to a high-end shopping mall. Li Yang wanted to buy some clothes and bags for Ruan Mengqi, firstly to get the cash back, and secondly because he really wanted to make her happy. After all, she came all the way to see him. Ruan Mengqi refused again and again. She held Li Yang's arm tightly with both hands, shook her head gently and said, "Brother Yang, I really don't want to spend your money, especially since this is the first time we meet." There was sincerity and a hint of uneasiness in her eyes. But seeing that Li Yang was determined and wanted to buy it for her sincerely, Ruan Mengqi still blushed and followed Li Yang into the Chanel store. This store is very unique in that all the sales consultants are men. When the male salesmen saw Li Yang coming in with such a beautiful girl, their eyes almost popped out. They usually receive quite a few female customers, but they rarely see one as beautiful as Ruan Mengqi in a year. They couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. A male salesperson came up to him, looked Li Yang up and down, and secretly looked down on him. He curled his lips, thinking that this guy was just a little handsome and his clothes were ordinary, and he must have relied on sweet words to win the heart of the beautiful woman next to him. So, his service attitude was particularly bad, and he said in a sarcastic tone, "Hey, the things in this store are not cheap, are you sure you want to go shopping? Don't waste my time." Ruan Mengqi was so angry when she heard this that her eyebrows were raised. She took a step forward, pointed at the male salesperson and said, "What's your attitude? What right do you have to say that about my young brother?" Her chest heaved violently with anger. The male salesperson rolled his eyes and said contemptuously, "Huh, him? Can he afford the things here? Stop pretending to be rich." Ruan Mengqi was furious and shouted, "Don't look down on others. My brother Yang is much better than you. Li Yang held Wan Mengqi and said calmly, don't bother with this kind of person. The male salesperson sneered, oh, you're still pretending to be profound. If you have the guts, buy one and show it to me. Wan Mengqi stamped her feet in anger, you are going too far. Brother Yang, we won't buy here anymore. Li Yang's face darkened instantly, his eyes were cold, and he said coldly, call your manager. At this time, another salesperson hurried over, smiling and very respectful. Li Yang didn't even look at the salesperson with a bad attitude. He pointed at the new products of the season and said, I want all of these. Wan Mengqi opened her mouth in surprise and said hurriedly, Brother Yang, you really don't need so much. Li Yang smiled and touched her head, saying, Chichi, as long as you like it, I'll buy it for you. The salesperson with a bad attitude was dumbfounded and regretful. He didn't expect that he had made a mistake. His face turned pale instantly, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his lips trembled as he muttered to himself, it's over, how could I be so stupid to miss such a big deal and even lose my job? He knew he couldn't afford to offend such wealthy clients, so he only dared to turn his face away from people with ordinary financial conditions. His eyes were filled with fear and regret, and he tried to step forward to apologize to Li Yang. Sir, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize the great man. Please forgive me this time. Li Yang didn't even look at him and continued to stroll around casually. The store manager came over quickly and after understanding the situation, he fired the salesperson with the bad attitude without hesitation, apologized in person, and gave Li Yang a lot of small gifts, hoping to get Li Yang's forgiveness. The store manager smiled and said to Li Yang respectfully, Sir, I am so sorry that you had such an unpleasant experience in our store. This is entirely our fault. I have already fired that ignorant employee. These small gifts are just our token of appreciation. I hope you will be magnanimous and not hold it against us. When you come to our store in the future, we will provide you with the best service. Li Yang looked at the store manager expressionlessly and said, Your store service quality really needs to be rectified. Not everyone can be as good-tempered as me. The store manager nodded repeatedly and said, Yes, you are right. We will definitely learn from this lesson and ensure that this will not happen again. Li Yang sighed slightly and said, Forget it this time. I hope you can really pay attention to the feelings of customers in the future. The store manager quickly said, Thank you for your tolerance. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to come to me. The fired male salesperson saw that the situation was irreversible and collapsed to the ground, without even the strength to beg for mercy. Wan Mengqi got a bunch of bags and was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. She felt like she was dreaming. She held the bags tightly in her hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She never thought she could own so many beautiful bags. She kept expressing her gratitude to Li Yang. Brother Yang, you are so good to me. I don't know how to repay you. Her admiration for Li Yang reached a climax. She leaned forward slightly, approached Li Yang and said, Brother Yang, I will definitely accompany you well in the future and do anything for you. Otherwise, I can make delicious food for you every day, give you a massage to relax, or accompany you to any place you want to go. As she spoke, she gently pulled the corner of Li Yang's clothes and shook it, with a happy and ingratiating smile on her face. Li Yang smiled and scratched her nose, saying, Little fool, as long as you are happy, that is the best reward for me. Wan Mengqi blinked her big eyes and said seriously, Brother Yang, I will always be so happy because of you. She stood on tiptoe, gave Li Yang a light kiss on the cheek, then lowered her head with a blushing face. Li Yang patted her head and said, Let's go shopping again. Wan Mengqi nodded happily and followed Li Yang like a child. As she walked, she looked up at Li Yang from time to time, her eyes full of attachment and admiration. The male salesmen were amazed as they watched Li Yang and Wan Mengqi leave. This guy is too good. I really misjudged him. Fortunately, I didn't offend him, otherwise I would have lost my job. I really envy his wealth and charm. Chapter 80 I do. As soon as he walked out of the Chanel store, Li Yang received a notification from the system that a 10,000-fold cashback had arrived. Your bank card has received 596 million yuan. It seems that I still need to take advantage of the 10,000-fold cashback card to buy more things and spend more. Li Yang began looking for new consumer targets again. At this time, Wan Mengqi suggested going to the men's clothing store, as she wanted to give clothes to Li Yang. She held Li Yang's arms with both hands, her eyes full of expectation, and said in a soft voice, Brother Yang, let's go shopping in the men's clothing store, okay? I want to pick out some handsome clothes for you. She felt that it was a very happy and romantic thing to see the boy she liked wearing the clothes she had carefully selected. Li Yang did not refuse, and soon the two arrived at Gucci. The female salesperson saw the two people coming in and greeted them warmly. Her eyes were instantly attracted to Li Yang, and an overly enthusiastic smile appeared on her face. She said in a sweet voice, "Welcome, handsome guy." Completely ignored Wan Mengqi, who was standing aside. She was very enthusiastic towards Li Yang and basically ignored Wan Mengqi. Wan Mengqi frowned, feeling a little unhappy, but she still forced herself not to lose her temper. The female salesperson enthusiastically introduced the new men's clothing of the season to Li Yang, while Wan Mengqi stomped her feet in anger. She stomped her feet hard on the ground, clenched her hands into fists, and gritted her teeth and muttered, "This is too much. How can she tease Brother Yang? Brother Yang is hers." The female salesperson has no sense of boundaries. She almost hugged Li Yang when she introduced the clothes and helped him try them on, and they looked really close. Li Yang noticed Wan Mengqi's displeasure and said to the saleswoman with a smile, "Don't worry, let my girlfriend take a look for me." The saleswoman then noticed Wan Mengqi. A trace of embarrassment flashed across her face, and she quickly said, "Sorry." Wan Mengqi's expression eased a little, and she pulled Li Yang and said, "Brother Yang, let's ignore her. I'll choose for you." Having said that, he began to select carefully. Wan Mengqi was very happy and felt that Li Yang cared about her very much. A smile appeared on her face again, and her heart felt as sweet as honey. She felt that Brother Yang really cared about her. Although the saleswoman was pretty and proactive, Li Yang had no feelings for her at all. Li Yang thought to himself that he usually eats too well and doesn't want to eat these ordinary ones anymore. Li Yang found that the new products of the season were all good and the style was very suitable for him. It was time to buy more branded clothes to avoid being looked down upon by others. "I want all the new products of the season, please pack them according to my size." The saleswoman was so shocked that her mouth was wide open. Although she thought Li Yang should have some money and would eventually buy one or two pieces of clothing, she didn't expect him to be so financially strong. Her eyes widened, her face full of disbelief, and she stammered, "Okay, sir, I'll do it for you right away. If I had known earlier that I would have continued to take the initiative, maybe I would have had a chance to become the woman by his side." She happily bustled around, helping Li Yang pack his things and swiping his card. Her movements became particularly skillful and the smile on her face became even brighter. "This order earned me an extra 4 or 5 months' salary." She kept complimenting Li Yang. While she was busy with her work, she kept saying, "Sir, you have such good taste. This dress is a perfect match for you. You must come here often in the future." Then, with a big smile on her face, she said in a flattering tone, "Sir, your temperament is simply incomparable. This dress is tailor-made for you. You have such good taste. You must come again next time when new products are on the market. We are all looking forward to seeing you." Li Yang just smiled faintly and said, "Let's talk about it later." The saleswoman quickly added, "Sir, you bought all the new products of the season. You are really bold. I believe that we will be able to provide you with better service next time you come." Li Yang didn't say anything and turned to look at Wan Mengqi. The saleswoman came forward and said, "Sir, you are so handsome and rich, you will definitely be a regular customer of our store in the future. I will give you priority in serving you then." She also had some selfish motives, hoping to be alone with Li Yang and continue to show her kindness to him. She glanced at Li Yang secretly, with a hint of ambiguity in her eyes. Wan Mengqi looked at the female salesperson angrily, swiped the card and took Li Yang away. She glared at the saleswoman fiercely, pulled Li Yang's arm hard, and said, "Brother Yang, let's go, ignore her." She was also shocked by Li Yang's lavish spending, but the saleswoman was too attentive and she couldn't care about anything else. She just wanted to finish her shopping and leave as soon as possible. Li Yang thought her jealous look was cute, but he was also a little worried that she wouldn't be able to accept the presence of other beauties. Asked tentatively, "If I still like someone else, would you still be with me?" Wan Mengqi fell into deep thought and began to cry in grievance. Her tears rolled down like beads from a broken string, and she cried, "Brother Yang, how can you say that? You are the only one in my heart." His sad look makes people feel heartbroken. After crying for an unknown amount of time, she said, "I still want to be with you, as long as you like me too. I can't like anyone else except you, you're too perfect." Li Yang comforted her softly, held her in his arms, and nodded with satisfaction. He patted Wan Mengqi's back gently and said softly, "Don't cry, little fool. I will always love you. You can stay by my side as long as you want." "I do." Wan Mengqi hugged Li Yang tightly, with tears still on her face, but her eyes were full of determination. Chapter 81 Brother Yang, you are awesome. Ruan Mingqi knew that the life of a man like Li Yang was destined to be colorful and eventful. Before she came, she also thought that she would not be the only one for him. But when she really faced it, she still felt a little sad because she liked Li Yang so much. Ruan Mingqi lowered her head, her eyes slightly red, and her heart felt like it was blocked by a ball of cotton, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Why can't I be his only one? But then I thought, it's normal for a man as good as him to have other people around him, as long as he has a place for me in his heart. After crying, she finally figured it out. As long as she could be with Li Yang, she had nothing else to ask for. What's more, Li Yang is financially strong, so she no longer has to struggle for a living. After sorting out her mood, she said, Brother Yang, I heard that high-end internet celebrity barbecue restaurant is nearby. Can you take me there to eat? Ruan Mingqi raised her head, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, and her voice had a hint of coquettishness. Li Yang nodded. It's indeed time to eat. Ruan Mingqi took Li Yang's hand and skipped towards the barbecue restaurant. She was like a happy little rabbit, with an excited smile on her face. She could finally eat the barbecue she had been longing for. She had heard of this restaurant a long time ago and wanted to try its flavor. But when she walked to the door of the barbecue restaurant, she found that there were many people queuing outside. When Ruan Mingqi went over, the waiter said directly, the number of people we can receive today has reached the upper limit, and we will not accept any more for the time being. The waiter said this expressionlessly, without even looking at Ruan Mingqi. The waiter was new and didn't know Li Yang. There were many men and women queuing nearby. Some boys saw that Ruan Mingqi was very pretty and approached her to say, beautiful girl, you can share the table with us. A fashionable boy came over with what he thought was a charming smile on his face. Ruan Mingqi naturally didn't want to, but she really wanted to eat the barbecue at this restaurant. She had told her friends that she would come back to eat there, so she was a little hesitant. Ruan Mingqi bit her lip, feeling extremely conflicted. It felt so weird to eat with a stranger, and Brother Yang obviously didn't want to do it either. She finally refused. Ruan Mingqi shook her head firmly and said, sorry, I still want to eat alone with my boyfriend. Li Yang pulled her towards the barbecue restaurant. He had the distinguished black card here, which allowed him to skip the queue and make an appointment. Don't worry, I have a black card. I'll take you in to eat. Li Yang said confidently with a calm smile on his face. But just as he was about to go in, he was stopped by the waiter at the door. He was new there and black cards were not common in the store, so he didn't know about this. Hello, we don't have black cards in our store. Please abide by the rules and don't force your way in. The waiter stretched out his hand and stopped Li Yang and Ruan Mingqi with a stiff tone. The men and women who were queuing just now couldn't help but discuss and laugh at the two people being stopped. Especially the boy who was rejected by Ruan Mingqi just now. He was already unhappy. He thought Li Yang was really privileged and felt a little inferior. He didn't expect that he was just pretending. Why are you pretending? You even use such low-level tricks to pick up girls. He curled his lips with a look of disdain. Black card? I'm going to make a plan. This store doesn't have it. Another girl followed suit. That's right, you think you are so great and want to enjoy privileges, but you don't even know where this place is. A boy wearing glasses sneered. Ah, this really made me laugh to death. He even said that the boss would come to greet him. He was bragging without thinking. A fat girl next to him laughed so hard that she fell over. Looking at the way he's dressed, he doesn't look like someone who has a black card, yet he's pretending to be a rich man. The girl is stupid for following him. A tall and thin boy said sarcastically. I guess he wanted to show off in front of his girlfriend, but he got caught. How embarrassing. I've seen a lot of people like this. They have no real skills and just talk nonsense. A middle-aged man also joined in the fun. Li Yang looked at these ignorant people and didn't want to explain anything. He said to the waiter directly, tell your boss and he will come to greet me. Li Yang looked calm, with a hint of majesty in his eyes. Everyone burst into laughter when they heard this. They even wanted the boss to treat him. It must be a dream. Many people had never seen this mysterious boss. Ah, this guy is such a boaster, he even wants to meet the boss. Just, who do you think you are? I think he's out of his mind. He's talking nonsense here and thinks he's so important, sneered a young man in fancy clothes. He says he has a black card, but I think he can't even pay off his credit card, an old lady shouted at the top of her voice. He's probably from some remote village and has never seen the world. He thinks he can get in by making up a random excuse. A fashionably dressed woman rolled her eyes. "Stop embarrassing yourself here and leave," a bearded middle-aged man shouted. "He looks so poor, how can the boss recognize him? It's a joke." A woman holding a child also mocked. Ruan Mingqi constantly defended Li Yang. Although she had never heard of the black card, she believed in Li Yang unconditionally. Ruan Mingqi glared at those who laughed at her and said, "Don't talk nonsense." Brother Yang wouldn't lie. About 10 minutes later, just when everyone thought that Li Yang was just showing off, the mysterious boss appeared with 12 waiters, who were arranged in an orderly manner and made a grand scene. "Welcome, Mr. Li, please come in and have your meal." The boss smiled and walked quickly forward to open the door for Li Yang personally. The mysterious boss apologized to Li Yang after he finished speaking. "I'm sorry, because of the waiter's negligence, I kept you waiting for a long time." The boss nodded and bowed as he spoke. Everyone came back to their senses from their shock only after Li Yang and others came in. They actually saw the mysterious boss, and the boss really came to greet Li Yang in person. Thinking of what they had just said, they felt very ashamed. They were the ones who didn't understand this place. It was because of their lack of knowledge that they didn't know there were black cards here. "Oh, we really didn't recognize the real talent. I shouldn't have laughed at him if I had known. I didn't expect that they are so powerful. We are just frogs in a well." A man in a suit patted his head regretfully. "This is the real boss. We were just mocking him. It's really embarrassing." A young man with dyed yellow hair lowered his head, his face flushed. "He has a black card, but we have never even seen it, yet we are still talking about it. How shameful." An old lady rubbed her hands in embarrassment. "I said that her temperament was extraordinary. It's us who have no vision and are blind. To be greeted by the boss himself requires one's status to be so honorable. We are so blind to laugh at him." A middle-aged man sighed. "This is a truly successful person. Compared to him, we are nothing. I'm so envious." A young man looked at the direction where Li Yang left with admiration. "Don't judge people by appearance from now on. This is what we call low-key luxury. We are so far behind." Li Yang and Ruan Mingqi walked into the store amid everyone's envious and regretful gazes. Ruan Mingqi looked at Li Yang with admiration and said, "Brother Yang, you are so awesome." There were little stars twinkling in her eyes. Li Yang smiled and said, "As long as you want to eat, there is nothing you can't do." He gently scratched Ruan Mingqi's nose. Led by the waiter, the two came to a luxurious private room and enjoyed the most thoughtful service. Chapter 82, Paying the entire bill. Li Yang ordered all the dishes in the restaurant and said to Ruan Mingqi, "Try them all and see which ones you like. You can come back next time." Li Yang smiled and looked at Ruan Mingqi tenderly, his tone full of doting. Ruan Mingqi was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. Li Yang was very attentive and willing to spend time with her. Ruan Mingqi's eyes sparkled with surprise. She covered her mouth with both hands and said excitedly, "Brother Yang, you are so good to me. I feel so happy." After ordering the dishes, Ruan Mingqi couldn't help but lean on Li Yang. She made all kinds of intimate moves, not only to please Li Yang, but also from the bottom of her heart. Ruan Mingqi snuggled gently in Li Yang's arms, her arms around his waist, a sweet smile on her face. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes full of tenderness and love, and her pink lips gently touched Li Yang's neck, as gentle as a dragonfly touching the water. Li Yang looked at her with a smile and responded to her positively. Ruan Mingqi's fingers gently stroked Li Yang's back, with a bit of playfulness and attachment. From time to time, she rubbed Li Yang's clothes with her nose, smelling the reassuring scent on him, and murmured, "Brother Yang, I really like you." Li Yang felt Ruan Mingqi's tenderness, gently stroked her hair with his hands, and hugged her tighter. Seeing this, Ruan Mingqi winked playfully and blew a breath into Li Yang's ear. The warm breath made Li Yang's heart tighten. She reached out her hand again and gently pinched Li Yang's earlobe, with a shy smile on her face. Li Yang also acted domineeringly in response to Ruan Mingqi's enthusiasm, causing Ruan Mingqi to blush and her heartbeat to speed up. Li Yang hugged Ruan Mingqi into his arms and whispered in her ear, "My dear, you are so charming, I can't help it." Ruan Mingqi's face turned red instantly and her heart beat faster. The people who had just laughed at Li Yang were still queuing up at the door. Some of them anxiously looked at the team in front of them and kept stamping their feet, while others sighed and complained about the long wait. Even if they line up, they can only sit in the lobby and are destined to have no chance of sitting in the luxurious private rooms. Thinking of this, Li Yang felt happy. He also saw how shocked and regretful they looked when they saw him walk into the barbecue restaurant. It was really funny and satisfying. Li Yang raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a smug smile, and thought to himself, "You laughed at me just now you regret it." At this time, the owner of the barbecue restaurant came in pushing a food cart, followed by a row of well-trained waiters. The boss had a big smile on his face and bent his waist very low. His respectful posture seemed as if Li Yang in front of him was his most distinguished guest. "Mr. Li, we have prepared all the dishes you ordered. These are all the top quality ingredients in our restaurant. We guarantee that you and this beautiful lady will be satisfied." As the boss spoke, he carefully placed plates of exquisite dishes on the dining table with slow and skillful movements. The waiter stood neatly by the side, nodding slightly, ready to serve Li Yang and Wan Mengqi at any time. The boss personally introduced the characteristics and cooking methods of each dish to Li Yang and Wan Mengqi, and the flattery and ingratiation in his tone were obvious. "Mr. Li, this marbled beef is a top-quality ingredient imported from abroad. It is carefully grilled by our chef and is tender and juicy. And this deep-sea fish was just airlifted in this morning. It is absolutely fresh." He talked incessantly, with tiny beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Li Yang just nodded slightly, looking calm. Wan Mengqi was so surprised by the grand scene that she couldn't close her mouth. She admired Li Yang even more in her heart. Wan Mengqi couldn't help but take photos and post them on WeChat Moments. She picked up her phone and took photos from different angles, muttering, "Such a sumptuous meal must make my friends envious." Thinking that the 10,000X cashback card was still valid, Li Yang waved his hand to the manager and said in a heroic tone, "I'll pay for the whole meal today." The manager was so shocked that his eyes widened into bells and his mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. His hand holding the card machine couldn't help but tremble slightly. He stammered, "Mr. Li, your generous gesture really makes me feel flattered. It is a great honor for our store to have such a wealthy and generous guest like you." The manager swallowed his saliva, tried to calm himself down, and continued, "Mr. Li, you are obviously a big businessman. No one can match your vision and courage. I have been in this industry for so many years, and this is the first time I have seen a big shot like you. Being able to serve you is a blessing that I have earned in several lifetimes. I believe that your business will surely flourish and make a fortune. In the future, please come and take care of our shop often. When you come, our shop will be prosperous." When the guests dining in the hall heard the news, they were immediately excited and began to discuss who the mysterious rich man was who paid for them. "Wow, someone actually paid for it. This is so lucky. I don't know who this kind-hearted person is. I really want to thank him in person." Many women expressed their desire for the mysterious rich man with admiration. "It would be great if I could meet this rich man. He must be handsome and rich." A sexy woman put her hands together in front of her chest and said with a crazy look on her face, "I wonder if he has a girlfriend. It would be so happy if I could be with him." The other woman's eyes flashed with anticipation. "Stop dreaming. How could anyone like us?" The best friend next to her poured a bucket of cold water on her. "Maybe I do have this charm," the woman retorted unconvinced. "I heard that this rich man seems to be the boss of a large company and he is usually very low-key." A man wearing glasses said mysteriously, "Is this true? Wouldn't that be even more amazing?" People nearby came over. "I heard it from others, so I'm not sure about the details, but judging from his appearance, he is definitely not an ordinary person," the man with glasses said proudly. At this time, in the luxurious private room, Wan Mengqi looked at Li Yang with eyes full of admiration and said, "Brother Yang, you are amazing. This restaurant is just an ordinary meal for you, but it is a luxury for me." Li Yang smiled and said, "You can come here often in the future." Wan Mengqi was so moved that her eyes were slightly red. She said, "Brother Yang, I will definitely stay with you and never leave you." Li Yang stroked her hair gently and said, "Be good, eat quickly." Wan Mengqi nodded and began to taste the food. Those who were queuing at the door were filled with envy and jealousy when they heard the laughter inside. The boy who was rejected by Wan Mengqi just now looked at the closed door of the private room and felt very regretful. He slammed his thigh hard and said to himself, "I was so blind that I missed such a good opportunity. If I had behaved better just now, maybe I could have gone in and enjoyed it." A girl said with envy, "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have laughed at them. Maybe I could have made friends with them." "That's right, we really don't recognize the great man," the person next to him echoed. I think that woman is really lucky to have found such a great boyfriend. Maybe he is not only rich, but also a very kind person, said an old lady. Alas, we can only queue here and don't know when we can eat. A man sighed. Amid the discussions of the crowd, Li Yang and Wan Mengqi spent a pleasant dining time in the private room. After dinner, Li Yang and Wan Mengqi walked out of the private room hand in hand. People in the hall cast envious glances. Li Yang and Wan Mengqi left the barbecue restaurant as if no one was around, leaving behind a group of people who were still envious and discussing. Chapter 83. She really doesn't love me too much. When Li Yang and Wan Mengqi came out of the barbecue restaurant, it was already night and the lights were on. The hustle and bustle of the city was replaced by the tranquility of the night, and the street lights on both sides of the street emitted a soft light, illuminating the way forward for them. The breeze blows gently, bringing a hint of coolness. The two held hands and came to a 5-star hotel. The hotel lobby is brightly lit, with sparkling crystal chandeliers reflecting dreamy light. The floor is covered with soft and thick carpets, and every step you take feels like you are walking on clouds. In the center of the lobby is an exquisite floral sculpture, emitting bursts of fragrance. Wan Mengqi looked at the hotel's layout with curiosity, her bright eyes flashing with surprise. She let go of Li Yang's hand like a happy little deer, jumping around and looking around. She stroked the soft cushions on the sofa in the lobby and exclaimed, "Brother Yang, this place is so beautiful." Li Yang looked at her with a smile, walked up to her, gently scratched her nose and said, "If you like, I will bring you here often in the future." He took her hand and said, "Come on, let's go to the room." Then, the two came to the room. The room was warm and elegant, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the bright night view of the city. Wan Mengqi ran to the window, looked at the scenery outside, and shouted excitedly, "Brother Yang, come and see, it's so beautiful." Li Yang walked behind her, hugged her from behind, and whispered in her ear, "In my eyes, you are more beautiful than this scenery." Wan Mengqi turned around and ran towards Li Yang, then jumped into Li Yang's arms. She hugged Li Yang's neck tightly with both hands and said coquettishly, "Brother Yang, I'm so happy." Li Yang was caught off guard and staggered by her sudden action, and they both fell down. Falling on the soft carpet, Li Yang looked at Wan Mengqi in his arms. He gently pinched Wan Mengqi's nose and said, "Little naughty boy, look how anxious you are." Wan Mengqi giggled. She tapped Li Yang's chest with her finger and said, "Brother Yang, with you by my side, I'm not afraid of anything." Wan Mengqi put her arms around Li Yang's waist, looked up at him and said, "Brother Yang, I am willing to give myself completely to you." Li Yang was deeply moved. He gently kissed Wan Mengqi's forehead and said, "Shichi, you said this." As he spoke, he hugged Wan Mengqi tightly in his arms, and their breathing gradually became rapid. Li Yang's hand gently stroked Wan Mengqi's back, and Wan Mengqi responded to his hug with her body trembling slightly. Li Yang lowered his head and kissed Wan Mengqi's lips. Wan Mengqi closed her eyes and responded enthusiastically. The moonlight shone through the window onto them, illuminating their intertwined figures. After a long time, the two slowly separated. Li Yang looked at Wan Mengqi's flushed face and said, "Baby, are you tired?" Wan Mengqi nodded and said, "I'm so tired, you're so awesome." Not long after, Wan Mengqi fell into a deep sleep. Li Yang was still full of energy. He turned on his mobile phone and saw the news that a 10,000-fold cash rebate had been credited to his account. Your bank card has received 1,256,000,000 yuan. This is the cashback I got for paying the entire bill at the barbecue restaurant. It was a great reward. Li Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, turned up the corners of his mouth, and revealed a satisfied smile. Then he saw the message sent by Luoyi. "Luoyi, brother, are you coming to watch the live broadcast? Today's clothes are specially worn for you to see. Picture. Picture." In the picture, Luoyi is lovely and charming, with a soft waist and a black kimono. The neckline of the kimono is just right, revealing her fair and slender neck, like an elegant swan. She wore a wide red belt around her waist, which made her slender waist look even slimmer and highlighted her figure to the fullest. Luoyi is the perfect fusion of cuteness and charm, which is exactly the style that Li Yang likes. He opened Douyin, and the system automatically recommended Luoyi's live broadcast room to him. Luoyi is dancing, her figure is as light as a swallow, and every movement is smooth and graceful. Her waist twisted to the rhythm of the music, like a flower swaying in the breeze, light and agile. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was very good, and everyone was praising how well her clothes suited her and how she looked like Mayuri. "Wow, Yi's dance today was absolutely amazing. The dress matches her dance perfectly. It's so charming. Yi's figure, dancing posture, and clothes make her look like a fairy from heaven. E is so beautiful, her dancing skills are amazing, and this dress shows off all her strengths. I love it. I feel E is even prettier and more charming than Mayal. Her dance is so infectious. E's performance today was amazing. The dress she chose was great. She is a natural dancer. It's such a pleasure to watch E dance. This dress blends perfectly with her temperament. It's a visual feast. A few days ago, Li Yang came to her live broadcast room to watch the carnival, which increased her popularity. Today, the number of people in the live broadcast room reached 100,000. Some people are also discussing Yang Yang. Hey, why hasn't Yang Yang come today? I've been waiting for a long time. I wonder when Yang Yang will show up. I'm so looking forward to it. I stayed in this live broadcast room just to watch Yang Yang. When will he come? I heard that Yang Yang spends a lot of money and is very generous. I really want to see this Douyin's most wealthy man with my own eyes. I'm curious about what kind of person Yang Yang is that attracts so much attention from everyone. Maybe Yang Yang is busy, let's wait a little longer. I hope Yang Yang comes soon. I want to see if he will do anything surprising today. Everyone is very interested in the richest person in Douyin. Some people even wait in the live broadcast room specifically to catch a glimpse of the richest person in Douyin. I gave up other live broadcast rooms and came here specifically to wait for Yang Yang. I wonder if Yang Yang will give Yi a lot of gifts when he comes. It would be so lucky if I could talk to Yang Yang. I really want to know if Yang Yang is so domineering in real life. I want to see what charm this Douyin's most wealthy man has. When Luo Yi saw Li Yang enter the live broadcast room, the smile on her face became brighter and her voice became sweeter. Brother Yang, you are finally here. As she spoke, she waved to the camera. The audience in the live broadcast room also flooded the comments with messages to welcome Li Yang. Welcome Brother Yang. Mr. Yang's arrival brings honor to our humble home. Warmly welcome the ocean god to the live broadcast room. Boss Yang, you are finally here, welcome. Welcome, Brother Yang. I am glad to see you again today. As soon as President Yang arrived, the live broadcast room became brighter. Welcome, welcome. Brother Yang, welcome to the live broadcast room, we have been waiting for you. Everyone couldn't help but cheer when they saw Li Yang in Luo Yi's live broadcast room again. Luo Yi is really happy to see Li Yang coming. She really loves him too much. Boss Yang loves our Yi so much. He has appeared in Yi's live broadcast room recently. They are both running in both directions. Some people even asked Yang Yang directly whether he liked Luo Yi, but Li Yang did not respond. Luo Yi looked very lost and her dancing state was gone. Her movements became a little stiff, and her eyes were full of confusion and anxiety. She thought to herself, why didn't Brother Yang answer? Does he not like me? She didn't know whether Li Yang meant to deny it or he just didn't see it. Brother Yang, what are you thinking? Luo Yi muttered silently in her heart, and the smile on her face gradually disappeared. Chapter 84 A Different Experience. Li Yang raised the corners of his mouth when he saw Luo Yi's lost look. She really couldn't hide her thoughts at all. It feels good to be openly liked by a beautiful internet celebrity. Li Yang deliberately did not respond to this question. 2 minutes later, Luo Yi connected with a female anchor. The female anchoress voice was very nice. When Li Yang saw the anchor on the opposite side, he was dazed for a moment and thought, is Zhang Runan also here to be a female anchor? Xiaonan opposite was wearing a white lace dress with a retro square neckline, revealing her delicate cleavage and slender neck, at least as see. Her hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, and the slightly curled ends added a bit of playfulness and agility. He looked at the homepage of the female anchor opposite and found that it was not Zhang Runan. They look too much like him, and they even imitate him intentionally during live broadcasts, to the point where it's indistinguishable from the real thing. The host on the opposite side is named Xiaonan. She is younger than Zhang Runan and looks very pure. Ding. Consumable object detected. Name, Li Xiaonan. Age, 19. Body, 8.7 points. Appearance, 8.8 points. Favorability, 40 points. She had obviously heard of Li Yang's name. After all, Li Yang was recognized as the richest man on the Douyin platform. In this live broadcast circle, how many female anchors didn't know him? The initial favorability is as high as 40 points. It seems that it will be much easier to conquer him. However, Luo Yi still has to win this round. Only in this way will there be a chance to conquer both of them. We must give Luoyi enough hope and make her feel that she is unique and special in Li Yang's heart. At the same time, Xiaonan should also be made aware of Li Yang's strong strength so that she can take the initiative to please him. Luoyi has almost the same number of fans as Xiaonan. If they were to compete in a normal situation, both of them would probably win, as their strengths are equal. But today in Li Yang's live broadcast room, there was almost no suspense. Luoyi would win, and both of them knew it. Xiaonan was very excited when she saw Mr. Yang in the live broadcast room opposite, and she greeted Li Yang. A sweet smile bloomed on her face, and her voice was as sweet as a yellow oriole singing in a valley. "Hello, Mr. Yang. I have heard of your great name for a long time. Xiaonan is very happy to see you in the live broadcast room today. Please come to my live broadcast room when you are free." The smile on Luoyi's face became a little stiff at this moment, and her eyes revealed a hint of dissatisfaction and jealousy. She bit her lip and muttered, "Humph, you try to get close to Brother Yang as soon as you get here." Li Yang simply responded, "I will go when I have time." Only then did Luoyi smile. It seemed that Li Yang had no interest in the anchor named Xiaonan. Next, Li Yang spent money like crazy and started to spend the carnival without any scruples. Yang gives away Carnival X1, and a dazzling light instantly burst out on the screen, and the entire live broadcast room was shrouded in this gorgeous special effects. Yang sends Carnival 2, one wave after another. The continuous luxurious gift special effects are like a surging wave, impacting the eyes of every audience. Yang sends out Carnival 133. At this moment, the live broadcast room seemed to have turned into a luxurious treasure house, with countless Carnival gift special effects appearing one after another. Before the previous one disappears, the next one appears again. The lights are intertwined and extremely dazzling, making people feel as if they are in a dreamy wonderland of wealth and are deeply shocked by this unparalleled grandeur. Luoyi was so excited that she danced with joy, a smile as bright as a flower bloomed on her face, and she said in a sweet voice, "Thank you, Brother Yang. Brother Yang is the best to eat. He loves you so much." She felt that Li Yang must like her, otherwise why would he come to her live broadcast room every time to give so many gifts? The host on the other side was shocked to see Li Yang giving so many gifts and started to compliment Li Yang. His words were full of admiration for Li Yang. Xiaonan's eyes widened with disbelief, and then her voice trembled with excitement. "Boss Yang, you are so generous. If I can get such generous support from you, Xiaonan will have no regrets in this life. You are simply a legend in the live broadcast industry, an existence that no one can match. Mr. Yang, if I could have 1/10,000th of your ambition, I would be able to dominate the live broadcast industry." Li Yang looked at Xiaonan and found her very interesting. He did not expect her to be so innocent and lovely, and to have such a straightforward personality. She was always complimenting him. The audience in the live broadcast room were even more excited. "Wow, Mr. Yang is so generous. Luoyi is sure to win this time. I think Xiaonan is also very beautiful, but it's a pity that Mr. Yang supports Luoyi. I think these two anchors are interested in Mr. Yang. Luoyi should be careful. Boss Yang's financial resources are beyond the reach of others. It's amazing." After the PK ended, Li Yang exited Luoyi's live broadcast room and saw that Xiaonan followed him and sent him a private message. "Xiaonan, hello, Mr. Yang. I am Xiaonan. Your behavior in the live broadcast room tonight really shocked me. From the first moment I saw you, I was deeply attracted by your charm. I know this may sound abrupt, but I really want to get to know you. I want to enter your world and learn more about you. Li Yang, it's quite interesting. Xiaonan, Boss Yang, I know you have plenty of women around you, but I promise I'm different from them. And I will bring you a different experience." Picture. The picture above is her private photo, which adds some charm to her purity. She has a curvy figure, and the black stockings give her a different feeling when she wears them. Li Yang, not bad. Xiaonan, brother, can you give me your contact information? For example, the green bubble number. Li Yang, okay, this is my green bubble number, don't let me down. Xiaonan, thank you, brother. I will definitely not let you down. Chapter 85. Were you with Ruan Mingqi yesterday? The next day, Li Yang arranged for a moving company to place Ruan Mingqi's things in the villa and then went to school. When Li Yang left the villa, Ruan Mingqi was reluctant to let him go. Ruan Mingqi was wearing a loose pink nightgown with a loose neckline, revealing her fair shoulders. Her hair was scattered randomly, a little messy, but it made her look even more cute and adorable. She ran to the door barefoot, hugged Li Yang, and said in a tearful voice, "Brother Yang, I don't want you to leave. Please stay with me for a while longer. Ruan Mingqi's eyes were filled with tears, like a poor little rabbit. Li Yang felt that she was more clingy than he had imagined, or maybe her mentality had changed after what happened last night. Ruan Mingqi hugged Li Yang's waist tightly, as if he would disappear if she let go. She buried her head in his chest and murmured, "Brother Yang, I will miss you when you leave, every minute and every second. Without you by my side, I won't be motivated to do anything." As she spoke, she couldn't help but let her tears slide down and drip onto Li Yang's clothes. Li Yang gently stroked Ruan Mingqi's hair, kissed her on the forehead, and said softly, "Baby, wait for me to come back. I'm going to school to take care of something and will be back to accompany you soon." Li Yang hugged Ruan Mingqi tightly in his arms, and Ruan Mingqi snuggled in his chest like a docile kitten. She wrapped her arms around Li Yang's neck, their faces got closer and closer, and their breathing became gradually hotter. Li Yang kissed Ruan Mingqi's forehead lightly, slid down her cheek to her earlobe, and gently held it in his mouth, causing Ruan Mingqi to let out a coquettish moan. Ruan Mingqi tilted her head slightly and offered her red lips actively. Li Yang responded enthusiastically, their tongues entwined, as if time had stopped at this moment. Li Yang's hands wandered over Ruan Mingqi's back, feeling her softness and warmth. Her body trembled slightly, and she clutched Li Yang's clothes tightly, as if wanting to merge herself with him. After a long time, their lips slowly parted, leaving a thread of ambiguity. Li Yang gazed into Ruan Mingqi's eyes that were full of love and attachment, kissed her forehead again, and turned and left. After arriving at school, Li Yang saw Zhao Shirhan waiting for her next to the teaching building. She was dressed very sexy today, different from usual. Zhao Shirhan was wearing a tight red dress that was short to her thighs, and her long, straight legs were dazzlingly white in the sun. Her neckline was very low, her cleavage was vaguely visible, full of temptation. She was wearing a pair of high heels, swaying with every step, and exuding the fatal charm of a mature woman. Just when Li Yang was wondering, Zhao Shirhan took the initiative to approach Li Yang and pulled her to the remote little garden where they were last time. As soon as they arrived at a place with few people, Zhao Shirhan couldn't help but hug Li Yang. Zhao Shirhan hooked her hands around Li Yang's neck, pressed her lips against his passionately, and her breathing became rapid and disordered. Her body trembled slightly, as if the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time burst out completely at this moment. Zhao Shirhan looked very happy and excited. 5 minutes later, Zhao Shirhan panted slightly and said, "Li Yang, I just completed the resignation procedures. From now on, we can be together openly." Zhao Shirhan's eyes were full of anticipation and joy, and her cheeks were rosy like a ripe apple. She stared into Li Yang's eyes, hoping to get a positive answer from him. "I'll move to your villa tomorrow, okay? To celebrate, take me shopping tomorrow, and we won't leave until we're drunk." As Zhao Shirhan spoke, she gently stroked Li Yang's chest, her eyes full of ambiguity and expectation. Li Yang had never seen Zhao Shirhan so happy before. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay, whatever you say." Seeing that there was no one around, the two found a rockery and had skin-to-skin contact. Zhao Shirhan's eyes became blurred, and her hands tightly grasped Li Yang's clothes, her nails almost digging into the clothes. Her lips parted slightly and she let out a soft gasp. Zhao Shirhan also seems to like this thrilling feeling. Although she is no longer a teacher at this school, she would be socially dead if she was seen doing so on campus. But she still took the risk of doing such a dangerous thing. 20 minutes later, Zhao Shirhan staggered to Li Yang's car to rest. Li Yang was about to go to class, so he rushed to the classroom. As soon as he entered the classroom, his roommates excitedly invited him to sit next to them. "Were you with Ruan Mingqi yesterday?" Chen Jie's expression was a little nervous, and his eyes were fixed on Li Yang, as if he wanted to find the answer from his expression. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Li Yang answered nonchalantly, but he was guessing what Chen Jie was thinking in his heart. Chen Jie couldn't hold it in any longer. "Ruan Mingqi is my goddess, and you just pushed her down like that?" Chen Jie held his head in his hands, his face full of pain and loss, as if he had lost the most precious thing. The other roommates also looked at him with sympathy. In fact, they also knew in their hearts that this was a matter of mutual consent, so there was no reason for him to blame Li Yang. Li Yang looked at Chen Jie, who looked lost and painful, and sighed softly, saying, "There are many better girls out there, Chen Jie, don't be so dejected. I'll introduce you to a prettier one later." As he spoke, Li Yang reached out and patted Chen Jie on the shoulder, trying to give him some strength and comfort. His tone was relaxed, trying to create a relaxing atmosphere, but a hint of apology was inevitably revealed in his eyes. After all, he knew that Ruan Mingqi was the goddess in Chen Jie's heart, but he was together with her. After hearing what Li Yang said, Chen Jie raised his head, and the sadness in his eyes faded a little. he looked at Li Yang. Although he still felt a little sad, he also understood that feelings cannot be forced. Li Yang's comfort and promise still made him feel a little warmth and hope. After a while, Chen Jie took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, as if he wanted to expel all the depression in his heart. He forced a smile and said, "Okay, Li Yang, then I'll be waiting for your introduction." His sad mood was finally relieved. Although there was still a trace of pain in his heart, at least he was no longer as devastated as before. The roommates all talked about their envy of Li Yang. "Li Yang, you are amazing, you are surrounded by beautiful women. I can only imagine this kind of scene in my dreams every day, but you have made it all come true. That's right, why don't we have this blessing? Look at you, and then look at ourselves, there's such a huge difference in our situation." Another roommate also echoed, shaking his head and sighing, his eyes full of helplessness and envy. "Li Yang, do you have any special secrets? Please teach them to the brothers so that we can also share the benefits. Don't always enjoy this good fortune alone." "Oh, there's no secret. Maybe it's just luck." Li Yang responded with a smile, but he felt a little proud in his heart. "Your luck is so good, it makes me jealous. Why don't you give us some?" "Ha, don't worry, maybe your destiny will come soon." Li Yang comforted everyone. Although everyone expressed envy and jealousy, they were also happy for Li Yang in their hearts. After class, Wan Bingyao waited for Li Yang at the classroom door, attracting a lot of boys to watch. Chapter 86: A Good Dog Doesn't Block the Road. Ruan Bingyao was so beautiful that they watched her from a distance and discussed in low voices. "This girl is so hot." A boy stared at Ruan Bingyao and couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice. "That's right. That face and that figure, she's just like a fairy." The boy next to her echoed, unwilling to take his eyes off Ruan Bingyao for a moment. "If I could have a girlfriend like this, I would wake up smiling in my dreams." Another boy's face was full of longing and his voice was full of envy. "Stop dreaming. We can't even dream of a beauty of this level." Someone poured cold water on his excited companion, but couldn't help but glance at Ruan Bingyao. "I don't know who she is waiting for, who is so lucky." A boy with glasses pushed his glasses and said sourly. The next second, Ruan Bingyao called Li Yang's name. "Li Yang, hurry up." Ruan Bingyao yelled coquettishly, her voice clear and sweet. Her face was filled with smiles and her eyes were full of anticipation. She was wearing a white dress with delicate flowers embroidered on it, like a blooming lily, highlighting her figure. Her hair was tied into a high ponytail, making her look youthful and energetic. Many boys looked at Li Yang with envy, their eyes full of jealousy. They looked at the backs of Li Yang and Ruan Bingyao leading side by side, whispering to each other. "Look at Li Yang, he's so enviable and hated." A thin boy said sourly, his eyes fixed on Li Yang and Ruan Bingyao. "Oh, it's so frustrating to compare yourself with others. Why does he always get all the good things?" A fat boy next to him shook his head helplessly and sighed. "Ruan Bingyao is the goddess-level figure in our school, yet she is so close to Li Yang. What is the charm of this guy Li Yang?" A tall boy frowned, his face full of confusion and unwillingness. Li Yang seemed to have become accustomed to these envious and jealous looks. With a smile on his face, he calmly left the classroom side by side with Ruan Bingyao, leaving a group of boys standing there with envy. Ruan Bingyao recently realized that she had special feelings for Li Yang. During this period of time, Ruan Bingyao often thought of Li Yang inadvertently. Whenever his figure appeared in her mind, Ruan Bingyao's heart would beat faster involuntarily. This feeling was completely different from her previous simple admiration for other boys. Li Yang seemed to have an invisible magic that attracted her deeply and made her want to get closer to him and know more about him. But she also found that Li Yang had a fatal attraction to many girls. Many girls knew that there was no possibility for them in Li Yang, but they still confessed their love to Li Yang on the confession wall again and again, and even posted photos of Li Yang that they had secretly taken. She was very worried that Li Yang only treated her as a friend. She felt that the advantage brought by her appearance was no longer obvious in front of Li Yang, because there were many beautiful women around Li Yang. After thinking it over, she pulled Li Yang to the playground to declare her sovereignty. Along the way, the two of them attracted the attention of many classmates. Many girls' hearts were broken when they saw Li Yang and Ruan Bingyao holding hands. "Oh my, why is Ruan Bingyao together with Li Yang? My heart is broken into pieces." A short-haired girl saw them walking hand in hand, her eyes widened, her face full of disbelief, and she covered her chest with her hands, as if she had suffered a huge blow. "Humph, I've been secretly in love with Li Yang for so long, but I didn't expect Ruan Bingyao to get him first." The girl with twin ponytails next to him looked disappointed, with tears welling up in her eyes. How can we be jealous? Ruan Bingyao is so beautiful and has a good family background. Li Yang will definitely choose her. Another girl wearing glasses shook her head helplessly, her voice full of frustration. The boys looked at this scene in shock. Many of them had a crush on Ruan Bingyao and had some understanding of this goddess-level girl. She was known for her aloofness, but I didn't expect that today she would be willing to hold Li Yang's hand in public. Oh my god, Ruan Bingyao actually held Li Yang's hand. This world is crazy. A tall boy was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped, and the basketball in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. She used to ignore everyone, why would she be like this to Li Yang? I've given Ruan Bingyao so many gifts, but she never even looked at them. What kind of luck does Li Yang have? They looked at the two holding hands, felt a pang of sadness in their hearts, and discussed in a low voice. The two were walking on the playground, talking and laughing, and Li Yang could feel the enthusiasm that Ruan Bingyao was releasing. Ruan Bingyao's face was filled with a bright smile, and her eyes curved into crescents. Li Yang, you know what? Recently I keep thinking about the time when we chatted together, and it feels so good. As she spoke, she gently shook Li Yang's hand. Li Yang smiled and responded, me too, I am always very happy when I am with you. Ruan Bingyao raised her head slightly and looked into Li Yang's eyes. Will you still attend my birthday party in the future? Li Yang nodded, of course, as long as you are willing. Their laughter echoed over the playground, and the sunlight shone on them, seeming to form a beautiful halo. This scene was seen by Han Jipeng. Han Jipeng had just finished playing basketball and was about to return to the classroom when he saw Ruan Bingyao and Li Yang walking hand in hand on the playground from afar. His face suddenly turned gloomy, veins popped out on his forehead, and he slammed the basketball in his hand heavily to the ground. He gritted his teeth and walked towards them quickly. He has always had a crush on Ruan Bingyao. The two grew up together and their parents often had business dealings. Although the two of them are not particularly good friends, they are just ordinary friends. He had been secretly in love with Ruan Bingyao for many years, but he knew that Zhang Shiji was the most likely person to marry into the Ruan family, so he did not take the initiative to pursue her. But now Li Yang actually took the initiative to show his courtesy to Ruan Bingyao. Who does he think he is? He stepped forward to block Li Yang's retreat and said, who do you think you are? How dare you pursue Ruan Bingyao? Han Jipeng crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes full of hostility, and leaned forward slightly, putting pressure on Li Yang. Li Yang did not flinch, looked directly into Han Jipeng's eyes, and said in a cold and firm voice, a good dog does not stand in the way. Also, who do you care who I pursue? What does it have to do with you? Han Jipeng was speechless for a moment, but he still said stubbornly, people like you are not worthy of being with Ruan Bingyao. Don't you know that she has an engagement with the Zheng family? His voice rose an octave, and he pointed at Li Yang, shaking with anger. Do you know what kind of family the Zheng family is? Can a loser like you compare to them? Han Jipeng's eyes were full of disdain and ridicule, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile. Chapter 87 Li Yang, you were so handsome just now. Li Yang raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a disdainful smile. I know, you are talking about Zheng Shiji, right? He still owes me 100 million. A family that is about to go bankrupt is worthy of being compared with me? Li Yang raised his head slightly and glanced at Han Jipeng with contempt. The curve of his mouth corners became even deeper, and his words were full of contempt for the Zheng family. Han Jipeng looked at Li Yang suspiciously, his brows furrowed tightly, his eyes full of suspicion and confusion. Don't talk nonsense, the Zheng family and the Ruan family have always been on good terms, and Ruan Bingyao will not let you go if you spread rumors. Han Jipeng took a step forward, pointed his finger at Li Yang, his voice trembling with anger and his face flushed red. Ruan Bingyao frowned slightly and said calmly, what he said is true. She folded her hands in front of her chest, her expression calm, and looked at Han Jipeng firmly with her eyes, her tone unquestionable. Han Jipeng was skeptical. How could a family like the Zheng family owe money to a loser like Li Yang? Wasn't he just a nouveau riche with a little money? He stood there, shaking his head and muttering softly, how is this possible? Impossible, absolutely impossible. His eyes were full of disbelief. I don't believe it. Stay away from Ruan Bingyao. You don't deserve it. Han Jipeng stepped forward again, almost sticking to Li Yang, his eyes widened, glaring at him, his tone firm and overbearing. Then Han Jipeng put his hands on his hips, breathing heavily, with a hint of stubbornness in his eyes. Unless you make Zheng Shiji admit it himself, you have to stay away from Ruan Bingyao. Li Yang laughed angrily, his eyes full of mockery. What? Are you his lackey? Are you helping him watch over you like this? Ruan Bingyao said impatiently, who I make friends with has nothing to do with Zheng Shiji. Our two families don't have an engagement. Don't worry about it, Han Jipeng. You've crossed the line. A trace of anger appeared on Ruan Bingyao's face. She put down her hands, took a step forward, looked directly into Han Jipeng's eyes, and raised her voice a few degrees. Han Jipeng was so angry that his teeth itched. He clenched his fists and said to Li Yang, "Speak with more respect. Do you know who I am? I am a member of the Han family. I can kill you with just a flick of my finger. Haningjie, do you know? The most prestigious rich second generation in the school is my cousin. Be careful or I'll let him beat you up." He raised his chin, his face full of pride and complacency, as if Haningjie's name was his greatest reliance. Li Yang's eyes were as calm as water, as if Han Jipeng's threats had no effect on him. He just stood there quietly, but exuded an aura that could not be ignored. Han Jipeng thought he was scared, and was secretly proud of himself, and continued, "How about this? I won't embarrass a country upstart like you. If you apologize to me now and promise to stay away from Ruan Bingyao in the future, I won't care." A smug smile appeared on his face, thinking that he had gained the upper hand, and his eyes were full of provocation. Li Yang's eyes flashed with determination. He narrowed his eyes slightly, without any sign of retreat in his tone, and said firmly, "Call Haningjie. Do you think he dares to touch me?" Han Jipeng looked at Li Yang's confident look and suddenly felt a little unsure. In fact, the relationship between his family and Haningjie's family was not very good. They just often used Haningjie's name to put on airs. Han Jipeng's eyes began to avoid and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, but things had come to this point and he had no choice but to go ahead. But things have come to this, and he thinks Haningjie will help him clean up the mess. This way, he can teach Li Yang a lesson, for he was so arrogant. Han Jipeng gritted his teeth, secretly encouraged himself, took out his mobile phone tremblingly and dialed Haningjie's number. While waiting for the call to be connected, he looked at Li Yang nervously. The atmosphere between the two was tense. The students next to them also noticed something was wrong and watched their actions from the side. Who do you think is better, Li Yang or Han Jipeng? It's hard to say. Han Jipeng is so arrogant and relies on his relationship with the Han family to bully people in school. But Li Yang doesn't look like someone you can easily mess with. He looks so calm. Maybe he has a powerful background. I think Han Jipeng is still the best. He has the Han family behind him, which is a big family. No matter how powerful Li Yang is, can he be better than the Han family? Not necessarily. Li Yang must have the confidence to go against Han Jipeng. And looking at his fearless look, he might be able to suppress Han Jipeng. Oh, don't argue, let's just wait and see the result. That's right, but no matter who wins, this is going to be a big deal. It will probably be talked about in school for a while. I still hope Li Yang can win. Han Jipeng is usually too bullying. It would be great if Li Yang could dampen his arrogance. Shu, speak softly, don't let them hear you. The classmate next to him quickly reminded. Finally, Han Jipeng called Haningjie and waited nervously. Han Jipeng held the phone tightly, his ear pressed against the receiver. His palms were full of sweat, and his knuckles turned white from the force of holding the phone. His lips trembled slightly, and he kept repeating in his heart, "Cousin, you must come and help me." His eyes were fixed on the screen of his mobile phone, as if it was his only lifeline. Li Yang was calm and composed, with a relaxed smile on his face, as if the tense atmosphere around them had nothing to do with them. There was no sign of nervousness on Ruan Bingyao's face, and her eyes were always on Li Yang. Li Yang smiled and looked at Ruan Bingyao tenderly, saying softly, "Ignore him, let's talk about our own things." Ruan Bingyao nodded slightly, a blush appeared on her face, and her eyes were full of trust and dependence. She leaned towards Li Yang gently and said, "Well, I'll listen to you." Not long after, Haningjie arrived. Seeing that the person Han Jipeng had offended was Li Yang, he ran over angrily. Before Han Jipeng could react, he raised his hand and punched him, shouting, "You really dare to offend anyone now? My family will be killed by you sooner or later. Apologize to Brother Yang." Han Jipeng was stunned, and stood there in a daze, his mind was blank. But he didn't dare to disobey Haningjie, because his family depended on Haningjie's family for food. It took him several seconds to come back to his senses, his eyes filled with fear and helplessness. He trembled and said, "Cousin, I don't know." Han Jipeng lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, "Brother Yang, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize the great man. Please forgive me this time. The students who were watching the fun looked at Li Yang in shock. Is he so powerful? Even the Han family was so servile in front of him. They couldn't help but gossip. What is Li Yang's background? Han Jie is so respectful to him. It seems that we can't provoke Li Yang easily in the future. He must be no simple person. The classmates whispered to each other, their faces full of surprise and awe. Could it be that some young master from a wealthy family deliberately came to our school to experience life in a low-key manner? It's possible. Otherwise, how could Han Jie be like this? The girl next to her echoed, covering her mouth, her eyes full of curiosity. I thought Li Yang was just an ordinary student, but I didn't expect him to be so hidden. Maybe there is some powerful backer behind him, but we just don't know. You have to be polite when you see Li Yang in the future. Don't offend him accidentally. A timid girl said timidly, pulling the corner of the clothes of her classmate next to her. Yes, who would have thought that Li Yang, who usually keeps quiet, actually has such great abilities? Everyone nodded, still feeling frightened. Li Yang crossed his arms over his chest, narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Han Jipeng coldly, and said, "Humph, I'll let you go this time. Don't be so arrogant in the future. Remember this." After saying that, he turned around and ignored Han Jipeng. Han Jie saw that Li Yang looked unhappy, and quickly apologized to Li Yang. "Brother Yang, I didn't tell him in advance, which affected your mood." Han Jie saw that Li Yang looked unhappy, and quickly apologized to Li Yang. "Brother Yang, I didn't tell him in advance, which affected your mood." Han Jie had a flattering look on his face, he hunched over, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, he didn't dare to look directly at Li Yang, and spoke cautiously. Li Yang glanced at him, frowned, and said in a cold tone, "You are such a fool. Take good care of your cousin and don't let him cause trouble for you." Ruan Bingyao had been observing Li Yang's attitude in handling things. He was mature and steady, with almost no obvious emotional changes. Ruan Bingyao's eyes were shining with admiration. She approached Li Yang, took his arm, and said in a tender voice, "Li Yang, you were so handsome just now. I admire you more and more." Li Yang smiled slightly, patted Ruan Bingyao's hand gently, and said, "It's nothing." Chapter 88. Li Yang is actually a major shareholder. After Han Jie sent Han Jipeng away, he respectfully reported to Li Yang on the recent business performance of Han's enterprise. With the injection of 200 million yuan of funds from Li Yang, Han's enterprise has already turned losses into profits and is currently developing in a good direction. Han Jie bent over slightly, with a flattering smile on his face. He held a document in both hands and carefully handed it to Li Yang, saying, "Brother Yang, look, this is the latest financial report. The performance is rising steadily. At present, Li Yang can get more than 20 million in dividends." Li Yang nodded with satisfaction. If he continued like this, his investment would pay off in no time. Li Yang took the document, glanced at it quickly, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said, "Not bad, keep it up." This investment was the right decision. Not only did I make money, but I also got a beautiful woman. It seems that Han Jie has reformed and is really focusing on managing the company. Han Yi has been busy taking advertisements recently and has contacted him less frequently. She must have made a lot of money. Han Jie was a sensible boy and he didn't call Ruan Bingyao his brother-in-law in front of her. Ruan Bingyao felt that Li Yang was even more mysterious as she listened to their conversation. He actually owned 50% of the shares of the famous Han's enterprise in Shanghai City. The key point was that no one knew about this. He was too low-key. Ruan Bingyao tilted her head slightly, staring at Li Yang with her beautiful eyes without blinking, her eyes full of confusion and curiosity. She bit her lip lightly, thinking to herself, this Li Yang, who looks ordinary on weekdays, actually has such a large stake in Han's enterprise and can hide it so deeply. The gossipy classmates deliberately stood near Li Yang and listened to the conversation between the two. They didn't expect to hear such explosive content. It turned out that Li Yang was a major shareholder of the Han Group. A boy wearing headphones almost dropped them after hearing this. He quickly pulled his companion next to him and whispered, "Oh my god, this is too exaggerated. Li Yang is actually the major shareholder." His companion was also shocked, with his mouth wide open. "I never thought that Li Yang would be so secretive." "That's right. I never noticed it before and thought he was just an ordinary student. No wonder Han Jie is so respectful to him, so that's the case. I was wondering why Ruan Bingyao suddenly showed kindness to him, it turns out it was because of this. Li Yang is so amazing. I think he will be able to walk sideways in school from now on. Humph, maybe it's just some damn luck. A thin boy said sourly. Don't be jealous. He is just capable enough to become a major shareholder of the Han Group. Another boy rolled his eyes at him. That's right, we can only envy them. Everyone nodded, their eyes full of envy and amazement. No wonder Han Jie was willing to be his younger brother, and just now he stood beside him with great respect to report on his work. Everyone immediately understood why Ruan Bingyao was willing to show her kindness to him. This Li Yang was really extraordinary, and many classmates envied Li Yang. But no one believed Li Yang's claim that Zheng Shiji owed him 100 million. After all, they are from a big family and have a close relationship with the richest man. How could they owe him money? I think it's unlikely. Zheng Shiji's family is so rich, how could they owe Li Yang money? That's right. The Zheng family is a well-known and wealthy family here. Even if Li Yang has some ability, it's unlikely that Zheng Shiji would owe him so much money. I think so too. Besides, they don't usually interact with each other. This debt is too outrageous. And are they familiar with each other? Why would Zheng Shiji borrow money from him? They are rivals in love. Even if the Zhang family is really in dire straits, they won't borrow money from their love rival, right? Everyone was discussing and felt that Li Yang was being pretentious, and no one quite believed what Li Yang said, that Zheng Shiji owed him money. That's right, Li Yang must be bragging and wants to show off in front of us. Yes, I think he just wanted to attract everyone's attention and made up this story on purpose. I heard that Zheng Shiji has always been arrogant. How could he borrow money from Li Yang and owe so much? It's simply a fantasy. Is Li Yang trying to use the Zheng family's reputation to elevate himself? This method is too low level. Maybe he is just jealous of Zheng Shiji and said this on purpose to discredit him. Anyway, I don't believe it. This is too absurd. Li Yang is just bragging. Ruan Bingyao felt uncomfortable listening to everyone's doubts about Li Yang, but this kind of thing was somewhat unbelievable. She had clearly come forward to testify just now, but no one was willing to believe it, and she didn't know what to do. Ruan Bingyao's brows were tightly knitted together, and her hands were unconsciously clenched into fists. Her heart felt like it was blocked by a ball of cotton, making her feel stuffy and uncomfortable. Ruan Bingyao frowned and bit her lip. She secretly felt sorry for Li Yang, but didn't know how to defend him. Li Yang didn't care about everyone's thoughts, but he was a little annoyed by the fact that they kept surrounding him, watching the fun and discussing. Han Jie left tactfully after reporting his work. More and more students gathered together, and Li Yang and Ruan Bingyao didn't want to chat in public, so they planned to leave the playground. At this time, Zheng Shiji brought two people carrying a large safe and came to Li Yang. Zheng Shiji was sweating profusely, looking nervous, and walking hurriedly. The two people behind him were also tired and panting. He was no longer as arrogant as last time, but groveled and said, "I have scraped together only 90 million yuan, I hope you can forgive me this time. There are jewelry and gold bars in the safe, totaling more than 50 million. I have transferred the remaining 40 million to your bank card. You can take a look." Zheng Shiji lowered his head, his voice trembling, and he didn't dare to look up at Li Yang's eyes. His father found out about the stupid things he had done. He knew that not only had he offended the mysterious rich man Li Yang, but he had also made Ruan Bingyao dislike him, and that he would never be able to marry into the Ruan family again. He scolded him severely and asked him to return the money respectfully and apologize sincerely. He finally realized how big a mess he had made. Li Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, took out his mobile phone from his pocket calmly, and unlocked the screen flexibly with his slender fingers, moving neither hurriedly nor slowly. He slid his fingers across the screen of his phone, and when he saw the string of numbers, the expression on his face eased a little. In view of his respectful attitude, Li Yang decided to accept the money and the matter would end there. Li Yang snorted lightly, raised his head, looked at Zheng Shiji calmly, nodded slightly, and said, "Forget it this time. Be more thoughtful in the future." Ruan Bingyao was attracted by Li Yang's magnanimity and her eyes were all on Li Yang. She stared at Li Yang without blinking, her eyes full of admiration and appreciation. She unconsciously clasped her hands in front of her chest, her lips curled up, a sweet smile on her face. She seemed to be deeply attracted by the charm emanating from Li Yang and couldn't extricate herself. Chapter 89 Little White Face. Zheng Shiji saw this and his eyes dimmed instantly, with a look of loss and frustration on his face. He bit his lip tightly, his body trembling slightly, his hands hanging limply at his sides, his throat seemed to be blocked by a stone, and he said with difficulty, "I know, I have completely lost my chance. Although he used some unorthodox methods to pursue her, he was truly sincere towards her. After all, the two grew up together and have a childhood affection for each other. Moreover, Ruan Bingyao is so beautiful, which man would not like her? At this time, the students who were watching had not yet dispersed. They curiously checked the situation and found that Zheng Shiji really came to repay the money. The classmates couldn't help but whisper to each other. It turned out that what Li Yang said was true. They didn't expect that even the Zheng family was not qualified to compete with him. Wow, you really came to pay back the money. This is incredible. This scene is too exaggerated. Such a big safe, I heard it is full of gold, silver, jewelry, and gold bars. Am I dreaming? This is exactly like the plot in the movie. Who would have thought that we would see such a scene in school? It's so shocking. Li Yang is so amazing. We really underestimated him before. Yes, the Zheng family must pay back the money. I knew Li Yang was not an ordinary person. Now you believe it. Who is this Li Yang? He actually made Zheng Shiji pay back the money. No matter where he comes from, we have to be polite to him in the future. They had never seen people from the Zhang and Han families being so respectful and humble to others. Today, with the help of Li Yang, they were finally enlightened. I used to think that the Zheng family and the Han family were out of my reach, but today I finally realized that there are always people better than you. That's right. Li Yang is really eye-opening. He can make these two families do this. He is amazing. It was really worth the trip today. I can brag about it to others for a long time when I get home. We are also blessed by Li Yang to see such a wonderful scene. The classmates spoke one after another, their tone full of admiration for Li Yang and amazement at what they saw and heard today. Zheng Shiji calmed down and thought that Li Yang was willing to stop there. He was very grateful and thanked him repeatedly. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He bent his body almost 90 degrees, kept bowing, put his hands together in front of him, and said, "Thank you, brother Li Yang, thank you." After Zheng Shiji left, Li Yang and Ruan Bingyao walked out of the campus hand in hand. Both of them felt a hint of ambiguity, but neither of them let go. Li Yang's fingers gently hooked Ruan Bingyao's hand, with a faint smile on his lips. The sunlight shone on them, reflecting the shadows of the two people leaning on each other. Ruan Bingyao's cheeks were slightly red, and she lowered her head slightly, occasionally looking up at Li Yang, her eyes full of tenderness. After a long silence, Li Yang turned his head to look at Ruan Bingyao and said, "Didn't you say last time that we should go on a yacht to see the sea together?" Ruan Bingyao said regretfully, "My dad and his friends went fishing on a yacht today, so we can't go." Ruan Bingyao pouted her lips, frowned slightly, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. She didn't know where to go for a moment, but as long as she was around, she felt happy. "Then let's buy a yacht. Then we can go see the sea." Li Yang raised his eyebrows and said with a relaxed look, as if buying a yacht is just like buying an ordinary commodity. It just so happened that he only had a car but no yacht, so if he bought one he could take the girls to the sea to play often. Is buying a yacht so casual? Ruan Bingyao opened her eyes wide, her mouth slightly open, and said in disbelief. She scanned Li Yang's face back and forth, trying to see if he was joking. Although her family is the richest in the city, she still makes preparations in advance to buy a yacht. Li Yang must have bought the yacht in such a hurry just to accompany her to see the sea. Ruan Bingyao was very touched. Ruan Bingyao's eyes softened, her heart filled with warmth and sweetness. She gently leaned on Li Yang's shoulder and said, "Li Yang, you are so good to me." Li Yang looked at her exquisite figure and beautiful face, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Soon the two arrived at the yacht show. The exhibition site was crowded and bustling. Beautiful yachts of various shapes were neatly arranged in the spacious display area, with the sun shining on the boats, reflecting dazzling light. These yachts are not only stunning in appearance, but also very powerful in function. The advanced navigation system, powerful engine, and comfortable living space all make people feel the perfect combination of technology and luxury. A receptionist in a business suit saw the two approaching, glanced at Li Yang, a trace of disdain flashed across his face, and he muttered to himself, "This man must be a gigolo who relies on women." The receptionist said to Ruan Bingyao with a smile on her face, "Ms. Ruan, look at this yacht. The interior decoration is extremely luxurious and uses top-quality materials." When Li Yang asked, the receptionist just responded perfunctorily and continued to introduce Ruan Bingyao. Ruan Bingyao was their distinguished customer. They didn't know Li Yang and had never heard of him, so they naturally thought he was just a gigolo with ordinary financial conditions and background. Many receptionists secretly mocked him and even discussed him aside, thinking that he was a gigolo who relied on women but pretended to be able to afford it, which was ridiculous. Look at how poor he is, yet he still wants to buy a yacht. He must be hooking up with Miss Ruan. That's right. He's still asking questions in a pretentious manner. He really thinks he can afford it. Look at the way he's dressed. He doesn't look like someone who can afford a yacht. I guess all the clothes he's wearing were bought by Miss Ruan. Maybe he wanted to show off in front of Miss Ruan, but the result was just to make himself look bad. I've seen a lot of these gigolos. They don't have any real skills and just rely on women to support them. Humph, you're still pretending to be so serious. It's disgusting to watch. I think he is just trying to show off. If Miss Ruan doesn't buy it, let's see how he ends up. That's right, let's see how long he can be so proud. The others nodded, and laughter spread among them, not hiding their contempt and ridicule for Li Yang at all. Ruan Bingyao was always paying attention to Li Yang's expression. Whenever she saw a hint of doubt in his eyes, she would quickly ask the receptionist on his behalf. Li Yang wanted to know about the yacht's power system. Ruan Bingyao immediately smiled and said to the receptionist, "Please tell us about the power configuration of this yacht." However, the receptionist only answered a few perfunctorily and his eyes never fell on Li Yang. Li Yang was interested in the interior decoration style of the yacht again. Ruan Bingyao spoke again, "Can you give us a detailed introduction to the features of the interior?" The receptionist still had an indifferent attitude and said a few casual words before stopping. Ruan Bingyao's expression gradually became a little ugly. She raised her voice and said, "Can you answer our questions seriously?" The receptionist then reluctantly explained a few more words, but his tone was full of reluctance. Li Yang's face also darkened. He held Ruan Bingyao's hand tightly, indicating that she didn't need to fight for him anymore. Chapter 90. As long as I can stay with you. Li Yang's eyes turned cold. He stared at the receptionist in front of him and said in a serious tone, "Give me a receptionist who can make a good introduction." Then a mature and plump lady came to explain it to them. With a professional smile, Yu gracefully began to introduce, "Sir, madam, this yacht uses the most advanced hybrid power system, which is not only powerful but also energy-saving and environmentally friendly. Its interior decoration was carefully created by internationally renowned designers, using top-quality leather and rare wood, and every detail demonstrates luxury and quality. The yacht is also equipped with advanced navigation and communication systems to ensure your safety and convenience at sea." The female receptionist didn't expect that he would actually pay for it. After all, the nature of this kind of sales resulted in a low transaction rate. In the end, Li Yang set his eyes on a yacht worth more than 30 million yuan. "That's it. I'll buy it." The female receptionist's eyes widened, her mouth opened in surprise, and she stammered, "Sir, are you sure you want to buy it?" Her hands unconsciously tightened the folder in her hands, her body leaned forward slightly, her face full of disbelief. Li Yang looked calm, nodded slightly, and said, "Of course I'm sure, let's go through the formalities quickly." Then I went through a series of procedures and finally paid the fee. The royal sister receptionist was confused throughout the whole process. The royal sister receptionist mechanically operated the computer while she couldn't help but steal a glance at Li Yang, muttering to herself, "Who on earth is this person?" After the formalities were completed, the receptionist was still in shock and couldn't help asking, "Mr. Li, I didn't expect you to buy it so readily. Have you been paying attention to this yacht for a long time?" Her face was filled with a flattering smile, and her tone was filled with a hint of flattery and curiosity. Li Yang glanced at her calmly and said, "No, I bought it as soon as I saw it." Li Yang's tone was calm. He turned around and pulled Ruan Bingyao to leave. The royal receptionist stood there, looking at their backs, muttering to herself, "This Mr. Li looks richer than the Ruan family. Who is he?" The other receptionists also felt regretful when they saw this scene. This yacht was the most expensive one in the whole venue, and the commission was more than 500,000 yuan. The receptionists who had mocked Li Yang before now looked at each other with pale faces. One of the short-haired receptionists slapped his thigh in regret and said, "Oh, how could we be so short-sighted and miss such a big commission? It's all our fault for looking down on others. We are in big trouble now. Just now, I clearly had the opportunity to receive Li Yang, but I was passive and only focused on Ruan Bingyao. I didn't expect that it was Mr. Li who bought it in the end. Because we didn't recognize the great talent, we missed out on more than 500,000 yuan, at least 5 years' salary." They regretted and speculated about Li Yang's identity, sighing at the same time. "Who is this Mr. Li? He is so rich. I should have known not to judge people by their appearance. Now I've suffered a huge loss. A dark-skinned receptionist grabbed his hair in frustration. Who would have thought he was so generous? I really misjudged him. If I had treated him well from the beginning, the commission would have been mine. Alas, it's too late to say anything now. We can only blame ourselves for our lack of vision. Everyone sighed and fell into deep self-blame. On the other side, Li Yang and Ruan Bingyao had already boarded the yacht and went out to sea. The sea breeze gently brushed across their faces. Ruan Bingyao's long hair, like a waterfall, fluttered in the wind, and a few strands of hair playfully stuck to her fair cheeks. She had a graceful figure, and her beautiful curves were highlighted by the sea breeze. Her towering breasts rose and fell slightly with her breathing, as if hiding endless charm. Her long, straight legs were faintly visible in the sea breeze, smooth and delicate. The sea breeze lifted her skirt, like a blooming flower. Li Yang stood aside, the sea breeze making his shirt rustle. The two of them were admiring the sea view and their eyes met unconsciously. Ruan Bingyao looked at Li Yang with rapid breathing and couldn't help but kiss him. She took the initiative to do many intimate actions with Li Yang, and Li Yang also responded enthusiastically. The two of them were admiring the sea view and their eyes met unconsciously. Ruan Bingyao's eyes seemed to be burning with blazing flames, full of affection and desire. Her chest rose and fell sharply, and her breathing became rapid and hot. She approached Li Yang trembling slightly, her delicate body trembling slightly with nervousness and anticipation. When their eyes met, she seemed to be pulled by an invisible force. She stood on tiptoe regardless of everything and wrapped her hands around Li Yang's neck like soft vines. She opened her red lips slightly, and kissed Li Yang with a scorching heat, like a moth to a flame. Ruan Bingyao's hands roamed freely on Li Yang's solid back, her fingers gently embedding into his skin, as if she wanted to rub herself into his body. Her sweet kisses fell on Li Yang's cheeks and neck like raindrops, and every touch was filled with endless attachment. Li Yang hugged her slender waist tightly with both hands and pressed her tightly against him. Their bodies were closely pressed together, and their heartbeats and breathing intertwined. Ruan Bingyao's eyes were blurred, and she murmured love. At this moment, she threw away all her reserve and shyness. 2 hours later, Ruan Bingyao looked at Li Yang's chest shyly. Thinking of what had just happened, she felt herself to be extremely crazy. She has never been so crazy since she was a child. Is this the power of love? At that moment just now, she felt that if she didn't seize the opportunity, she would never have the chance to get Li Yang in the future. He was too dazzling. Seeing Li Yang's handsome face, she said in a charming voice, "Li Yang, I like you so much. Since I saw you at school and heard about your deeds, my heart was moved. I also struggled and felt that this kind of relationship was too crazy. But now I have figured it out. As long as I can stay with you, it's fine. I am an only child, and all the family property will be yours in the future." She knew that Li Yang was not short of money, and these were just icing on the cake. She had nothing to hide. Chapter 91. I want to give you a large sea view flat. Li Yang was deeply moved. He hugged Ruan Bingyao tightly and whispered in her ear, "Bingyao, you were so kind to me." Thinking of Ruan Bingyao's sincerity, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. After all, the Ruan family's wealth should not be underestimated. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on them, coating them with a layer of golden light. They hugged each other, quietly watching the sun slowly set below the sea level, enjoying this moment of tranquility and beauty. Afterwards, they reluctantly separated and went home. Li Yang had just stepped into the door of the villa and had not had time to change his shoes when the cell phone in his pocket rang. He took out his cell phone and saw Hani's name on the screen, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. "Brother, I've been too busy recently and haven't been to see you. I miss you so much." On the other end of the phone, Hani's voice was sweet and gentle, as if with a hint of coquettishness. Hani works hard every day just to be worthy of Li Yang's efforts and investment in her. Hani sat in front of the dressing table, with a hint of fatigue on her delicate face, but her eyes were full of determination. She looked at the mirror and said softly, "I must work hard and not let brother Li Yang down." After that, she picked up the documents beside her and continued to work. She knew that Li Yang's money did not come from the wind, and she worked so hard just to prove herself and to bring profits to Li Yang. "Okay, come to the villa to find me," Li Yang said casually as he walked towards the sofa. He leaned lazily on the sofa, holding his mobile phone in one hand and gently rubbing his temple with the other hand. "Brother, if you come to Jinwan Seaview Community, I would like to give you a large flat with sea view. If it weren't for you, neither the Han family nor I would be where we are today. I don't know how to repay you. Li Yan was delighted. Han-yi was indeed grateful and beautiful. She was really a good woman both inside and out. Li Yan showed a satisfied smile on his face, thinking to himself, Han-yi is a sensible person. My help to her is worth it. Unlike Lin Ruoshi, he gave everything to her, but she had no gratitude at all and treated him like a dog. Li Yang, there's no need to spend so much money. I'm willing to do this for you. Li Yang is no longer as sincere as before, and he said this just to coax her, but he still likes her. Li Yang's tone was gentle, but there was a subtle shrewdness in his eyes. He knew that such words would make Han-yi even more devoted. Han-yi enjoyed it very much and her tone became even gentler. Brother, I gave you this house willingly. Come on. Let's talk face to face. Li Yang drove to Jinwan's Seaview community, and Han-yi was already waiting at the door. Han-yi was wearing a black deep V-lace miniskirt, which fit her exquisite curves perfectly, showing off her slender waist and long legs. Her skin was as white as snow, and looked even more delicate against the black dress. Her thick curly hair, as thick as seaweed, was casually draped over her shoulders, and the slightly curled ends of her hair gently brushed against her fair shoulders. The rosy lips are like ripe cherries, making people want to kiss them. As soon as Han-yi saw Li Yang's car stop, she couldn't wait to walk towards him in her pair of high-heeled shoes with light steps. Her eyes were filled with joy and anticipation, and a beautiful smile bloomed on her face. Han-yi stretched out her hands, gently held Li Yang's arm, and said coquettishly, Brother, you are finally here, I have been waiting for you for a long time. She exuded a faint scent of perfume, which made Li Yang's heart flutter. Han-yi leaned close to Li Yang and whispered in his ear, Brother, you are my hero. I don't know what I would do without you. Her fingers gently stroked Li Yang's chest, her eyes full of temptation. Li Yang smiled slightly and said, Don't say that. This is all the result of your own hard work. His eyes fell on Han-yi's face, and his heart couldn't help but feel a little moved. Soon the two arrived at the door of the large flat, which was located on the 6th floor and had the best viewing position. Li Yang pushed open the door and a fresh sea breeze blew in his face. The large flat is decorated in a simple yet luxurious way, with a set of white leather sofas in the living room and a huge HD TV opposite. There are several pots of green plants next to the floor-to-ceiling windows, adding a bit of vitality to the room. Looking out from the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the endless sea. The blue water is sparkling under the sunlight. In the distance, several sailboats are slowly passing by. The two of them sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the scenery outside, and Han-yi gradually became dazed. Han-yi leaned lightly on Li Yang's shoulder, her eyes becoming blurred. She placed her fingers gently on the back of Li Yang's hand and whispered, Brother, I still remember the first time I saw you, I felt like my world was brightened up. As she spoke, she rubbed her head against Li Yang's shoulder again. Li Yang tilted his head slightly, smelled the fragrance of her hair, and responded softly, I remember that moment too. Han-yi raised her head and met Li Yang's eyes. It was as if an electric current passed through their eyes. She recalled with fascination the scene of her first meeting with Li Yang, and talked about her love at first sight for Li Yang and her despair at the time when she was surrounded by negative news. Han-yi's voice was filled with sadness. At that time, I was surrounded by all kinds of negative news and felt that I had nowhere to go. It was you who appeared in my life like a ray of light and saved me. From that moment on, I knew that I could never live without you in my life. Han-yi's eyes turned red and tears welled up in them. Li Yang wiped away the tears from her eyes with his fingers, and said, It's all in the past. I'll be here for you from now on. Han-yi grabbed Li Yang's hand, placed it on her cheek, and rubbed it gently. Han-yi's cheeks flushed, she closed her eyes slightly, and her lips gently touched Li Yang's chest. Li Yang could no longer suppress his inner impulse and hugged Han-yi tightly in his arms. His hand gently stroked Han-yi's back, and their breathing became increasingly rapid. Han-yi murmured, Brother, hold me tight. Li Yang hugged her even tighter, as if he wanted to rub her into his body. Their lips slowly moved closer, and finally they kissed passionately, their bodies tightly hugging each other. The sea breeze outside the window gently blows the curtains. Chapter 92 Chinese Medicine Mastercard. 2 hours later, Han-yi lay on Li Yang's chest, her hair a little messy, her face still flushed from the passion, her eyes full of satisfaction and attachment. Ding! Han-yi's favorability increased by 15. The current favorability is 65. The favorability has reached 60 points. You can draw a random reward. When Li Yang heard the prompt sound, he was delighted and controlled the lottery with his mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the TCM MasterCard. After using this card, the host will obtain the ancient and unprecedented TCM skills, which will be valid forever. Li Yang found it amazing, but he didn't know where his Chinese medicine skills could be used. He frowned and said to himself, nowadays, when people are sick, they all go to see Western doctors. Who would go to see Chinese medicine? Many people don't believe in Chinese medicine at all. After saying that, he shook his head helplessly. Li Yang looked at the night view outside the window. The bright lights dotted every corner of the city like stars, and the traffic on the road was like a long, flickering river. Li Yang folded his arms across his chest, leaning against the window, his eyes revealing admiration. He should also buy a few more houses to experience different living experiences. Li Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking secretly in his heart. He sighed softly, I should buy a few more houses. I am a little tired of living in a villa all the time. This community can only be considered a light luxury community, and its residents are mainly internet celebrities and bosses with a net worth of over 10 million. Li Yang's place is still not top-notch after all, he needs to find some real luxury houses, the kind that can show his identity and status. As he spoke, he sat down on the sofa, picked up his mobile phone and started searching for relevant real estate information. The next day, Li Yang came to Rome Palace after class. Li Yang was wearing a simple white shirt, paired with dark blue pants, carrying a black school bag, and walked briskly into the sales office. His hair was combed neatly, with a few strands of hair fluttering in the wind on his forehead. His face was filled with youthful vigor, but his eyes revealed a maturity and scrutiny that did not match his age. This is the most expensive house in Shanghai City, and you can see the landmark building from the room. With the real estate market in a downturn, the price has reached 500,000 yuan per square meter. The smallest area is more than 200 square meters, with a value of over 100 million yuan. This kind of top-notch luxury home requires capital verification before viewing, but when he arrived at the sales office, the sales staff were generally unenthusiastic and were even unwilling to receive Li Yang to verify his capital. As soon as Li Yang stepped into the sales office, several salesmen just glanced at him indifferently and continued to do their own work with their heads down. Young people, our time is precious. If you are here to take pictures or gain knowledge, you'd better go back, an older female salesperson even said directly. She folded her arms across her chest, looked at Li Yang up and down with contempt, and her face was full of impatience. Li Yang frowned and said, I want to buy it, not just look at it. When everyone saw Li Yang's young and immature appearance, they showed impatience. Some female salespeople curled their lips and muttered quietly, who comes here to take pictures without saying that they are sincere in buying? Another female salesperson echoed, exactly. Looking at his appearance, he doesn't look like he can afford it. According to their reception experience, the transaction rate after viewing a house is highest among middle-aged people, while young people almost never make a deal. They don't want to waste their time on young people. The female salespeople were extremely indifferent and complained about Li Yang, thinking that he was deliberately wasting their time. Several female salesmen gathered together and whispered, this guy is probably here to cause trouble. He's so annoying. A heavily made-up female salesperson rolled her eyes, crossed her arms over her chest, and looked disgusted. Don't pay attention to him. He will give up soon. A short-haired female salesperson next to her curled her lips and gently kicked the carpet under her feet. Humph, you look like a poor student, and you want to come here to see our top luxury homes? You're dreaming. A female salesperson in high heels snorted coldly and said disdainfully. That's right, you don't even know where this is, you think it's a vegetable market and you can just walk in. Another female salesperson in a tight skirt echoed, her eyes full of contempt. I guess he just wants to take some pictures and brag to his classmates when he gets home. Don't be fooled. Several people nodded and looked at Li Yang with even more unfriendly eyes. Li Yang's face darkened. Is this your attitude towards service? You don't even want to verify my capital, how do you know I can't afford it? His voice rose a few degrees, and there was a hint of anger in his eyes. The manager didn't want to intervene at first, as his attitude didn't affect sales, but the customer was obviously unhappy now, and if it wasn't handled in time, it would be bad if there was a complaint. The manager came over quickly, with an apologetic smile on his face, and said, I'm sorry, sir. I'll arrange for someone to verify your capital right away. Finally, a usually taciturn female salesperson was assigned to the job. She walked timidly in front of Li Yang, spoke the official language, and verified the capital according to the procedures. The saleswoman lowered her head slightly, not daring to look directly into Li Yang's eyes, and said in a trembling voice, Sir, please show us the relevant asset certificates so that we can go through the capital verification procedures for you. She was very respectful to Li Yang, had a surprisingly good figure, and was pretty. After seeing Li Yang's funds, the saleswoman's eyes widened instantly, her mouth slightly opened, and she stammered, "Sir, your capital verification has passed, you can view the house." The other salespeople looked at her and thought that she was not calm at all and had never seen the world. Look at her useless look, is it necessary to be so surprised? Maybe it just meets the standards. Several female salespeople whispered to each other with disdain on their faces. The other salesman looked at Li Yang in surprise. Actually passed? It should be able to meet the minimum standards. Li Yang was respectfully taken to the third floor, where the female salesperson carefully and professionally introduced the structure and furniture of the house. As the saleswoman walked, she introduced in detail, "Sir, you see, this living room uses top-grade marble flooring, with natural and smooth textures, and each piece has been carefully selected and polished. The sofa is made of top-grade cowhide imported from Italy and filled with the finest down. It is soft and comfortable to sit on, as if you are in the clouds." Then he took Li Yang into the bedroom and continued, "The bedding in the bedroom is all high-end imported from abroad. This mattress uses the latest memory foam technology, which can perfectly fit your body curve and provide an excellent sleeping experience." Finally, we came to the balcony, and the saleswoman opened her arms and said, "This balcony has a wide view, and you can enjoy the most beautiful scenery of the city here. The balcony is also equipped with outdoor barbecue facilities and leisure tables and chairs, making it convenient for you to hold parties or enjoy leisure time alone." Li Yang thought the decoration and furnishings were good, so he bought 3 houses with different layouts for a total price of more than 400 million yuan. "That's all for now. I want all 3 sets." The saleswoman was so excited that her voice changed. "Sir, are you sure you want to buy 3 sets? She widened her eyes and looked at Li Yang in disbelief, her lips trembling slightly and her hands tightly clenched the folder. Chapter 93, a few more houses were secured. After getting Li Yang's affirmative answer, she began to go through the procedures in a hurry, with beads of sweat on her forehead. The saleswoman took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She hurriedly took out various documents, her hands were shaking as she signed, and she kept stealing glances at Li Yang while processing them, fearing that all this was just a dream. She was surprised and delighted throughout the whole process. The commission from this villa was more than 2 million yuan, and she basically achieved financial freedom. After the event, the saleswoman's heart beat quick and rapidly, her face was filled with irrepressible joy, and she kept repeating in her heart, "This is true, this is true." The other salesmen looked on in amazement. Their mouths opened wide and their eyes were full of astonishment and disbelief. The heavily made-up saleswoman didn't even notice the coffee cup falling to the ground, and the short-haired saleswoman didn't react at all when the documents in her hands were scattered all over the floor. They had never seen anyone buy 3 sets at once. An old salesperson with gray hair held his forehead with his hand and murmured, "I've been selling houses for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen a scene like this." Another experienced middle-aged female salesperson stood there with a pale face. Everyone regretted deeply and looked at Li Yang's back in dismay. "Oh, if I had known, I would have gone to receive him. Who would have thought this young man was so rich? I really misjudged and missed such a good opportunity." The curly-haired saleswoman kept beating her chest, feeling extremely regretful. The female salesmen beat their chests in regret, staring at Li Yang's back. They murmured to themselves, missing an opportunity to change their destiny. "If I had a better attitude, the commission would have been mine. Why am I so short-sighted?" Li Yang walked out of the sales department with a smile on his face and brisk steps. He stood tall and straight, and the sunlight shining on him seemed to give him a golden edge. He thought to himself, "Finally, I have secured a few more houses." At this time, several female salespeople looked at Li Yang's departing back, their eyes no longer filled with contempt and disdain, but admiration. "This guy is not only rich, but also handsome and has a good temperament," a young female salesperson said with a crazy look on her face. "It would be great if I could be with him. Alas, it's a pity that we have no chance." Li Yang was driving on the open road, feeling a lot of emotions in his heart. He held the steering wheel with one hand and rested the other on the edge of the car window. As the breeze blew, his eyes revealed a bit of vicissitudes and emotion. 3 months ago, he was still a poor student with nothing and was despised by Lin Ruoshi. 3 months later, he could buy cars and houses at will, and beautiful women would flirt with him. Thinking of this, Li Yang's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. He gently stepped on the accelerator, and the car accelerated forward. The change was so drastic that he parked his car at the school and walked around the campus casually, trying to digest this unreal feeling. When we walked to the fitness equipment area, the old man who was exercising on the fitness equipment suddenly fell straight to the ground. There was a loud bang, and everyone around was shocked by the sudden situation. The old man's body kept shaking, and his face turned pale as paper in an instant. People around came over and helped to call 120, but since they were not medical workers or professionals, they did not dare to move forward. What should I do? An old lady stamped her feet anxiously, holding the cell phone tightly in her hand. Don't move, wait for the doctor to come, a middle-aged man shouted. Li Yang took a look at the old man and found that he could see the blood clot blocking his brain. The blood clot in this location was very dangerous. Li Yang frowned, thinking, we can't wait any longer, we must rescue them immediately. Li Yang quickly squatted down, placed his hands accurately on the old man's acupuncture points, and began to massage vigorously. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, but his hands did not stop moving at all. Strangely enough, after he used the Chinese medicine MasterCard, these things entered his brain and he could find the corresponding acupuncture points instinctively. At this time, medical students also heard about the old man's fainting and rushed over. I saw this scene as soon as I arrived. Medical students mainly study Western medicine and have little understanding of Chinese medicine. The doctor ran over panting, and seeing Li Yang's technique, he shouted anxiously, "Don't massage randomly, it's already so late." His face was full of anxiety and confusion. The students who were watching thought that Li Yang was a medical student and that he was trying to save the old man, but they didn't expect that he was just a layman. Where did this young man come from? He dares to do this without knowing anything. He really doesn't know his own limitations. You are quite brave, but you can't joke with other people's lives. Everyone advised him to stop fooling around and some even condemned him. Young man, don't mess around, an old man said anxiously, waving his hands with a nervous expression. That's right, do you understand? Don't mess around. A young man also shouted, his brows furrowed and his face full of doubt. You are harming people, do you know that? An old lady angrily accused Li Yang. She was so angry that her face turned red and her finger almost poked Li Yang's face. Stop it now, don't mess around. Can you take responsibility if something happens? A middle-aged woman screamed, her voice sharp and piercing, full of anxiety. Move aside, let the professional medical students come. A fat man pushed through the crowd and shouted at Li Yang. That's right, medical student, come and save me, don't let this ignorant kid cause trouble, everyone echoed in unison. Hurry up and get the medical students here. They are professionals and are definitely more reliable than this random guy. Medical student, please save me. This guy is too unreliable. Yes, medical student, please take a look. Don't let this young man delay my treatment. Everyone placed their hopes on the medical students and looked at Li Yang with increasing dissatisfaction and anger. Li Yang listened to the noisy sound but did not stop, because he knew that if he stopped, the old man would not be able to hold on until 120. Li Yang gritted his teeth and said loudly, I know what I'm doing, believe me. His eyes were extremely determined and his hands moved faster and more powerfully. He quickly massaged the acupoints to promote blood circulation, and the blood clot showed signs of loosening. Sweat was pouring down Li Yang's forehead, but he didn't care at all. He stared at the old man's face intently and prayed silently in his heart. 2 minutes later, the old man woke up. The old man slowly opened his eyes were confused and empty, his lips trembled slightly, but he could not make any sound. He raised his hands weakly and then dropped them again. He looked very weak. At this time, 120 arrived. A doctor quickly jumped out of the ambulance, took a look at the old man's condition, and said as he ran, who did the first aid? It was handled very promptly. Li Yang stood up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, It's me. The doctor looked at him in surprise and said, Not bad, not bad. Thanks for buying time. Oh, that's great, the old man is saved. An old lady clasped her hands together, her face full of joy. This young man is really capable. I just blamed him wrongly. The young man who had previously accused Li Yang scratched his head and said embarrassedly, It seems that we can't look down on people casually. But how did this old man suddenly faint? Who knows? Maybe there was something wrong with my body and the exercise was too intense. No matter what, it's a blessing that you can wake up. The doctor checked the old man's condition and said, First, put the old man in the ambulance and go back to the hospital for further examination. Everyone helped and carefully lifted the old man into the ambulance. Li Yang breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the ambulance drive away. Thank you, young man. The aunt who had angrily accused Li Yang before came over and said with some guilt, "I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have said that to you." Li Yang smiled and said, "It's okay. The situation was urgent at the time, so it's normal for everyone to be worried." Chapter 94. Your acupuncture skills are amazing. Lin Ruoshi stood behind the crowd, her eyes full of admiration and love. Her gaze was fiery and focused, as if Li Yang was the center of her world. She clenched her hands tightly, her fingers turning slightly white due to nervousness, and thought to herself, "Li Yang is so amazing, why didn't I realize that he has such great charm before?" When she saw Li Yang, such a charming man, she felt that she could never fall in love with anyone else. Li Yang was about to leave when a middle-aged man in an executive jacket hurried towards him in the crowd. The middle-aged man walked quickly, his steps were full of urgency. His jacket is well-tailored, and the high-end fabric reflects a delicate luster in the sunlight, highlighting his quality and status. He wore a clean white shirt with the collar buttons fastened meticulously, and a dark blue tie tied neatly across his chest, which added a sense of steadiness and seriousness to him. His eyes were deep and sharp, like the twinkling cold stars in the night sky, making people dare not look directly at him. "Young man, my wife has been bedridden for many years. She fell outside at that time. She couldn't be cured even at the military hospital. Can you try?" The middle-aged man tightly grasped Li Yang's arm, with a slight tremor in his voice, which seemed to be a mixture of his inner fear and expectation. His knuckles turned white from the exertion, and his eyes were full of pleading. "If you can cure me, I will send you to a school and let you be the dean." Li Yang was shocked. Judging from the man's attire, he must be someone from an official background and hold a high position. He looked the middle-aged man up and down, and thought to himself, "This man has an extraordinary temperament and is well-dressed. He is definitely not an ordinary person." He hesitated for a moment and said, "Uncle, don't say that yet. I may not be able to do it." Li Yang frowned slightly, with an embarrassment on his face. Although what he said was exaggerated, Li Yang felt that it should be true. "Many experts are helpless in helping my wife, but I think you should be able to do it," the middle-aged man continued. Li Yang waved his hand, with an embarrassed look on his face, and said, "Uncle, it's not that I don't want to help, it's just that I don't have a medical license, and this is against the rules." The middle-aged man said eagerly, "These are all trivial matters. I can get it done for you as soon as possible." The middle-aged man frowned, the wrinkles on his forehead were as deep as if cut by a knife, and he said anxiously, "Young man, rules are dead, but people are alive. I believe in you, please be kind and save my wife." His voice sounded almost pleading, and his body leaned forward slightly, as if he was bowing to Li Yang. Finally, Li Yang and the old man came to the military hospital. The military hospital was filled with the smell of disinfectant. The smell was so strong and pungent that it seemed to penetrate every corner. People were coming and going in the corridor, and medical staff were busy shuttling back and forth. The sounds of their footsteps, conversations, and the collision of medical equipment were intertwined. Li Yang followed the middle-aged man to a ward. The ward was simply and cleanly decorated, and sunlight shone through the window onto the white sheets. The old lady was lying on the hospital bed, her hair was as white as frost, and her face was covered with deep and shallow wrinkles, like crisscrossing gullies on dry land. Her eyes were half open and half closed, her eyes were cloudy and lifeless, and she looked very weak. She was covered with a thin quilt, one corner of which had slipped slightly, revealing her bony arms, which looked like dry branches, lifeless. Li Yang first looked through the old lady's medical record. Li Yang looked focused as he flipped through the medical records carefully, nodding from time to time, his eyes wandering over every line of words and every piece of data in the medical records. He said to the nurse next to him, "Please prepare a set of silver needles, the thinnest ones." The nurse responded, turned around and left in a hurry. After a while, she brought the silver needle. Li Yang took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He gently picked up a silver needle, and his fingers flexibly found the acupuncture point. The movement was gentle and accurate, and he quickly inserted the silver needle. The moment the silver needle sank into the skin, there was no hesitation in his eyes. As the silver needles fell one by one, beads of sweat appeared on Li Yang's forehead. The middle-aged man was watching anxiously by the side, his hands clenched tightly, pacing back and forth, beads of sweat the size of beans on his forehead sliding down his cheeks, but he didn't bother to wipe them off. His lips trembled slightly, and he kept muttering to himself, "My dear, you must get better." But whenever his eyes turned to Li Yang, they were full of anticipation, and that anticipation was so hot and urgent, as if Li Yang was his last straw. He stared at Li Yang's every move without blinking, not daring to breathe, for fear that any movement of his would affect Li Yang's treatment. After a series of operations, the old lady's legs, which had been numb before, could actually feel the pain. The old lady's relaxed face suddenly tightened slightly, her brows knitted slightly, and she uttered a soft sound, "Ouch, it hurts." This subtle sound was particularly clear in the quiet ward at this moment. Her eyes, which had been closed for a long time, finally opened a crack with difficulty, and a hint of surprise and joy appeared in her eyes. The middle-aged man almost jumped up with excitement when he heard the sound of pain. A smile of surprise instantly blossomed on his face, and he said in a trembling voice, "My dear, can you feel the pain? That's great." His hands were clenched into fists and tears of excitement were sparkling in his eyes. The middle-aged man's face was filled with joy. He took Li Yang's hand and said excitedly, "Young man, thank you so much. This is the key to your garden, please accept it. You must come back to treat my wife in the future." His hands trembled slightly as he put the key into Li Yang's hand. As a Chinese-style courtyard, your garden is not for sale, and the people living there are all powerful. Li Yang quickly declined, "Uncle, this is too expensive, I can't accept it." Li Yang's face showed panic and he waved his hands repeatedly. The middle-aged man forcibly stuffed the key into Li Yang's hand and said firmly, "How can I feel at ease if you don't accept it?" In the end, Li Yang accepted the compound. A group of doctors gathered around, their steps hurried, with surprise and curiosity on their faces. They examined the old lady skillfully and quickly. One of the young doctors said in amazement, "This is incredible. The condition has improved so much." His eyes widened as if he had seen a miracle. An older doctor looked at Li Yang with admiration in his eyes and said, "Young man, your acupuncture method has been lost for a long time. Where did you learn it from?" His eyes were full of inquiry and admiration. An old doctor with gray hair came forward, held Li Yang's hand, and said excitedly, "Young man, your acupuncture skills are amazing. I have studied Chinese medicine for most of my life, but I have never seen such a delicate acupuncture method. I want to be your disciple, you must agree." His voice trembled slightly with excitement, and the wrinkles on his face smoothed out with excitement. Li Yang scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, "Senior, you are too kind. I learned this by chance. How dare I be your teacher?" Chapter 95. I am just a poor student. Walking out of the hospital, Li Yang felt unreal. He walked down the steps of the hospital slowly, his steps were a little shaky, as if he was stepping on cotton. Looking up at the blue sky, he took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. With the help of a set of acupuncture techniques, he was able to reach people at the center of power. It has long been speculated that the Chinese-style courtyard belongs to this great man, Lu Tingxiao. Therefore, all businessmen and wealthy people have to bow down and kowtow when they see him. People of this level cannot be measured by money. Ordinary people cannot stay in military hospitals. Shanghai University is also under his jurisdiction, and the current president was appointed by him. If he could cure his wife's illness, could he really become the dean of Shanghai City? It's quite interesting to think about. During this period of time, he had already experienced the feeling of being rich, but if he could become the dean, he would be able to experience the feeling of power. Li Yang now has a pretty good understanding of the old lady's condition. He is very confident that he can cure her. It's just a matter of time. At this moment, the phone on the mobile phone rang. "He is my second uncle who lives in Shanghai City. Li Yang, I heard that you made a lot of money from your business? Your cousin paid more than 200,000 yuan for school selection because of her height. This should be a small amount of money for you. Can you lend it to us first?" His voice was eager and flattering, and it seemed as if one could see his ingratiating smile through the phone. "My second uncle is particularly snobbish. Li Yang once stayed at their house for a few days, and his whole family did not have a good attitude towards Li Yang. At that time, Li Yang, wearing old clothes that had been washed to a pale color and carrying a tattered school bag, walked timidly into his second uncle's house. The second uncle was sitting on the sofa. When he saw Li Yang coming in, he just glanced at him, snorted coldly, and said with disgust on his face, "Hey, poor boy is here, don't cause trouble for my family." My aunt crossed her arms, rolled her eyes, and said sarcastically, "Really? There's one more mouth to feed at home. Life is already tight." The cousin was even more arrogant and pouted at Li Yang, "Humph, country bumpkin, don't dirty my toys." While eating, Li Yang sat cautiously in a corner of the table, not daring to take more food. My second uncle knocked on the edge of his bowl impatiently and said, "You eat so little, why are you pretending to be so polite? You can't eat anything good anyway." My aunt even put all the delicious dishes into my cousin's bowl, and said sarcastically, "We don't even have enough to eat for our own family, so don't count on others." The cousin made faces at Li Yang proudly, showing off the delicious food in her bowl. At night, Li Yang was arranged to sleep in a small room full of miscellaneous items, and the bed was hard and cold. The second uncle was still yelling outside the door, "Just make do with the sleep, it's good enough to have a place for you." The next morning, Li Yang got up early to help with the housework, but his second uncle scolded him, "Don't get in the way here, you can't do anything well." My aunt was also sneering, "Children from poor families are uneducated and can't do anything." My cousin was laughing at Li Yang's clumsiness. Now that I heard that Li Yang has become rich, his attitude has changed. Li Yang said, "Second uncle, you must have heard fake news. I don't have any money. I'm just a poor student." He frowned, his tone revealing a hint of helplessness and annoyance. My second uncle obviously didn't believe it. "Li Yang, even though second uncle has neglected you in the past, you should also understand that he is busy with work. After all, we are related by blood, and you should also consider family affection." My second uncle's voice became louder, with a hint of specious reasoning. Li Yang's face darkened, and he tightened his grip on the phone, his knuckles turning white from the force. He bit his lip, took a deep breath, and said, "Uncle, I really don't have any money." Seeing that Li Yang wasn't buying it, the second uncle changed his strategy. "Li Yang, let's not talk about this for now. Second uncle hasn't seen you for a long time. Come to the Galaxy Hotel tonight. Second uncle will bring your aunt and cousin to treat you to dinner." His tone softened, trying to impress Li Yang with family affection. A sly look flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Li Yang hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. In the evening, Li Yang came to the Galaxy Hotel. The hall was magnificent, with a huge crystal chandelier flashing dazzling light and the walls covered with gaudy gold decorations. Li Yang walked into the hotel and couldn't help but frown, with a look of disdain on his face. He hesitated a little, looked around, and secretly complained about the extravagant decoration. During the meal, my second uncle, aunt and cousin took turns toasting and saying nice things, complimenting Li Yang. "Li Yang, you have really made it big now. You must take better care of your cousin in the future." My aunt's face was all smiles, her eyes narrowed into slits. She picked up a piece of meat for Li Yang, leaned forward slightly, with a flattering look on her face. My cousin also said in a sweet voice, "Cousin, you are so awesome, I will follow you from now on." As he spoke, he raised his glass to toast Li Yang with a flattering smile on his face. Seeing that Li Yang responded very little and did not react to their advances, they began to mention some of Li Yang's childhood stories from time to time. "Li Yang, do you remember when you came to our house and we played together as children?" Second uncle said with a smile, but his eyes were full of calculation. As he spoke, he observed Li Yang's expression, trying to find an opportunity to break through. Li Yang took a sip of wine and said calmly, "I don't remember." His expression was cold and his eyes were calm, as if everything in front of him had nothing to do with him. My second uncle looked embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. "Li Yang, take a look and see what you want to eat." "You're welcome." Li Yang didn't even raise his eyelids and said indifferently, "I don't have anything I want to eat, just whatever you want." My aunt quickly took over the conversation. "Hey, Li Yang, don't be so formal, these are all delicious dishes ordered for you." Li Yang sneered, "Really? Thank you then." The cousin said coquettishly, "Cousin, don't be so cold, we all treat you well." Li Yang glanced at her sideways, sincerely? Why didn't I see it before? My second uncle quickly tried to smooth things over. "It was the past, it's different now. Come on, let's continue drinking." Li Yang picked up the wineglass and took a sip, then stopped talking. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Then the second uncle handed the menu to Li Yang with a flattering smile on his face and eager eyes. Li Yang was not polite and ordered a lot of expensive items. I saw that Li Yang was not as defensive and reserved as he was at the beginning. The second uncle cleared his throat and said, "Li Yang, can you help my cousin with the school selection fee?" Li Yang put down his chopsticks and said seriously, "Second uncle, I really don't have any money to lend you." Then he stood up and said coldly, "Second uncle, I thought you really wanted to get together with me, but I didn't expect you were doing it for money. I won't eat this meal." After saying that, he left the hotel without looking back. Li Yang's steps were firm and quick, leaving everyone at the table looking at each other in bewilderment, at a loss. Chapter 96. You're finally back. After leaving the hotel, Li Yang couldn't help but smile. He put his hands in his pockets and walked briskly. A breeze blew past, blowing a few strands of hair on his forehead. Li Yang looked up at the sky, his eyes full of satisfaction. Of course he knew his second uncle's intention. He came here not to watch their performance, but to see them being servile and fawning. Since the goal was achieved and Li Yang also ordered a table of dishes that they could not afford, his goal was also achieved. In the hotel, my aunt hysterically accused my second uncle, blaming him for being extravagant and wasteful, treating Li Yang to such an expensive meal but not getting the job done. My aunt put her hands on her hips, her eyes widened, her face flushed, and she shouted sharply, "You idiot! You spent so much money to treat him to a meal, and what happened? You wasted your money." While yelling, she kept poking her second uncle's chest with her fingers. The second uncle shook off my aunt's hand and roared, "How dare you criticize me? Weren't you also sarcastic to Li Yang at the beginning? If you had been nicer to him in the beginning, would he be unwilling to help us now?" My aunt was so angry that she was shaking all over. She retorted loudly, "What about you? You never even gave me a good face." The second uncle slammed the table so hard that the dishes and chopsticks on the table jumped up and said, "It's all your fault, you stinky woman. You only care about that little bit of money all day long." The table and dishes were scattered all over the floor. My cousin curled up in a corner, covering her ears with her hands, tears streaming down her face. She cried, "Stop arguing, stop arguing. What should I do? Without the school selection fee, I can only go to the most ordinary schools, and basically I have no chance of going to university." When my aunt heard my cousin crying, she paused for a moment, then scolded my second uncle, "Look at what you have done to your daughter." My second uncle sat down on a chair, holding his head in his hands, and said in annoyance, "How could I know it would be like this? It's all Li Yang's fault. We were already good enough to give him food and water in the first place, but you still blame us for our bad attitude." My aunt rushed over and grabbed my second uncle by the collar. "Are you blaming others? Think about our own mistakes first. We shouldn't have treated him like that, otherwise he would be rich and prosperous now, with everything he wants. He drives a luxury car worth 100 million, how rich he must be." The entire hotel private room was in chaos, with sounds of quarreling, crying, and things falling intertwined together. At this time, the hotel manager came over after hearing the noise. The manager frowned and said seriously, "Stop making noise. How can other customers enjoy their meals?" My second uncle and aunt then calmed down a little, but they still glared at each other and muttered non-stop. The manager sighed helplessly and said, "Pack up quickly and stop making trouble." Then he turned and left. My second uncle and aunt were silent for a moment, and then began to clean up the mess on the floor silently. My aunt sobbed as she packed up, "What should I do? Where can I get the money to pay for my daughter's school selection?" The second uncle kept silent. After a long while, he muttered, "If it doesn't work, let's go ask someone else." My cousin wiped her tears and said, "Mom and Dad, let's not be so snobbish in the future. Be nicer to others, and we won't be in such a difficult situation now." After hearing this, my second uncle and aunt lowered their heads and fell into deep thought. At this time, Li Yang had returned home. He lay on the sofa, recalling the scene in the hotel, without a trace of sympathy in his heart. "This is all your own fault. You looked down on me in the past, and now you should suffer the consequences." And Qing walked quietly to Li Yang and said gently, "Brother, let me help you." There was a faint smile on her face, and her eyes were full of concern. Li Yang nodded slightly, and Qing carefully unbuttoned his clothes. Her movements were so gentle as if she was treating a precious treasure. After taking off her clothes, she turned around and left with the clothes. After a while, she came back with clean pajamas. She carefully put them on Li Yang and did not forget to help him straighten his collar. Su Lin Xiaoyu, Su Qianin, and Lu Ling prepared dinner. The table was filled with a variety of dishes. The lobster exuded an enticing aroma, and the steak was fried to perfection, tender and juicy. Lin Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Come and try it. We have carefully prepared it." Su Qianin blinked and looked at Li Yang expectantly. Lu Ling stood aside and said softly, "I hope it will suit my brother's taste." Ruan Mingqi was sitting on the sofa board, but when she heard the noise at the door, her eyes lit up instantly. She ran over like a happy little deer, threw herself into Li Yang's arms, hugged his waist tightly, and said in a coquettish and aggrieved voice, "Li Yang, you are finally back, I missed you so much." She rubbed her little face against Li Yang's chest and hugged him tighter. Li Yang sat at the dining table with a relaxed and happy smile on his face. As he picked up a piece of tender steak and put it in his mouth, he said to Lin Xiaoyu with a smile, "Xiaoyu, this steak is fried so well. Your cooking skills are getting better and better." As he spoke, he gently pinched Lin Xiaoyu's nose. Lin Xiaoyu blushed slightly and replied coquettishly, "As long as you like it." Then she reached out to wipe the sauce from the corner of Li Yang's mouth, her eyes full of tenderness. Li Yang turned to look at Su Qianning and teased, "Qianning, have you secretly learned new jokes recently? Tell us quickly." Su Qianning blinked her eyes and told a joke vividly, which made everyone laugh. Li Yang couldn't help but reach out and rub Su Qianning's hair to show his appreciation. Su Qianning leaned on Li Yang's shoulder and said coquettishly, "Li Yang, you don't know how much I have missed you during this period. I hope you can come back soon every night." Her voice was soft and sweet, with a hint of nostalgia. Li Yang tilted his head slightly and whispered in her ear, "Qianning, dear, I'm back." Su Qianning raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes, and said, "But you are not allowed to leave me for so long again in the future." Li Yang gently wiped away the tears from her eyes and responded softly, "Okay, I promise you." Lu Ling thoughtfully served Li Yang a bowl of soup and said gently, "Li Yang, drink some soup to moisten your stomach first." Li Yang took the soup, looked at Lu Ling gratefully, took her hand and said, "Thank you, Lingling, it's great to have you around." Lu Ling smiled and gently squeezed Li Yang's palm. Ruan Mingqi was not to be outdone and rushed to pick up some food for Li Yang, muttering, "Li Yang, eat more of this, it's delicious." Li Yang smiled and kissed Ruan Mingqi on the forehead, saying, "You are the most considerate." Ruan Mingqi hugged Li Yang's arm and said coquettishly, "Then you are not allowed to ignore me in the future." For a moment, the dining table was filled with laughter. With the company of the girls, Li Yang ate particularly happily, and a happy atmosphere filled the whole room. Just after finishing his meal, Li Yang's cell phone rang. "It's my mom calling. Did something happen at home again?" Chapter 97. You Are My Pride. When Li Yang picked up the phone, he heard his mother's cheerful voice. "Yang, the leaders from my hometown came to visit us today and bought a lot of gifts." There was surprise in my mother's voice, as if she was describing something unbelievably good, and as she spoke, she couldn't help but marvel at it. "When the leaders heard that you were a sprinting genius and were going to participate in the Olympics, they all praised you. They were very respectful to your father and me. We didn't believe it at first, but what they said was so detailed that it must be true, right?" There was a hint of uncertainty in her tone, as if she still felt that this was all a dream. "Li Yang, it's true, Mom." Li Yang's voice was calm and firm, giving his mother reassurance. "The leader also asked when you will come back, and we will hold a celebration party for you then." My mother's voice became louder, full of pride. Li Yang knew that these leaders were just taking advantage of the situation, and he heard about this from somewhere, so he hurried over to curry favor with them. Li Yang's voice was filled with concern and worry. "Mom, I'll tell you when I get back." "Are second aunt's family still bullying you now?" "No, they dare not bully me. They wash my clothes, cook for me, and clean the house every day. They never dare to be arrogant again." There was a hint of pride in the mother's words. "Don't talk about them. Everyone in the village knows that you have made great achievements in the outside world. They are all very polite to our family." The mother's voice was full of pride. At this point, the voice on the phone choked up a little. She took a deep breath and tried to calm down, but her voice still trembled. "Son, I'm really proud to have a son like you. Mom and Dad were unsuccessful. In the first half of their lives, they couldn't hold their heads up in front of relatives and friends. They never experienced the taste of being respected. It was you who made Mom and Dad experience it. Li Yang, Mom, we will have good days from now on. You and my dad should take care of your health." Li Yang's voice also became a little choked, and his heart was filled with heartache for his parents. "By the way, son, your second uncle called me today. He was crying and wailing about how hard his life was and how he had no money for his children to go to school. He wanted you to help him." Li Yang thought his mother was here to speak for his uncle, so he interrupted, "Mom, I won't help him. I was looked down upon when I stayed at his house." Li Yang's tone was firm, and he still felt angry when he thought about what happened in the past. Mom knows everything. Your second uncle must have come to you first, but you didn't help, so he came to me." The mother hurried to explain, fearing that Li Yang would misunderstand. "Mom just wants to tell you about your uncle's miserable life, so that you can feel happy after hearing it." Li Yang and his mother had already seen through their second uncle's family for what kind of people they were, so naturally they would not help them just because of a self-torture tactic. Li Yang was touched and felt warm in his heart. His mother would always stand by him. After talking to his mother on the phone, Li Yang looked at the time and it was time to go to the military hospital to treat the old lady. He put down his phone, took a deep breath, his eyes were firm, he straightened his collar, picked up the car keys and went out. Along the way, he was in a good mood, humming a little tune and tapping the steering wheel with his fingers. Li Yang parked the car and walked briskly into the hospital gate. After arriving at the hospital, Lu Tingxiao was drinking tea and chatting with his wife. The old lady had a visibly smiling face and looked much better. Lu Tingxiao was sitting beside the bed, holding a cup of tea in his hand, and talking to the old lady with a smile. Lu Tingxiao looked at his wife with tenderness in his eyes, and said softly, "Look at your complexion now, it's much better than the past 2 days." The old lady smiled and replied, "It's all thanks to Dr. Li's excellent medical skills. I feel like I will be able to walk soon." Lu Tingxiao nodded and said, "Yes, when Dr. Li comes, we must thank him properly." The old lady said seriously, "That's a must. We are lucky to have met such a good doctor." When he saw Li Yang coming in, he immediately stood up, his face full of surprise and respect. The old lady leaned on the pillow, smiling kindly, with gratitude in her eyes. When Lu Tingxiao saw Li Yang coming, he greeted him respectfully and gratefully. Lu Tingxiao walked quickly to Li Yang, held Li Yang's hands tightly with both hands, and said excitedly, "Dr. Li, you are finally here, thank you so much." His eyes were full of gratitude and he leaned forward slightly, as if welcoming a distinguished guest. Li Yang responded calmly, "I only know a little bit about it, I'm glad I can help you." Lu Tingxiao continued, "Dr. Li, you are too modest. My wife and I have been talking about you these past 2 days. Your medical skills are simply amazing. My wife has gotten so much better, all thanks to your miraculous healing skills." The old lady smiled and said gently, "Young man, thanks to you, my old bones are getting more energetic." As she spoke, she extended her hand to Li Yang, motioning him to come over. The old lady continued, "My child, my heart is filled with gratitude to you. If it weren't for you, I don't know how I would live my life." Li Yang stood aside and responded modestly, "A doctor's heart is compassionate, and this is what I should do." After a few pleasantries, Li Yang began to give acupuncture to the old lady. Doctors and nurses gathered around the bed, their eyes wide open, afraid of missing any details. Some nurses even hold small notebooks in their hands, ready to take notes at any time. A young doctor whispered to his colleague next to him, "I heard that this acupuncture method has been lost for a long time. I must learn it today." The other nurse clenched her fists nervously and stared at Li Yang's movements intently. The old man who wanted to become Li Yang's disciple yesterday was also watching excitedly, hoping that Li Yang would accept him today without refusing. The old man stood behind the crowd, craning his neck, his eyes full of anticipation and desire. He kept rubbing his hands together, muttering, "You must accept me this time." Everyone was discussing the magic of acupuncture in a low voice, not daring to disturb Li Yang. "This needlework is amazing. I've never seen it before. Yes, I wonder if Dr. Li is willing to teach us." "Shoo, don't talk, don't disturb Dr. Li's acupuncture," someone reminded. This time, the old lady felt more pain during the acupuncture and made painful sounds from time to time, but her face was obviously happy. The old lady frowned and couldn't help saying ouch, but her face was filled with a hopeful smile. She said to Li Yang, "Young man, go ahead and give me the injection. I can bear the pain." Lu Tingxiao sat on the chair, his hands folded across his chest, his eyes full of admiration. He nodded slightly, secretly praising in his heart, "It is rare to have such medical skills and concentration at such a young age. He is mature, steady, humble and introverted, and will definitely achieve great things in the future. What's the harm in making an exception and letting him become the principal?" Chapter 98. We will definitely return this favor. Half an hour later, the acupuncture was completed. Li Yang gently pulled out the last silver needle and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The old lady tried to lift her leg, and although it was a little difficult, she managed to lift it. She cried out excitedly, "Oh my, it can really move." The old lady was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. She stroked her legs and said in a trembling voice, "For so many years, I thought there was no hope in this life." While Lu Tingxiao was massaging the old lady's legs, he kept saying to Li Yang, "Dr. Li, you are truly a great benefactor to our family. We will never forget this kindness." Finally, the medical qualification certificate was placed in Li Yang's hands. Li Yang looked at the certificate with some surprise. He had not taken the exam, and even if he had, he might not pass. Many exams are theoretical and biased towards Western medicine. His eyes widened, his face full of disbelief, he stammered, "This. How can this be possible? I didn't take the exam." While he was hesitating, Lu Tingxiao said, "You are such a skilled doctor, aren't you qualified to get this certificate? Take it." Lu Tingxiao said sincerely, "Dr. Li, your medical skills are obvious to everyone. Those exams can only measure very limited things. You fully deserve this certificate." Then he looked at Li Yang sincerely, stuffed the certificate into his hand, and said, Dr. Li, don't refuse. This is what you deserve. Dr. Li, please accept it. Don't make us feel bad. Li Yang smiled, nodded repeatedly and said, Thank you so much, Mr. Liu. I will definitely live up to your expectations. The old doctor at the side came to ask Li Yang to accept him as his apprentice. He is the director of the hospital. He has superb medical skills and is obsessed with medicine all his life. He can be considered a master in the field of medicine. He is none other than the renowned Master Li Yizhi. Naturally, he didn't want to miss the opportunity to learn Chinese medicine. Seeing that he was so humble at his age, Li Yang finally softened his heart and agreed. In fact, he also had selfish motives. Taking a medical master as his apprentice would surely bring him many benefits in the future. Li Yang looked at Dean Li Yizhi's earnest eyes, and his heart softened. Said, Dean, okay, I promise you. Dean Li Yizhi immediately smiled happily and said excitedly, Great, Master, please accept my disciple's greetings. As he was about to bow to Li Yang quickly supported him and said, Dean, please don't be so polite. Dean Li Yizhi held Li Yang's hand tightly, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and said, Master, it is the greatest honor of my life that you agreed to accept me as your apprentice. I will definitely study Chinese medicine well and live up to your expectations. Li Yang smiled and responded, Dean, you are too polite. Let's learn from each other and make progress together in the future. Dean Li Yizhi nodded quickly, Master, you are right. I will humbly learn from you. Master, when do we start learning? Li Yang thought for a moment and said, Dean, please don't be in a hurry. Let's take it step by step and sort out the basics first. Dean Li Yizhi was so excited that his voice trembled a little. Master, that's great. I will respect my teacher and serve him well in the future. Li Yang smiled and shook his head. Dean, there's no need to be so reserved. Let's relax and focus on academic exchanges. The doctors and nurses on the side looked at each other in surprise. Even the dean respected this young man so much. They would have to kowtow to him when they saw him in the future. But in their hearts, they had already been in awe of Li Yang's medical skills. In their opinion, being able to cure the old lady's leg that had been paralyzed for many years was like being Hua Tua again. It was a miracle. They praised Li Yang on the side. Dr. Li, your medical skills are simply amazing. We are far behind you. That's right. You are a legend in the medical field, Dr. Li, to the point that even the dean is willing to become your disciple. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Dr. Li, you are our idol. Congratulations to the dean for learning such a great doctor. The medical level of our hospital will definitely be improved in the future. A doctor said to Dean Li Yizhi with a smile. Dean Li Yizhi smiled and responded, Of course, with Dr. Li's guidance, we can all learn a lot. At this time, a young nurse came over timidly and said to Li Yang, Dr. Li, can you tell us about your treatment ideas? Let us learn from you. Li Yang replied gently, No problem, but this is not something that can be explained in a few words. Everyone gathered around and listened carefully to Li Yang's explanation, expressing admiration and emotion from time to time. I see, Dr. Li, your idea is brilliant. Hearing you say that, it really makes me suddenly enlightened. At this time, a pair of sisters ran in hurriedly from the door. Godly doctor, please save my mother. She has been bedridden for many years. The elder sister's voice was filled with tears and her eyes were full of pleading. She held Li Yang's arm tightly with both hands, as if she had grabbed the last straw to save her life. Yes, miracle doctor. We shouldn't have disturbed you so presumptuously, but now that we've missed this opportunity, we don't know where to find you. My sister also spoke quickly, her voice sweet but trembling, tears welling up in her eyes. Li Yang looked at the two beauties, who looked like twin sisters. They look very similar, but their temperaments are completely different. One has a very queen-like style and a strong aura. She stood straight with a firm and sharp look in her eyes, delicate makeup, and a smart professional outfit that highlighted her mature charm. One was wearing a pink dress, with a shy smile on her face and her eyes full of intelligence and tenderness. Both of them are very beautiful and have well-proportioned figures. Ding! Consumable object detected. Name, Qin Wanru. Age, 21. Body shape, 9.0 points. Appearance, 8.9 points. Favorability, 30 points. Name, Qin Wanruo. Age, 21. Body shape, 9.0 points. Appearance, 8.9 points. Favorability, 30 points. After reading the information provided by the system, Li Yang was basically certain that the two sisters were twin sisters, and both of them had an initial favorability score of 30 towards him. Li Yang, surrounded by the crowd, walked up to them and asked, "Are your family members also in this hospital?" "No, it's in the hospital next door." My sister replied hastily, quickly wiping the sweat from her forehead with her hand. "Godly doctor, we can't afford the expensive consultation fee, but we will definitely repay this kindness." She had a sincere look on her face and her eyes were full of desire, as if she was looking for a ray of light in the darkness. "Yes, godly doctor, this is easy to discuss. Please." The younger sister clasped her hands together in front of her chest and looked at Li Yang pitifully. Her big watery eyes were full of pleading and her voice was trembling with anxiety. They knew who Lu Tingxiao was, and naturally not everyone could afford the miracle doctor he hired. Chapter 99. Brother, I really like you. Li Yang felt sorry for the two sisters crying so hard that he agreed. "Okay, take me to see it." The two were very happy to hear that Li Yang agreed. My sister was so excited that her voice changed a little. "Thank you, doctor, thank you." My sister kept bowing. As soon as I entered the room, I saw a middle-aged woman lying on the bed with a dull look in her eyes. When she saw someone coming in, she raised her head with difficulty to take a look. I heard that Li Yang came here for treatment and was worried that he couldn't afford the medical expenses. She only accepted treatment after Li Yang repeatedly assured her that the medical expenses were not expensive. Li Yang smiled and said, "Auntie, don't worry about the cost. The most important thing is to cure the disease first." The middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Li Yang took out the silver needles and started treatment. During the treatment, it was found that her condition was very similar to Mrs. Lu's symptoms, and the treatment was also very smooth. After the treatment, the middle-aged woman's legs regained some sensation. The middle-aged woman's eyes sparkled with surprise, and she said in a trembling voice, "Godly doctor, thank you so much, I thought there was no hope for my life." The two sisters were also very happy and called Li Yang outside. The elder sister took out a thick envelope from her bag, handed it to Li Yang and said, "Godly doctor, this is all the money we have, please accept it." My sister also said, "Yes, you must accept it. This is a little gift from us." Li Yang declined, "No, it's my duty to treat illnesses and save lives. I can't accept this money." My sister hurriedly said, "Godly doctor, please don't refuse. Without you, my mother would have suffered so much. You must take this little money." My sister also said, yes, if you don't accept it, we will feel guilty." Li Yang still shook his head, "Really not necessary." The two sisters looked at each other, and the elder sister stuffed the money into Li Yang's hand again, saying firmly, "Divine doctor, if you don't take it, you are looking down on us sisters." The younger sister pulled the corner of Li Yang's clothes and said coquettishly, "Brother divine doctor, please accept it." Li Yang smiled helplessly and said, "Well, I'll take the money first and return it to you later if I need it." The two sisters finally felt relieved and smiled with relief on their faces. Ding! Xin Wanru's favorability increases by 10. The current favorability is 40. When the favorability reaches 60 or 80, you can get a random reward from the system. Ding! Xin Wanrua's favorability increased by 28. The current favorability is 58. When the favorability reaches 60 or 80, you can get a random reward from the system. The favorability of both sisters increased, with the younger sister's increase being greater. Li Yang looked at his sister's pure and lovely face and found that Xin Wanrua was looking at him with admiration. Xin Wanrua's eyes were sparkling as she stared at Li Yang without blinking, with the corners of her mouth raised, revealing two cute dimples. Her fair face was slightly flushed with excitement, and her long eyelashes fluttered like little fans. Xin Wanrua said to her sister, "Sister, please stay and take care of Mom. I'll treat Brother Miraculous Doctor to a meal." Xin Wanru nodded, turned around and went back to the ward. She finally looked back at Li Yang with gratitude and reluctance. Xin Wanrua took Li Yang's arm in a familiar manner. "Brother divine doctor, what do you want to eat?" Xin Wanrua's face was filled with a bright smile, and she tilted her head to look at Li Yang. Her hair swayed gently with her movements, and the ends of her hair brushed against Li Yang's arm, bringing a faint fragrance. "But I can't afford a fancy dinner, I hope you won't mind, brother." Her eyes darkened, she bit her lip, and lowered her head embarrassedly. Li Yang scratched her nose and said with a smile, "Little girl, I am not picky about anything. As long as I can fill my stomach, that's fine." Xin Wanrua blinked mischievously and said, "Brother, I'll just find a place." Li Yang smiled and nodded, saying that he wouldn't mind. Qin Wanrua talked a lot and told Li Yang about her family situation. Her eyes became somewhat distant, as if she was lost in memories, and she slowly said, "Brother, my father left us when I was very young. In order to support my sister and me, my mother worked several jobs every day and was so tired that she couldn't even straighten her back." Her voice trembled slightly and a thin layer of mist appeared in her eyes. Li Yang looked at her sympathetically, not knowing what to say, or maybe all she wanted was to be listened to. Qin Wanrua bit her lip and continued, "Mom has been saving money to support our schooling. She was reluctant to go to the hospital even when she was sick, and she just kept putting it off. As a result..." At this point, Qin Wanrua could no longer hold back her tears, which slid down her cheeks, and her voice became choked. "It's all our fault that we didn't discover Mom's illness earlier, which is why she is like this now. Brother, my sister and I have been working hard to earn money for our mother's medical treatment." Her voice was slightly low, and her eyes revealed a hint of helplessness and strength. Li Yang gently held Qin Wanrua's hand and said, "Wanrua, you and your sister are really amazing." Qin Wanrua was slightly stunned, her face flushed slightly, but she did not pull her hand back. Qin Wanrua clenched her hands unconsciously. "Sometimes I have to work several jobs a day and fall asleep as soon as I'm tired, but as long as Mom can get better, it's all worth it." Li Yang couldn't help but hold Qin Wanrua in his arms and said softly, "It will get better in the future." Qin Wanrua leaned in Li Yang's arms, smelling the faint scent on him. Her heart beat faster and for a moment she even forgot to push him away. After listening to her, Li Yang felt that she was cheerful and optimistic, and had a good face. He actually felt a little sorry for the girl. The two went to a rice noodle shop near the hospital to eat. Qin Wanrua's emotions gradually calmed down. She picked up a piece of rice noodles for Li Yang and said, "Brother, try this. It's delicious." Li Yang ate it with a smile, nodded and praised, "Well, it tastes really good." Qin Wanrua smiled sweetly, with a twinkle in her eyes, and said, "Brother, it would be great if I could eat with you like this every day in the future." Li Yang looked at her cute appearance and said, "Yes." Qin Wanrua's face flushed, and she said coquettishly, "Brother, are you telling the truth? Don't lie to me." Li Yang pinched her face and said, "Of course it's true, little fool." Qin Wanrua laughed happily, suddenly reached out and held Li Yang's hand, saying, "Brother, I really like you." Li Yang was slightly stunned, then he held her hand and said, "Brother likes you too." Qin Wanrua's heartbeat quickened and she lowered her head shyly. After eating, Li Yang prepared to leave. Qin Wanrua hugged Li Yang's waist tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Her body trembled slightly, and she cried as she said, "Brother, I haven't had anyone to talk to in these years. I can only be strong. Brother, I don't know why, but I really want to talk to you. I hope I don't disturb you." Qin Wanrua raised her head and looked at Li Yang pitifully. Her eyes were full of dependence and reluctance, and tears slid down her cheeks. Li Yang patted Qin Wanrua's back gently and said softly, "Why would I bother you? You can tell me if you have any grievances in the future. Wanrua, the days ahead will be better and better. Your and your sister's efforts will not be in vain. I believe that Auntie's illness will get better soon." Qin Wanrua nodded and said, "Brother, I feel much more at ease with your words." Li Yang patted her head and said, "I'll go first, take good care of yourself and Auntie." Qin Wanrua let go of her hand and said, "Brother, be careful on the road." Li Yang turned and left. Qin Wanrua stood there, watching his back disappear around the corner. Chapter 100. It's just a piece of cake. Qin Wanrua and her mother were sitting at the dining table eating and chatting. She was wearing a simple white dress, the close-fitting cut perfectly outlined her slender waist and graceful curves. She picked up the dishes gracefully, exuding the charm of a mature woman in her every move. My mother was wearing loose home clothes and had a kind face. At this time, Qin Wanrua came back jumping and skipping. Mom smiled and looked at Qin Wanrua and said, "Wanrua, you seem to be in a good mood today." Qin Wanrua sat down next to her mother and said with a smile, "Of course, you will get better soon." My mother picked up a piece of food and gave it to Qin Wanrua. She suddenly said, "I think Li Yang is a great guy. It would be a great thing if he could be our son-in-law." Qin Wanrua blushed when she heard this, and said coquettishly, "Mom, what are you talking about? We haven't even started yet." Although she denied it verbally, she was willing in her heart, but was just too embarrassed to admit it. She lowered her head and gently played with the hair by her ears with her hands. Her shy look was particularly touching. Qin Wanru was listening at the side, her expression somewhat unnatural and her heart aching. She actually had some feelings for Li Yang, but she didn't show it. Just then, the doorbell rang. Jin Wanrua got up to open the door. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Li Jian and her brows couldn't help but frown. Li Jian was all smiles, holding the snacks he made, and said, "Wanrua, I'm here to see you again." Jin Wanrua said helplessly, "Li Jian, didn't I tell you not to come? I really don't have any feelings for you." Li Jian walked into the house as if he didn't hear anything, and said to Mother Qin, "Auntie, this is the snack I made by myself, please try it." Mother Qin smiled politely and said, "Li Jian, thank you for your kindness, but you really don't have to worry so much." Li Jian put down the snacks and started to help clean the table. Jin Wanru couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Li Jian, stop busying yourself. I told you it's impossible for us to do this." Li Jian stopped what he was doing and said, "Wanru, I really like you. Can you give me a chance?" Jin Wanrua looked helpless and said, "Li Jian, you can't force feelings. You'll only make me more disgusted." Li Jian's face turned a little ugly, but he still forced a smile and said, "I know I'm not good enough now, but I will work hard." Jin Wanru looked at Li Jian, feeling increasingly annoyed. She crossed her arms and said, "Li Jian, how can you understand that there is no chance between us?" At this time, Mother Qin said, "Li Jian, child, love cannot be forced. You should stop wasting your time on Wanrua." Li Jian said with determination, "Auntie, I won't give up." When Jin Wanrua thought of Li Yang, she felt a surge of warmth and determination in her heart. She didn't want to give Li Jian any hope, so she said more firmly, "Li Jian, I really don't have any feelings for you, please stop pestering me." Jin Wanrua looked at Li Jian with firm eyes and resolute tone. Unexpectedly, the continuous rejections angered Li Jian. His face turned livid, his eyes were full of anger, and he shouted, "Don't be ungrateful. Our family is a medical family. If you don't give me any chance, I have the ability to make sure that no hospital in Shanghai City will admit your mother. My father recently became the disciple of a peerless master. I originally wanted to ask your mother to come to my hospital to treat her illness, but now it seems that there is no need." Li Jian pointed at Jin Wanrua, his body trembling slightly and his expression ferocious. Mother Qin frowned and said worriedly, "What should I do?" Jin Wanrua was so angry that her face turned red, and she shouted, "Li Jian, how can you be so despicable?" Jin Wanru also said excitedly, "Don't think you can cover the sky with one hand." Mother Qin urged anxiously, stop arguing, and talk it over nicely." Li Jian glared at them fiercely and said, "Just wait for me." After that, he left without looking back. Jin Wanrua squatted on the ground, covering her face with her hands, tears streaming through her fingers, and her shoulders trembling constantly. She suddenly thought of Li Yang and felt that she had found someone to rely on. "Mom, sister, we can ask brother Li Yang for help." Mother Qin took Jin Wanrua's hand and said, "Wanrua, Dr. Li Yang is a good man, but we can't implicate him in this matter." Mother Qin's face was full of sorrow, and her eyes showed helplessness and worry. Jin Wanru also agreed, "Sister, Mom is right. Dr. Li Yang cured Mom's illness for us. We can't cause him any more trouble." Jin Wanrua said anxiously, "But sister, mother, what can we do? Are we just going to let Li Jian bully us?" Mother Qin sighed and said, "Well, let's take it one step at a time. Maybe Li Jian was just speaking in anger." Jin Wanru shook her head and said, "Mom, don't be complacent. Li Jian is always domineering. He might really do something like this." Jin Wanrua bit her lip and said, "I don't want to just wait like this. I think brother Li Yang might be able to find a way." Mother Qin said quickly, "Wanrua, don't be impulsive. Dr. Li Yang has helped us a lot, we can't push our luck." Jin Wanrua couldn't help but tell Li Yang about this, just as a way of talking. She called Li Yang and sobbed, "Brother Li Yang, I really don't know what to do. Li Jian went too far and even threatened us." In the end, she told Li Yang everything. After hearing this, Li Yang felt very sympathetic towards Jin Wanrua. It just so happened that he had an apprentice from the military hospital, and this apprentice was very diligent. He probably wouldn't mind accepting a patient for his own sake. "Wanrua, don't worry. I can arrange for your aunt to go to the military hospital. I'll be here later." Jin Wanrua's voice trembled with excitement as she said, "Brother Li Yang, you are really our family's savior. I don't know how to thank you enough." Li Yang said gently, "Wanrua, don't say that, it's just a piece of cake." Jin Wanrua continued, "Brother Li Yang, you have helped us so much, I will definitely repay you in the future." Li Yang smiled and waved his hands, saying, "Auntie, Wanru, don't be so polite. I will contact my apprentice right away and arrange everything." Qin Wanrui nodded quickly and said, Brother Li Yang, that's great. I feel much more at ease with you around. Li Yang said, Don't worry, I won't let you down. Chapter 101 Brother, thank you for helping me. After Li Yang hung up the phone, he called the director of the military region, Li Yizhi. Of course, he was now his apprentice. As soon as the call was connected, Li Yizhi addressed him as Master diligently. Master, is there anything you need from me? Just tell me if you have any instructions. Li Yizhi's voice was full of respect and a bit of eagerness. Li Yang said, Yizhi, I have a patient here, the situation is quite urgent, I want to arrange for him to be admitted to our military hospital. Master, don't worry. This is not a big deal. I will immediately have someone prepare the ward and relevant medical staff. On the other side, Qin Wanrui and her sister and their mother were waiting for news from Li Yang. The nurse had informed them that they had to be discharged from the hospital as soon as possible. The nurse put her hands on her hips and said impatiently, Pack your things and leave quickly, don't waste time. There was no sympathy in her eyes. The mother, her two daughters, felt that it was pointless to argue, so they could only cooperate and agree. Mother Qin sighed worriedly and said, What should we do? Where can we go? Qin Wanrui held her mother's hand tightly and comforted her, Mom, don't worry, maybe Dr. Li Yang can find a way. There was a hint of uneasiness in Qin Wanru's eyes, but she tried to remain calm. However, her slightly trembling lips betrayed her inner nervousness. Qin Wanrui paced back and forth anxiously, saying, It's all my fault. If I hadn't rejected Li Jian so resolutely, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Qin Wanrui's eyes were red, tears were welling up in her eyes, and her voice was filled with tears. The three people's anxiety and helplessness reached a climax, and they all considered the worst outcome. At this time, Li Yang called. Wanrui, it's been arranged. He can be admitted to the hospital this afternoon. Li Yang's voice was steady and powerful. Qin Wanrui said, Brother, you are so amazing. Isn't Li Jian going to interfere again? The hospital we're staying in has already ordered us to leave. Qin Wanrui's voice was filled with worry and her brows were tightly furrowed. Li Yang, don't worry, I will be there when the time comes, don't be afraid. Qin Wanrui's heart beat like thunder, as if she saw a ray of light in the darkness, and her voice was a little distorted with excitement. Okay, brother, I believe you. Li Yang arrived at the hospital quickly. He was wearing casual clothes, but still looked energetic. Li Yang had beads of sweat on his forehead. He trotted over and said breathlessly, Auntie, Wanru, let's clean up quickly. Li Yang moved quickly. While cleaning up, he comforted the mother and daughter, Don't worry, it will be done soon. His eyes were firm and focused. Mother Qin and sisters Qin Wanru kept expressing their gratitude. Mother Qin said gratefully, Dr. Li Yang, you are really our lifesaver. Mother Qin's eyes were sparkling with tears and her voice was choked with sobs. Qin Wanru also said, Dr. Li Yang, thank you for your hard work. Qin Wanru's face was full of admiration and gratitude. When they arrived at the military hospital, Director Li Yizhi was smiling and wearing a white coat. He walked towards Li Yang with brisk steps. The medical staff behind him also stood in a neat row, each with a respectful look on their face. As soon as Dean Li Yizhi saw Li Yang, he said enthusiastically, Master, you are here. I have been looking forward to seeing you. The nurses beside him also said, Dr. Li, you have worked hard. Li Yang responded with a smile, Don't be so polite. Every medical staff member was respectful to Li Yang. When Qin Wanru saw the scene, their admiration for Li Yang increased even more. Qin Wanru whispered to her sister, Sister, Brother Li Yang is so amazing. So many people respect him. Qin Wanrui's eyes were full of little stars, her face was flushed with excitement, and her voice was full of surprise. Qin Wanru nodded and said, Yes, I didn't expect it. Qin Wanru's face flushed slightly, and there was a different kind of emotion in her eyes. She bit her lip lightly and continued, Dr. Li Yang is really amazing. Li Yang turned to look at the mother and daughter and said gently, Let's go in first. Everyone followed Li Yang inside, and medical staff stepped aside to make way for them along the way. Soon, the admission procedures were completed. Mother Qin said to Li Yang gratefully, Dr. Li Yang, thank you so much for getting it done so quickly. Li Yang smiled and replied, Auntie, you're welcome. This is what I should do. At this time, Li Jian rushed out with anger and unwillingness on his face and hurried steps. He walked up to Qin Wanru with a smug look on his face and said, Do you think this hospital will accept your mother? My father is the director of this hospital. You should leave immediately. Li Jian folded his hands in front of his chest, looked at Qin Wanru arrogantly, and raised the corners of his mouth in a contemptuous smile. Qin Wanruo's eyes were full of helplessness and confusion. She bit her lips tightly, not knowing what to do. Qin Wanru and Qin's mother also became worried for a moment. Is it Li Yang who has the final say here, or is it the dean's biological son? Mother Qin held Qin Wanru's hand and said in a trembling voice, "Wanru, what should we do?" Qin Wanru frowned and comforted her, "Mom, don't panic, let's see what happens first." At this moment, Li Yizhi stepped forward and shouted, "Asshole! How can you be so rude to my master's patient?" Li Yizhi's face was gloomy, his eyes were wide open, and he pointed at Li Jian. "Master? This young boy is actually your master." Li Jian's expression froze instantly and he looked at Li Yang and Li Yizhi in disbelief. "Yes, he is my master. You must be filial to him when you see him in the future." Li Yizhi's tone was serious and firm, and his eyes were full of majesty. After receiving a positive answer, Li Jian also showed great respect for Li Yang. But he still wanted to drive Qin Wanruo and the others out, otherwise where would he put his face? Li Jian stiffened his neck and said firmly, "Dad, even if he is your master, this matter cannot be let go. I can't lose face like this." Li Yang said, "You pursued this little girl, and she refused, so you left her mother without a hospital. Is this what you call going too far?" Li Yang's eyes were sharp as he stared at Li Jian, anger evident in his eyes. When Li Yizhi heard this, he felt that his son had gone too far. Li Yizhi said angrily, "If you continue to make trouble, go home." His hand was still suspended in the air, his face flushed with anger. Qin Wanruo gratefully took Li Yang's arm and said sweetly, "Brother, thank you for helping me." Her eyes were full of dependence and her body unconsciously moved closer to Li Yang. Li Jian felt his face burning when he saw this scene. Qin Wanruo had never given him a good look. Now he was calling others brother. Li Jian's face instantly turned livid, his hands clenched into fists, his eyes blazing with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "Humph, Qin Wanruo, I'm sincere to you, but you treat me like this. And now you're so close to this guy who came out of nowhere." Chapter 102. These two girls are fascinated by you. He rushed to Li Yang and said sarcastically, "Hey, do you think you can give orders just because you have some ability? Dad, we can't accept patients brought by such people. Who knows what tricks they have?" Li Yizhi raised his hand and punched Li Jian to stop him. "Brute!" Li Jian covered his face with a look of grievance and anger, tears welling up in his eyes. "Dad, you actually hit me for a stranger." His voice was filled with tears, and his body was shaking slightly with anger and grievance. "From childhood to adulthood, you have never hit me like this. Just for this irrelevant person, you actually hit me so hard." Li Yizhi was furious and shouted, "You are a good for nothing, you just do whatever you want all day long. Master Li Yang's patients are the most distinguished patients in our hospital. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will break your legs." Li Jian looked at his father in disbelief and shouted, "Dad, I am your biological son. I won't accept that you treat me like this for an outsider." Li Yang said at this time, "Li Jian, you can't be so selfish and arrogant." Li Jian glared at Li Yang fiercely and said, "Stop pretending here. I won't let you go." After that, he turned and ran away. Seeing this, Mother Qin said with some concern, "Dean Li, will this cause trouble for you?" Li Yizhi said quickly, "Don't worry, this kid just needs to be punished, just rest assured and get treatment here." Li Yizhi's face was filled with guilt, and he said, "Master, Mother Qin is so sorry. It's all my fault that I indulged this kid too much and spoiled him. That's why he is so lawless and has caused you so much trouble." Li Yizhi sighed deeply, his brows furrowed, his eyes full of self-blame. Li Yang waved his hand and said, "Yizhi, don't blame yourself too much. Just discipline him well." Mother Qin also hurriedly said, "Dean Li, please don't say that. We are already very grateful that you can help take us in." At this time, Qin Wanruo couldn't help but said, "President Li, thank you so much. If it weren't for you and brother Li Yang, we wouldn't know what to do." Li Yizhi smiled and said, "Don't be polite, little girl. This is what I should do." Qin Wanru also said, "Yes, today is really thanks to you." Li Yizhi said, "Okay, everyone, don't be so formal. I'll go arrange the follow-up treatment first." After saying that, he turned and left. Mother Qin held Li Yang's hand, her eyes full of sincerity and gratitude, and said, "Li Yang, I really don't know how to thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have died outside." Qin Wanruo looked at Li Yang with admiration, walked up to him, took his arm, and said, "Brother Li Yang, you are my hero. You are powerful and kind. I love you so much." Xin Wanru lowered her head slightly and said softly, Dr. Li Yang, I really admire and appreciate everything you have done. Xin Wanru went on to say, Brother Li Yang, I will depend on you from now on. I will follow you wherever you go. As she said this, she leaned her head on Li Yang's shoulder. Xin Wanru gently touched her sister and said, Wanru, don't be so ungirly. Xin Wanru pouted and said, I am expressing my true feelings. Sister, you are just too shy. If you like someone, you should express it boldly. Then she turned around and smiled sweetly at Li Yang, Brother Li Yang, I don't care. I will just follow you from now on. Xin Wanru blushed and said, Dr. Li Yang, although I am not as direct as my sister, I am also full of gratitude and admiration for you in my heart. Li Yang scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, Auntie, Wanru, don't say that. I just did what I should do. Xin Wanru blinked her big eyes and said, Brother Li Yang, in my heart, you are the best. No matter what others think, I have chosen you anyway. Mother Qin looked at the two sisters and said with a smile, Li Yang, look at these two girls. They are completely obsessed with you. Li Yang quickly said, Auntie, please stop teasing me. Mother Qin said, you two can treat Dr. Li to a meal and go out for some fun. Mom's leg should be able to get better soon. Xin Wanru and Xin Wanru also felt that Li Yang could definitely cure their mother. They were in a good mood and changed their clothes to accompany Li Yang out. Xin Wanru was wearing a red tight dress. The slim cut perfectly outlined her graceful curves, showing off her curvy figure. The black stockings wrapped around her long, straight legs added a bit of sexiness and mystery. She twisted her waist slightly, exuding the charm of a mature woman with every step. Xin Wanru wore a JK uniform, a white shirt with a cute bow tie, and a pair of slender and straight legs under the blue skirt were particularly eye-catching. She is full of youth, and although her figure is not yet fully mature, she has the exquisite curves of a young girl and exudes a pure and charming charm. The two of them held Li Yang's arms on the left and right, and they attracted 100% of the attention. Two boys plucked up the courage to ask Xin Wanru and Xin Wanru for their WeChat accounts. A boy ran up to Xin Wanru, stared at her, and stammered, Beauty, you are so beautiful, can you add me on WeChat? Xin Wanru raised her head slightly and said politely and coldly, Sorry, I'm not interested. After a while, another boy came up to Xin Wanru and said expectantly, Miss, you are so cute. Can you add me on WeChat and make friends with me? Xin Wanru blinked her eyes, smiled and refused, Thank you, but no thanks. Suddenly, everyone looked at Li Yang with envy. Someone whispered, How come these two girls are so cold and reserved, but they are so enthusiastic about him? Some people even said sourly, What kind of shit luck does this guy have to have these two beauties around him? Li Yang heard these discussions and said, Wanru, let's go. Xin Wanru responded gently, Okay, I'll listen to you. Xin Wanru also said obediently, Brother Li Yang, let's go. Li Yang brought the two to the Chanel cosmetics counter, where they happily selected and tried out the products carefully. Xin Wanru picked up a delicate blush and gently applied it on her cheeks. She looked left and right in the mirror, her eyes full of love, and said, Wanru, do you think this color is beautiful? Xin Wanru came over and nodded, Sister, it's really beautiful and suits you very well. As she spoke, she picked up another lipstick and looked at it carefully. Although they liked several cosmetics, they simply couldn't afford them. Xin Wanru put down the blush in her hand, sighed softly, and said, Wanru, let's just take a look, these things are too expensive. Xin Wanru reluctantly put down the lipstick and said, Sister, I know, we will work hard to earn money and buy it later. In the end, they left with some reluctance, but they were still very satisfied. Xin Wanru smiled and said, I am very happy to see so many beautiful cosmetics today. Xin Wanru also said, Yes, thank you Brother Li Yang for bringing us here. If Li Yang hadn't brought them here, they wouldn't have the courage to come in. At this time, Li Yang asked the two to take another look and see if there was anything they liked. Li Yang said gently, Wanru, take another look and pick out all the ones you like. Chapter 103 I will marry you in the future. The salesgirl no longer had much patience left, but on the surface she still waited obediently and cooperated. But in my heart I felt that Li Yang was showing off. I couldn't afford it, and it seemed like he was never going to stop. She secretly rolled her eyes and muttered to herself, Humph, you are just pretending. You think you are so great just because you have two beauties with you. Let's see how long you can keep doing this. I don't believe you can really afford such an expensive thing. Although I was forcing a professional smile on my face, I was secretly hoping that they would leave quickly and not waste my time any further. She was waiting to see Li Yang make a fool of himself. What would he do when two beauties chose him? When Qin Wanrua and Qin Wanru heard what Li Yang said, they couldn't help but go in to choose. Those exquisite cosmetics seemed to have magical powers, attracting their attention. Qin Wanrua picked up an eyeshadow palette and said to her excitedly, "Sister, look how beautiful this color is." There was a gleam of surprise in Qin Wanrua's eyes, and she thought to herself how nice it would be if she could own it, but when she thought about the price, she felt a little disappointed. Qin Wanru picked up a bottle of perfume, sniffed it gently, with an intoxicated look on her face. Qin Wanru smelled the charming fragrance and felt as if she was in a dreamy sea of flowers. She wished she could bring this beauty with her, but the reality of financial pressure made her only able to enjoy this moment briefly. Li Yang saw that the two of them became more refined and beautiful after trying on the cosmetics. He smiled and said, it's like, you look like fairies after using these cosmetics." Li Yang saw that the two of them became more refined and beautiful after trying on the cosmetics. He smiled and said, it's like, you look like fairies after using these cosmetics." Qin Wanru blushed and said softly, "Li Yang, you only know how to make people happy." Qin Wanru winked playfully and said, "Brother Li Yang, in your heart, which fairy do we resemble?" Li Yang smiled and replied, "You are just like the fairy Chang'e in the Moon Palace, so beautiful that people can't take their eyes off you." Qin Wanru said coquettishly, "Oh, Li Yang, you make us feel embarrassed." Seeing the salesgirl standing beside her, Qin Wanru blushed and said, "Li Yang, we've been looking at it for so long, let's not buy it, it's too expensive." Qin Wanru also nodded, "Yes, brother Li Yang, we are just enjoying the sight." Although Qin Wanru is young, she understands the value of these things and she doesn't want to add burden to Li Yang. Finally, Li Yang said to the salesgirl, "Pack up all the same items they tried. 3 of each." Then he turned to the two sisters and said, "Keep it for later use." The salesgirl widened her eyes and said in disbelief, "Sir, are you sure?" The salesgirl was shocked and wondered if Li Yang was joking. She didn't want to work in vain. But at the same time, I was hoping this was true. After all, this was a big order and the commission would be huge. Qin Wanru covered her mouth and said in surprise, "Brother Li Yang, this is too expensive. We can't take it." Qin Wanru was surprised and delighted. On the one hand, she couldn't believe that Li Yang was so generous and capable. On the other hand, she was deeply moved by his actions. Qin Wanru also quickly said, "Yes, Li Yang, this is too much." Qin Wanru thought that she couldn't easily accept such an expensive gift, but she couldn't resist her love for these cosmetics. The two sisters thought that Li Yang had always been a man of his words and had never doubted the credibility of his words, but such a large sum of money still made them feel a little nervous. After all, Li Yang is a miracle doctor, so it is normal for him to have a good financial condition. Li Yang said gently, Wanru, don't be polite to me, as long as you like it." The two sisters did not refuse and looked at Li Yang with admiration, not knowing what to say. The salesgirl skillfully packed the beautifully packaged cosmetics one by one, then handed them to Li Yang with both hands. With a professional smile on her face, she asked respectfully, "Sir, how do you plan to pay?" Li Yang looked calm. Without saying anything, he took out a bank card from his wallet and handed it to the salesgirl. He said calmly and firmly, "Swipe the card." The salesgirl took the bank card and quickly operated the POS machine. With a beep, the payment success prompt sounded. The salesgirl was so shocked that she was petrified. The total amount was 1,597,000 yuan, and she just swiped a credit card to pay for it so casually? Her mouth opened wide and she stammered, "Sir, your payment has been successful, thank you for your purchase." Li Yang nodded slightly and said, "Okay." Qin Wanru looked at Li Yang in admiration, he was so handsome. Ding! Qin Wanru's favorability increased by 25. The current favorability is 83. When the favorability reaches 60 and 80, you can get 2 random system rewards. Ding! Qin Wanru's favorability increased by 20. The current favorability is 60. If the favorability reaches 60, you can get a random reward from the system. Qin Wanru's eyes sparkled with stars. She jumped up excitedly, clenched her fists and placed them on her chest and said, "Brother Li Yang, you are amazing. I have never seen a man as perfect as you, handsome, rich, and capable." Qin Wanru's face also flushed, she clutched the corner of her clothes tightly with both hands and said, "Li Yang, thank you so much. I don't know what to say. You surprise and move us time and time again." Qin Wanru continued, "Brother Li Yang, you are exactly the man of my dreams. I will definitely marry you in the future." Qin Wanru gently pulled her sister and said angrily, "Wanru, don't be so unrestrained. But she never took her eyes off Li Yang, and continued, Li Yang, you are really a noble person in our family. Li Yang looked at the two sisters with a smile and said, this is nothing. At this time, the salesgirl looked at Li Yang with admiration. He was a young, handsome, and wealthy man. Why did she think he was pretending just now? She also looked at Li Yang with admiration. The salesgirl smiled widely, her eyes narrowed into slits, her waist bent very low, her hands folded in front of her, and said, Sir, thank you for your patronage, you are welcome to come again next time. Her smile was full of flattery, and she was trying hard to please Li Yang. Seeing that Li Yang was unmoved, the salesgirl took another step forward and said in a sweet voice, Sir, could you please leave your contact information? I will notify you as soon as there are new products or discounts in the future. As he spoke, he blinked his eyes, trying to show his charm. Li Yang frowned slightly and refused without hesitation, No, thank you. A flash of embarrassment flashed across the salesgirl's face, but she quickly regained her smile and said, Oh, sir, don't be so heartless. It's good to make friends. Li Yang looked indifferent and said, Really, no need. I'm not interested. At this time, Qin Wanrua came forward, folded her hands in front of her chest, rolled her eyes at the salesgirl, and said, Humph, my brother Li Yang doesn't want to add your contact information, don't make yourself unhappy. Qin Wanru also pulled Qin Wanrua and said, Wanrua, don't be so rude. Then he looked at the salesgirl and said politely, I'm sorry, it's really inconvenient for him. The salesgirl had no choice but to say, Okay, welcome back next time. Chapter 104 Let's go together. The three of them walked out of the Chanel store. Qin Wanrua was like a happy little bird. She held Li Yang's arm with a smile on her face, and pressed her body tightly against him, chatting intimately. Qin Wanrua's eyes sparkled as she said excitedly, Brother Li Yang, I'm so happy today. I never thought I could own so many beautiful cosmetics. Qin Wanru forced a smile on her face, but her eyes revealed a hint of loss and entanglement. She bit her lips unconsciously and kept fiddling with the corners of her clothes with her hands. Qin Wanrua didn't notice her sister's abnormality and continued to chat enthusiastically with Li Yang. Qin Wanru couldn't help it, so she stopped, took a deep breath, and said, Li Yang, Wanrua, I think I have to go back to take care of my mother. Qin Wanrua then stopped and said in surprise, Sister, are you going back so soon? Qin Wanru gently touched her sister's head and said, Well, I'm worried about Mom being alone in the hospital. You guys can continue shopping. Li Yang said, Then I will take you back. Qin Wanru quickly waved her hands and said, No, you guys have fun, I can do it myself. After saying that, Qin Wanru held back her tears, turned around and left in a hurry. Qin Wanrua looked at her sisters departing back and asked in confusion, Brother Li Yang, why is my sister acting so strange today? Li Yang looked at the direction where Qin Wanru was going away thoughtfully without saying anything. Li Yang smiled and asked Qin Wanrua, Wanrua, what do you want to eat? Qin Wanrua tilted her head in thought for a while, then said excitedly, Brother Li Yang, I want to eat hot pot, the spicy kind. There was a gleam of anticipation in her eyes, her hands were gesturing unconsciously, and an innocent smile was on her face. So, the two of them came to the hot pot restaurant. There were a lot of people in the store and it was very lively. Qin Wanrua was wearing a JK uniform. Her tall figure and youthful and beautiful appearance were very eye-catching, and both of them attracted a lot of attention. Li Yang stood guard beside her with a smile on his face, paying attention to the gazes of people around him from time to time, afraid that someone would accidentally touch Qin Wanrua. After entering the store, the two found a seat and sat down, and the waiter quickly brought the menu. While I was eating, the boy at the next table brought a portion of beef and said flatteringly, Beauty, this is the beef I ordered especially for you. The boy had a big smile on his face, staring at Qin Wanrua, his body unconsciously leaning towards her. Qin Wanrua said politely, Thank you, but I don't like it. You can take it back. Qin Wanrua frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashed across her face, and she turned her head away and stopped looking at the boy. When Li Yang ordered the dishes, he also ordered beef. When eating, he picked up 2 pieces of beef for her and said, Wanrua, try this beef. It tastes very good. Qin Wanrua was very happy and said with a smile, Thank you, brother. I love eating fatty beef the most. A bright smile broke out on Qin Wanrua's face, her eyes curved into crescents, and she happily put the beef into her mouth. The guy at the next table turned pale and thought to himself, It's not that she doesn't like it, she just doesn't like me. He felt very embarrassed and glared at Li Yang. Li Yang saw the boy's expression, raised his lips slightly, and said deliberately, Wanrua, eat more, you are too thin. Qin Wanrua nodded obediently and said, Okay, brother. At this time, the boy at the next table was unwilling to give up. He stood up and walked to Li Yang's table and said, "Brother, is this beauty your girlfriend?" Li Yang put down his chopsticks and calmly replied, "It has nothing to do with you." The boy sneered, "Humph, I don't think she will be happy with you." Qin Wanrua said angrily, "Please go away and don't disturb us while we eat." The boy's face became even uglier. He turned back to his table and whispered something to his companions, casting unfriendly glances over here from time to time. Li Yang comforted Qin Wanrua, "Ignore them, let's eat our food." Qin Wanrua nodded and continued to enjoy the food. But after a while, the boy came over with his friends and said provocatively, "Boy, do you dare to go out and fight one-on-one?" Li Yang stood up calmly and said, "Don't make trouble here, or don't blame me for being rude." Seeing that the other party had ill intentions, Li Yang used his mind control to extract the random rewards brought by the Qin Wanrua sisters. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a beauty bonus card. After using it, the host's beauty will be increased to 8.5 points, and it will be valid forever. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Taekwondo Max level card. After using it, the host will become a top Taekwondo master, and it will be valid forever. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Strength bonus card. After using it, the host's physical strength will become 5 times that of an adult male. It is permanent. Then Li Yang felt his body changing. He first felt a slight tingling sensation on his face, as if countless soft little hands were reshaping his facial features. His eyes became deeper and brighter, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. His nose became straighter and the lines became stronger. The shape of his lips became more perfect, full of charming charm. Then, a current of heat surged from the dantian and quickly spread to every cell in the body. He could clearly feel his muscles tightening and strengthening, and the strength in his arms and legs seemed to be instantly injected with infinite energy and filled with explosive power. The body's flexibility has also been greatly improved, as if every inch of muscle and bone has been reforged. Li Yang clenched his fists, feeling the surging power, as if he could break any obstacle in front of him with one punch. Seeing Li Yang standing there in a daze, the boy who was trying to stir up trouble became more and more aggressive. The boy tilted his head, squinted his eyes, and said provocatively, "Little white face, are you really capable? If you don't dare to go out and fight alone, then let us play with the beauty next to you." As he said this, he reached out his hand and tried to touch Qin Wanrua's face. Li Yang could no longer bear it and shouted angrily, "Go out and fight." The group of people on the opposite side burst into laughter, mocking, "With your tiny body, you dare to fight against more than a dozen of us." They were all rubbing their hands together, with looks of contempt on their faces. Qin Wanrua looked at Li Yang worriedly, blaming herself for getting him into trouble. Li Yang didn't care and walked towards an open space first, and everyone followed behind him. Many people stood by and watched the fun. They looked at Li Yang with sympathy and disgust in low voices. This boy is too impulsive. How could he possibly beat a bunch of big and strong boys like them? That's right. I think we're going to suffer a big loss. An old lady nearby agreed, frowning, "This child looks very energetic, how could he be so reckless? Maybe he has real skills?" A young man whispered, but was quickly refuted by the person next to him. Does he have real skills? Look at the posture of the people on the opposite side. Does this young man have a chance of winning? Said an uncle wearing glasses. Li Yang didn't take them seriously at all. He crossed his arms over his chest and said, "Come on together." Chapter 105, You Are Drunk. Everyone was even more shocked and shook their heads. This young man is overestimating his own abilities. This is clearly asking for a beating. You are simply courting death. A young man in sportswear curled his lips. You really think you are a martial arts master? Alas, the young people nowadays have no idea of the immensity of heaven and earth. A white-haired old grandfather couldn't help but say. Maybe there will be a miracle, a little girl said expectantly, but her voice was quickly drowned out by the denials around her. Miracle? Don't dream. This is not a movie. Everyone was discussing the matter, and none of them was optimistic about Li Yang. Unexpectedly, at the beginning of the fight, Li Yang was agile like a cheetah. Every punch he threw was swift and powerful, and every kick was precise and in place. His eyes were sharp, his movements were clean and neat, and the sound of his fists was whistling. Li Yang first dodged a heavy punch by leaning sideways, and then did a roundhouse kick, kicking the man who attacked him several meters away. His fist was like a hammer, hitting an opponent's chest. The man fell to the ground instantly, holding his chest in pain, unable to get up. Another person tried to hug Li Yang from behind, but Li Yang seemed to have eyes on his back. He suddenly bent down and hit the person with an elbow, causing the person's nose to bleed. Li Yang's speed was as fast as lightning, making it impossible to see his movements clearly. He dodged left and right, deftly avoiding the attacks of his opponents, and at the same time he was able to counterattack quickly. He kicked one down with a flying kick, and then knocked down another one with an uppercut. In a short while, all 10 people were knocked down by him. Those boys who were causing trouble were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. When they saw Li Yang, they trembled and knelt down to beg for mercy. "Brother, we were wrong, please forgive us," one of the boys said with a trembling voice and a look of horror on his face. "Dad, we won't dare to do it again next time. We really won't dare to do it again." Another boy had a sad face and kowtowed desperately. "Please let us go, we are blind and don't recognize a great man." The others also followed suit and begged. The onlookers were shocked, their mouths opened wide and their eyes were full of disbelief. "This is too amazing. It's so cool. This skill is simply amazing. I thought this guy was going to suffer, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful." Everyone praised Li Yang's brave performance. Xin Wanruo was so full of admiration that she ran to Li Yang, her eyes full of stars, and said excitedly, "Brother Li Yang, you were so awesome, I love you so much." Xin Wanruo held Li Yang's arm tightly with both hands, looking like an infatuated fan. Li Yang smiled and touched Xin Wanruo's head, saying, "Don't be so exaggerated, little girl." Xin Wanruo pouted and said, "I'm not exaggerating. Brother Li Yang, you are my hero." Finally, Li Yang and a dozen other boys who had been causing trouble came to the police station. After the police learned about the situation, they said, "It was the other party who started the trouble. You are very brave and capable, young man." The policeman looked at Li Yang approvingly and patted him on the shoulder. Li Yang said seriously, "Comrade police, I don't want to make a big deal out of this, but they are going too far." The police nodded and said, "I understand. If you encounter such a situation, you should resist bravely and not let these people act arrogantly. However, we should try to avoid conflicts and protect ourselves and those around us in the future." Li Yang responded, "I'll remember that. Thank you, police comrade." After taking the statement, the police said, "Okay, you can go now. Be careful next time." Li Yang and Xin Wanruo walked out of the police station. Xin Wanruo said, "Brother Li Yang, today was really thrilling." Li Yang looked at her and said, "Don't be afraid, it's all over." Xin Wanruo blinked and asked, "Where are we going next?" Li Yang thought for a moment and said, "We've been going on for so long, and it's already late. I have a sea view flat nearby, why don't you stay at my place for the night?" Xin Wanruo blushed, nodded gently, and said, "Okay." The two were walking on the road, and Xin Wanruo was still excitedly talking about what had just happened. "Brother Li Yang, you looked so handsome in the fight just now. I was stunned." Li Yang smiled and said, "Little girl, don't just talk about me, aren't you afraid?" Xin Wanruo shook her head and said, "With you here, I'm not afraid at all." Xin Wanruo came to the large sea view flat with Li Yang with full expectations. As soon as the door opened, she was stunned by the scene before her. The spacious and bright living room and the huge floor-to-ceiling windows offer a panoramic view of the endless sea view. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on the sea, making the waves sparkle and look like a dream. She was like a curious child, looking at everything around her with wide eyes. Xin Wanruo walked into the living room lightly, her fingers brushing lightly across the soft sofa, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Li Yang, this place is so beautiful. This sofa feels so comfortable." Li Yang looked at her with a smile, walked to the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of treasured red wine, and said, "Come, drink some red wine to calm your nerves." The two sat on the observation deck in front of the window, clinking glasses gently and sipping red wine. Xin Wanruo looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window, felt the mellow taste of the red wine spreading on the tip of her tongue, and said with a smile, "Li Yang, I never thought I would have such an experience. Being able to be with you in such a beautiful place, drinking such delicious red wine." The breeze blew, ruffling her hair, and her smile became even more charming under the setting sun. Li Yang said gently, "Wanruo, there will be many more beautiful times like this in the future." Xin Wanruo said coquettishly, "Really? That's great." As Xin Wanruo drank glass after glass of red wine, she soon became drunk. Her eyes began to become blurry, her cheeks flushed, and her words became unclear. "Li Yang, I'm so happy." She drunkenly leaned against Li Yang, put her arms around Li Yang's neck, and exhaled sweetly, "Li Yang, I have liked you for a long time, do you know? From the first time I saw you, my heart was moved." Xin Wanruo had a great figure, with her curvy figure faintly visible under her thin clothes, and her delicate face became even more charming because of her drunkenness. Li Yang looked at her, his heart moved, he reached out and gently pushed aside her hair, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, Wanruo, you have a great figure. Wanruo, you are drunk. Qin Wanruo shook her head and said, I'm not drunk, I'm sober, Li Yang, I really like you. The two of them were getting closer and closer, and the atmosphere became ambiguous. Li Yang gently held Qin Wanruo's face and kissed her. Qin Wanruo closed her eyes slightly and responded to Li Yang's kiss. Their breathing intertwined, and Qin Wanruo whispered softly, brother. Then, Li Yang held Qin Wanruo in his arms and walked to the sofa and sat down. Qin Wanruo curled up in his arms like a docile kitten. Her hands tightly grasped Li Yang's clothes, and her mouth kept saying words of love, brother, I love you, love you. Li Yang stroked her face, his eyes full of affection and longing. His fingers gently stroked her cheek. Qin Wanruo closed her eyes slightly and her breathing became rapid. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, a charming blush appeared on her face, and her hands involuntarily wrapped around Li Yang's waist. Li Yang felt her body temperature and couldn't help but hold her in his arms, their bodies pressed tightly against each other. Qin Wanruo raised her head and looked at Li Yang with a dazed look in her eyes, her lips slightly parted, as if she was expecting something. Li Yang could no longer suppress his inner impulse and lowered his head to kiss her lips. This kiss was passionate and lingering, and the emotions between the two of them completely exploded at this moment. The next morning, sunlight shone through the gap in the curtains, and Qin Wanruo woke up slowly. She opened her eyes and saw Li Yang still sleeping beside her, and a blush appeared on her face. Chapter 106 Baby, you are so beautiful. Li Yang gently embraced Qin Wanruo in his arms, his hands tenderly around her waist. Qin Wanruo raised her head slightly, her beautiful eyes seemed to contain a pool of autumn water, and her hands naturally rested on Li Yang's shoulders. Li Yang lowered his head and gently touched Qin Wanruo's forehead with his lips. The feather-like kiss moved all the way down, sliding across her eyebrows, eyes, and cheeks, finally stopping on her delicate and tempting lips. Qin Wanruo hummed softly, closed her eyes slightly, and responded to Li Yang's kiss passionately. Her hands tightly grasped Li Yang's clothes, as if she wanted to merge herself into his body. Li Yang's kiss became more and more passionate. The tip of his tongue pried open Qin Wanruo's pearly teeth and entwined with her tongue. Qin Wanruo's breathing became rapid, and her chest rose and fell with her breathing. Li Yang's hands also began to move restlessly on Qin Wanruo's back, feeling the warmth and softness of her skin. Qin Wanruo's face flushed charmingly. She twisted her body slightly and said coquettishly, Li Yang, you are bad. But her voice was filled with endless tenderness and affection. Li Yang whispered, baby, you are so beautiful, I can't help it. As he spoke, his hand slowly moved up Qin Wanruo's waist and gently stroked her hair. The two of them hugged each other tightly, their breath intertwined, as if they were the only two people left in the whole world. Li Yang and Qin Wanruo lingered for a while, and then they came to the military hospital where Qin's mother was. Mother Qin was lying on the hospital bed. When she saw her daughter and Li Yang walking in hand, her loving appearance immediately brought a relieved smile to her face. Mother Qin's eyes narrowed into slits with laughter, and she said, oh, you two are finally here. Seeing you two so close, I feel much more at ease. Qin Wanruo stood aside, her eyes fixed on the tightly clasped hands of Li Yang and her sister, and a trace of loss flashed across her face. She bit her lip, forced a smile and said, Mom, my sister and Li Yang have a good relationship, we should be happy. Mother Qin nodded and agreed, yes, Wanruo, don't just look at your sister, you have to hurry up too. Qin Wanruo lowered her head and said softly, Mom, I know. There was a hint of helplessness and envy in her eyes. At this time, Qin Wanruo walked to the bedside and said coquettishly, Mom, don't worry about my sister. She knows what's going on. Mother Qin smiled and said, I'm worried about both of you sisters. Qin Wanruo raised her head, looked at Li Yang, and said, Li Yang, thank you for taking care of Wanruo, and thank you for treating my mother's illness. Li Yang quickly said, Sister Wanruo, don't be so polite. This is what I should do. After a few pleasantries, Li Yang gave acupuncture to Qin's mother again. Many doctors and nurses heard the news and rushed to watch. Li Yiji stood aside with his eyes wide open, watching carefully, afraid of missing any details. Li Yiji held a notebook in his hand, ready to take notes at any time. His body was slightly leaning forward with his neck stretched out. Li Yang's movements were smooth and flowing. He looked focused, with a firm and confident look in his eyes. The silver needle in his hand pierced the acupuncture points accurately under his control. Qin Wanruo and Qin Wanruo looked at Li Yang with admiration, their eyes full of respect. Qin Wanruo clasped her hands together in front of her chest, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and said, Brother Li Yang, you are so amazing. I feel like you are the reincarnation of an ancient miracle doctor. Qin Wanru also nodded, her eyes full of trust, and said, yes, Li Yang, you can definitely cure Mom. Qin Wanru's eyes followed Li Yang's movements, and an expression of admiration unconsciously appeared on her face. Qin Wanru continued, Brother Li Yang, I want to learn medical skills from you and become as good as you. The acupuncture was completed in less than 20 minutes. Mother Qin tried to lift her legs. Although her movements were a little slow, it was much better than before when she had no feeling at all. Her face was filled with surprise and anticipation, her eyes were gleaming with hope, and she said excitedly, oh, I can actually lift it up a little bit, this is great. However, when she wanted to stand up and try to walk, she found that her legs were as heavy as lead and she had no strength to move them. Mother Qin frowned slightly, a trace of disappointment flashed across her face, but she quickly cheered up and said, it's okay, it's great to have such progress. I believe that as long as I persist in rehabilitation training, I will be completely cured. She held Li Yang's hand and said, thank you so much, kid. I feel hopeful again. Qin Wanru said excitedly, Mom, you will be well soon. She jumped up and down with joy, like a child, waving her hands in the air. Qin Wanru also said, this is all thanks to Li Yang. Qin Wanru's face was filled with joy, but her eyes revealed a complicated expression. She lowered her head slightly, as if thinking about something. Mother Qin looked at her two daughters, then at Li Yang, and said with a choked voice, Li Yang, I, an old woman, don't know how to repay you. Li Yang quickly said, Mother Qin, please don't say that. I am also very happy to see that you are getting better slowly. Qin Wanru ran to Li Yang, grabbed his arm, and said, Brother Li Yang, you are our family's great benefactor. Qin Wanru also came over and said, Li Yang, if you need any help from us in the future, just let us know. At this time, other patients and their families in the ward also cast envious glances. An old lady said, this young man is really amazing, his medical skills are superb. The old man next to him also nodded and said, that's right, this family has met a noble person. As Mother Qin heard everyone's praise, the smile on her face became even brighter. When Li Yiji saw this scene, he felt that this was a medical miracle and quickly asked Li Yang about the secret of acupuncture. Li Yang briefly explained it. Li Yang smiled and said, actually there is no special secret. The main thing is to find the acupuncture points and grasp the strength and timing. Li Yang spoke calmly, but his hand movements revealed confidence. The doctors and nurses nearby were also whispering to each other in shock, trying hard to recall and learn Li Yang's acupuncture techniques. A young nurse opened her eyes wide and said in disbelief, this technique is so exquisite. Why didn't I think of acupuncture in this way? Another doctor gestured and said, yes, we should learn it carefully. Maybe it can be applied to other cases. The selection of acupuncture points and the angle of needle insertion are very particular. We need to think about them carefully. Others whispered, this young man looks young, but I didn't expect him to have such superb medical skills. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Lu Tingxiao sincerely admired and appreciated Li Yang's medical skills and character. After all, the Qin family was not well off, and he was willing to treat them. Lu Tingxiao patted Li Yang on the shoulder and said, young man, your medical skills and moral character are admirable. Lu Tingxiao's eyes were firm, his tone was sincere, and his face was full of approval. Lu Tingxiao continued, it's rare to find a young man like you who has both superb medical skills and a kind heart. Li Yang said modestly, you're too kind. I'm just doing what I should do. Li Yang lowered his head slightly with a humble smile on his face. Lu Tingxiao looked directly into Li Yang's eyes and said solemnly, Li Yang, I have decided to let you be the dean of Shanghai University. Li Yang was startled and quickly waved his hands, saying, that's impossible. I'm still inexperienced and can't take on such a heavy responsibility. Lu Tingxiao waved his hand and said, I believe in my judgment. You have the ability. Don't refuse. The air seemed to freeze at this moment, and everyone widened their eyes, opened their mouths, and their faces were full of disbelief. The doctors and nurses who were originally whispering to each other suddenly fell silent, their eyes all focused on Lu Tingxiao and Li Yang. Under Lu Tingxiao's repeated insistence, Li Yang finally accepted it. Although everyone thinks Li Yang is very young, they also feel that he is capable enough to be the dean. Qin Wanru looked at Li Yang with admiration and said, Brother Li Yang, you are awesome. Li Yang smiled and touched Qin Wanru's head, saying, little girl, you are the only one who can praise me. Qin Wanru was also moved, thinking to herself, he is so outstanding, how can I not be moved? Qin Wanru glanced at Li Yang secretly, her cheeks slightly red, and walked forward and said softly, Li Yang, congratulations. Li Yang looked at Qin Wanru and said, Sister Wanru, thank you. Mother Qin sincerely congratulated Li Yang and said, "My child, this is your ability. Do a good job." Mother Qin gave a thumbs up, her face full of encouragement. Li Yang hurried to Mother Qin's bedside and said, "Mother Qin, I will do my best. You can rest assured and recover." Chapter 107 It's All Your Fault. After Li Yang finished treating Mrs. Liu, he was about to leave, but unexpectedly Qin Wanru followed him quietly. Qin Wanru was wearing a light pink dress. The soft hem of the dress was like peach petals blooming in spring, swaying gently in the breeze, perfectly outlining her curvaceous figure. Her slender waist seemed to be so thin that it could not be grasped, yet it was full of flexibility, and her full chest was so full that it was about to burst out, supporting the beautiful curves of her clothes. She shyly walked to Li Yang, fiddling with the hem of her skirt with her hands, rubbing the wrinkles of the skirt with her fingers, and said, "Li Yang, thank you so much, I want to treat you to a meal." Her voice was as gentle as the breeze blowing across the strings of a musical instrument, and it was a little cautious. Li Yang looked at Qin Wanru, who was very different from usual, and his heart couldn't help but move. Today she specially changed into a sexy outfit, the close-fitting cut perfectly showed off her exquisite curves. Her behavior was also different from usual, and her every move revealed her femininity. Li Yang smiled and agreed, then it's better to obey than to be respectful. The two got into the car together. Qin Wanru sat in the passenger seat. From time to time, she turned her head to look at Li Yang. Her eyes were full of affection, clear and passionate. Her body moved closer to Li Yang intentionally or unintentionally, and one hand gently rested on Li Yang's hand holding the gear. The moment their skin touched, it was as if a strong electric current instantly spread throughout her body, causing her heartbeat to suddenly accelerate. Li Yang felt her approaching, and he held her hand tightly, completely wrapping her small hand in his warm palm. A blush appeared on Qin Wanru's face. She bit her lips lightly, trying to suppress her inner excitement, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. Li Yang also stretched out his other hand and gently stroked the back of Qin Wanru's hand. His fingers slowly moved across her delicate skin, bringing a tingling sensation. Qin Wanru couldn't help but tremble slightly, her breathing became rapid, and her chest rose and fell with her breathing. Li Yang tilted his head slightly, looking at Qin Wanru's shy appearance, with a sly smile on his face. He leaned close to Qin Wanru's ear and whispered softly, "Wanru, you make me feel confused." The warm breath sprayed on Qin Wanru's ears, making her ears turn red instantly. Qin Wanru glared at Li Yang coquettishly and said, "It's all your fault." But her hands did not break free from Li Yang's grasp, but instead intertwined with his fingers even tighter. Li Yang did not refuse. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly and teased, "Wanru, you are really charming today." Qin Wanru said coquettishly, "Li Yang, I really like you, so I can't help myself." She leaned forward slightly, got close to Li Yang's ear, and blew gently. After a while, Qin Wanru took Li Yang to a barbecue restaurant. The aroma of barbecue filled the restaurant and it was very lively. Qin Wanru took the initiative to find a seat by the window and pulled Li Yang to sit down. The light in the store was soft and warm, reflecting her beautiful face. She picked up the menu and gently ran her slender fingers over the names of the dishes, but her eyes occasionally looked at Li Yang and she said softly, "Li Yang, do you like spicy food or light food?" Li Yang smiled and replied, "It's all fine. I like whatever you order." Qin Wanru smiled and said, "No, I have to order something that suits your taste." She tilted her head slightly, thought for a moment, and then asked, "Do you like beef or lamb more for barbecue?" Li Yang looked at her serious expression, and a little warmth rose in his heart. He said, "Beef, please." Qin Wanru nodded and continued to study the menu. He kept muttering, "We can't miss out on vegetables. Li Yang, do you like lettuce or enoki mushrooms?" Li Yang responded, "Lettuce." Qin Wanru carefully asked Li Yang about his preferences, and every question was full of concern and care for him. Only after they finished ordering did she heave a sigh of relief and said to Li Yang with a smile, "I hope these are all your favorites." After the dishes were served, Qin Wanru skillfully picked up the tongs, placed the slices of tender meat on the grill, and grilled them carefully. From time to time, she used tissue to wipe the sweat from Li Yang's forehead. Her movements were gentle and considerate. After it was done roasting, she carefully put the meat on Li Yang's plate and said, "Li Yang, try it." Li Yang picked up a piece of meat, put it to Qin Wanru's mouth, and said, "You eat too." Qin Wanru opened her mouth slightly, bit the meat, and a smile spread across her face. "Thank you, brother." Other customers around also cast their concerned glances, and some whispered, "Who is this man to have such a beautiful woman be so considerate to him?" Another person speculated, "Maybe he is a wealthy boss. Maybe he is just charming enough to make girls fall in love with him." When Li Yang heard these discussions, he just smiled and did not respond. Xin Wanru pretended not to hear and continued to concentrate on grilling meat for Li Yang. At this time, a male clerk passed by and saw this scene. He looked at Li Yang with envy and said, "Your girlfriend is beautiful, gentle, and considerate. You are so lucky." His eyes were full of admiration and envy, and his words contained a hint of sincere emotion. Xin Wanru lowered her head shyly but did not refute. The corners of her mouth slightly raised and she secretly glanced at Li Yang. There was sweetness in her eyes, but also a hint of imperceptible entanglement. Li Yang smiled and put his arm around Xin Wanru's shoulders, saying, "Of course." Although Xin Wanru felt sweet, she felt somewhat conflicted when she thought of her sister. Her brows knitted slightly, and the light in her eyes dimmed a little. She thought to herself, "My sister also likes Li Yang. Will my sister be sad if I get along with Li Yang like this? But I really can't control my feelings." Li Yang seemed to notice something was wrong with Xin Wanru, and asked softly, "Wanru, what's wrong?" Xin Wanru bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Li Yang, you know Wanru will also." Before she finished her words, she stopped again, not knowing how to continue. Chapter 108 Wanru, why do you look so tired? Li Yang was slightly startled, then said, "Wanru, let things in the relationship take their course. I just know that I am very happy to be with you now." Xin Wanru sighed softly and said, "But I don't want to hurt Wanru." Li Yang held Xin Wanru's hand and said seriously, "I will take care of it, trust me." Xin Wanru raised her head and looked into Li Yang's eyes. Although she was still worried, she nodded. The two ate and talked, laughing all the time. Li Yang told Xin Wanru interesting stories, which made her laugh so hard that she fell into laughter. Xin Wanru also shared some details of her life. After dinner, we went to the Gucci store, which was brightly lit like a dream palace. There were all kinds of exquisite bags on display, each of which exuded a unique charm. Xin Wanru was excitedly choosing items on the shelf. She picked up a bag and turned to ask Li Yang, "Li Yang, does this look good?" Li Yang nodded and said, "It looks good." As he spoke, he walked behind Xin Wanru, placed his hands gently on her waist, and felt her warmth. Xin Wanru picked up another one and asked, "What about this one?" Li Yang smiled and said, "It will look good no matter which one you carry on your back." The two were immersed in each other's world and tried on a lot of bags without realizing it. When the clerk saw Xin Wanru trying on more than a dozen bags, he couldn't help but wonder, can her boyfriend really buy so many bags for her? Xin Wanru was about to pick one to buy, but Li Yang waved his hand and said, "Pack them all." The clerk was shocked, her eyes full of admiration, and she quickly said, "Sir, you are so good to your girlfriend." Her voice was full of envy and admiration. Xin Wanru was so moved that her eyes turned red. She threw herself into Li Yang's arms and said, "Li Yang, thank you." Li Yang patted her back gently and whispered in her ear, "Wanru, I'm willing to do anything as long as it makes you happy." Then, Li Yang casually took out his credit card and paid. The clerk took the card and operated the machine with a professional smile on his face. But when the clerk saw the successful payment notification and the huge amount, his eyes widened instantly and his mouth opened slightly in shock. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, this is too generous. She rarely receives customers who buy more than a dozen bags at a time. The clerk looked at Xin Wanru with envy and a hint of admiration in his eyes, and said, "Sir, you are so generous. Your girlfriend is so happy." Li Yang took Xin Wanru's hand and prepared to leave. The clerk hurried to the door, opened it for them, bent very low, and said very attentively, "Sir, madam, welcome to come again next time. I wish you two a happy life." The two walked out of Gucci and took a casual stroll, and as they walked they came to a sparsely populated park. It was getting dark. The lights in the park were not bright. The dim light cast blurry shadows on the ground. Li Yang looked at the entrance of the park, then turned to look at Xin Wanru beside him, and suggested with a smile, "Wanru, how about we go to the park for a walk?" Xin Wanru raised her head slightly, met Li Yang's gaze, and readily agreed, "Okay, it's a good time to take a walk." After the two arrived at the park, in the dim light, Xin Wanru approached Li Yang more proactively. She placed her hands lightly on Li Yang's chest, raised her head slightly, and her eyes were full of desire. Li Yang hugged Xin Wanru's waist tightly with both hands and pulled her towards him. Li Yang lowered his head and whispered in Xin Wanru's ear. His warm breath sprayed on her neck, making Xin Wanru tremble slightly. Their bodies got closer and closer, and their breathing became faster. In this ambiguous atmosphere, the two of them couldn't help but lean on each other, and finally came to the back of a rockery. Xin Wanru seemed to be driven by an invisible force and kissed him recklessly. Li Yang was stunned at first, then responded to her kiss passionately, and the two of them kissed each other in ecstasy. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten everything around them and were immersed in this strong passion. Qin Wanru began to pull Li Yang's clothes randomly with her hands. Skirts and coats were scattered all over the floor, and the air around them seemed to become hotter. After leaving the park, Li Yang looked satisfied, with a smile on his face, and felt refreshed. He turned his head to look at Qin Wanru beside him, only to see that Qin Wanru's cheeks were flushed, her eyes were blurred, and she looked exhausted. Li Yang said distressfully, "Wanru, are you exhausted?" Qin Wanru replied weakly, "You're annoying." Li Yang smiled gently, then carried her to the car, carefully asked her to sit down, fastened her seatbelt, and said, "Be good and have a rest, we will be at the hospital soon." Qin Wanru was talking and laughing with Qin's mother in the ward. The other side. Qin Wanru smiled and said, "Mom, when you get better, let's go out and have some fun as a family." Mother Qin responded with a smile, "Yes, my dear daughter." At this moment, Qin Wanru saw Li Yang sending Qin Wanru back. The bright smile on her face froze slightly, and a hint of surprise and disappointment flashed in her eyes. Mother Qin didn't notice Qin Wanru's change and continued chatting with her. She asked in confusion, "Where did Wanru go? Why hasn't she come back in such a long time?" Qin Wanru pretended to be calm and said, "Mom, don't worry, my sister is back." Seeing Qin Wanru's tired look, Mother Qin asked with concern, "Wanru, where have you been? Why do you look so tired?" Qin Wanru glanced at the Gucci bags of all sizes, and then looked at the intimacy between her sister and Li Yang. She had guessed everything in her heart. But she didn't show it. She just pursed her lips, smiled calmly and said, "Maybe my sister and brother Li Yang had too much fun together." Qin Wanru lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly, while Li Yang scratched his head and said with a smile, "Auntie, I took Wanru out for a walk today." Mother Qin nodded with a smile and said, "This child really hasn't gone out to play for a long time, so it's good to go for a walk." Qin Wanru walked up to Qin Wanru, took her arm, and said softly, "Sister, sit down and rest for a while." However, there was a hint of imperceptible loss in her eyes. Chapter 109. You know I like brother Li Yang. Li Yang exchanged a few words of greeting and left. He had a polite smile on his face, but his eyes unconsciously lingered on Qin Wanru for a moment longer, and said, "Auntie, Wanru, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Qin Wanru looked at Li Yang's back as he left, feeling mixed emotions. Her eyes were filled with complex emotions, including loss, unwillingness, and a hint of unspeakable pain. She thought silently in her heart, "Why was brother Li Yang's eyes always on my sister? Am I so unattractive?" Qin Wanru was chatting with Qin's mother, telling her about what she had seen and heard today. Her voice trembled slightly. As she spoke, she secretly observed Qin Wanru's expression and said, "Mom, we went to a lot of fun places today. I was anxiously thinking, could my sister have really figured out something? If she knew, how should I face her?" Mother Qin was weak and fell asleep while chatting. Qin Wanru couldn't keep something hidden in her heart, so she took her sister to a secluded place in the hospital while her mother was asleep. Qin Wanru's face was gloomy. He grabbed Qin Wanru's arm tightly with such force that Qin Wanru felt a little painful. She said anxiously, "Sister, let's go out and talk." She felt like there was a fire burning in her heart, and she couldn't wait to question her sister. Qin Wanru felt panic and guilty when she saw her sister's appearance, but she still followed her out. Qin Wanru's heart was beating fast. She knew that this day would come sooner or later, but when the moment came, she still felt extremely nervous and scared. She took a deep breath, secretly told herself to face it bravely, and said in a trembling voice, "Wanru, don't be so fierce." Qin Wanru looked at her sister's guilty look and became more certain about what had happened between her and Li Yang. Qin Wanru's eyes were flashing with anger. She bit her lip and said in a trembling voice, "Sister, don't pretend. I can tell at a glance that there is something going on between you and brother Li Yang." She was sad and angry, and questioned Qin Wanru why she knew that she liked Li Yang and yet was so close to him. Qin Wanru's tears welled up in her eyes, and her voice became choked. "Sister, I have always regarded you as my dearest person, and I tell you everything. I told you that I like brother Li Yang, but why did you treat me like this? You clearly know that I like brother Li Yang." Qin Wanru's face was pale, her hands were tightly clasped together, and her voice was pleading, "Wanru, I really can't control my heart. I fell in love with Li Yang as soon as I saw him. My feelings for you have never changed, but my love for Li Yang is also real." Qin Wanru burst into tears and shouted, "So what? I was the first one to get close to brother Li Yang. It's wrong for you to do this, sister." Qin Wanrua's words were like sharp knives, stabbing Qin Wanru's heart. Sister, you are too selfish. You only think about your own feelings and never consider me. How could you do this to me? Qin Wanru's voice was already filled with tears. Wanrua, listen to me, things are not what you think. But Qin Wanrua covered her ears, shook her head desperately, and cried, I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen, you are a liar. You clearly promised me that you would not snatch Brother Liang from me, but what about now? Everything you said is a lie. Tears streamed down her cheeks like a flood, and her voice became hoarse with extreme sadness and anger. After saying that, Qin Wanrua ran away. Qin Wanru helplessly looked at her sister's back as she ran away. Her eyes became moist and her lips trembled slightly. She wanted to call her sister but didn't know what to say. The evening breeze blew her hair, making her look particularly helpless and lonely. Tears welled up in her eyes and she shouted, Wanrua, don't run. Qin Wanrua wiped her tears while running, her heart filled with despair, and she shouted, I don't want to care about you anymore. After returning to the ward, Qin's mother had already woken up. The two tried their best to pretend nothing had happened so as not to worry their mother. Qin Wanru forced a smile, but her voice was a little hoarse. Mom, we are back. Qin Wanrua also lowered her head, not daring to look into her mother's eyes, and said, Yes, Mom. Mother Qin still noticed that the atmosphere was not right. Mother Qin frowned and said worriedly, What happened to you two? Don't hide it from me, tell me the truth. I'm not well yet, but I can't stand your torture. Qin Wanru hurriedly said, Mom, it's okay. We just had a few words outside and we've made up now. Don't worry about it. Just take care of yourself. Qin Wanrua also agreed, Yes, Mom, don't worry, it's really okay. It's just some little disagreements between little girls. We've already talked it out. Mother Qin sighed and said, You two sisters have been close since you were little, so don't quarrel over a small matter and hurt your relationship. Qin Wanru held her mother's hand and said, Mom, don't worry, we know it won't happen. Qin Wanrua also nodded and said, Mom, just focus on recuperating and don't think about these things. Mother Qin looked at them and gave them a few more instructions before she felt relieved. At night, Qin Wanrua couldn't sleep because of all sorts of thoughts. She knew that her sister had always been very good to her, but Brother Liang was also someone she cared about and liked very much, so she was in a dilemma for a moment. Qin Wanrua lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, thinking, My sister is always so nice to me, should I blame her? But I really like Brother Liang, what should I do? She muttered quietly, Oh, I'm so annoyed. Why did it turn out like this? Thinking that there is a rift between me and my sister, there is no going back. Qin Wanrua sighed and couldn't help but shed tears. But when I think about how close I am with Brother Liang, and then I think about my sister and Brother Liang, my heart aches. Chapter 1:10 You're so bad. After leaving the hospital, Liang got into the car, slammed the door shut, started the car and drove towards the villa. Along the way, the tense atmosphere between Qin Wanru and Qin Wanrua in the hospital just now kept appearing in his mind. But on second thought, the two sisters grew up together after all and have a deep emotional foundation. Liang exhaled lightly, thinking to herself, from childhood to adulthood, they have experienced many ups and downs, but haven't they always been able to reconcile? This should only be a temporary conflict. Give them some time and they should be able to resolve it on their own. Once the two sisters come to their senses, he can take them both out to play at the same time. Thinking of that happy scene, Liang couldn't help but smile and his mood became cheerful. At that time, it will be a wonderful picture for everyone to play happily together. Maybe it will make their relationship even deeper than before. Soon, Liang drove back to the villa. The night enveloped the entire villa, and the surrounding trees cast eerie shadows under the moonlight. The warm lights in the villa made it look particularly cozy in this quiet night. The villa had obviously been carefully cleaned by someone. Not only was it clean and tidy, but it also had a lot of small decorations added to it. Liang looked at this familiar and comfortable environment, and the fatigue in his heart was relieved a lot. He murmured to himself, home is still a place that makes people feel at ease. As soon as Liang got off the car, Lu Ling came to meet him. She was wearing a pink dress, the hem of her dress fluttering in the wind, with a sweet smile on her face. She scolded him, Brother, you didn't come home last night. I missed you so much. Liang put his arm around her waist and walked towards the villa, smelling her fragrance. Lu Ling's eyes were full of anticipation, and her steps were light and eager. She said coquettishly, Humph, you don't know how worried I am about you. She held Liang's arm intimately all the way, and said in a soft and sweet voice, Dear, I can't sleep well without you by my side. Li Yang smirked. Are you sure you can sleep well when I'm around? Lu Ling punched Li Yang in the chest with her little fist. You are so bad. When they arrived at the villa, she tilted her head slightly, with a coquettish look in her eyes, and obediently helped him take off his outer clothes and changed into pajamas. He also helped Li Yang take off his shoes and changed into slippers. Her movements were gentle and delicate, her eyes were full of concern, her fingers gently stroked Li Yang's ankles, and she said softly, "Brother, come into the house quickly, don't catch a cold." Li Yang pinched Lu Ling's cheek and said, "You are still good to your brother." Then he bent down and whispered in Lu Ling's ear, "My little Lu Ling is the most considerate." A blush appeared on Lu Ling's face, and she said coquettishly, "I'm willing to do anything as long as it makes you happy." She lowered her head and fiddled with the corners of her clothes with her hands. Lu Ling felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. He praised me, he must care about me. Her eyes were shining with joy. As he entered the villa, Li Yang smelled the fragrance of food. At this time, En Chang and Lin Xiaoyu were coming out of the kitchen carrying delicious meals. En Chang was wearing a white apron which was tied tightly around her slender waist, highlighting her plump breasts. She was wearing a pair of blue jeans that covered her long, straight legs, and her round and perky buttocks had charming curves. She held the plate with both hands and said with a smile, "Li Yang, come and try the new dish I learned." Lin Xiaoyu was wearing a tight white t-shirt, which highlighted her proud bust and slender waist. She wore a short black skirt, revealing her fair and slender legs. She held the bowl with one hand and said, "Honey, you don't know how long we have been preparing." Li Yang raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a charming smile, opened his arms and hugged the two of them, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, my babies, I am so blessed." And Xing said in a soft voice, "You're finally back. We've been waiting for you for a long time." Her eyes curved into crescents and her body leaned forward slightly. Lin Xiaoyu also smiled and agreed, "That's right, dear." And Cheng walked to Li Yang, gently stroked his chest with her fingers, and said coquettishly, "Dear, just wait and enjoy our loving dinner." As she spoke, she blew a breath into his ear, her eyes full of charm. Lin Xiaoyu was not to be outdone. She hugged Li Yang's waist, rested her head on his back, and said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Yang, you must eat more later, otherwise how will you have the energy to accompany us?" Li Yang was tickled by them, so he put his arm around Lin Xiaoyu's shoulders and said with a smile, "You two little devils, you only know how to tease me." And Qing turned around, blinked at Li Yang, and raised the corners of her mouth. "Ha, who made you so charming, dear?" Lin Xiaoyu tapped Li Yang's nose with her finger and said playfully, "Brother Yang, don't worry. You will have fun tonight." After saying that, the two of them smiled at each other, twisted their waists, and walked into the kitchen in a charming manner to continue their work. At this time, Su Qianyin also came out of the bedroom weakly, looking like a delicate sick beauty. She had eaten something bad yesterday and had not recovered yet. Her face was pale, her eyes were blurry, she was holding onto the wall with her hands, her steps were unsteady, and she was casually wearing a slim nightgown, her slender waist and plump fruits were faintly visible. Su Qianyin said softly, "Brother, come and accompany me, I really feel bad." Her lips trembled slightly. She walked to Li Yang and leaned against his chest in a sickly manner. Li Yang hugged Su Qianyin lovingly and said softly, "Qianyin, don't be afraid, I'm here." He gently stroked Su Qianyin's hair and said, "I will always be with you. You will get better soon." Su Qianyin's breath gently brushed against Li Yang's neck, making him feel restless. Her eyes were captivating, and she said in a soft voice, "Brother, I miss you so much, don't leave." Li Yang felt a surge of pity in his heart, his eyes were full of tenderness, and he said, "I'm here." Li Yang helped her to the bedroom, gently placed her on the bed, and sat beside the bed, his eyes full of concern and desire. Their eyes met, and an ambiguous atmosphere filled the air. Su Qianyin raised her head slightly, looked at Li Yang, and said in a weak but seductive voice, "Brother, can you hug me?" Hearing this, Li Yang's breathing became more rapid. He leaned over to Su Qianyin, hugged her tightly, and whispered, "Is this okay?" As he spoke, his hands began to wander restlessly, his fingers gently stroking her back. Su Qianyin let out a coquettish moan, wrapped her arms tightly around Li Yang's neck, and pressed her body closer to him, as if she wanted to become one with him. Li Yang could no longer suppress his inner impulse and kissed Su Qianyin on the lips. As their lips and teeth intertwined, he panted and said, "Baby." Su Qianyin also responded to his kiss passionately. Li Yang's movements became more and more urgent, and he began to rip each other's clothes randomly, throwing pieces of clothes all over the floor.